Miss Chow, I'm sorry, but your test results suggest that you may have lung cancer. You need to be admitted to the hospital for further tests. The doctor in a white coat spoke to Xiao Ling with a heavy expression. Lung cancer? How could it be lung cancer? I don't smoke or drink. Why would I get lung cancer? Doctor, could there be a mistake? Maybe this report belongs to someone else? Xiao Ling was stunned. Lung cancer? How could she have lung cancer? There must be some mistake. Miss Chow, please stay calm. This is your report. Xiao Ling, female, 23 years old, ID number, phone number. The doctor patiently confirmed the details with her. Even though he had seen life and death countless times in the hospital, he still felt sorry for the young and beautiful girl before him. At such a young age, just stepping into adulthood, she was facing something so cruel. Perhaps she had only just graduated from college, and her life was supposed to be beginning, not ending. Yes, it's me. Hearing the doctor repeat her information, Xiao Ling felt all her strength leave her. She sank onto the bench, whispering weakly, Miss Chow, please don't lose hope. Could you ask a family member to come? We'll need to do a biopsy and other tests to decide on the best treatment plan. Seeing that the report listed her as unmarried, the doctor could only suggest she call her family. What a tragedy, he thought. Her parents must have worked so hard to raise her, only to face something like this now. Even the doctor felt a deep sadness for them. Holding the report, Xiao Ling sat numbly on a chair in the hospital corridor. She took out her phone and searched for information about lung cancer. The low survival rate hit her like a heavy, crushing her confidence. She searched for treatment options, surgery, chemotherapy, radiation, targeted therapy. Each one sounded painful: nausea, vomiting, hair loss, pain, fatigue, and damage. Xiao Ling turned off her phone in despair. Tears slipped silently down her cheeks. Why did this have to happen to her? Why was fate so cruel? What should she do now? Outside, light rain began to fall. The drops splashed onto her pants, soaking the fabric. The harsh reality of the report left her unable to control her sadness. Minutes felt like years. Finally, Xiao Ling took a deep breath, steadied herself, and dialed her mother's number. Hello, Lingling, what's wrong? Mom, I need to. Before Xiao Ling could finish, the sound of a child crying came from the other end of the phone. Her mother's voice quickly followed. Lingling, wait a moment. Your little nephew is crying again. I'll make him some milk first. We'll talk later. The call ended with a series of beeps. Xiao Ling stood there, holding the phone, staring blankly into space. It seemed her family had no time to care about her problems. Tears she had just wiped away began to fall again. Holding the medical report, Xiao Ling walked out of the hospital. The rain grew heavier, but she let it fall on her without caring. What did it matter now? She already had lung cancer. Why worry about a little rain? Too tired to wander, she went straight home, soaked through. Lingling, didn't you bring an umbrella? You're completely wet. Her mother, holding her grandson while watching TV, gasped softly when she saw her. She quickly put the child into a walker and came closer to check on Xiao Ling. Your hair is dripping wet. What happened? Go take a hot shower. You're chilled all over, and there are 2 little ones at home. What if you catch a cold? Children. Am I not your child too? Why don't you care about me anymore? Biting her lip to hold back her sadness, Xiao Ling turned to get some clothes for a shower. Lingling, your clothes aren't in your old room. I moved them to the study, her mother said softly. Why did you move them? My room is still here. Why put my things in the study? Xiao Ling's voice rose, her mind flashing back to what the neighbor had said earlier. Why are you raising your voice? I told you your brother and sister-in-law are coming to stay for a while. Your nephew is older now and needs his own room, so we had to make space. Why my room? Can't he stay in the study? Why do I have to move? You're hardly home these days, and the study is close to the kitchen. Too much smoke for a child. It's better for your nephew to have your room. Children shouldn't be around cooking fumes, but I can handle it. Do you even know that A loud sound came from the doorway. Xiao Ling's sister-in-law, Chen Wei, returned with her eldest son. Hearing the argument between Xiao Ling and her mother, she frowned and threw her keys heavily onto the floor. Lingling, is this how an aunt should care for her nephew? You only stay here occasionally now that you're working. Why can't you move into the study? Your nephew is still so young. Do you want him breathing in kitchen smoke every day? I only stay here once in a while, so that means I shouldn't have my own room anymore? This is my home. I've lived in that room for years. Why should I give it up? Xiao Ling felt deeply hurt. It wasn't about whether she cared for her nephew. She had always spent time and money on her two nephews. What truly upset her was that she no longer seemed to have a place in her own home. Isn't this your home and ours too?
We're all one family.
You don't stay here often, and you'll get married one day anyway. You'll have to give up the room sooner or later, so why not do it now? It's less trouble that way, her sister-in-law said impatiently. Your home? Your home is in another neighborhood. Didn't Mom and Dad buy you a place already? Even if you move back, how long will you stay? Why must it be my room you take? The more Xiao Ling spoke, the sadder she became, sadder even than when she learned she was ill. When her brother and sister-in-law got married, their parents had already bought them a house outright. What more did they want? She knew her sister-in-law had her eye on this old house. There had been rumors it would be demolished and rebuilt, and her sister-in-law wanted to claim an extra room. Xiao Ling had never said she wanted a share of the property. She only wanted to keep a room in her parents' home. Was that too much to ask? What hurt her most was her parents' attitude. Whether she worked elsewhere or got married, didn't she still belong here? Why did it feel like she no longer had a place in this family? That's enough, Lingling. What are you saying? Your brother's family lives here, and so do you. We're all one family, talk things over calmly. Don't shout like this. People will laugh at us, her mother scolded. This neighborhood was old, and since there were rumors about demolition, it wasn't a new place. The neighbors had surely heard the shouting by now. Talk things over? You've already moved my things into the study. What's left to discuss? A joke? Who's really being laughed at here? Am I still afraid of people's jokes now? I've already come this far. What else is there to fear? This home can't hold me anymore. I'll just leave so I won't bother you. The more Xiao Ling spoke, the sadder she became. She grabbed her bag at the door and rushed out of the house. Raindrops fell one by one onto the ground. It was hard to tell whether it was rain or her tears. So this is what it means when a girl grows up, she truly has no home. Xiao Ling returned to her rented room like a walking shadow, ignoring her phone that kept buzzing. After being drenched in the rain for so long, her head felt heavy. She barely managed to wash up before collapsing into bed. Outside, the rain kept falling through the night, tapping softly on the awning. But the sound didn't disturb Xiao Ling at all. Her face, half exposed from the blanket, was flushed red. The tiny red mole between her eyebrows seemed to be slowly expanding, its color growing brighter. When it grew to the size of a grain of rice, it looked like a small, round mark perfectly placed between her brows. It seemed to release something faint. A thin white mist rose from her forehead. Suddenly, the small jade gourd that had been resting quietly on her neck broke free from its red string and leapt onto her forehead, absorbing all the white mist. After it finished, the little gourd bounced twice, as if satisfied. Seeing that Xiao Ling didn't react, it settled down right on her forehead. Her flushed face gradually returned to its usual pale color, and her mind cleared. Xiao Ling slowly woke up.
Huh? What's going on?
Why is the little gourd on my face? She stared at the strange sight. Had she done this while feverish, thinking it would cool her down? The string was broken. Had she pulled it hard? But no, her neck didn't even hurt. Forget it. Who knows what she did while half-conscious?
No point thinking about it.
She touched her forehead. It wasn't hot anymore. The fever was gone. She had made it through. Feeling clearer, Xiao Ling picked up her phone. There were several missed calls, from her father, her mother, her brother, her co-workers, and even her boss. Xiao Ling pouted, too lazy to return the call in the middle of the night. Then she opened WeChat. Her mother's messages were at the top, the most numerous. Xiao Ling tapped in and listened to the voice messages her mother had sent. Lingling, take a hot shower and drink some medicine when you get home. Don't catch a cold. And about the room, I know it wasn't right to change it without asking you first, but you shouldn't have shouted at home or argued with your sister-in-law. You're only staying home for a few days. Why upset your sister-in-law? You know she's sensitive. How will you get along with her later? Your two nephews were there today. The younger one doesn't understand much, but the older one is already 7 or 8. Was it really worth making such a scene over one room? What will your nephews think of their aunt? Your sister-in-law already told your brother and father about what happened this afternoon. They're looking for you. Think it over, buy something nice in a few days, and go home to apologize. Then we'll forget about it. As Xiaoling listened to her mother's messages, tears began to fall again. She used to think little of what had happened to the young woman next door. That neighbor had given all her earnings to her parents to save for her future, but in the end, they used the money as a wedding gift for her brother. Later, when her nephew was born, she was forced to rent a place outside. Even then, she still had to pay for her parents' living expenses. If she didn't, they would go to her workplace and make trouble. They did all kinds of unreasonable things. Xiaoling once thought that was just because of their bad family character and that she would never face such problems. When her brother got married, her family could afford the bride price. Her parents even paid in full for her brother and sister-in-law's new home. Her mother had a pension, her father earned a good salary, and their house was spacious. Although her sister-in-law's family wasn't easy to deal with, Xiaoling believed she would never end up like that neighbor. But reality turned out to be just as harsh. She hadn't been thrown out, but it felt almost the same. Before she started working, she was still part of the family. But as she grew older, her home no longer felt like hers. When she had a fever, no one cared. When she got seriously ill, she had to face it alone. In the quiet of the night, Xiaoling thought about many things. There were many things on her mind. Family matters, her illness, work, and all sorts of daily concerns. At that moment, Xiaoling seemed to have suddenly grown more mature and thoughtful. She didn't fall asleep until around 3 or 4 in the morning. When the alarm rang, Xiaoling opened her eyes and felt something strange on her forehead. With a shiver, she took the small gourd off. Last night's incident could be blamed on her fever, but what was going on this time? She hadn't touched the gourd last night, just left it on the bedside table. There were so many little things on that table, there was no reason she would have picked up the gourd again. Besides, she no longer had a fever, and she had never sleepwalked before. So how did the gourd end up on her forehead again? Could it be something supernatural? Her eyes darted around nervously, afraid she might see something frightening. She waited for a while with her eyes closed, but nothing happened.
No strange sounds, no eerie movements.
Then what was going on? Did the gourd grow legs? Xiaoling studied the small gourd she had always ignored. She had worn it since birth. If there were any problems, they should have shown up long ago.
Huh?
There's something inside? Under the light, she shook the gourd and noticed something unusual. It seemed to have water inside. That didn't make sense. She had known this gourd for 23 years, as well as she knew herself, and it had never contained water before. She went to the windowsill, picked up her nearly wilted tomato plant, and carefully poured the water from the gourd into the pot. The gourd was only the size of a peanut, yet it poured out almost a full cup of water. That confirmed it. The strange things that had happened before must have been caused by this little gourd. At least it wasn't something invisible or scary. Now that she knew the source, Xiaoling felt relieved. She looked at the gourd again. It had been a gift from her grandfather when she was born. When he first saw his newborn granddaughter, he said she was full of spiritual energy and named her Xiaoling himself, skipping over her parents' opinions. He even gave her his treasured jade gourd, which made Xiaoling's aunt complain that the old man was playing favorites. Why didn't her daughter get something so precious? Pushing those thoughts aside, Xiaoling tried to recall everything she knew about the gourd. Could it be some kind of rare and magical treasure? But why is it only showing signs now? Did something happen when she had a fever? Xiaoling couldn't figure it out, but she was sure the little gourd was something special. She just didn't know what it could do. Thinking about its possible use, Xiaoling shifted her gaze from the gourd to the potted plant. The tomato seedling that had been weak and drooping before now looked completely different, full of life and energy. In just a short time, The tomato plant had grown, bloomed, and under Xiaoling's watch, it even began to bear fruit. The tomatoes were bright and colorful, changing shades as they ripened, first green, then light red, and finally a deep, vibrant red. Xiaoling picked one, took a gentle bite, and her mouth filled with a fresh, sweet and sour taste. It was simply delicious. While she focused on the tomatoes, she didn't notice the little gourd beside them standing upright, quietly absorbing the energy coming from the tomato plant. Either give your best or leave early. If you just drift along, someone will eventually replace you. You need to understand, this company isn't a charity. If you want charity, go ask for help elsewhere. The company doesn't keep idle people. If you can't create value, why should we keep you here? Xiaoling tiptoed to the back of her colleagues, listening to the long speech from her manager, Zhou Bapi. The little gourd had delayed her quite a bit that morning. She still couldn't figure out what it could do, but she didn't dwell on it. After a quick tidy-up, she rushed to the company. Luckily, the trip went smoothly, and she arrived just before work started. After being diagnosed with lung cancer and discovering the little gourd, Xiaoling had already been thinking about quitting. Recently, the news said people would have to work until 65 to retire. Even if she didn't have cancer, she wasn't sure she'd live that long. Besides, retiring at 65 felt far too late. She didn't want to be squeezing onto a crowded bus at 60 just to ask for a day off to celebrate her birthday. That thought alone was depressing. Still, this was her first job, and it might also be her last. No matter what the company was like, it held a special meaning for her. She wanted to finish well and complete her final shift with dignity. At their company, employees have to inform their supervisor a month in advance before leaving, so the company can find someone to take over their work. But usually, it doesn't take that long. Normally, other colleagues handle the tasks first, and later the company either hires someone new or divides the work among others. The process can be done in just a few days. Since lung cancer doesn't progress that quickly, Xiaoling wasn't in a hurry. The last one who joined, Xiaoling, come to the front. Don't think I can't see you just because you're standing in the back.
Come here.
While she was lost in thought, Manager Zhou called her name sharply. Under everyone's gaze, Xiaoling forced herself to walk forward as Zhou said, "You already forgot what I reminded everyone about last week? Come to work early, don't be late. Don't ignore my words. What did I say last time? How much is the fine for being 1 minute late?" 200 yuan per minute, Zhou's niece and assistant, Zhou Dan, answered loudly from the crowd. 200 per minute. Xiaoling, pay the fine after the meeting, Zhou ordered. Manager, I wasn't late. I clocked in before 9 o'clock. Before 9? The department rule is to arrive before 8:50. You've been here for a year, you're not a new employee. Do you still think clocking in before 9 doesn't count as being late? Zhou said sternly. That rule is unreasonable. The company's official policy says clocking in before 9 isn't late, so I won't accept the fine. Xiaoling replied calmly. She was already planning to quit, so she wasn't afraid. Unreasonable? How is it unreasonable? Work starts at 9. If you clock in at 9, can you start working right away? Don't you need time to tidy your desk, get some water or tea? Asking you to come 10 minutes early to prepare, is that unreasonable? Zhou said impatiently. Then by your logic, when I arrive at 8 to work early, shouldn't the company pay me 200 yuan per minute? And when we stay after 6 for evening meetings, shouldn't that time be paid too? If you insist on the fine, fine, just settle all the unpaid time first, Xiaoling shot back. Xiaoling, what kind of attitude is that? I haven't even started talking to you about your other issues, and now you're arguing with me in front of everyone. After being talked back to by Xiaoling, Zhou Bapi was furious. Pointing at her, he shouted, "What happened to you last night? You didn't reply to my messages or answer my calls. What if a client needed you? Do you know how much loss your behavior could cause the company? Can you afford that?" Xiaoling refused to back down and raised her voice in return. "I work 8 hours a day, and you don't pay me for overtime. Why should I answer your calls after work? And do you even know what time you called? Are you a night watchman? Can it wait until working hours? You say I caused losses to the company. That's funny. Am I really that important? When it's time for a raise, you forget about me, but when there's work to do, you suddenly remember me. What a joke. Xiaoling had long been fed up with Zhou Bapi, and she took this chance to let out all her frustration. After venting, she actually felt much better, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. She thought to herself, I've had enough of this job.
You.
Zhou Bapi was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Even though many employees disliked him, no one had ever dared to talk back to him like this. And the worst part was, he couldn't find a single thing to refute her with. His face turned pale as he glared at Xiaoling. What are you staring at? Xiaoling thought. You think your squinty eyes can compete with my big bright ones? She glared right back at him. Meeting's over. Xiaoling, come to my office in 10 minutes. Zhou Bapi forced himself to calm down and ended the meeting abruptly. Xiaoling, did you win the lottery or something? Back at the office, her colleague Pun Lily asked curiously. No, if I did, I'd move out right away so you couldn't find me to borrow money. Xiaoling joked, clearly in a good mood. Then what got into you today? How did you dare talk to Zhou Bapi like that? Peng Lily asked, puzzled. He just wouldn't stop picking on me. With the little salary I get, why should I let him treat me like that? Anyway, I'll tell you more later. I have to go to his office now. After such an unpleasant scene, Xiaoling had already decided to quit as soon as possible. She walked into Zhou Bapi's office and spoke first. Manager, I have something to say.
Good, I also have something to tell you, Zhou said.
Sit down and listen to me first. Hearing this, Xiaoling obediently sat down across from him. Zhou cleared his throat and said, I know you've been working overtime lately and feeling upset. I won't argue about what just happened, but tomorrow morning you must apologize in front of everyone. Otherwise, if everyone starts talking to me like that, how can I manage the team or earn their respect? Seeing that Xiaoling was about to speak, Zhou continued, I know you feel wronged. Here's the thing, this afternoon at 4:30, the company leaders want each department to present their plan for next quarter. How much funding our department gets depends on that meeting. You should prepare the plan, and I'll give you a chance to speak this afternoon so you can show your abilities in front of the leaders and other departments. Zhou's real intention was clear. Yesterday, he had called Xiaoling to ask her to prepare the plan, but she hadn't answered. This morning, he had deliberately called her out in front of everyone to vent his frustration. He hadn't expected her to talk back, embarrassing him in front of his team. If he could, Zhou would have fired Xiaoling on the spot for challenging him publicly. But the afternoon meeting was too important. Xiaoling was the most capable person in the department, and the plan would directly affect how much funding they received. Since money was involved, Zhou had no choice but to calm her down first and make sure she finished the plan. As for letting her actually speak in front of the senior leaders, he had no intention of allowing that. Zhou planned to take advantage of Xiaoling one last time. He had done this many times before. He had once managed many talented employees, but he always kept them from advancing. The longer they worked, the higher their salaries became, and since the department relied on creativity and fresh ideas, older employees were often pushed out. But Zhou never fired anyone directly. Doing so would mean paying large amounts in wages and compensation. Instead, he overloaded them with work, assigning them tasks beyond their duties. He constantly criticized them, made things difficult, and frequently changed their positions until they couldn't take it anymore and quit on their own. Xiaoling had been working at the company for a year, under manager Zhou for the same amount of time. When Zhou suddenly said he wanted to promote her, Xiaoling immediately understood what he was planning. He always pretended to offer a promotion to make people work harder, but once the job was done, he would turn against them, make things difficult, and force them to quit. Several former employees had warned Xiaoling about this, and now it seemed Zhou was about to use the same trick on her. Thinking about the regular meeting that afternoon, Xiaoling came up with an idea, but kept a cheerful and slightly nervous look on her face. But, manager, the meeting is this afternoon. I'm afraid I won't have enough time. I still have other tasks to finish. It's fine. Hand your current work over to Zhou Dan and Pun Lily. Focus all your energy on the proposal. Don't worry about anything else. And after that, she wouldn't need to worry about anything else either. Zhou looked at Xiaoling, feeling a bit regretful that she was so easy to manipulate. Xiaoling was quite capable. The projects she had done in recent months were all good, and he thought there was still more he could get out of her. But since she had argued with him that morning, he wasn't going to let her stay under his watch any longer. This proposal would be the last thing she did. After that, Zhou Dan and Peng Lili could take over all her work. Xiao Ling sneered inwardly. So, the truth was finally showing. If Zhou had just told her to leave, it would have been better. But now he wanted to trick her with false promises. Fine, if he was going to be unfair, she wouldn't hold back either. Xiaoling, how did it go? Manager Zhou didn't give you a hard time, did he? Peng Lili, who shared the same office, asked with concern. It's fine, don't worry, Xiaoling replied. As they spoke, Zhou Dan entered the office and said to Peng Lili, the manager asked you to take over Xiaoling's work. She has other things to handle. Peng Lili looked at Xiaoling in surprise. She had just said everything was fine, but now her work was being reassigned. It seemed Manager Zhou was trying to push her out again. What are you staring at? The manager wants to see you in her office. Hurry up, Zhou Dan said impatiently when she saw Peng Lili and Xiaoling exchanging looks. And you, Xiaoling, the manager told you to work on the proposal, not to chat. Why are you wasting time? As Zhou's niece, Zhou Dan knew exactly what he was planning. She didn't object. In fact, she fully supported it. Although Xiaoling worked in the same department as Zhou Dan, and Zhou Dan was a relative of the department manager, she had long been unhappy with Xiaoling for always stealing the spotlight. This time, the idea of letting Xiaoling prepare the proposal was actually pushed by Zhou Dan. The afternoon presentation had already been assigned to her, so Xiaoling's proposal would naturally become hers. That was why she was so anxious for Xiaoling to finish the work quickly. Xiaoling didn't argue with Zhou Dan. She calmly poured herself some tea and looked at a message from Peng Lili on WeChat. Xiaoling, the manager told me to take over all your tasks. I already have extra work from someone who left, and now they're adding more. I've been running around all day and probably won't finish before evening. They really treat me like a machine. This job is exhausting, but you were amazing this morning. I wish I could stand up to the manager like you did. You were so cool. After praising Xiaoling, Peng Lili asked curiously, Xiaoling, did you finally get the government job? Did you pass both the interview and the medical check? Peng Lili knew Xiaoling had been preparing for the civil service exam. Last time, she heard Xiaoling had ranked first in the written test, but she hadn't asked more since then. Judging by Xiaoling's mood today, it seemed she had succeeded. You have to treat me to a meal. I'm not asking for much, just a seafood dinner at the restaurant across from the company. Xiaoling had worked with Peng Lili for a year and thought she was a good person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told her about the exam. She typed back her plan on her phone. Oh my, Xiaoling, you're amazing. I can't believe you came up with such a clever idea. You're right to do this. Zhou Dan thinks no one knows what's going on, but other departments already announced the meeting schedule. Only ours is keeping it secret. Everyone can see what that uncle and niece are up to. Zhou Dan doesn't have the ability, and no matter how much the manager favors her, it won't help. They just use underhanded tricks. You have to stand up for the rest of us. Xiaoling, show them what you can do. Xiaoling happily chatted with Peng Lili, but Zhou Dan, who shared the same office, was getting annoyed. Xiaoling, if you don't want to do the proposal, just say so. I'll tell the manager right now. Don't just sit there doing nothing. Is this your attitude toward work? Don't think I didn't see you playing on your phone. Why are you so worried about my proposal? Xiaoling replied calmly. It's not like it's going to be yours, is it? If it's about the proposal, I can do it myself. Why would I need yours? I'm only reminding you because the manager gave you a rare chance. If you mess it up this afternoon, it's not just your embarrassment. It reflects on our whole department. As a team member, isn't it normal for me to care? Zhou Dan's words came out quickly, leaving Xiaoling speechless. Xiaoling gave a faint, unreadable smile. But you're seriously affecting my progress in this office. I have to work on the proposal while worrying that you might copy my ideas. How can I do a good job like that? Don't accuse me without proof. When have I ever copied your ideas?
Zhou Dan denied firmly.
Oh, really? What about the annual meeting last time, the New Year's event before that, and the National Day project before that? Xiao Ling remembered everything clearly and listed them one by one. That never happened. I don't want to argue with you. You think I'm in your way, right? Fine, I'll leave. You can write it yourself. Zhou Dan, unable to win the argument, grabbed her bag angrily and stormed out.
She didn't go far, though.
She went straight to her uncle's office, closed the door, and spoke quietly while he was watching videos of pretty women. Uncle, once Xiao Ling finishes her proposal this afternoon, you should fire her right away. Just seeing her makes me upset. Her uncle quickly saved the video and replied carelessly, firing her immediately isn't possible. That would increase the department's costs. If you want someone gone, your uncle here has plenty of experience. I've been keeping her around because she's still useful. But if I really wanted to make things hard for her, a young newcomer like her wouldn't last long. She might quit on her own in a few days, or even this afternoon if she gets upset. It's almost the end of the month, so we'd even save a month's salary. Then I'll hold on for now. You don't know how proud she looks in the office.
She even said she has to guard against me.
For the sake of this afternoon's meeting, I'll put up with it. Zhou Dan sat down casually, continuing to complain. Although her uncle was stingy, he knew how to handle things properly. He said, if she's being cautious around you, then don't bother her. Let her work alone in the office. The proposal is due soon, and she might not even have time for lunch. Also, don't let Peng Lily handle all the work by herself. If Xiao Ling leaves, we need to keep Peng Lily stable for now. Later, if we find someone better, we can let Peng Lily go too. She's been here too long and isn't very productive anymore. Unlike Zhou Bapi, who believed in working hard without rest, Xiao Ling had a different idea. After learning that Peng Lily wouldn't return and Zhou Dan had left angrily, she locked the office door behind her. She had barely slept the night before, and after a busy morning at work, she was already exhausted. Now that no one was around, the best thing to do was to pull out the folding bed and take a nap, instead of pretending to work hard like Zhou Bapi and his nephew. Xiao Ling, why did you lock the door? Are you done yet? Zhou Dan's slightly anxious voice came from outside the office. What's the rush? There are still 2 hours left, right? It can't be done that fast. Xiao Ling woke up from her nap, listening to Zhou Dan's complaints outside. She glanced at her phone. It was only 2:30. She put it down and went back to sleep. What do you mean 2 hours? The meeting starts at 4:30. Don't we need to prepare first? This is a company-wide meeting, not something you can handle like this morning. Zhou Dan refused to give up. Prepare for what? I know my own plan better than anyone. I can present it without notes. Xiao Ling knew exactly what Zhou Dan meant by preparation. She just wanted to get the plan early to read through it so she wouldn't stumble over any difficult words during the presentation. It was said that Zhou Bapi had once made that mistake himself. After that, he learned to review the plan or speech in advance. Zhou Dan, being from the same family, had inherited that cautious nature. But caution alone wasn't enough. Xiao Ling kept saying the plan wasn't ready, so Zhou Dan had no chance to see it. An hour later, Xiao Ling, are you done yet? People are already heading to the meeting room. How much longer will you take? Zhou Dan called out again from outside. Almost done, just a little more. I'll be ready soon. Xiao Ling had already packed up the folding bed. She took out some milk tea and instant noodles from the cabinet, eating and drinking leisurely while occasionally typing on the keyboard. Almost done? Then, at least open the door.
Zhou Dan shouted in frustration.
Xiao Ling was clearly doing this on purpose. Stop rushing me. I told you I'm almost done. You keep pushing, and now I've lost my train of thought. I'll have to redo the last part again. Can you please stop interfering? I said I'd finish it before the meeting, and I will. If I can't, it's my problem, not yours. Why are you so worried? Xiao Ling stretched lazily and continued to brush off Zhou Dan's impatience. Zhou Dan was left speechless. She couldn't decide whether to keep urging or stay quiet. Hearing the noise, Manager Zhou knocked on the office door. Xiao Ling, what's going on? Still not done? If you can't hand in your plan soon, I'll just use Zhou Dan's version. Zhou Dan hadn't actually prepared anything, but she quickly played along. That's right, Xiao Ling. You don't seem to value this chance. If the manager gives it to me instead, don't be upset later or say I got it through connections. You're the one wasting your opportunity. Xiao Ling sneered as she watched the uncle and niece act out their little performance. Fine, if they wanted to act, she could play along too.
How can you say that?
We agreed that I'd be the one to present. It's not even time yet. I just want to make it perfect so our department can earn more recognition. Manager, please wait a little longer. It'll be ready soon. Hearing this, Manager Zhou smiled proudly at Zhou Dan.
See?
Young people like Xiao Ling always give in with a little pressure. He whispered to Zhou Dan, let her keep working on it if she wants it perfect. In the end, we'll be the ones who benefit.
Give her some time.
She'll show up when it's time to present. As for you, when you're on stage later, take your time and stay alert.
Yo dan no det.
She wanted the file as soon as possible, but if waiting meant a better result, it was worth it. Just as her uncle said, if she slowed things down during the presentation, she'd have more time to adjust. After attending several meetings with him, she had learned how to handle the situation. Finally, they stopped rushing her. Xiao Ling tidied up the snack wrappers, turned on her computer, and got to work. This was the special gift she had prepared for the uncle and niece. She wanted it to be flawless. After all, they had been scheming against her long enough. Later, in a corner outside the meeting room, Manager Zhou took the USB drive from a breathless Xiao Ling and scolded her in a low voice. What took you so long? Look at the situation now. Our department is about to go on stage, and you've only just finished the plan. You knew we were presenting, yet you didn't even tidy yourself up. You look plain, and your clothes aren't formal. That's not showing basic respect to the audience or your colleagues. Forget it, I didn't expect much from you anyway. Look at Zhou Dan. Always well prepared. Opportunities are for those who get ready. This time, I'll let Zhou Dan present for you. Go back to the office and think about your mistakes. Only someone like Zhou Bapi could make taking credit for someone else's work sound so righteous. Even though Xiao Ling had prepared well, she was still shocked by Zhou Bapi's shamelessness. She said sarcastically, so by your logic, I should thank Zhou Dan then? Zhou Dan took the USB drive from Zhou Bapi and said proudly, no need to thank me. I just like helping others. With that, Zhou Dan strutted into the meeting room in her high heels. Well, you can't blame anyone else this time. You missed your chance. Go now. We'll talk after the meeting, Zhou Bapi said, worried that Xiao Ling might cause a scene in front of the leaders. Fuming, Xiao Ling went downstairs. She wanted to stay and watch the show, but Zhou Bapi clearly wouldn't let her. She didn't bother arguing. Anyway, the company was streaming the meeting live, so she could watch it from there. Back in the office, her co-workers were angry and gathered around her. Xiao Ling, did Zhou Bapi really let Zhou Dan use your plan? This is too much. He acts like the department belongs to him. Xiao Ling, do you have a backup plan? Maybe you hid something clever in the proposal? Without Zhou Bapi and his informant Zhou Dan around, the office buzzed with chatter. Xiao Ling smiled mysteriously. Just watch the live stream. You'll see soon enough. Her co-workers, curious about her confidence, quickly opened the live stream. They knew Xiao Ling wasn't someone easy to push around. As they watched Zhou Dan and Zhou Bapi take the stage, someone muttered, "You're amazing, Xiao Ling. Those two are really shameless." Serves them right, they're a perfect pair of troublemakers. The camera in the live stream focused on the center of the presentation slide. In the middle was an unpleasant image, with two cartoon figures, a man and a woman, on each side, smiling as they reached toward it. Standing in front of the slide, Zhou Dan and Zhou Hapi turned to look at it, and for a moment, it almost looked as if they were staring at it with interest. Xiao Ling quickly took a screenshot of the scene and saved it like a treasure, wondering if the surprise would please the uncle and nephew. Although the live stream soon cut away and the screen went black for a while, Xiao Ling could still faintly hear the company's senior leader angrily scolding Zhou Hapi. She thought that now that the leader had noticed their department situation, Zhou Hapi would no longer be able to do whatever he wanted. Maybe.
Probably.
Hopefully. Xiao Ling Zhou Hapi had just been harshly reprimanded by his boss. When he heard that a deputy manager would be assigned to help him with his work, He felt sick. That wasn't a helper, it was someone sent to keep an eye on him. As soon as he returned to the department, he went straight to find Xiaoling, the one he blamed for everything. What are you all standing around for? Nothing to do? Tasks all finished? Do you think you can just do whatever you want now? Xiaoling, if you didn't want to work here, you could have said so earlier. Do you really think quitting means you can just walk away after what you did today? I'm telling you, Xiaoling, don't even dream about it. I've been in this industry for 20 years, I know plenty of people. Do you believe I can make sure you never work in this field again? Xiaoling gave a cold smile. Oh, I believe you. Of course I do. You, Zhou Heipi, cunning, shameless, greedy, selfish, and mean-spirited. Go ahead, try to ruin my career. Let's see if I'm afraid of you. And don't pretend you don't know why this happened today. I came this morning to resign, but you tried to trick me into staying with empty promises. You think you and your nephew are the only smart ones in the department? The meeting list was already posted on the notice board. You tried to fool me, so don't blame me for fighting back. You started it, I'm just finishing it. Xiaoling threw her resignation letter onto his desk. I still have a few days of leave left. After that, I'll officially resign at the end of the month. I expect my salary to be paid on time. Zhou Hai shouted angrily. You still want her salary? Keep dreaming. Xiaoling gave a cold laugh.
No salary?
Fine. Do you know why I'm so confident talking to you like this? Guess where I work? The Labor Bureau, the Justice Bureau, or maybe the Tax Bureau. Do you really have the nerve not to pay me? Life is long. We'll meet again someday. After scaring Zhou Bapi a bit, Xiaoling left a message for her colleagues and walked away gracefully. Xiaoling, you're amazing. If you were a man, I'd marry you right now, you're just too cool. You didn't see Zhou Bapi's face after you left. Red, then white, then green, like a color palette. He even lost his temper at us. And guess what? The new deputy manager just arrived. It's that strict lady from the inspection department. Now Zhou Bapi is really panicking. He's taken advantage of his position for personal gain before, so this time he's in serious trouble. As soon as Xiaoling got back to her rented apartment, Punlili called, talking nonstop. You must be happy now. With a new manager taking charge, you can hand your work back to Zhou Dan and go home early to spend time with your little one. Xiaoling was truly happy for her colleagues. Luckily, the higher-ups had sent someone new. Otherwise, she would have worried that her leaving would make Punlili's workload even heavier. Punlili had a 3-year-old child and hadn't had much time to care for them this past year. Zhou Bapi had taken advantage of Punlili's situation, knowing she wouldn't dare quit easily, and kept piling work on her. Even without Xiaoling's tasks, Punlili already had her own work, plus that of a previous employee who had quit, and most of Zhou Dan's duties too. Xiaoling often felt sorry for her. But there was nothing to be done. As long as Punlili wanted to keep her job, she had no choice but to endure it quietly. I've already talked to the new deputy manager, Punlili said sincerely. She said she'll look into it, and if the workload is really unfair, she'll make adjustments. Xiaoling, thank you. If you hadn't stood up today, I don't know how much longer I could have held on.
Come on, don't say that.
We're friends. When I first joined the company, you helped me a lot too. Punlili was so happy that the call lasted half an hour. It only ended when her child came looking for her. It was clear she was truly relieved and hopeful about the new leadership. The new leader's abilities had nothing to do with Xiaoling anymore. The last thing she said to Zhou Bapi was just to scare him. Whether Zhou Bapi believed her or not didn't matter. It was only 1 month's salary, and if he really refused to pay, Xiaoling didn't have the time or energy to argue about it. As for his threat to ruin her reputation in the industry, Xiaoling cared even less. First, it wasn't clear if he even had that kind of power. Second, she had no plans to work for anyone else again, so he couldn't affect her anyway. Xiaoling's decision to stop working wasn't just talk. First, her first job had been a terrible experience. She hadn't learned much, and the constant office politics had left her exhausted. Second, she had lung cancer and didn't know how much time she had left. She didn't want to waste her remaining energy on work. Third, there was the matter of the little gourd. It was like a special gift, and Xiaoling wanted to spend more time studying it to see what it could really do. When she came home that night, she noticed that the gourd had water in it again. She had emptied it completely in the morning, but after a day, it had refilled itself. Xiaoling couldn't figure out where the water came from, but she didn't waste it. Since it could help her tomatoes grow faster and taste better, it was clearly something special. She wondered if the water might be like the magical spring water in stories that could heal any illness. Hoping it might help her lung cancer, Xiaoling mixed a little of the gourd's water with warm water and drank it. She waited quietly. The tomato seedlings hadn't shown results right away either. She imagined that, like the heroes in novels, she might be cleansed of all toxins, her illness cured, her skin glowing, and her strength rapidly increasing. A minute passed, then half an hour, then 2 hours. By midnight, nothing had happened. She had even filled the bathtub, ready to wash away the impurities after her imagined transformation. But it seemed the gourd's water had no effect on her. Instead, the tomato plant that had absorbed the leftover water showed another amazing change. It was still in the same small pot, but the fruits it bore were now crystal clear and shining, as if made of glass, bright and beautiful. She picked one and tasted it lightly. The flavor seemed even better now. Zhou wasn't sure if it was just her imagination or if the water she drank earlier had some effect, but the whole room felt fresher and her body more relaxed. Could it be that the water from the little gourd only worked on plants and had no special effect on people? Would plants watered with gourd water have unique properties? There were no other plants around for her to test. This small rented apartment really wasn't convenient. Rubbing the jade gourd in her hand, she thought of her late grandfather. Since he had said she was born with spiritual energy and gave her this jade gourd, maybe he wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps there were records about the gourd back in her hometown. It seemed necessary to make a trip back to the countryside. Miss Zhou, both test results show that you have early-stage lung cancer. With timely treatment, the survival rate is still very high. The same hospital, the same doctor, and the same painful words. What kind of treatment? Surgery? Chemotherapy? Hearing the doctor's words, Zhou realized that the gourd water had no effect on her illness after all. Of course, cancer was called cancer because it was hard to cure. How could something like gourd water solve it so easily? The main treatment now is surgery to remove the tumor, followed by chemotherapy, the doctor explained honestly. Is there no other way? Maybe traditional medicine or herbal therapy. I've heard that some people improved that way. Zhou had seen people go through surgery and chemotherapy. It was too painful.
She didn't want to suffer like that.
Miss Zhou, we practice Western medicine here, and surgery is currently the most effective method. After surgery and chemotherapy, you can consider traditional medicine for recovery, the doctor suggested.
I see.
I'll think about it. Doctor, I only found out during a checkup and don't feel any discomfort yet. If I delay treatment for a while, will it get worse? How long can I live like this? She knew she had to get treated, but she wanted to return to her hometown first to see if she could find something useful before deciding. My advice is to start treatment as soon as possible. You're still in the early stage, and early treatment gives the best chance. The longer you wait, the harder it becomes. Is there something making it difficult for you? The doctor asked patiently. No, I just have a few things to take care of, doctor. I'll come back as soon as I'm done. It won't take long. Thank you. Xiaoling said goodbye to the doctor, holding the report in her hand. She left the hospital in a hurry, sent a short message to her family, and bought a ticket to return to her hometown. Her hometown was in Yinshan Village, Qingshi Town, Sea City, not too far from where she lived now. But because the village was in a remote area and the roads were rough, the trip still took quite a bit of time. Usually, she only went back during the Qingming festival or the New Year. Other times, she rarely returned. This time, Xiaoling didn't plan to stay long. She packed a few things in her rented room and set off for home. Just as she got on the rural bus, her mother called. Xiaoling, why did you go back to the village without saying anything? I told you to come home and apologize to your sister-in-law when you had time, but you didn't. Are you ignoring me? What's going on with you lately? Xiaoling had already thought things through these past few days and didn't want to argue. It's nothing. The Qingming festival is coming soon, and I have some free time, so I'm going back early to visit Grandpa and Grandma's graves. Hearing that Xiaoling wasn't talking back, her mother's tone softened. All right then, it's nothing. The Qingming festival is coming soon, and I have some free time, so I'm going back early to visit Grandpa and Grandma's graves. Hearing that Xiaoling wasn't talking back, her mother's tone softened. All right then. Your brother and sister-in-law are busy these days, and we might not have time to go. Your grandpa loved you so much when the two often had disagreements and raised voices, but her mother didn't take their last argument too seriously. She just thought Xiaoling had upset her sister-in-law and wanted her to make peace. Apologizing wasn't something Xiaoling planned to do. She didn't think she was wrong. But she didn't want to argue anymore, so she said casually, all right, whatever you say. I'm on the bus now. It's noisy. I'll hang up.
Bye.
Family members often have their share of conflicts, and Xiaoling had been reflecting on that. Before, when her brother and sister-in-law lived separately with their child, things were easier. Her mother or sister-in-law's mother would help take care of the baby, and everyone got along fine. This time, since they were all living together again, the closeness had turned into tension, and conflicts naturally followed. However, Xiaoling didn't think she was wrong. Everyone had their own point of view. She wasn't married yet, but her family already seemed to have no place for her, let alone in the future. Her family's attitude made her feel disappointed. Since she couldn't get along well with them, she decided to keep some distance. Unless it was necessary, she would go home as little as possible. Her mother didn't realize that a single room had caused her daughter to feel distant from the family. In the older generation's eyes, sons were the ones who carried on the family name and inheritance. The idea that everything in the house belonged to the son was deeply rooted. When there weren't enough rooms, and since Xiaoling didn't come home often, her mother thought it was natural to give her room to someone else. But to the young and proud Xiaoling, this act made her feel like she was being pushed out of her own home, treated like an outsider. Her belongings were stuffed into corners, and whenever she came back, she had to tidy up the study just to stay one night. Because of this, she decided she would only return home if absolutely necessary. Everyone had their own reasons and thoughts. Family matters were always complicated and hard to judge. While lost in thought, Xiaoling had already gotten off the bus at Qingshe town. But that didn't mean she had reached her hometown yet. Her village was truly remote. Although a country road had been built, the distance was long and few people lived there, so even the rural buses didn't go that far. If villagers wanted to buy things in town, they either rode a motorcycle or caught a ride with someone else. It was quite inconvenient. For people like Xiaoling who needed to return to the village, there were still a few motorcycles waiting at the roadside. She spotted a familiar-looking old man and asked, "Grandpa, are you going to Inshan village? How much is it?" The old man sitting beside his motorcycle put down his cards and stood up quickly. "Of course. You look familiar, young lady. Going back to your hometown? We're all from nearby villages, so I won't overcharge you. 10 yuan, and we can leave right away if that's fine." These motorcycle drivers didn't get many passengers. Most of them were middle-aged or elderly villagers. Since they were too old to work on construction sites, they farmed a little and earned some extra money, giving people rides. Xiaoling had come back during the New Year before, so she knew the usual price. It was fair. She pulled her suitcase and got onto the motorcycle the old man pointed to. "All right, thank you, sir." She got on the two-wheeler, the wind rushing past her ears. Xiaoling hadn't expected the driver, though old, to have such a young heart. He drove fast, nothing like the calm man he appeared to be. "Master, please slow down."
Don't worry, miss.
"I've been driving this two-wheeler for years and never dropped a passenger. Your Inshan village is deep inside. If I don't go fast, I won't make it home in time for dinner. I see you bought paper money and candles. Are you here to visit your ancestors' graves?" "Yes, I came back to pay respects to my grandparents." "Master, how many passengers do you usually get in a day?" "You're a good child. My own son is too lazy to come back to honor his elders. He just sends money and lets us old folks handle it. This year, it's just the two of us again." As for passengers, I've never really counted, but not many. Around the Qingming festival, there are a few more, but never more than 10 a day. There aren't many people left here. Those who have some means have already bought houses in the city and moved away. The countryside is getting emptier. Oh, Xiaoling, you're back too? As soon as Xiaoling got off the bike, she ran into Aunt Zhou from next door and greeted her with a smile. Yes, I came back to visit my grandparents' graves. Hello, Aunt Zhou. Has anyone else come back? Zhou Chunhua walked closer and lowered her voice. Your cousin Xiao Yu came back with her child. You probably don't know. She's going through a divorce. I heard she stayed at Xiao Feng's house in the city for a while, but his wife wasn't happy about it, so she moved back to the village. Zhou Chunhua meant well. The two cousins had never gotten along because of their grandfather's favoritism. Having watched Xiaoling grow up, Zhou Chunhua naturally cared more for her and didn't want her to run into trouble. Xiaoling took a workbook from her bag and handed it to Zhou Chunhua. All right, Aunt Zhou, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. These are the latest mock exams and prediction papers from the Provincial Experimental High School. Please give them to Lekong and see if he needs them. Aunt Zhou accepted them happily.
Of course he'll need them.
I heard that school's mock exams have predicted the big questions and essays for several years in a row. Lekong was just saying he wanted to get a few sets to study, but his parents couldn't manage it. It's great that you brought these. When he comes back, I'll make sure he thanks you properly. Xiaoling pulled her suitcase and said goodbye to Aunt Zhou. Don't thank me, Aunt Zhou said. You ate so many of my peach blossom cakes when you were little. This is nothing. If you really want to thank me, let Lekong treat me to a nice meal when he gets into a good university. That made Aunt Zhou happy.
All right.
When he gets in, I'll make sure he treats you to a good meal. Xiaoling went to the house her parents had built in the countryside, took the key to the mountain house, and left. After what happened in the city, she didn't plan to stay in her parents' house. She hadn't even stayed 2 days before she was asked to move out. The city wasn't her home, and neither was the countryside. Luckily, her grandfather had always favored her. Before he passed away, he made a will, leaving everything on the mountain to Xiaoling. The old house on the mountain was now her real home. Her grandfather was well known in the area, not because he was especially talented or rich, but because he lived freely and did things his own way. When he was young, he made quite a bit of money. But just when his career was taking off, he suddenly gave it all up, returned to Inshan village, and built a small temple in the back mountain to study the way of life and nature. He and Xiaoling's grandmother argued about it many times, but it didn't change his mind. He insisted on following his own path. Even when his hair turned gray, he hadn't found any great truth. Xiaoling's grandmother thought he would finally settle down, but he didn't. Instead, he spent a large sum of money to lease nearly 200 acres of forest near the temple, saying he wanted to create a peach blossom formation. That made her grandmother furious. Xiaoling was still young then, but she remembered that it was the most heated argument between her grandparents. Even after both of them passed away, the peach blossom formation never amounted to anything. Although her grandfather gave up his business after returning home, he still received a good amount of dividends every year. After spending some of it on the back mountain, there was still plenty left. Before he died, he divided the remaining money among his children, but he left the back mountain only to Xiaoling. Because of that, his children argued and didn't speak to each other for a year or two. As a child, Xiaoling didn't understand why her family treated each other so coldly. The land on the back mountain, though her grandfather had spent a lot of money and effort on it, was useless and brought no profit. She couldn't see what was worth fighting over. When she was in high school, her sister-in-law married into the family and, after learning about the back mountain, suggested helping the family lease it out to earn some tuition money for her. At that time, Xiaoling didn't think much of it. Her grandfather had secretly left her some money and told her not to tell anyone. Since she had her own savings and didn't want anyone to damage what her loving grandfather had left behind, she refused her sister-in-law's suggestion. Back then, Xiaoling wasn't good at reading people's intentions, and since her parents also disagreed, the matter was dropped. Now, looking back, Xiaoling realized that many things had shown signs early on. If she had agreed back then, even the one thing that truly belonged to her might have been lost. The house on the mountain wasn't really a temple, it was just a larger home, about 10 rooms in total. There was a scripture hall, which was basically a study filled with books her grandfather had collected. The meditation room was like a living room, only with floor cushions and a few unknown paintings. The practice room, as her grandmother used to say, was just a place for the grandchildren to play. Even she couldn't win a mock fight there, so there wasn't much training going on. Pulling her suitcase along the road, Xiaoling hardly met anyone. Few people stayed in the countryside anymore. Most of the young adults had gone to work in the cities, leaving behind mostly the elderly and children. It was normal not to see anyone on the way to the back mountain. That land had been her grandfather's and now belonged to her. The villagers rarely came there. Her grandfather had been well off and had paved the road from the village to the mountain, so it didn't take her long to reach the house. No one had lived there since her grandfather passed away. Her mother sometimes came to clean, but an empty house decays quickly and smelled of dampness. Still, Xiaoling didn't mind. Only now did she realize how important it was to have a place of her own. Otherwise, she was always living under someone else's roof. She had money, and if not for her illness, she would have bought her own home long ago. She used to think living with family meant closeness, but now she knew that was just an illusion. Now that she had lung cancer, she didn't know how much treatment would cost or how long she had left. She didn't want to waste her money on a house she might never live in. If she was going to die, she'd rather spend every last bit of her money before that happened. These are all folk novels, nothing really useful. Xiaoling searched through all the books her grandfather had stored in the scripture room, but found nothing about the jade gourd. Where had her grandfather gotten it from? Puzzled and unwilling to give up, she searched every room, even the kitchen and bathroom, but still found no clue about the gourd's origin. Was there really no lead at all? Exhausted, Xiaoling slumped down in the training room. The place looked more like a child's play area, and because of her grandfather's favoritism, she had spent the most time here as a child. Her other cousins rarely came here, but her grandfather often brought her to play in this room. Maybe to others, her grandfather wasn't a good husband, father, or grandfather. But to Xiaoling, he was the best elder she had ever had, better even than her own parents. People said that after she was weaned, her grandfather had taken care of her until she started kindergarten. Sitting in the room filled with traces of her grandfather, Xiaoling felt the wave of longing wash over her. If only he were still here. The back mountain was far from the road, and the night was very quiet. After a long day of travel, Xiaoling fell asleep almost as soon as she lay down. In the middle of the night, the gourd hanging around her neck mysteriously slipped off the red string. It floated gently toward the red mole between her eyebrows, as if trying to draw something from it. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get what it wanted. The little gourd then turned its attention to Xiaoling's suitcase. It hopped over and nudged the lid open. The suitcase hadn't been fully closed earlier. It moved close to the small tomato plant inside and began to absorb the faint energy coming from it, looking quite pleased. The noise woke Xiaoling. She watched the gourd curiously. What was so special about that tomato plant? She had bought several of them online, but all the others had withered. Only this one survived. It didn't seem unusual, except that she had watered it with the liquid from the gourd. After that, it had bloomed and borne fruit quickly, growing lush and vibrant, almost like the magical fruits shown on TV. Magical fruit? Xiaoling was stunned. Could this tomato be a spiritual fruit? Did the water from the little gourd cause it to transform? It didn't seem impossible. The tomatoes it produced were unlike ordinary ones, fragrant, sweet, and made her feel refreshed after eating them. The more Xiaoling thought about it, the more reasonable her guess seemed. Maybe the water inside the little gourd couldn't directly strengthen the body, but it could nurture extraordinary fruits. If she kept eating them, perhaps her cancer could be cured without surgery or chemotherapy. Of course, this was only a guess. She would need to observe further. Right now, Xiaoling was more curious about why the little gourd always jumped toward the red mark on her forehead and why it went to her suitcase to find the tomato plant. Was there a connection between the two? And what about the water inside the gourd that appeared and disappeared? What secret did it hold? After the gourd touched the tomato plant, its color became even greener, as if it had absorbed something. Xiao Ling frowned. Wait, absorb something? If her earlier guess was right, and the tomato was a spiritual fruit, then it would naturally release spiritual energy. Could the gourd be absorbing that energy? She got out of bed and opened her suitcase. The little gourd was pressed right against the tomato plant, looking very much like it was drawing in the energy it gave off. If that wasn't spiritual energy, what else could it be? Xiao Ling picked up the gourd. It resisted slightly. Did it actually have a will of its own? She held it firmly, brought it close to her face, and muttered softly, "If you really have a mind of your own, tell me where you came from. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never touch my forehead or that tomato plant again. I'll lock you in a safe and sink you to the bottom of the sea." It moved. The gourd actually moved. It seemed it only reacted when provoked. Xiao Ling followed it as it rolled and bounced its way to the scripture pavilion. Again? Xiao Ling was puzzled. She had already searched that place thoroughly. Could she have missed something? The gourd hopped around the pavilion, then headed toward the training room. Was it there? As she wondered, the gourd bounced off toward the dining room, the kitchen, and even the bathroom. Was it playing with her? Xiao Ling followed little gourd angrily. Other than the room where she had just been sleeping, there were no more clues here. If she couldn't find anything in this room, she would stop searching. Was little gourd really trying to get back at her for threatening it earlier?
Huh.
Little gourd stopped in front of the incense burner. Xiao Ling quickly walked over. Could it be related to the incense burner? Was she supposed to offer incense to their ancestor first? But she had never seen her grandfather do that before. Who exactly was their ancestor, and to whom should she offer incense? As she was thinking about finding some incense, little gourd started hopping around the base of the burner. It seemed like something was hidden underneath. Xiao Ling carefully lifted the incense burner and, sure enough, found a small, yellowed booklet pressed beneath it. She eagerly opened it, only to find the pages blank. As if sensing her confusion, little gourd tilted its mouth toward the booklet and dripped a few drops of water onto it. Miraculously, words began to appear on the once empty pages. Having completed its task, little gourd ignored Xiao Ling and hopped back to the tomato plant, staying there quietly. An hour later, Xiao Ling held little gourd in her hands like a precious treasure. It truly was something special. From what she had just read in the booklet, this gourd had been passed down through generations of the Qiao family. Their ancestor, a person of great ability, had brought it back from a secret realm. Just as Xiao Ling had guessed, the jade gourd could absorb spiritual energy and produce spiritual spring water. The spring water didn't directly benefit people, but it could nourish plants, turning them into spiritual plants. These plants, in turn, produced spiritual energy that fed back into the gourd, allowing it to create more spring water. This cycle had once brought great honor to the Qiao family. However, for reasons unknown, a great catastrophe struck the earth. Over time, spiritual energy faded away. Those who sought immortality could no longer advance. Ancient teachings were lost, and the world gradually entered an age without spiritual cultivation. The practitioners of old disappeared into history. Although the Qiao family still had the jade gourd that could generate spiritual energy, it became a source of disaster. Treasure invites trouble. The family was destroyed because of it, and only one child, who knew nothing about cultivation, managed to escape with the gourd. Unable to cultivate, the child couldn't use the gourd's power. Frightened and alone, the surviving ancestor dared not seek help. Instead, they gathered what knowledge they could and recorded the gourd's secrets, leaving them for a future descendant who might one day have the right destiny to use it again. He waited for thousands of years. Seas dried up, stones crumbled, and the world changed completely. Spiritual energy disappeared, and no one could cultivate anymore. Even the things left behind by the Qiao family's ancestors were forgotten, until Xiao Ling's grandfather discovered the jade gourd. The jade gourd had its own consciousness, but after being silent for thousands of years, only a faint trace of awareness remained. Without spiritual energy to sustain it, the gourd was close to fading away. Xiaoling's grandfather was the first person in the Qiao family with cultivation talent that the jade gourd had seen in ages. The little gourd used the last of its power to release a single drop of spiritual spring water, wetting the ancient book left by the ancestors. This allowed Xiaoling's grandfather to see the faint writing on its pages and catch a glimpse of a path to immortality. But that was all. One drop of spiritual water could not reveal much. Without techniques, energy, or guidance, Xiaoling's grandfather spent most of his life trying, yet gained nothing. When Xiaoling was born, the red mark on her forehead was even larger than it is now, about the size of a soybean. On a baby's small face, it was very noticeable. Seeing that mark, Xiaoling's grandfather remembered the description in the old book of the most gifted ancestor of the Qiao family, who also had a red mark on the forehead and once led the family to greatness. From then on, he cherished Xiaoling deeply. The more Xiaoling studied the ancestral book, the more confused she became. It was said to have been passed down for thousands of years, yet recorded history only went back 3,000. What kind of great disaster could have caused such a break? Did other families have similar legacies? Were there still cultivators in the world? Xiaoling could not find the answer. Even though her family had a heritage, it seemed useless now. The book recorded that once the jade gourd lost its source of spiritual energy, it would gradually wither and finally vanish. When it met Xiaoling's grandfather, the gourd had already given everything it had, just to let him see the writings of their ancestors. After that, the gourd that had accompanied the Qiao family for thousands of years was gone. The one that existed now was a new gourd, grown from the remains of the old one. The remains had nourished the new gourd for decades, but all the spiritual energy had long since faded. If it could not absorb new energy soon, it too would follow the same path, disappearing completely into the river of time. What Xiaoling didn't know was that the little gourd had revived by absorbing the spiritual energy that came from her forehead. Although Xiaoling had never practiced cultivation, she was born with a natural talent for it, which allowed her body to resist illness on its own. When she fell ill with cancer, the high fever and emotional stress triggered her body's defense mechanism. During this process, her life essence was consumed, and the spiritual energy released from her forehead was absorbed by the little gourd. That was how things ended up as they were now. From the old book's description, Xiaoling learned about the gourd's current abilities. However, the gourd's power was far weaker than she had imagined. The water inside it was not true spiritual spring water, and the potted tomato plant was not a spiritual fruit. The faint energy it gave off was only a heavily diluted mix of spiritual spring, plants, and energy. Although it had some special effects, it was far from what Xiaoling had hoped for. "Xiaoling, Lingling, are you there?" Aunt Zhou's loud voice called from outside early in the morning. "Aunt Zhou, what is it?" Xiaoling asked sleepily as she stepped outside. "Oh, Lingling, you really are here. I didn't notice last night, but when I saw your house locked this morning, I thought you might have come to the back mountain. No one's lived here for years. There's nothing here. Come stay at my place," Aunt Zhou said. "Aunt Zhou, I have everything I need here, blankets and all. It's not inconvenient. I just need to tidy up a bit," Xiaoling replied. "Everything? This place hasn't been lived in for years. It can't be that clean. Even if you're eating instant noodles, you still need clean water. The well here hasn't been used in ages. It's not safe. Come on, have breakfast at my house." "You can't just eat biscuits and noodles this early in the morning," Aunt Zhou said as she stepped inside, saw the biscuits and instant noodles on the table, gave Xiaoling a half-scolding look, and pulled her along to her home. Unable to resist Aunt Zhou's warmth, Xiaoling joined her for a hearty breakfast. "Aunt Zhou, your cooking is amazing. These peach blossom cakes could be sold in a shop," Xiaoling said, full of praise as she ate the cakes Aunt Zhou had made especially for her. "If you like them, eat more. Homemade food can't compare to store-bought, but if you enjoy it, I'll make some for you to take home. It's no trouble. The peach blossoms are in full bloom now, so it's the perfect time to enjoy them," Aunt Zhou said with a bright smile, happily urging Xiaoling to eat more. "Really, Aunt Zhou, homemade things are the best, clean and hygienic." The stuff sold in markets might have added ingredients, and the taste isn't authentic. Aunt Joe, when you have free time, you should try making more and sell them at the market.
Yu Ling sincerely praised her.
Zhou Ling has eaten many kinds of pastries, but Aunt Joe's peach blossom pastry is especially delicious. The unique fragrance of peach blossoms mixed with crispy, sweet flavor is amazing. All right, I'll try when I get the chance, Aunt Joe happily agreed, not taking it seriously. She made her peach blossom pastries herself, just for fun. If people liked them, that was good. Lingling is a kind girl, just trying to make her old wife happy. After breakfast, Zhou Ling hurried back to the back mountain to pack her things. Last night, she found her ancestors' handwriting, so she decided to stay in Hidden Mountain Village for a while. Besides detailed notes about gourds, her ancestors also left some exercises and medicine recipes. These were collected over generations. They weren't considered very valuable before, just simple breathing exercises and health tonics suitable for ordinary people. Since she wanted to strengthen her body, these things were just what she needed. Plus, the small gourd works on plants, and there are plenty of plants in the mountains. Almost 200 acres of forest land behind Hidden Mountain Village belong to Zhou Ling. She can do whatever she wants there without worrying about others noticing. Since she decided to stay in the mountains for a while, she needed to fix up her place. The house at the back has been empty since her grandparents passed away a few years ago. As Aunt Joe said, if she didn't tidy it up, no one could live there. Zhou Ling took a walk to the village shop and bought some water to take home. She didn't find what she wanted, just some tea, rice, oil, salt, snacks, and other small things. After looking around, she borrowed a car from the village chief and went to the town's small shopping mall to buy a lot of things. She bought a mattress, bedding, pots, bowls, and various daily necessities. Luckily, the mall saw her as a big customer and delivered everything directly to her. This caused quite a stir. People in the village watched her with curiosity, like watching a Western mirror. That girl from the Zhou family really likes coming back to the village. Zhou has been living here for a while, and the granddaughter of the old divine Zhou has also returned. Young people nowadays can't wait to leave the countryside. These two sisters, though, keep coming back one after the other. I heard Xiaoyu is having a fight with her husband and is returning to the village to stay for a while. What's going on with Xiaoling? I haven't heard she's married. Maybe Xiaoling saw Xiaoyu making money as an internet celebrity and wants to do the same? Come on, Xiaoling isn't that concerned about money. After her father, the old master, passed away, he left a lot of money to his children. Xiaoling is her favorite, her precious daughter. Does she lack money? All right, everyone has eaten and there's nothing to do, so why are you all gossiping? Xiaoling told me she's been tired from work and needs to rest in the village for a while. Looking at you all, is our village some kind of monster? Xiaoling's family living here is perfectly normal. The village chief scolded the few people talking. It's well known that the children of the old master have been fighting over the inheritance. They've only started reconnecting in the past 2 years. If the people from the Qiao family hear what was just said, who knows what trouble might happen. Villagers, why are your words so sharp? Uncle Zhao, don't leave yet. Are your grandkids busy these days? Village chief, He Ming, stopped the old Zhao from leaving and asked, Is there work again? Old Zhao asked happily. If there's work, his family earns some money. 1 penny can defeat a hero. Old Zhao isn't in real trouble, but he has 3 sons, and each son has 3 children. The family is growing, but it's hard to find wives for all these grandchildren. He's not like old Master Qiao, who has the ability to help his children. They have to earn their own money. Getting a wife now is very hard. You need a house, a car, and a big wedding gift. Marrying a wife can drain a son's savings. He has so many grandchildren, only the first 3 are married, and 6 are still waiting. So he has to work hard. Old Zhao's grandchildren are pretty united. They managed to start a small construction team, doing all kinds of work: bricks, steel, plumbing, carpentry. The business is sometimes good, sometimes bad. Recently, there's been no work, so they've been idle. Xiao Ling needs people. Her house on the back mountain hasn't been lived in for a long time. She wants to replace the roof and needs it done in 2 days. If your family can do it, go to her house on the back mountain. It's only 2 days. Is that too short? Did Xiao Ling buy the materials herself, or Was everything paid for? Old Xiao asked for details. Xiaoling is just a young girl. She probably paid for everything herself. I'm not sure about the specifics. Maybe you should ask Zhao Xing and the others to come back and talk to Xiaoling, He Ming suggested. All right, I'll have Zhao Xing come back. He Ming, once it's done, I'll treat you and the others to a few drinks, old Zhao said, patting He Ming on the shoulder. No need to be polite.
I was just helping out. That's settled then.
I have other things to do, so I'll go now, He Ming said with a smile, and left. Xiaoling carried some fruit to her uncle's countryside house, which was not far from her parents' house, just a few hundred meters away. Xiaoling's older sister, Xiaoyu, is 6 years older. When they were kids, they didn't play much together. Plus, Grandpa Xiao favored Xiaoling, so Xiaoyu didn't like her much. Their relationship was always a bit cold.
Hey, Erlang Shen.
It's rare to see you. Why are you back in the countryside? Xiaoyu called out, using Xiaoling's childhood nickname. Come here, Xiao Bei. I brought you a doll. See if you like it. Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Xiaoyu but ignored her and took out a Barbie doll she bought especially for Xiaoyu's daughter, Sun Bei Bei. Thank you, Annie Xiaoling, Sun Bei Bei politely said, then ran over to Xiaoyu with the doll and asked, Mom, why do you call Xiaoling Auntie Erlang Shen?
Isn't Erlang Shen Aman?
Xiaoyu picked up her daughter and explained, Look, Xiaoling Auntie's forehead looks like she has an extra eye. 3 eyes, isn't that Erlang Shen? Sun Bei Bei tilted her head and looked carefully at Xiaoling. It doesn't look like 3 eyes. It looks like Guanyin Bodhisattva, she said.
See?
Kids don't lie. I don't know what kind of eyes you have. Just a small red. And you say it's Erlang Shen? Don't call her that anymore, or you might influence Bei Bei, Xiaoling said unhappily to Xiaoyu. Honestly, Xiaoling was so tired of the nickname Erlang Shen. When she was a kid, she remembered watching some version of the Investiture of the Gods. In that version, Erlang Shen had a pointed face and a mischievous look. People called him Erlang Shen, and Xiaoling often fought over it. Enough. Why are you back? Don't tell me you're just pretending to rest to fool me, Xiaoyu asked without fussing, curious about why Xiaoling returned. And you? Why did you bring the kids back? Isn't Bei Bei in kindergarten? Zhou did not answer Xiaoyu's words. She looked around at the surroundings and asked Xiaoyu. Bei Bei, Mom, and Auntie Zhou have something to talk about. You go play nearby. Xiaoyu gently sent her daughter away and led Zhou to the window, sighing softly.
There's no need to ask.
The whole village has probably heard about it. What version did you hear? That I am fighting over a divorce? Xiaoyu looked at Zhou and nodded, then gave a self-deprecating smile. It's not that I am fighting over a divorce. I have been divorced for 3 months. Bei Bei has nowhere to go, so she came back to the village. Zhou was confused. Even if Xiaoyu divorced, she wouldn't have to move back to the countryside, right? What about the child's education? I heard that when you got married, your eldest uncle gave you a 2-bedroom house as a dowry. Why are you living back in the countryside now? Zhou didn't mean that the countryside was bad. Bei Bei is already 4 years old, at the age for kindergarten. Living in the countryside is very inconvenient. Xiaoyu forced a smile. She knew the countryside was not convenient, but now she didn't even have a house. That house was sold in the first year of marriage. The Sun family added some money and mortgaged a large apartment because Sun Yong said his parents' housing fund was high and the interest was low. So, it was registered in Bei Bei's grandparents' names. Zhou looked at Xiaoyu, secretly muttering. Xiaoyu was so fierce to her when she was young and she didn't seem stupid.
Why was she so difficult to understand now?
The Sun family couldn't even see through such a simple house-flipping trick. She didn't know what her ex-brother-in-law had told Xiaoyu to confuse her so much. She even agreed to such a request. Zhou didn't know what to say anymore, so she asked, Since you're divorced and the child is with you, didn't the Sun family get any compensation? Don't you have any savings? Xiaoyu turned her head to look at her daughter. Compensation? If I wanted compensation, I couldn't take the child. You don't know how much Sun Yong's parents want a grandson. Bei Bei staying in the Sun family wouldn't be good for her. Zhou looked at the obedient Bei Bei and didn't say more. She then asked Xiaoyu, I heard you're making short videos and becoming an online influencer. Xiaoyu pointed to the equipment in the living room. Yes, I got married right after graduation. I haven't worked outside. I need to take care of the child. Making videos and cooking is not bad. I don't have to go out and I can watch the child. Although I didn't get much traffic at first and didn't earn much money, now that I am more familiar with it, I am starting to see some progress. After sharing her story, Xiaoyu asked Zhou Ling, "What about you? What's your situation now?" Zhou Ling briefly mentioned her idea of quitting her job and returning to her hometown to stay for a while. She didn't say much else. Although today's conversation was friendly, since they didn't have much interaction before, they haven't become close friends. Xiaoyu nodded when she heard this, but didn't expose Zhou Ling. She had already noticed the argument between Zhou Ling and her sister-in-law. It wasn't because someone told her, but because she saw her sister-in-law complaining in a family group chat about their life together. Although her sister-in-law quickly deleted the message, Xiaoyu was sharp and read the content carefully. Having just been kicked out of her family home, Xiaoyu understood how she felt. She didn't point out Zhou Ling's weakness, and instead talked about things to watch out for when returning to the village. After saying goodbye to Xiaoyu, Zhou Ling went back and happened to meet Zhao Xing, who came to see her. They discussed the repairs needed for the house and the surrounding wall. She then took her suitcase and went back to the city. Zhou Ling gave Zhao Xing 2 days to fix up the house on the back mountain. Besides repairing the roof and cleaning the water well, they also planned to build a water pond and repair the collapsed parts of the fence around the mountain forest. The work was quite big. The entire Zhao family might not finish it in 2 days, even if everyone helped. Luckily, Zhou Ling had enough money to pay for extra help. She asked the Zhao brothers to find more workers. Since there wasn't enough time and more people were needed, after giving instructions for the mountain repairs, Zhou Ling returned to the city. Since she planned to stay in the hidden mountain village for a while, she needed to prepare everything properly. First, she had to cancel her rented house, which she used for convenience when working. Now that she no longer worked, she needed to move out. Also, since she would live in the countryside, she needed a vehicle. Zhou Ling didn't know much about cars, but luckily, she had friends from different fields on social media. She found several friends who often posted pictures and videos of cars. One of them was her college classmate Wu Qingfa, who was in the same city, C City. She quickly called him to help her find a car. Xiaoling originally thought she would have to use her grandfather's private savings to buy a car. Surprisingly, there was an unexpected happy surprise. Her university classmate Wu Cheng saw her and sighed. "I didn't expect you to still care about my business. You don't know, since I got my last job, many people have blocked me. My old classmates and friends haven't talked to me." After hearing Wu Cheng's words, Xiaoling carefully thought about him. After a long time, she remembered that Wu Cheng used to sell insurance. She was really annoyed by him before. It seemed she bought some product from him, paying several thousand yuan every year. Wu Cheng worked so hard, but then he changed jobs. It looks like the insurance industry is very competitive. She remembered Wu Cheng really bothered his friends and family, trying to sell them various insurance policies. Some people bought the insurance out of politeness, but later, if something happened, the insurance company wouldn't pay. Wu Cheng, the salesperson, was caught in the middle, not liked by anyone. After that, many people stopped talking to him. "You left the insurance company, right? I remember I bought something from you. Before, you bought critical illness insurance for me. When I graduated, I went straight to work in insurance. I heard selling insurance could make good money and help me gain experience. I didn't understand the industry well, but I was eager to succeed and just jumped in. Looking back, I realize I didn't do many things right. There are many useless insurance products out there, but some are actually good. Insurance companies sell insurance, just like the critical illness policy you bought. It costs only a few thousand yuan a year, but if you get seriously ill, they could pay out hundreds of thousands. If you really get sick, where would you get so much money? Also, if you don't get sick and pay premiums for a certain time, you might get your money back or earn some profit. I was too young back then, eager to prove myself, and I introduced products without fully understanding them. If I had been more calm, things might be different now." When Xiaoling heard Wu Qing say she bought critical illness insurance, her eyes lit up. She no longer wanted to listen to anything else Wu Qing said. According to him, she bought critical illness insurance and now she has lung cancer, which could be covered by the insurance for hundreds of thousands of yuan. Xiaoling was worried about having to spend money when returning to the village. It was like a pillow sent to a sleeping person, unexpected but welcome. She didn't rush to buy a car and asked Wu Qing about the insurance claim process. Wu Qing was surprised to learn that Xiaoling had cancer. He quickly explained the claim procedures he knew. I've resigned now, so I might have access to the latest policies. You should call customer service first. I'll also ask my former colleagues about the current process. After some effort, they reviewed Xiaoling's documents with Wu Qing's former colleagues. Everything looked fine. After submitting the papers, the money should be transferred to Xiaoling in a few days. This was a real windfall. Xiaoling was glad she hadn't bought insurance that didn't pay out or was complicated. Although the money hadn't arrived yet, she had already increased her budget for the car. Let's go, Wu Qing. We're picking up the car. Maybe you should keep the money for your treatment. Wu Qing wanted to earn a commission, but since Xiaoling had cancer, buying a car was no longer necessary. Xiaoling waved her hand. It's okay. I have enough for treatment. The air in the countryside is better, so I'll go there to rest. A car is essential. You've worked hard today. Let's eat first. After that, you can show me a few cars suitable for me. I'll pick one and take it tomorrow. I need to get back to the village. Wu Qing no longer insisted. Not earning money when you have the chance is foolish. He knew a bit about Xiaoling's financial situation. When they just graduated, everyone was just starting work, and others bought insurance worth only a few dozen or 100 yuan. But Xiaoling had bought expensive critical illness insurance worth thousands, or even tens of thousands. From her attitude today, it seemed she hadn't even thought about the money spent. She probably wasn't short of money. Buying a car was fine. Xiaoling treated Wu Qing to hot pot and then went to the dealership where Wu Qing worked. Despite the late hour, many people were still looking at cars. They had busy days and other commitments, so they only looked at cars at night. It shows that people in all industries work hard. Everyone is striving for good results, even late into the night. In the end, Xiaoling chose a capable off-road vehicle. It had a large space and was suitable for mountain roads, perfect for her life in the countryside. The price was not too high. After completing all the procedures, it cost about 300,000 yuan, paid with the money that old Mr. Qiao had left for Xiaoling earlier. Previously, old Mr. Qiao secretly left 1 million yuan for Xiaoling, asking professionals to manage her finances. Over the past few years, her investments had earned about 10,000 yuan. When Xiaoling found out she had lung cancer, she stopped managing her money. Now all the funds are in her hands, and transferring money is very easy. After picking up the car and completing all the paperwork, Xiaoling said goodbye to Wu Qing and headed to her rented house. Today, she was meeting the landlord to hand over the keys and was also buying a car to carry her belongings. When the landlord, Sister Zhang, saw Xiaoling, she started to persuade her. Young girl, why are you not renting anymore? Look at this location. It's very convenient for transportation, and there are no troublesome people around. Xiaoling smiled and explained to Sister Zhang. Zhang Jie, the house is nice, but I've quit my job and no longer work nearby. Renting it out doesn't make much sense now. Sister Zhang liked Xiaoling as a tenant. She was clean and didn't bring any messy people back. Such tenants were the easiest to manage. You're quitting? Why not look for a job nearby? I can reduce your rent by 1 month to give you some time to adjust. There are many big companies nearby. You should try applying. Xiaoling politely declined Sister Zhang's kindness. Zhang Jie, I've been feeling a bit unwell lately. The doctor advised me to rest for a while. I plan to go back to my hometown and stay there for a bit. Thank you, but I really won't be renting anymore. Hearing this, Sister Zhang could only feel a bit disappointed. If you're not renting, then that's fine. When you come back, you'll be my first choice for renting again. I have other houses for rent too, and I can give you a discount. Take good care of yourself and rest well. The city's air pollution is serious now, with exhaust fumes and noise everywhere. Going back to the countryside is good. You're still young. Eat more when you get home and strengthen your health. After finishing the friendly chat with the caring Sister Zhang, Xiaoling drove her new car back home. She didn't encounter her family when she arrived, which was convenient for her to move her things out without questions. Actually, she didn't have many belongings at home, just some clothes for changing and a few small items. Over the years since studying and working outside, she rarely came back. Moving twice, she managed to fill the trunk with her things, including what she had in her rented house. Walking to the door, Xiaoling placed the house key on the shoe cabinet. She looked around this place that felt both strange and familiar, feeling a mix of emotions. She no longer felt angry about that night. Her parents' care over more than 20 years was real, and their concern was genuine. She couldn't just deny her family because of one incident. But she knew that family relationships need to have a proper balance, neither too close nor too distant. Otherwise, conflicts can easily happen. Right now, she didn't want to see her family because she wasn't sure how to find that balance. Also, she hadn't told her family about her lung cancer. She had resigned and was planning to go back to her hometown, but she didn't know how to explain it all. So, she decided to avoid it for now and think about it later. Xiaoling wanted to leave quietly, but the key on the shoe cabinet was very obvious. When her mother, carrying her grandson, came back from a walk and saw the key and noticed that Xiaoling's belongings in the study were noticeably fewer, she understood everything immediately. Her mother called her repeatedly, worried and upset. Xiaoling, what do you mean by leaving the key on the shoe cabinet? You've taken your things and left. What are you trying to do? Xiaoling put on her headphones, answered while driving. I'm not doing anything special. You're moving out, so I took my things to avoid losing them or making a mess. But her actions still left a mark on her heart. She didn't hold a grudge, but she still wanted to say something to her mother. Her mother took a deep breath. What do you mean, not doing anything? If you're unhappy, just tell me. The house is small, your dad and I will buy a bigger one. Why make things complicated? Leaving the key means you don't want to come home anymore, right? Xiaoling pulled her car over to the side of the road, stopped, and held the steering wheel, looking up at the sky. There's really nothing much. I just thought I've graduated for a year now, and it's time to be independent. A few days ago, I resigned from my job. Maybe I won't be working or living with you anymore. I took my things so I won't have to come back looking for them all the time. She paused. The key is the same. Anyway, someone is always at home. When I come back, just open the door for me. You know my personality. I've lost many keys before. I don't use them often, so I left it at home to avoid losing it. Her mother clearly knew that was just an excuse. She hadn't told her family about quitting her job, and when there was no conflict, she didn't move her things or leave the key.
But now she was doing so.
Without saying a word, she quietly moved her belongings and left. Only then did Mother Qiao realize that Xiaoling had become distant from the family. She tried to control her emotions and said, "Quit your job if you want. There's no rush to find a new one. Take a break and rest for a while. I didn't know before that you cared about the room. We didn't handle that well at home, so don't be angry. When you come back, I'll cook something nice for you." Xiaoling wiped her tears from her face.
Mom, I'm not angry really.
I just suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. I'll get used to it soon. You don't need to worry. Xiaoling composed herself and continued driving home. She didn't want to keep crying every time she argued with her family. Tears always seemed to come out no matter what. Maybe, just like she told her mom earlier, she would feel better after some time. When she returned to the village, the work on the back mountain was almost finished. It was in the final stages. Xiaoling had a simple dinner at Aunt Zhou's house, then finished her work and settled the payment. Xiaoyu looked at the changed house and finally felt satisfied. To prevent others from seeing her tomato plants, Xiaoling took them with her. She kept them in her suitcase for 2 days. The tomatoes showed no signs of wilting. She took the small gourd out of the tomato pile and took it to the peach orchard. Now she finally had a chance to test the water from the small gourd again. A few days ago, Xiaoling had been holding back from using the gourd water because she was worried that the plants transformed by it might be too extraordinary and attract unwanted attention. The house was now repaired, and the wall around the 200 acres of forest was built. There was no need to worry about others seeing what was inside. The 200 acres of forest were right next to Xiaoling's house. The wall enclosed both the house and the forest, and an electric fence was installed. When Grandpa Qiao found the ancestors' notes, he built the wall mainly to prevent others from discovering his secret after he achieved enlightenment. But Grandpa Qiao never actually took that path before he died. Still, his arrangements made things easier for Xiaoling. If she had spent a lot of money to build the wall and install the electric fence now, she might have been criticized. Not all of the 200 acres were planted with peach trees. Besides the 50 acres in the middle where the peaches grew, the rest was filled with various other trees, planted freely. The pear, apple, and orange trees each have about 10 trees. There are also many pine, locust, and elm trees. To improve concealment, many trees with lots of leaves, such as bamboo, palm trees, Sichuan pepper, and pomegranate, are planted right outside the wall. It's really hard to see what's inside from outside the wall. The peach orchard is in the center. It was not taken care of before. Now, it should be the time when peach blossoms bloom, but the trees are only sparsely covered with pink and white flowers, making it look not very pretty. Xiaoling found a peach tree that was barely blooming and gently poured gourd water into a paper cup she brought. This time, the small gourd worked well. After pouring a cup, there was still some left. Xiaoling was not in a hurry. She poured the remaining water under a peach tree and waited quietly to see what would happen. Last time, when she poured gourd water on a tomato pot, she was busy looking at the small gourd and didn't notice the full change in the tomato plant. This time, Xiaoling planned to watch carefully. Maybe because she poured twice as much gourd water this time, within less than half an hour, she saw the peach tree with the gourd water bloom with many peach blossoms. The dense pink and white flowers looked very beautiful. Xiaoling quickly used her phone to take pictures of this lovely scene. Soon after, the flowers withered. She thought the tree might bear peaches, but instead, it bloomed again. Xiaoling was stunned. Could it be that this peach tree wouldn't bear fruit? But that didn't seem right. Xiaoling had been to the peach orchard before. Although the trees didn't bear many peaches and the taste wasn't good, each tree usually bore more than 10 peaches. Now, it wasn't bearing any fruit at all. Was there a problem? The little gourd didn't care whether the tree bore fruit or not. It happily jumped from Xiaoling's hand onto the peach tree, happily absorbing the scent emitted by the tree. Xiaoling was stunned. She still wanted to taste the peaches grown with gourd water. Although they weren't the spiritual fruits she expected, she believed that eating more of these good things might help her lung cancer. She stared blankly at the peach blossoms. The night wind blew, scattering the petals on the ground. Suddenly, she remembered, she had studied for 20 years. Had she really gone back to her old habits? If the tree was to bear fruit, it needed pollination first. Xiaoling patted her head and recalled what she had read about pollination in her books. She was truly a good student. The knowledge her teachers gave her, she had used for the college entrance exam and then returned to her teachers, fellow students, and juniors. Now her mind was completely blank. She casually nudged two closely touching petals together and shook them hard. Surely, pollination should have succeeded. Xiaoling looked at the peach tree, uncertain. Once again, the petals withered. She noticed about 10 small black dots on 2 branches that looked different from the previous flowering. She relaxed, realizing the peach tree was going to bear fruit, but it needed pollination. It seemed she would have to get some bees to help. Xiaoling waited about 2 hours. The 10 or so peaches slowly ripened. The heart-shaped peaches were tightly packed on the branches. Due to limited space, they weren't very large. The biggest was about the size of her fist. Before eating, a lovely peach aroma filled the air. She swallowed hard, plucked one, and wiped it on her clothes. Taking a bite, the taste was amazing. Before she could fully enjoy it, she was left only with the peach pit. With this level, the fruit still doesn't meet the standard of a spiritual fruit. What would a true spiritual fruit taste like? Even without the idea of cultivating immortality, Xiaoling couldn't help but feel longing. What a colorful, wonderful world that must be. After eating the peach, she looked at the peach tree, which kept blooming and shedding flowers. About 10 peaches were growing on it. The more she looked, the more she felt faint. Such a peach tree shouldn't be seen by others. It seemed the spiritual spring water couldn't be used like this. It needed to be diluted first. Xiao Ling returned to her residence, carried a large bucket of water to the center of the peach forest, and watched the falling petals. Feeling it wasn't safe, she went back and brought 2 more large buckets of water. She was exhausted from all this. She secretly thought she needed to buy a vehicle to travel across her 200 acres of mountain forest. Otherwise, the time spent on the road would be too tiring. Plus, watering the trees manually was inconvenient. She couldn't carry water every time. She didn't want to talk about transportation for now. She took 3 large buckets of well water to the center of the peach forest and carefully poured half a cup of gourd water. The gourd water was quickly used up. It seemed the little gourd hadn't absorbed enough in the past few days. There wasn't much gourd water. Xiao Ling mixed the well water and gourd water evenly and poured it on the other peach trees around the flowering tree. She only poured about a small paper cup of the mixed water on each tree. After finishing the 3 large buckets, her waist was sore and straightening up was difficult. But the results were promising. Xiao Ling estimated she had watered about 200 peach trees. She looked forward to seeing how these trees would perform after absorbing the mixed water. Of course, diluted mixed water won't be as strong, which is certain. Xiao Ling is conducting further experiments to see if the peach trees that absorb the diluted water will release beneficial scents for both the small gourd and people. Even a tiny effect, accumulated over time, can bring many benefits. Living in such an environment for a long time, the small gourd and she should also gain a lot. Xiao Ling watched the peach trees absorb the mixed water and remain unmoved. She guessed that tonight, the large peach blossoms wouldn't bloom. She picked the ripe peaches from the trees and took the small gourd back to her room to rest. After a busy night, Xiao Ling discovered many problems and areas that needed improvement. She had done quite a lot tonight, so she was very tired. She lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up early. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt the air was filled with the scent of peach blossoms. Thinking of something, Xiao Ling quickly got up and headed straight to the peach forest. The wonderful fragrance wasn't her imagination. In the center of the peach forest, she saw large clusters of flying peach blossoms. Her orchard had become a paradise of peach flowers. The sky was filled with dancing peach blossoms, like a dream. Without deliberately raising bees, a group of diligent little bees was flying among the flowers. Xiao Ling carefully observed the peach trees. Fortunately, although the flowers were very beautiful, they didn't keep blooming and falling like last night's trees. They bloomed normally, but these flowers were much more vibrant and beautiful than usual. Then, Xiao Ling checked the trees that kept blooming and shedding flowers overnight. Luckily, after a night, they no longer kept blooming and wilting. Countless gorgeous peach blossoms decorated the branches, and bees were already collecting honey among them. This honey was also a good thing. Watching the hardworking bees, Xiao Ling thought to herself that she needed to get a beehive. Otherwise, such good honey might be taken by others. Xiao Ling gathered many fallen peach petals, packed them in a bag, and took them to Zhou Xuanhua's house. "Uncle Zhou, my peach trees are blooming. The petals look nice. Do you want to try making peach blossom cakes with these petals?" Zhou Xuanhua took the bag, opened it, and looked inside. "Oh, these blossoms are really beautiful. Are they from the peach trees behind your mountain? I took a look earlier and they weren't blooming much. I didn't expect them to bloom so well now." Xiao Ling smiled and joked, "Maybe the flowers are welcoming my owner back." "Aunt Zhou, listen to me. Use these peach blossoms to make peach blossom cakes. If you can't finish them, sell the leftovers. You might get some unexpected rewards." This wasn't the first time Xiao Ling had encouraged Aunt Zhou to sell peach blossom cakes. Zhou Chunhua was starting to feel interested. "All right, I'll make more this time. If they're tasty, I'll take them to sell on the street." "It's a bit embarrassing, though I haven't sold anything before." Xiao Ling continued to encourage her. "Aunt Zhou, just go ahead and make them. I've come back, haven't I? Once you're done, I'll go sell with you." Hearing this, Zhou Chunhua was happy but still asked, "Will it take up your time?" "If you're busy, I can go alone." Although she said that, her hopeful look was obvious. Xiaoling patiently replied, "No problem. Isn't it good to stay at home? I'll also go to the town for a walk."
"Aunt Zhou, you start making them."
"I'll deliver some to Xiaoyu." After saying goodbye to Aunt Zhou, she was at Xiaoyu's house in just a few minutes. Xiaoyu was having breakfast with Sun Beibei when she saw Xiaoling arrive and looked surprised. "What's the rush this early? Have you eaten breakfast?" "I made some porridge." "Want some?" Xiaoling handed a bag to Xiaoyu. "No, I'm not hungry." "Aren't you live streaming?" "I brought some material for you. Look at these beautiful peach blossoms." "I see many online influencers use grapes or dragon fruit to make stuff. My peach blossoms are much prettier. You can use them to make something. Won't that attract a lot of viewers?" Xiaoyu looked carefully at the peach blossoms in the bag. They were indeed beautiful. Making a peach blossom drink or something similar for her live stream would definitely attract attention. "All right, I'll take them." "Thanks." Xiaoyu accepted the peach blossoms and asked with a bit of envy, "Did these come from the peach trees in the back mountain? I didn't expect them to bloom so well. Grandpa really favors you, giving you special things." Xiaoling felt helpless. She didn't like dealing with Xiaoyu before, and it was the same now. "Can you please stop that sour face? Your daughter is watching you. After all these years, you haven't complained. I'm tired of hearing it." Xiaoyu looked at her daughter, who was curious about her and Xiaoling, and stopped arguing. "Fine, I won't say anything. Who asked me to be so unpopular? But these peach blossoms aren't enough. If my live stream does well, you'll have to be responsible for the rest of the peach blossoms I need." All right, whatever amount of peach blossoms you want, I'll give you. When you go live, just call me along. I want to see how you do it and learn how to make peach blossom wine. I'll make some for myself to drink." Xiaoling also became interested. She had only heard about peach blossom wine on TV or in stories before. She had never tasted or seen it. Now that she was back in the village, she was eager to try making it. Xiaoyu needed help at the moment. "Okay, but today isn't good. We still need to prepare a lot and gather some things. Come over after breakfast tomorrow." Xiaoling left Xiaoyu's house and went to see the village chief. "Uncle He, I'm here to bother you again." He Ming smiled warmly. "No trouble at all. It's rare to have young people in the village. We need you to bring some energy to the place." Xiaoling explained her purpose all at once. "Uncle He, do you know where I can buy beehives? I want to get some bees to collect nectar. Also, you mentioned I should get a suitable vehicle for the back mountain. The land is quite large and walking around to cover 200 acres is tiring." He Ming was surprised and asked, "Are you planning to stay in the village long term?" "That's a big step." Xiaoling scratched her head and smiled. "Uncle He, the back mountain has about 200 acres. It's a shame to leave it unused. You know how much effort my grandfather put into that land before he passed. Now that I'm grown up, I want to take care of it. Yes, it shouldn't be left idle. A few years ago, your uncle and others had some disagreements over the land, so I didn't bring it up. But such a large piece of land shouldn't be neglected. Even if you rent it out cheaply, that's fine. If you want to manage it yourself now, that's okay too. But it's been abandoned for so long, so it won't be easy to restore, no worries. I'm back now, and I'll take my time." The village chief was busy helping Xiaoling with her plans. By the end of the morning, Xiaoling had already obtained the beehives and learned the basics of honey farming. As for the vehicle, the village chief suggested she buy a new small tractor, just enough for transportation, no need for anything fancy. Thanking the village chief, Xiaoling carefully placed the beehives and then went to visit Aunt Zhou for a meal. Aunt Zhou lost her husband early in life and raised her son on her own. Now her son works far away with his wife, and her only grandson, Lekong, is in high school in town. He is busy with his studies and rarely comes home. Currently, only Aunt Zhou is at home. Xiaoling smelled the scent of peach blossom cakes from afar and entered the house, praising, "Aunt Zhou, it smells so good." Aunt Zhou Chunhua smiled happily. "I also smell it. It's very fragrant. I tried one first and it tastes great. Come, you try one too." After saying that, Aunt Zhou used chopsticks to pick up a piece and handed it to Xiaoling. Xiaoling took a bite, compared her thumb to show it was delicious, and after swallowing, she quickly said, "It's really delicious." Not only does it smell good, but it tastes wonderful too. It's not greasy at all, like being in a peach orchard, and Zhou Chunhua was also happy. As long as it's tasty, I'm glad. I didn't expect these peach blossom cakes to turn out so well. Seeing that there were already many peach blossom cakes on the table, Xiaoling said, Aunt Zhou, let's eat first. After we're done, we can go to the market to try selling them. Maybe we can make a good profit. They quickly finished their lunch, and Xiaoling drove Aunt Zhou to the town. The commercial center of Qingshi town isn't big, just a few streets. It was afternoon, so there weren't many people passing by. Aunt Zhou set up her peach blossom cakes on a folding table, waiting for customers. They say starting is the hardest part. Xiaoling was there to help Aunt Zhou sell the cakes, but she had no experience in selling things. After half an hour, not a single cake was sold. Just as Xiaoling was thinking about changing location, someone finally stopped in front of the stall. Grandpa, I want to eat this. A 5- or 6-year-old child pointed at the peach blossom cake on the table. Okay, Grandpa will buy it. Miss, how much for one of these? The child's grandfather asked Aunt Zhou. Usually such cakes cost about 1 or 2 yuan each in town. Seeing that they finally attracted a customer, Aunt Zhou thought that since one cake didn't cost much to make, she gestured with her hand to show one. She was about to speak, but Xiaoling quickly cut in. 10 yuan each. Huh, the grandfather was surprised. 10 yuan each, Xiaoling repeated. These cakes tasted better than many expensive snacks, and were good for health. She didn't want Aunt Zhou to sell them cheaply. The old man snorted and pulled his grandson to leave. 10 yuan for one cake. He thought they were trying to rip him off. Sir, please don't go. These peach blossom cakes are not ordinary cakes. 10 yuan is definitely worth it, Xiaoling called out as the old man and his grandson started to walk away. Even if they are special peach blossom cakes, they are made from flour. How much does flour cost per jean? You sell one cake for 10 yuan, but you could buy several jean of flour to make many more cakes. Grandson, let's go. Grandpa will buy you some other tasty treats, the old man said unhappily, pulling his grandson away. Miss, you can't just shout prices at the elderly and children. That's not fair. Someone nearby, attracted by the commotion, said. Guo Wei, a high school sports teacher in town, was out on the street due to illness. He saw what happened and spoke up for the old man and his grandson. Exactly, a small cake costing 10 yuan is too expensive. Maybe they're just trying to raise the price because of the elderly and children. The peach blossom cakes in the shop are only a couple of yuan each. This price is 10 times higher. Plus, coming here in such a nice car to sell these cakes, probably the petrol alone costs a lot. Others around also pointed and whispered. Xiaoling held back the slightly nervous Aunt Zhou, calmly took out a small knife, cut a cake, and stuck in a toothpick. I won't say much. Actions speak louder than words. Here, everyone can try it for free, and you'll see why I sell each for 10 yuan. Xiaoling handed the cake to Guo Wei, the first person who spoke, then to the little boy and a few passers-by who had spoken earlier. Just try it. I want to see how good this cake really is. Guo Wei, the sports teacher, inserted a small piece of peach blossom cake with a toothpick, took a bite, and this cake. Hey, big brother, how is it? Tastes good, right? No lying about the price, is it? Xiaoling asked, watching his satisfied expression. Yeah, it's pretty good, Guo Wei replied. Usually, he didn't like overly sweet foods, but surprisingly, this peach blossom cake smelled and tasted quite nice. After trying it, others also stopped criticizing. The flavor made the 10 yuan price seem fair. Grandpa, I want more, the little boy said directly, eyes fixed on the remaining cakes. Buy what? I'll buy 2 jean of flour for your grandma to make for you, so you can eat enough, the old man said without trying the cake himself. Even when his grandson said he wanted more, he didn't buy any and gently led the boy away. Give me 3, no, 4 of them, someone else said, then paused. Oh, wait, I'll take 4. Just scan this code, right? Guo Wei took out his phone to pay. I'll buy 2 too. I'll buy 1. I'll buy 3. Everyone who tasted the peach blossom cake took out their phones to pay. Although 10 yuan each is a bit expensive, it's hard to find such authentic, fragrant peach blossom cakes elsewhere. They decided to try a new flavor. Guo Wei, where did you buy the peach blossom cakes yesterday? Asked Chinjia, the music teacher, who is also feeling unwell. Chunjia and Guowei are both teachers who are sick, and they get along well. Yesterday, Guowei bought some peach blossom cakes and shared one with Chunjia. Chunjia wanted to keep fit, so he saved the cake until this morning to eat. But he liked sweets, and the peach blossom cake had a special floral scent that quickly won him over. It's at the street corner in town. I can take you there later, Guowei said. Guowei liked Chunjia and wanted to pursue him. He saw this as a good chance. Last night, he brought some peach blossom cakes home, and his mother loved them too. So today, he planned to buy a few more. Okay, we'll go later, Chunjia agreed. Chunjia also felt Guowei was showing interest. He liked Guowei but hadn't decided yet. This was a good opportunity to get to know him better. They happily wandered onto the street, but they didn't see Aunt Jo, who was selling cakes. Many others who bought the peach blossom cakes yesterday also left disappointed, especially a little boy who was taken home by his grandfather. The boy's grandmother had promised to buy him peach blossom cakes today, but they didn't see anyone selling them. The boy's family was worried. They didn't want him to think promises could be broken. Grandma Zhou, also known as Aunt Lu, was asking around with Guowei about where to buy the cakes. In the village, Zhou Chunhua didn't know so many people were looking for her. She was happily making peach blossom cakes. In the morning, she fed the pigs and chickens and worked in the fields. She only had free time around noon, then she had to prepare lunch. She planned to sell the cakes in the afternoon. Zhou Chunhua was surprised at how profitable selling peach blossom cakes was. Yesterday, she took over 30 cakes to the street and sold about 30 of them. She gave the remaining cakes to her grandson studying in town. She made 300 yuan in the afternoon, and after costs, she earned about 200 yuan. So, after finishing her work in the morning, she started making peach blossom cakes. She has made over 50 so far. She hasn't received much feedback from customers and didn't dare make too many, worried they wouldn't sell. Spring Flower, are you still busy? The countryside's main gate is usually open. Neighbor Aunt Zheng and a few other women from the village walk into the Zhou family. Why are you all free to come over? Aren't you going to play cards? These women, about the same age, often gather to play small card games during their free time. Usually they start after lunch, and now it's almost 1 o'clock. Spring Flower is surprised to see her neighbors come looking for her at this time. I heard you sold peach blossom cakes for 10 yuan each yesterday, making over 300 yuan. Curious Aunt Zheng asks. The women have also tasted Spring Flower's peach blossom cakes. They are indeed good, but they didn't expect the cakes to sell for such a high price, and that so many people bought them. If she made more, Spring Flower might really become rich. Oh, it's all thanks to Ling Ling. I originally wanted to sell them for 1 yuan each, but Ling Ling told customers 10 yuan each. I was shocked at first, thinking no one would buy, but surprisingly I sold about 30 right away. If I had really sold them for 1 yuan, I would have regretted it, Aunt Zhou says gratefully. Spring Flower, you're about to get rich. Exactly. In the future, when we play cards, we'll have to watch out for you, the rich one. Once your business gets bigger and you become the boss, don't forget us old friends. You should consider hiring us first. Most people are happy for Spring Flower and joke around. Spring Flower, you're brave. Selling such a cheap product at a high price, be careful, people might get sick and come knocking on your door. Of course, there are some negative voices. Aunt Xia, who dresses more fashionably, sourly comments. Xia Big Mouth, you just can't stand to see others succeed, right?
Why? Be jealous.
Customers aren't fools. If the product was bad, they wouldn't buy it. Aunt Zheng, who dislikes Xia's sharp attitude, defends Spring Flower. What am I jealous of? Am I wrong to say that recently someone was fined hundreds of thousands for selling homemade stinky tofu? Old Zhou selling peach blossom cakes is the same thing, Xia Big Mouth says, referencing a recent story she saw on short videos. But there are so many people selling homemade things on the street. Why aren't they fined? You just can't stand to see others do well. I can't stand seeing others succeed. I'm just warning you, if you get fined, even Zhou's entire fortune wouldn't be enough to cover it. During the argument, Qiao Ling carried a big bunch of peach blossoms and led 2 people into Zhou's house. Zhou Chunhua saw one of the people following Qiao Ling was the person who bought peach cakes yesterday. Her heart sank as she remembered what Xiaodazue had said earlier. Could it really be that something was wrong with the cakes? Ma Zheng and Xiaodazue were arguing. When Ma Zheng saw Zhou Chunhua's worried face, she muttered to herself, could it really be that Xiaodazue's bad luck was right? Is this young man here because there was a problem with the peach cakes you bought yesterday? Zhou Chunhua asked nervously. The peach cakes? Yes, I came about the cakes. Auntie, you made it easy for me to find you, Guowei replied. Did they really cause a problem? Xiaodazue whispered to Ma Zheng. Keep your voice down, Ma Zheng said, not bothering to listen to Xiaodazue. Yesterday, you were selling peach cakes in town and you even gave some to my grandson to try, a strange older woman asked Zhou Chunhua. This woman was obviously the grandmother of the little boy who was eager to eat the cakes yesterday. Yes, I sold peach cakes in town yesterday, but your grandson didn't buy any from me, Zhou Chunhua responded, realizing who the stranger was. She thought, this is terrible, just selling something once and already being approached. Looks like making quick money isn't easy. Hey, you didn't buy any cakes from your family, so why are you coming here? You just gave your grandson a bite, and now you're making trouble, the older woman said. Ma Zheng, though a bit sharp-tongued, was still loyal at heart. After hearing their conversation, she thought she understood the situation. She turned to the grandmother and then pointed at Guowei. And you, young man, tall and strong, but I haven't seen you do anything wrong. Why are you coming here? Isn't that embarrassing? The grandmother looked confused. She just wanted to buy some cakes for her grandson. How did it turn into something about making trouble? She was a respected woman from Xiqing in Qingshi town and certainly didn't do anything shady. Guowei was also confused. He was about to get close to teacher Qinjia and was excited about a rare chance to go shopping alone. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. But why wasn't the cake seller cooperating? It made him anxious. The town is so small that it's hard to find someone with a nice car. Recently, Qiao Ling bought many household items and had them delivered. Guowei learned the address and, along with the friendly village woman from Xiqing, came to Yinshan village to find someone. Aunt Zhou, Aunt Xie, you misunderstood. These two are here to buy peach blossom cakes, not what you think, Qiao Ling quickly explained. Qiao Ling was holding peach blossoms earlier, which was inconvenient. She planned to put the blossoms away before telling the customers about the cakes. But in just a short time, the two women misunderstood. They're here just to buy peach blossom cakes, not to cause trouble, Aunt Xie confirmed awkwardly. Yes, we didn't say anything when we came in. You suddenly looked angry and said strange things to us. I just want to buy a few peach blossom cakes, Guowei said, feeling a bit wronged. He just wanted to buy the cakes to impress his crush. Why was it so hard? Me too. Yesterday, my grandson came back and asked me to make some cakes. After tasting them, he said they weren't the right flavor. His grandpa isn't very reliable, making promises randomly. I didn't want my good grandson to be disappointed. When you weren't at your stall yesterday, I came to your village. Granny Lu nodded in agreement. Qiao Ling hurried to apologize and comfort the two customers. She sold 10 peach blossom cakes and lowered the price to 8 yuan each as a sign of apology. She also gave each of them a bright, beautiful peach blossom branch. This was from the first peach tree she carefully nurtured with gourd water, vivid, dazzling, and eye-catching. Wow, just selling without leaving home earns over 100 yuan, Aunt Zheng said, now fully impressed. Even staying at home, earning that much in a month was quite good. It seems old Zhou's skills are really good, but we still need to be careful. What I said before wasn't meant to scare anyone, Aunt Xie said seriously. Yes, Aunt Xie is right. We do need to pay more attention to this. I saw that news too. In a couple of days, I'll ask Aunt Zhou about it. If she wants to do it, she should have proper paperwork. That way, customers can trust her, and she can sell with peace of mind. Qiao Ling nodded. Aunt Xie's words made sense. Does it cost a lot of money to get those permits? If it's too expensive, I might just give up. No point in selling if it's too complicated, Zhou Chunhua said, feeling a bit worried about the cost. I'll ask someone for help first, Aunt Zhou. Don't worry. Getting the certificate is for your protection. If your peach blossom cakes sell well in the future and someone reports you out of jealousy, it would be a big loss, Xiaoling advised. Yes, we can't be too cautious. Since everyone likes your peach blossom cakes, you should spend a little money to get the certificate. If some careless people report you, you'll regret it, Xiaodazue said, though his words sounded harsh. He genuinely cared about Zhou Chunhua. The other aunts, although not experts, seemed to agree with Xiaoling and hurried to persuade Zhou Chunhua. After finishing her advice to Aunt Zhou, Xiaoling quickly took some peach blossoms and headed to Qiaoyu's house. Today, Qiaoyu was live streaming her process of making peach blossom wine. Xiaoling specially picked a few beautiful peach branches to bring to her. Such lovely peach blossoms are rare and could attract viewers. I already washed the peach blossoms this morning, and the glutinous rice is soaked. Next, I'll steam the rice. Qiaoyu started her live stream. When she saw Xiaoling arrive, she didn't stop her work and continued with her process. Xiaoling didn't disturb her. She placed the peach blossoms aside and went inside to see Sun Bebe. The little angel baby was tired from playing and had obediently gone to bed. Xiaoling covered Sun Bebe with a blanket, then went outside to watch Qiaoyu's live stream. Qiaoyu was holding the peach branches Xiaoling had just brought, showing them off. Beautiful, right? This is the first time I've seen such pretty peach blossoms. Want to see the peach blossoms? Well, that might not be possible. These are from a private mountain and aren't open to the public. Watching on the live stream is just as good. Okay, the steaming time for the glutinous rice and peach blossoms is up. Let's continue making the peach blossom wine. Xiaoling took over Qiaoyu's streaming equipment and followed her to record. They cooled the steamed rice with cold water. Once the rice cooled down, they sprinkled in the wine yeast, mixed it well, and then put the rice and peach blossoms into a clean, oil-free, water-free container. After packing everything, Qiaoyu told the viewers, "Dear viewers, let's ferment for a few more days, and the peach blossom wine will be ready. I'll do another live stream when it's done. That's all for today. Bye-bye." She finished the stream, packed up the camera, and slumped into a chair. The entire 2-hour live stream involved not only working but also constantly interacting with the viewers. It was exhausting for Qiaoyu. Without mentioning Qiaoyu, Xiaoling also joined in halfway. Sometimes she helped Qiaoyu carry things, adjust the camera, or assist with technical issues. She was so tired that she had no energy to chat with Qiaoyu and simply said goodbye before leaving. Aunt Zhou, who was returning from town by carpool, saw Xiaoling and happily pulled her aside quietly. "Lingling, the 50 peach blossom cakes I brought this afternoon are all sold out. Including what we sold at home, we made a total of 600 yuan. Please help me get the necessary permits as soon as possible." Zhou Chunhua never expected that a rural woman who couldn't read much could earn so much in one day. If she kept selling like this, she might make over 10,000 yuan a month. She really needed to prevent others from getting jealous and make sure her documents were in order. "Okay, Aunt Zhou. I remember a high school classmate who was involved in this. I'll ask her first," Xiaoling said happily for Aunt Zhou. This way, her financial pressure would be much less. After saying goodbye to Aunt Zhou, Xiaoling went back to the back mountain to cook dinner. Staying at Aunt Zhou's house for a day or two is fine, but longer would be too much. She had already bought everything she needed, so she just cooked a simple dish and ate. That night, Xiaoling continued watering the peach orchard with a gourd. All the peach trees were in the same area, so it didn't make sense for only one part of the orchard to be healthy and full of blooms while the others looked unhealthy and poorly nourished. The peach orchard in the mountains would definitely attract outsiders' attention. Xiaoling didn't want anything unusual to be noticed, so she worked overtime to water all 50 acres of peach trees. It was really hard for her. It took 3 whole days to finish watering all the trees. The peach blossoms bloomed beautifully, much more stunning than those popular photo spots. Once the watering was done, the new batch of vehicles Xiaoling bought had returned. Yes, a batch, no, not just a simple mountain tractor. She also bought a tree-digging machine, a track vehicle, and a removal machine. She had contacted her former college classmate, Wu Cheng. Although Wu Cheng was surprised that Xiao Ling wasn't focusing on medical treatment but was busy messing around in the mountains, he knew that not earning money would be foolish. He earned a good commission from this deal. Wu Cheng was happy, but Xiao Ling was worried about her shrinking bank account. Tomorrow, she also needed to set up automatic drip irrigation, which would cost quite a bit of money. However, these funds could not be saved. Xiao Ling's 200 acres of forest, after the later application of gourd water, were clearly not suitable for long-term help from others. Many tasks could only be done by Xiao Ling herself. The land was so large that only machinery could handle it, and scientific methods were needed to manage it. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to free herself. Next, she spent 10 days leveling the ground, transplanting trees, installing tracks, and adding drip irrigation. Finally, the 200 acres of forest were organized. Of course, Xiao Ling's money was almost gone. Even the recent insurance payout had been used up. If eating vegetables and fruits irrigated with gourd water couldn't cure Xiao Ling's lung cancer, she wouldn't have any money left for treatment. Ling, open the door, Xiao Mom's voice called out early in the morning. It was during normal work or school hours. Her mom wasn't at home watching the children, so why was she here? Xiao Ling was puzzled. She got out of bed and opened the door. Xiao Mom immediately hugged her tightly, then looked her over carefully. You must be so worried. How is your health now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Xiao Ling was confused. From her mom's tone, did she already know about her illness? Surely not.
I've fine.
Mom and Dad, why are you here? Is Dad not working today? Not feeling well? That's good. Ling, how long are you going to hide this from us? It's lung cancer. How can you be fine? Come on, let's go back with us and find a good doctor to check again. Xiao Mom said, pulling Xiao Ling along. Xiao Mom was confused. How could her daughter have lung cancer? Xiao Ling had been healthy since she was young. How could she suddenly get lung cancer? It was a coincidence that Xiao Mom found out about Xiao Ling's lung cancer. When Xiao Ling was filling out the insurance claim forms, she didn't look closely. The claim notice was sent to a default address. This default address was the one she had filled in when buying the insurance, her parents' address. When Xiao Mom received the claim notice at home, she was surprised. Why was there a document sent to her house? At first, she thought it was a mistake. But when she opened it, she found it was the claim notice for Xiao Ling's lung cancer. Seeing this, Xiao Mom felt like the sky was falling. How could her daughter have lung cancer? Only then did Xiao Mom realize why Xiao Ling had been acting so strangely recently. The daughter with cancer was not only ignored by her family when she was sick, but also asked to give up her room for her nephew. At that time, Ling must have felt very sad. Mom Xiao felt more and more regretful. She realized she had been foolish and hurt her daughter's feelings. Even though she and her husband bought a bigger house now, it couldn't undo the emotional damage caused to Xiao Ling. Mom Xiao cried bitterly while holding Xiao Ling. Ling didn't know what to do. She was only in her early 20s and had cancer. She felt she had no future. Xiao Ling reached out to pat her mother's back and looked at her father, who also looked sad. She forced a smile to comfort them.
I'm fine.
I don't feel uncomfortable now. Actually, I feel more energetic since we came back to the village. You don't need to worry. After saying that, Xiao Ling led her parents to the living room and walked around twice in front of them.
See?
I'm really okay. I exercise every day and breathe the fresh village air. Maybe I'll get better soon. Mom Xiao wiped her tears. But we still need to go to the hospital and listen to the doctor. Just now, your Uncle Wendy and I asked him on the way here. Surgery and chemotherapy are necessary. Wendy is Xiao Ling's uncle's son. He works at a hospital as a doctor. Xiao Ling smiled bitterly. This was one reason she hadn't told her family about her illness for so long. Besides feeling uncomfortable about what happened before, she was worried they would insist on surgery and treatment. Her parents might have old-fashioned ideas about children, but they definitely cared about her health. Now, Xiao Ling wanted to try the effects of plants watered with gourd water. If it could solve her problem, she wondered why she should suffer through surgery and chemotherapy. Mom, I really don't feel unwell. I don't want to have surgery or chemotherapy. You know these treatments can't cure me completely and might cause the cancer to come back. Although Mom Qiao regretted how she treated Xiaoling before, she wouldn't back down now. How can we not treat it? Even if it can't be completely cured, at least removing the tumor is important. Not everyone will have a recurrence. If we cooperate with the treatment and follow the doctor's advice, maybe it will work. Her father nodded repeatedly. Yes, we can't just leave it. It's still early, and the survival rate is high. Lingling, listen to your parents. We will go back to see a doctor. Zhou's father and mother learned a lot during the trip. They kept urging Zhou Ling to get treatment quickly. They couldn't just let her condition worsen and kept persuading her. Mom, Dad, listen. Give me 3 months. After 3 months, I will go to the hospital. Zhou Ling knew that staying like this wasn't a good idea. If her condition didn't improve in 3 months, she would need to see a doctor. 3 months? That won't work. You have cancer, and some cancers progress quickly. In 3 months, it could be life-threatening. You need treatment now, not later. Zhou's mother had heard that many people diagnosed with cancer often pass away within a few months or half a year. If they ignore the cancer for 3 months, who knows how bad it could get? Mom, I am taking medicine. I am using traditional Chinese medicine. The old Chinese doctor who prescribed it is a good friend of my grandfather. He said he has helped many people. He told me to take the medicine for 3 months and see how it goes. I need to stay positive and exercise more. There's a good chance he can control this illness. Zhou Ling had no choice but to use her family's trust to calm her parents first. Which friend of your grandfather? I don't know him. Has he cured people? Is it cancer treatment? Does he think your illness can be cured? Zhou's mother was not easily fooled and asked many questions. Grandpa has many friends. You probably haven't met all of them. As his favorite granddaughter, it's normal for me to know his friends. I didn't ask much about who he cured, but the old doctor said my problem isn't serious. He can treat it. Zhou Ling took a sip of water and continued. Mom, Dad, I am an adult now. I know what I am doing. Honestly, do I look like someone with cancer when I talk to you? No, right? I wouldn't joke about my life. If there was a real problem, I would go to the hospital immediately. Zhou's mother wanted to say more, but her father held her back. All right, Lingling, if that's what you say. You're no longer a child. You need to take responsibility for your health. We can give you some time, but 3 months is too long. 2 months, at most 2 months. If after 2 months your condition is under control and you don't need surgery or other treatment, then we'll listen to you. But during these 2 months, we will monitor your health closely. If anything seems wrong, we will take you to the hospital immediately. Zhou's father had already made such a compromise, so Zhou Ling naturally had no objections. If her estimate was correct, in 2 months her health wouldn't be fully recovered, but it should improve. When her parents saw her condition getting better, they probably wouldn't insist on sending her to the hospital anymore. You shouldn't have agreed to her just now. 2 months, even 1 month, I don't want to wait. Linglei mentioned that the old Chinese doctor had never heard of him. When had she ever seen Grandpa Zhou Ling have a friend who is a traditional Chinese doctor? Clearly, Linglei was just giving us a polite excuse. You also looked around the house, but did you see or smell any hint of traditional Chinese medicine? After leaving the back mountain house, Zhou's mother was furious and scolded Zhou's father. All right, don't be angry. Look at the situation just now. Do you think Linglei is really listening to us? Just from her returning to the countryside and living in the back mountain, you can tell the relationship is already strained. We can't force her. Zhou's father also wanted to take his daughter to the hospital, but Linglei isn't even home now. How could they possibly force her to come back? People who are sick are very sensitive. If there's more trouble, it won't help her recovery. When Zhou's parents returned to the village, there wasn't much fuss. Everyone was talking about Zhou Chunhua selling peach blossom cakes. This time, Zhou's family is really going to make a big profit. I heard they sell over 1,000 yuan a day. A day. That's just 1 day's earnings, and in a month, they could earn several 10,000 yuan. Not possible for a whole month. How long do peach blossoms bloom? Once they fall, there won't be such good opportunities. Even if they fall, they can be dried into flowers. Now they're storing the petals, and after the blossoms fall, they can use dried flowers. That's great for the Lu family. They could buy a house in the city in a year. Lu Jiangwo doesn't have to work as a laborer on construction sites with his wife suffering. That's easy to say. They're just eating fresh flowers. Using dried flowers might not fetch such high prices. Exactly. What are those people thinking? They buy a cake for 10 yuan, and they think they'll become immortals after eating it. Xiang Rong arrived. Come on, here, have a cigarette. Someone with sharp eyes saw Zhou's father approaching and quickly called out to him. What are you saying? So happy. Zhou's father took the cigarette and chatted casually with everyone. Harm? It's Zhou Chunhua's peach blossom cakes. You probably don't know, but she sells them for 10 yuan each. Now she sells about 100 a day. That person said, then turned to Mr. Qiao and said, by the way, this matter with Zhou Chunhua is also related to your daughter, Qiao Ling. My wife told me that it was Qiao Ling who asked Zhou Chunhua to sell the cakes. The price was set by Qiao Ling, and the peaches are from the peach trees behind your house. The educated children are different. They can come up with ideas that make the Lu family very rich. Mr. Qiao didn't expect it to be connected to his daughter, so he quickly asked for more details. It turned out that Qiao Ling had done quite a lot since returning. He hadn't noticed earlier, but he heard that she had cleared 200 acres of forest on the back mountain, hired people to build fences, and installed various equipment to level the land. Xiang Rong, your daughter Qiao Ling is planning to do big things now. If she hires people in the future, she should consider us neighbors first. Most families left in the village are not well off. The wealthy have already moved to the city. If someone can do work in the village, that's quite good. Well, who can say what young people will do? They think of one thing and do another. I only found out about this today. Brother, please tell me more about what my daughter has done. Mr. Qiao was asking about Qiao Ling's return to the village. Meanwhile, Mrs. Qiao was busy too. After tidying up the house at the foot of the mountain, she visited familiar families nearby. After hearing the news, Mrs. Qiao returned home with a serious face. Mr. Qiao also came back. They looked at each other in silence. After a long while, Mrs. Qiao broke the silence. Tell me, should we let her keep doing this? What is she thinking? How can her body handle all this? Since Mr. Qiao came back, he had been smoking non-stop, and he finally put out his cigarette in frustration. What can we do? She is like this now, can't be beaten or scolded. If she wants to do these things, it shows she isn't giving up. She can do whatever she wants now, as long as she's happy. And cancer isn't something that can be fixed just by going to the hospital. Even after surgery, cancer cells can keep growing, draining the body's energy. Some patients can't even get to surgery. Mrs. Qiao interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense. If you die, our daughter Qiao Ling won't die. Do you have to curse your own child? Although Mother Qiao strongly denied Father Qiao's words, deep inside she knew he was not joking. Most people with cancer don't live long. Thinking of this, Mother Qiao couldn't help but cry again. Since learning that Qiao Ling had cancer, her tears never stopped. Father Qiao handed her a tissue. Let Lingling do whatever she wants. Just 2 months. We give her 2 months to do what she loves. Maybe, just maybe, this is the last thing she can do. Father Qiao choked up as he spoke. Mother Qiao's tears flowed even more fiercely. She hugged Father Qiao and cried uncontrollably. The couple didn't sleep well all night. Early the next morning, they woke up and started busying around. Father Qiao is about to retire in 2 months and needs to go through the procedures. He can't stay here for long. Early in the morning, he took gifts and visited each family in the village. Qiao Ling wants to stay in the village. Many social matters are confusing, so Father Qiao needs to help her settle in and make her feel at ease. Mother Qiao has already retired. If Qiao Ling doesn't leave, she won't either. The house is empty and nothing is available. Early in the morning, she went to buy chickens, rabbits, rice, oil, and flour. Last night, she heard from old Zhou next door that Lingling only ate a few meals at her house. The rest of the time, she ate biscuits and instant noodles. This can't be good. Even if the sick person needs to eat well, at least she shouldn't eat instant noodles every day. So early in the morning, she was busy preparing a fresh, hot breakfast for Qiao Ling to get up to. Mom, you don't need to stay specifically. Look at my kitchen. Everything is ready. I'm not really too sick to move. I can cook myself, Xiao Ling said while eating the millet porridge her mother made. Don't worry about us. If you don't go back with us, I'll cook for you here in the village. Anyway, I'm just a retired old lady with nothing to do, Mother Qiao firmly refused. Nothing to do? My sister-in-law is working, and who will take care of the second grandson? Who will pick up the eldest from school? Xiao Ling hoped her two grandsons could take her mother away. She didn't want her parents' attention to be on her right now. I'll ask your sister-in-law to have her mother come and take care of her for a while. Don't worry about these things. Just focus on taking care of yourself, Mother Qiao said firmly. This time, Mother Qiao didn't interfere much in Xiao Ling's affairs when she returned to the village, so Xiao Ling didn't either. Regarding past events, Xiao Ling has come to terms with them. There is no right or wrong in her relationship with her parents. Could they possibly cut ties and never speak again? Or constantly compare their importance in each other's hearts? Forget it. She is over 20 years old, not a child anymore. Her parents go back to the village to care for her, and she accepts it. If they don't come, she doesn't mind. As long as she keeps a positive attitude and becomes strong herself, she won't be hurt by these things. Thinking this way, Xiao Ling feels more relaxed. She no longer struggles with her parents' concern and their previous attitude. She feels at peace with herself, no need to force anything. Letting go brings freedom. Xiao Ling continues to improve the arrangement at the back of the mountain. She deliberately left 2 acres of land behind the house empty, turning it into a garden. She named it Ling Garden, using the character for her names Ling and the idea of spiritual plants. She transplanted different trees into the garden, watering them directly with gourd water. Like the first peach tree she watered with gourd water, they all grew very lush. She could clearly feel the difference in plants watered with gourd water. During the day, after working in the woods and feeling tired, just staying in the garden made her muscles less sore. Not only did her body feel refreshed, but she also felt full of energy, slept better, and looked healthier in the morning. This strengthened her belief that gourd water could help her with her health issues, especially her cancer. She worked even harder on everything at the back of the mountain. After observing Xiao Ling for a few days, her mother no longer insisted that she return to the city for surgery. Xiao Ling's behavior was too different from that of typical cancer patients, who usually look pale and very thin. But Xiao Ling, even without makeup, looked much healthier than her sister Xiaoyu. Her lips were red, her skin rosy, and she moved quickly and efficiently, like a hard-working old ox. Even when she looked exhausted at night, she rested all night and woke up the next day full of energy. She was so lively that no one would think she had cancer, not even the most energetic athletes. Buying peach blossoms, Xiao Ling looked at Guowei in front of her, confirming. Isn't this person always buying peach blossom cakes? Why is he now interested in peach blossoms? Yes, Miss Qiao, could you sell me a few peach blossoms? Guowei asked nervously, as these peach blossoms are very important to his big life event. Sorry, Mr. Gua. Most of the peach blossoms have already fallen. There aren't many left to pick. Maybe you can look elsewhere to find some still blooming, replied Xiao Ling. The peach blossom season lasts only about 10 days. If she hadn't added gourd water, her peach blossoms would have withered already. Oh, there are none left? Why is that? Miss Qiao, I heard you have dozens of acres of peach trees. Could you look again and see if there are any good ones? Guowei, tall and broad, looked very disappointed. Last time, Guowei took a peach blossom home to give to music teacher Chen Jia. Chen Jia liked the flower very much. Recently, they had become quite close and Guowei thought Chen Jia might also like him. He was planning to confess his feelings in the next few days. Guowei thought about how he and Chen Jia became connected through peach blossom cakes. Naturally, he wanted to include peach blossoms in his confession. In the past few days, he searched for good peach blossoms to confess with, but none matched the ones in Hidden Mountain Village. So he came back here. When Xiao Ling learned that Guowei wanted to give a peach blossom to his beloved, she also wanted to help. She wandered through the peach grove and finally found a blooming branch. Here, Mr. Gua, there are no more peach blossoms now. I hope your confession goes well, she said. Guowei carefully took the blossom. Thank you, Miss Qiao. If I succeed, I'll treat you to a meal, he said happily, bouncing away with the flower. Guowei's confession was successful. Chunjia already liked him, and after he gave her such a beautiful peach blossom, she was even more pleased. Chunjia is back. Such a beautiful flower. Must be from Mr. Guo, her roommate teased with a smile. Yes, he gave it to me, Chunjia replied sweetly. Mr. Guo is a good person. Not only because of his good family background, but also because he works hard every day to buy you the peach blossom cakes you like. I heard the lady selling those cakes was worried about getting fined without proper papers, so Guowei even went out of his way to help her get the necessary permits. If someone cared for me that much, I'd secretly take my household register and get a certificate with him, her roommate Ding Rose said enviously. Chunjia placed the peach blossom in a vase. Some buds hadn't opened yet. She soaked it in water, hoping it would bloom by tomorrow. Thinking I can still enjoy 2 more days of beautiful peach blossoms, Chunjia feels very happy. In her dreams, she feels like she is under a romantic peach tree. Chunjia, look. My pimple disappeared overnight, Ding Ro excitedly shouts as she sees her smooth face in the mirror after waking up. Really? What did you use? How did it get so much better so fast? Chunjia, who has lived with her roommate for a year, knows very well about Ding Ro's frequent breakouts. Usually, it takes about 10 days for her skin to recover, even after trying skincare products and traditional medicine. But this time, her pimples cleared up in less than 3 days, which is quite amazing. I didn't use anything special. I tried everything on the market, but nothing worked. It was a waste of money. This time it just healed on its own, Ding Ro says, surprised. She looks at Chunjia and is amazed. Why is your face so smooth and rosy? Could it be because of love? Maybe some of that happiness rubbed off on me, Ding Ro asks curiously. Chunjia has nice features, but she usually looks a bit pale and yellow without makeup. Now, her skin looks much whiter and healthier. Chunjia quickly gets up and looks in the mirror. Indeed, her complexion has improved a lot. They look at each other, thinking that if one person is an exception, then both must have a reason. They carefully recall what they have eaten and used over the past 2 days. It's all very normal stuff. Yesterday, Chunjia even went on a date all day, and they haven't spent much time together, just sleeping at night. Surely, they didn't do any beauty treatments in their dreams? Speaking of dreams, Chunjia says, could it be that I really did some beauty treatment in my sleep? Last night, I kept dreaming about applying a peach blossom mask. Her roommate also stares at her with wide eyes. Me too. I kept smelling the scent of peach blossoms. It was very soothing. After saying this, they both walk over to the flower vase on the bedside table, staring at the blooming peach blossoms. Throughout the night, the flowers show no signs of wilting. They are very beautiful. Could it be because of these peach blossoms? Chunjia finds it hard to believe that just one flower could improve their skin so much. Chunjia, ask Guowei where these peach blossoms came from. I want to buy some, her roommate says excitedly, grabbing Chunjia's hand. Maybe it's not just the peach blossoms. Don't worry, I'll ask Guowei. Love of beauty is a woman's nature. This branch of peach blossom has such magical effects that Chunjia naturally paid attention. She picked up the phone and called Guowei. Guowei told Chunjia that this was the last branch of peach blossom. Chunjia and her roommate still refused to give up and insisted that Guowei bring them to Een Mountain Village. There are really no more peach blossoms, and peach blossoms don't have such magical effects. You must be mistaken. Maybe you've been resting well these days, feeling good, and your skin has naturally improved, Xiaoling said after hearing their story. Xiaoling had been staying in the mountains and hadn't noticed any special effects of the peach blossoms. However, that branch was definitely picked from the spiritual garden behind the house. Guowei's girlfriend and roommate probably didn't make a mistake. Xiaoling looked at Chunjia and Ding Ro's disappointed faces and thought to herself that she shouldn't let things from the spiritual garden be taken out casually in the future. Are you really sure there are no more peach blossoms? Chunjia's roommate looked disappointed. Her face broke out in pimples every few days. If peach blossoms could solve her skin problems, she wouldn't have to be called a pimple star. There really are none. The peach blossom's blooming period is short, and you know that. Now, there are truly no peach blossoms, Xiao Ling replied. Then could you sell us some dried flowers? I heard you've dried quite a lot, Guo Wei asked, trying a different approach to help his girlfriend. The peach blossom cakes had tasted different recently. The shopkeeper Zhou, who sold them, lowered the price, saying they used dried flowers. Now, the peach blossom cakes were sold for 2 yuan each. Dried flowers? Sure. How many do you want? Just to be clear, I don't sell flowers professionally and I won't sell them cheaply, Xiao Ling said. She didn't have much money now, but Guo Wei's words gave her an idea. She had dried quite a lot of flowers, not only from the spiritual garden's peach blossoms, but also from the 50 acres of peach trees outside. Xiao Ling agreed on a price with them. Since they approached her voluntarily, she naturally agreed happily. She sold 10 small bags of dried flowers for 1,000 yuan. That means each bag cost about 100 yuan. The bags were small, like ordinary sachet bags, with only 20 or 30 grams of dried flowers inside. It was a bit expensive, but Xiao Ling knew Guo Wei's girlfriend and Ding Ro would be very satisfied. Chen Jia and Ding Ro were indeed happy. Peach blossoms are also called the flowers of women and are believed to have beauty-enhancing effects. After Chen Jia and Ding Ro bought dried peach blossoms from Xiao Ling, they couldn't wait to make peach blossom tea to drink. Although the effect wasn't as stunning as the fresh peach blossoms Chen Jia brought back, both of them loved it very much. In less than a week, their skin and complexion improved significantly. Ding Ro often had pimples, and her face naturally had some acne scars. After a week of using dried peach blossoms, brewing tea, washing her face, and cooking porridge, her scars became noticeably lighter. With continued use, it might even be possible to completely remove the scars. Chen Jia also saw big changes after using dried peach blossoms. Her face, which used to look dull and yellow, became much healthier. After a week, her complexion was no longer dull. She looked bright and rosy, with a very good glow. Seeing such obvious improvements, other female teachers at the school naturally wanted to know the secret. Soon, a trend of using peach blossoms spread throughout the town's middle school. Teachers stopped using red dates and goji berries in their thermos flasks. Instead, they all brewed dried peach blossoms. Although drinking too much might not be good for health, the dried peach blossoms bought from Yingshan village never caused any problems. Besides detoxifying and beautifying, the peach blossoms from Yingshan village also helped with sleep. Placing a small bag of dried peach blossoms near the pillow helped people fall asleep quickly and wake up feeling refreshed. This was a big deal. At first, only female teachers at the town middle school shared this knowledge. After discovering its sleep benefits, even male teachers joined in. Soon, the dried peach blossoms spread from teachers to students, then to their families, covering the entire town in just half a month. The popularity of dried peach blossoms also made Xiao Ling a good profit. When she realized she could sell them, she asked Guo Wei to help get the necessary permits. In less than half a month, Xiao Ling earned over 100,000 yuan, mainly by having people pack the dried peach blossoms into small bags. Actually, she could have done it herself or with her mother, who also lived in the village. It would have taken only a few days. But Xiao Ling was already busy working in the forest every day and didn't want to do more work. Packing the peach blossoms was simple. A few quick-handed women from the village finished the job in 2 days. Zhou Ling's payment was quite high, 200 yuan a day for each person. She hired 5 neighbors, including Aunt Zheng and Aunt Xie, totaling 2,000 yuan in wages. Plus, she spent 1,000 yuan on bags, making the total cost 3,000 yuan. In just half a month, Zhou Ling earned 100,000 yuan. Zhou Ling also openly told the villagers about her dried peach blossom sales, which caused a big stir. The usually quiet village suddenly became lively. People thought Zhou Ling is really talented. Before, everyone just thought Zhou Chunhua's success was a lucky accident, a rare coincidence. But this time, selling dried peach blossoms made everyone realize that Zhou Ling had learned from the wise old Zhou, and she was very good at making money. Zhou Ling's mom, please remember to mention me when you need more help. If you hire anyone in the future, consider me. You know I'm good at my work. And me, I may not be the best cook, but in our village, I'm one of the best. If you sell snacks again, please think of me. My family also has a few peach trees. When you sell dried peach blossoms, can you include my house? I don't expect to sell at Zhou Ling's price. Even a little cheaper is fine. The villagers couldn't find Zhou Ling, so they all went to Zhou Ling's mother, hoping to get a chance to earn money. Everyone, don't worry. If we need more help later, I'll consider all of you first. Zhou Ling's mother didn't expect her daughter to be so good at making money. Though she was happy, her main concern wasn't about earning more. After dismissing everyone, she went into the woods and found Zhou Ling. Ling, if you need money, we still have some at home. You don't need to work so hard now. Zhou Ling looked at her mother innocently. I'm not working hard. When I first started selling dried peach blossoms, weren't you there? It was them who asked me to start the business. Zhou Ling's mother was speechless at her daughter's confident tone.
She didn't know what to say.
Other people found it very difficult to make money, dealing with connections, handling paperwork. Why was it so easy for her daughter? Most of the paperwork was handled by customers. Zhou Ling's mother couldn't honestly say she was tired from earning money. If she was tired, it was just a few older women working overnight to pack peach blossoms. All right, I can't argue with you. But for now, don't do too many unnecessary things. The most important thing is to control your illness first. Mother Qiao often repeats her usual advice. All right, Mom, I understand. Selling peach blossoms was really a last-minute decision this time. If I truly wanted to do business and make money, I would wait until my health improves. I know this well. Qiao Ling is not someone who confuses priorities. In her plan, she definitely intends to develop the back mountain area, but only after her health is stable. Right now, her main goal is to water the 200 acres of the back mountain with gourd water, so the small gourds can absorb more spiritual energy and grow stronger. After dinner, she saw off her mother and then went to the garden to sit quietly and rest. Qiao Ling found some breathing exercises in her ancestors' notes. The spiritual energy in the spiritual garden had never reached the level needed for cultivation. Although she had been practicing according to the instructions, she saw no progress. However, in the past 2 days, when a very thin fog began to form in the garden, she noticed a change. During her breathing exercises, she felt the fog in the air being absorbed into her body. This fog was spiritual energy needed for cultivation. Of course, the spiritual energy was very faint, but Qiao Ling was satisfied. Even a little spiritual energy was enough to start with. Over time, she believed she would improve. Meanwhile, the small gourd had changed a lot. It was now clear and shiny, and the amount of gourd water it produced had greatly increased. She estimated it could now produce enough water for a standard bottle of mineral water each day. Qiao Ling used half of the gourd water to water the plants in the spiritual garden. The other half was poured into a specially dug pond to store water, which was then used for drip irrigation over the 200 acres of forest. Although the large forest was still some distance from gathering spiritual energy, Qiao Lin believed that with time, the 200 acres of forest would produce spiritual energy just like the garden, with gradual changes leading to a big difference. Qiao Ling no longer sold dry peach blossoms, and Zhou Chunhua also stopped selling peach blossom cakes. The hidden mountain village fell silent again. No matter how customers begged for peach blossoms, it was impossible to supply them now, especially with peaches nearly ripe and no blossoms available. Qiao Ling, with her mother watching over her, only poured gourd water into the pond daily to irrigate the plants and did nothing else. She has been back in the village for about a month and a half now. She hasn't had a cold or a fever, let alone fallen ill from cancer. She is so strong she could easily lift a cow. Since Qi Ling started absorbing the spiritual energy from the air, she has clearly felt her body getting stronger. When she first returned, carrying 2 buckets of water exhausted her. Now, she can carry over 100 pounds of rice without any trouble. Ling, come on, go for a walk and take the snack to Bebe. Mother Qi made some snacks and asked Qi Ling to go out and get some exercise. Qi Ling took the food and walked along the road. The village chief greeted her with a young woman. Village chief, who is this? Qi Ling, let me introduce you. This is the new village secretary, The village chief introduced her and then said to the newcomer, "Xiao Lu, this is Qi Ling from our village. She recently came back to start her own business." Qi Ling looked at the new secretary Lu. She was young, wearing jeans and a sweatshirt, with her hair tied high in a ponytail. She looked like someone who worked efficiently. "Hello, Secretary Lu." Qi Ling nodded politely. "You're Qi Ling, right?" Hello. Just call me Lu Jie. No need to be so formal." Lu Jie smiled and greeted her. Then she said, "You might not know me, but I do know you. The dried peach blossoms you sold recently in town were very popular. I found out too late. By the time I wanted to buy some, they were all gone." Lu Jie said proudly, lifting her chin. "Look at my face. A couple of years ago, I worked somewhere else, and I was so tanned I looked terrible. I used a couple of packs of dried peach blossoms soaked in water to treat my face, and surprisingly, I got my fair skin back." Qi Ling smiled and said, "If it works, that's good. I don't know why, but the peach blossoms on the mountain this year are especially good, better than usual. If you like, I still have some at home for my family. I can give you some." Qi Ling knew that with the power of the gourd water, the plants she grew would be much more effective than ordinary ones. She had thought about how to handle this, but she would never admit it. She just kept planting trees, watering, and weeding, without even using fertilizer. As for the gourd water, she kept it very secret when she used it, so others never found out. There are many things in this world that are hard to explain. Perhaps it's because the air in the mountains is good, or maybe the water quality is better, or for other reasons. It doesn't suddenly cure cancer or completely change a person's appearance. The effects are just a bit more noticeable than usual items. There are many good things in the world, so we shouldn't focus only on her. Of course, Qiao Ling also decided to control the output of the plants in the spirit garden. The garden is located in the center of 200 acres of land, surrounded by plants irrigated with gourd water. This keeps the spiritual energy inside from dispersing, allowing Qiao Ling and the gourd to absorb it. Although the area around the garden is also irrigated with mixed gourd water, the amount of spiritual energy produced is limited. When the wind blows, it quickly disperses. Even if some residual spiritual energy remains, the effects of what is grown there are not very strong. In the future, if the entire 200 acres can gather spiritual energy, that would be the time for Qiao Ling to be cautious. But by then, the nearby towns might have faint spiritual energy, making her place less noticeable. While Qiao Ling was thinking, Lu Jie shook her head. "Where can I send it? I just want to buy a few small packages for my family and send them back. I still need to pay for it." Lu Jie's friend gave her 2 small packages, which she hasn't used up. She bought them not for herself. Her parents are old, and the dried peach blossoms help with sleep. She plans to buy some to show her respect and care for her parents. After discussing, Qiao Ling didn't stay long. The snacks she brought for Sun Bebe were almost cold, so she hurried to Jiao Yu's house. "Xiao Yu, I only made a mistake that all men in the world might make. I didn't do it on purpose. I drank alcohol and got carried away. Please forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again." As soon as Qiao Ling entered Jiao Yu's house, she heard these shameless words. She didn't need to look to know who was speaking. Jiao Yu sneered and stepped forward to slap Sun Yang's face. "I have nothing to explain. I just did what all women in the world would do." Hey, Jiao Yu, why are you hitting him? Sit down and talk properly, okay?" Sun Yang's mother also came over, quickly protecting her son and criticizing Jiao Yu. Jiao Yu responded coldly, "Sun Yang and I are already divorced. There's nothing more to say. You all can leave." Sun Yang's mother didn't care about Qiao Yu's attitude. "You have nothing to say. I have something to say." Sun Yang already said he was drunk and didn't mean to cheat. "Don't hold on to this and refuse to let go." Qiao Yu snorted coldly and looked at Sun Yang's father, who was silent, and said, "Are you saying that if Sun Yang's father cheats, you would also forgive him?" "He dares," Sun Yang's mother said with a cold glare. "Auntie, everyone is smart. If your man cheats, it doesn't mean Sun Yang can cheat too. People shouldn't be so double-standard," Qiao Yu said disdainfully. Xiao Ling looked at Babe, who was nervously tugging at the door, and moved closer to Xiao Yu.
Babe is awake.
Go see her. Xiao Yu turned to look at her daughter's frightened face. She didn't pay much attention to the Sun family and carried her daughter into the room, not wanting her to see all this. Xiao Yu felt a bit guilty. Last time she found out Sun Yong was cheating, she caused a big fuss at home and scared Babe. The child was already unstable, and right after the divorce, Babe had several night terrors. Hey, Babe is awake now. Let her see her father. Don't take her away, Sun Yong's mother said loudly, and she followed. Xiao Ling stepped in front of Sun Yong's mother. I told you to leave. Why are you still here pestering? Since you're already divorced, you have nothing to do with us. If you don't leave, I will report you for trespassing. What's wrong with you, girl? Trespassing? This is our own home. It's none of your business, Sun's mother said, grabbing Xiao Ling and trying to go into the room.
Exactly.
This is our family matter.
Who are you?
Mind your own business, Sun Yong said impatiently, trying to step forward. Previously, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling didn't get along well. Sun Yong only met Xiao Ling once at the wedding, and that was many years ago. So now, he didn't recognize Xiao Ling. What is your family matter? You're already divorced. This is the Qiao family. Do you know the Qiao family? I am from the Qiao family. I won't let outsiders bully our family, Xiao Ling said confidently. Now, Xiao Yu was being bullied by her ex-in-laws, and she was the only one from the Qiao family present, so she naturally stood up for Xiao Yu. Mom's son doesn't care whether Xiao Ling is from the Qiao family. She just wants her son to remarry Xiao Yu now. Before, Mom's son suggested her son marry Xiao Yu because she thought Xiao Yu's parents were wealthy and could help support their family. She didn't expect that Xiao Yu's parents would only give a small house as a dowry and then refuse to spend any more money later. After successfully getting Xiao Yu's house, the Sun family kicked her out and brought back Sun Yong's child from outside. Things turned around. Mom's son didn't expect that after Xiao Yu divorced, she would become smarter and start making money as an online influencer. Luckily, she didn't do anything inappropriate online, just sharing food videos and simple explanations. Otherwise, no matter how much money Xiao Yu made, Mom's son wouldn't allow such a woman who she thought was into her home. Xiao Yu didn't have time to think about Mom's son's thoughts. She impatiently rolled her wrists and said, "If you don't leave now, I will do something." Mom's son said, "I've told you twice that they will remarry in the end. Why can't you understand? If Xiao Yu doesn't remarry, she, as a woman, will always want to get married. She's a woman with a child from a second marriage. She probably won't find a good man and might end up lonely and forgotten after she dies." Mom's son hated Xiao Ling, who suddenly appeared and caused trouble. "Why do you care so much? Now, you just want Xiao Yu to remarry because she's making money from live streams and short videos. But think about it. Xiao Yu has a child and money. Why does she need a man? She can go home and continue being a servant for your Sun family, earning money for you. What good is it to you? As for dying alone and being forgotten, you don't need to worry about that. When people die, what does it matter if others know? Can they bring you back to life? And if no one takes care of you when you're old, that's even better. She's lived happily most of her life. If she suffers a little at the end, she deserves it." Xiao Ling snapped back, annoyed. She hated hearing that women must marry or they'll be helpless when they're old. If she meets the right person, marriage and children are good. But if not, there's no need to force it. She can live well alone. A poor marriage is not better than a good single life. Do what makes you happy. There's no need to keep arguing about it every day. I don't want to talk to you.
Xiao Yu, come out.
Xiao Yu, Sun Yong shouted loudly, ignoring Xiao Ling. Why are you shouting? If the tiger doesn't show its power, you really think I'm a sick cat? Joling saw that the Sun family members were not listening and fighting back. She was skilled in both literature and martial arts, having practiced breathing exercises recently. Confident she could handle a few grown men, she threw a punch at Sun Yong. "You're hitting people." Sun's mother saw her son being hit and joined in. She grabbed Joling's hair and scratched her face. Sun's father, who had been silent, also joined the fight. The scene quickly became chaotic. Joling's sister was in the room comforting her daughter, but seeing the fight outside, she couldn't stay seated. She put down her daughter and rushed into the fight. Eventually, the neighbors heard the noise and stopped the chaos. In the end, the three members of the Sun family left with bruised faces. Sun's mother had scratched Joling a few times, but Joling was the clear winner. Still claiming victory? You, a young girl who isn't married, fighting like this. Who would want to introduce you to someone in the future? Joling's mother scolded her, disappointed. No one is interested anyway. I don't care about those ugly people, Joling replied casually.
You. Don't worry about the rest.
I called your uncle's wife to handle it. The Sun family acted so badly, her mother said. She didn't say much more about Joling. When her sister was bullied, it was normal for her younger sister to stand up for her. But what happened next wasn't something a young girl like Joling should get involved in. Joling didn't want to deal with the Sun family. She hadn't even sorted out her own problems, so she had no time for these petty matters. While paying attention to what was happening with her sister, Joling's peach trees, covering 50 acres, started to bear fruit heavily. Even the peaches in her garden were giving off a strong fragrance. Zhou Chunhua often went up the mountain to visit her mother and, by chance, saw the branches full of ripe peaches. She hurried to remind Joling, Lingling, your peaches are doing so well. You need to manage them carefully for the next month. You'll harvest a lot. Have you contacted a fruit merchant? Joling looked confused. A fruit merchant? What's that? Zhou Chunhua was worried for her. She remembered how much money she made selling peach blossom pastries. She had planned to give Joling a fair price for dried peach blossoms, but Joling only took a little money, saying her peach blossom quality wasn't as good as the ones sold later. This was her first year selling peach blossoms, so she was giving a discount. Next year, if she sold peach blossoms again, she would sell at market price. Zhou Chunhua knows how much Xiaoling cares. To thank Xiaoling for her help, Zhou Chunhua pays special attention to her matters. Now, after hearing that Xiaoling has no clear plan, she feels even more anxious than Xiaoling. Let me tell you. After Aunt Zhou explains, Xiaoling finally understands what is going on. Large orchards usually have buyers booked early, waiting for the fruit to ripen so they can pick it directly from the fields. It's not just about buyers. There are also issues with managing the trees after they bear fruit, harvesting, and transportation. Xiaoling originally planned to use gourd water to water the plants, hoping they would absorb spiritual energy. She hadn't thought much about orchard management before. Thanking Aunt Zhou for her kindness, Xiaoling starts to look up what she needs to do to become an orchard owner. Wow, I didn't realize how much work it involves. Managing an orchard requires many tasks. Fertilizing, bagging, pest control, protecting against cold and heat. There are many things to do. It's not as simple as Xiaoling thought. Let's wait a couple of days to handle these things. It's been 2 months already. Come on, let's go to the hospital. When Zhou Chunhua was explaining these things, Xiao Mom was also there. She knew that Xiaoling would need to work hard to handle everything. But her lung cancer was like a ticking time bomb hanging over her. If she didn't deal with it, everything else was just talk. Xiao Dad also took some time off to go with Xiaoling for a checkup. He is about to retire soon, and most of his work has been handed over.
Now he has more free time.
As long as things aren't too extreme, the leaders turn a blind eye. How is it? Did the doctors say anything? Has the condition worsened? Xiao Dad leaned in to look at the imaging report in his wife's hand. When he saw the suspicious conclusion at the bottom, suspected cancer, his mood sank. Xiao Mom's face also looked very bad. She was grim-faced. She had thought Xiaoling was lively and healthy. Even in fights, she was never at a disadvantage. She truly believed Xiaoling was fine. But after going to the hospital, her true condition was revealed. Xiaoling was a bit disappointed too. She thought that after so long of careful care, her cancer should be gone. She felt her body was improving, but it turned out the cancer was still there. However, Xiaoling was not as upset as her parents. She took out the previous 2 imaging reports from her phone and compared them with the latest one. A smile appeared on her face. Her belief was correct. Using gourd water to water the plants was helpful for her condition. Xiaoling quickly showed the comparison results to her parents. Mom and Dad, don't worry. Look at these previous imaging reports. See here, the shadow is noticeably smaller by a large margin. Also, the previous conclusion mentioned a 5 cm size, but now it's only 3 cm. There is clear improvement. Where? Let me see. Oh, don't block me. Let me look first. Qiao's mother pushed her husband's head, which was about to press against the phone, and quickly took Xiaoling's phone and the latest report, carefully comparing them. Old Xiao, look, really, it has shrunk by a big amount. Her mother excitedly shared her happiness with her father. Suddenly, there was a turn of good news. After more than 2 months of not treating Xiaoling's illness, it not only didn't get worse, but also showed obvious signs of getting better. How could this not make her mother excited? Since learning about Xiaoling's illness, her heart had felt heavy, as if a stone was stuck inside. She often dreamed of her daughter lying weakly in bed, silent, and with a breathing device. Now, that heavy stone in her heart was finally lifted halfway. Good, good, good. As long as there's improvement, that's great. We're not in a hurry. Take it slow. Her father also looked very happy. Cancer is hard to cure, but as long as the condition improves, her daughter will have a chance to recover someday. With the lung cancer improving, Xiaoling confirmed the effectiveness of watering plants with gourd water. Many plans could now be scheduled. The peaches on the market usually ripen in June or July. Xiaoling's peaches might ripen a bit earlier, possibly in early June. Now it's mid-May. Unless Xiaoling decides not to sell peaches, she really doesn't have much time left to delay. Making money is inevitable. Seeing her cancer getting better day by day, with a bright future ahead, she also wants to build a career in this small, quiet mountain village. No matter what challenges she faces in the future, she has the strength to face them. After returning to the village, Xiaoling lay on her bed, tossing and turning, thinking about her next steps. She was so restless late at night that she had no sleep. She put on her clothes and got up to practice in the garden. Actually, calling it practice is a bit of an exaggeration. She just sat quietly on a mat, meditating. Her breathing exercises weren't anything special, just simple control of her breath to better absorb the faint spiritual energy in the air. Xiaoling has been practicing for a month now, and the results are quite good. Besides her health improving, the most noticeable change is that the red mole between her eyebrows has returned to its original size and color, just like when she was born. Xiaoling is figuring things out on her own. The reason her red mole has been fading and shrinking over the years is largely because her body's energy has been used up to fight external illnesses. Now that it has returned to its original state, it shows that her body's energy is gradually being replenished. All night, Xiaoling sat in the garden, practicing breathing exercises. When her body felt tired, she would stand up and walk around. Until dawn, she had no sleep and decided to run around the wall in the morning.
Hey, you are.
Lekong, Xiaoling noticed someone standing outside her wall. Recognizing the person, she asked with curiosity, Lekong, why are you standing outside the wall so early? Do you need something? Jia Xiaoling. I can't sleep, so I came out for a walk. I feel comfortable staying near your house. Sorry for bothering you, Lekong said shyly. It was a bit rude to stay near someone else's house so early. No problem. I was just surprised to see someone standing here suddenly, Xiaoling said casually, waving her hand. High school entrance exams are in half a month. Are you feeling stressed?
Le calme d'aide.
A little. If I don't do well, I don't know what to do. My parents work outside all year and only stay home a few days. They do it just to pay my school fees and living expenses. My grandma is also old but works hard selling snacks. I'm afraid of disappointing them. Jia Xiaoling, if I don't get into university, how can I face them? This kid has exam anxiety, thought Xiaoling, and she patted Lekang's shoulder. Don't worry. Don't think too much now. Life has many tests, and the high school exam is just one of them. It's not a big deal. Stay calm and face it peacefully. Don't be nervous. Relax and do your best to show your true ability. Xiaoling isn't very good at comforting people, but she simply reassured Lu Kong, who was suffering from exam anxiety. She gave him a peach blossom pillow, hoping it would help him sleep well. She couldn't do much else, but she wished the pillow could bring him good dreams. After running and returning home, Xiaoling sat in a lounge chair, lost in thought. Lu Kang's situation just now gave her some inspiration. In the future, the back mountain, and even the entire hidden mountain village will have faint spiritual energy. Although the spiritual energy is weak, it is undoubtedly beneficial to people. It can greatly help with treating insomnia and improving health. She could use this to open a health center or something similar. Oh, maybe a health center is too complicated and would need many medical staff. She could also try a different approach and open a small hotel or inn, offering lodging. The villagers, especially the older women, could help with cooking and cleaning. Not only her family, but other villagers could also run small guest houses to host visitors. Of course, all this depends on whether people are willing to come to this place. Without visitors, nothing will happen. It takes time to build a reputation. For example, Aunt Jo's peach cakes and dried peaches are still popular, and people often ask when she will sell more. Farmhouse tourism? Picking your own fruit? Xiaoling was worried about selling peaches, but unexpectedly, Lu Jie, the new manager, came to visit. Yes, the quality of the peaches last season was very good. I believe the ones later will be just as good. Your peach orchard can attract visitors and bring in more people. This way, the villagers in Yinshan village can also earn some extra money. Lu Jie's family lives in a big city, but even their hometown is a new rural area. It's not like they live in tall buildings with cars everywhere, but rural life there isn't bad. When Lu Jie came to help with poverty relief in Yinshan village, she realized that rural life can be very different. Yinshan village is remote, with few people. There's no regular bus service, and some elderly people live alone without even a TV. When night falls, they turn off the lights and go to sleep. Before dawn, they get up early to work in the fields. This hard work doesn't even earn enough for their children's school fees. To send their kids to school, they have to work outside. Without education or skills, it's hard to find a good job. Young people have a chance to work in factories, but older ones often can't find work at construction sites or factories. As a result, the land isn't farmed, and the elderly and children are left without care. This creates a difficult cycle. Getting out of poverty is very hard. After coming to Yinshan village, Lu Jie thought of many ideas. She noticed Xiaoling's orchard on the mountain. Maybe because Yinshan village is remote, with few people, or because Xiaoling is good at farming, her peaches are very popular. Lu Jie wondered if the peaches she grows could also become well-loved and bring success. Lu Jie had just arrived not long ago, but she already knew that many people came to Yinshan village to buy peach blossom cakes and dried peach blossoms. If the peaches grown by Xiaoling had the same quality as the blossoms, they would surely attract many buyers. Xiaoling nodded. The peaches should be just as good as the blossoms, but there's one problem. They've never been sold before, so no one knows how good they are. As long as no one entered her special orchard, Xiaoling wasn't too worried about anyone noticing anything unusual. There were already high-end products like premium rice selling for thousands of yuan per pound. Many places produced excellent goods because of their unique environment. She ran her business openly so no one would think too much about it. That's where promotion comes in, Lu Jie said. Isn't your cousin doing live streaming? You two seem close. Maybe she can help promote it and attract some attention first. The day Lu Jie arrived was the same day Xiaoling had a big argument with Xiao Yu and the Sun family. She thought since the sisters got along well, her cousin could help with publicity. Looking out the window at the lively peach orchard, Lu Jie took a deep breath and continued, I heard you're good at planning too. You could start a public account and write some posts to attract people. I can also help promote it on related websites. As long as the products are good and people are satisfied, word of mouth will spread quickly, just like with the peach blossom cakes and dried blossoms. Xiaoling thought for a moment. This way of attracting customers wasn't bad. It was like returning to her old line of work. Lu Jie's goal was to help the people of Yinshan village become prosperous. Naturally, she couldn't rely only on Xiaoling's business. The villagers needed to be involved too.
But it was still early to talk about that.
Once the first wave of visitors came and the villagers saw hope, it would be easier to convince them. After Lu Jie left, Xiaoling turned on her computer and started thinking about ways to attract customers. Ordinary rural experiences wouldn't impress people anymore. They had to rely on something unique to the area. But Yinshan Village didn't really have any special features. It was just a remote mountain village with few people and lots of land and forests. If it became famous later, they could develop tourism facilities. For now, she had to think of something else. Xiaoling racked her brain, but still couldn't come up with anything truly appealing. It seemed that no other path would work. She would have to focus on her peach orchard. Currently, the peaches in Taoyuan are not yet ripe. No one has tasted the peaches, so no one knows their flavor. People can't just say they are delicious and trust that eating them will be good for health. It's really frustrating. However, Xiaoling spent a night creating a promotional message. Since no one has eaten the peaches and many have used the peach blossoms, she decided to focus on this aspect. Want to know what kind of fruit a peach blossom with great sleep aid functions can produce? Curious about the effects of a peach blossom that helps with beauty and skin? On June 1st, bring your family and friends to experience the fun of picking peaches. A paradise outside the world, a human peach garden. I'll be waiting for you in Yin Mountain. She used simple words, added a photo of peach blossoms she took earlier, and also included a picture of ripe peaches from Ling Garden. After making some edits, she sent it to the group chat she created when selling dried peach blossoms. The group chat was lively. The sports teacher who often gets sick. The group leader is back? A beauty-loving fairy. The group leader is here. Are there any dried peach blossoms left? The acne-prone person. Boss, I really want to clear out the stock. The internet surfing expert. The peach blossom pictures are really beautiful. Are the peaches in your group already ripe? The one who always argues. Boss, you're deceiving customers. Using fake pictures to promote. The peaches aren't ripe yet. Where did you get those pictures? Once Xiaoling sent out the promotional message, the group instantly became lively. Most people were asking to buy her dried peach blossoms, though some doubted her. She then posted a picture of a peach from Ling Garden. We have clean air in Yin Mountain Village, no pollution. With proper care, some peaches are already ripe. Of course, only this tree is ripe now. The large-scale ripening will start in June. If you're interested, you can sign up with me. Although the peaches in Ling Garden are of better quality than those in the peach orchard, visually they look quite similar. Only by tasting can you tell the difference. For promotion, Xiaoling wasn't really lying. Of course, I need to mention that, as you've experienced with the dried peach blossoms before, I guarantee that the ripe peaches in my orchard are just as good as the dried ones. The price is naturally higher, but please trust me, it's definitely worth it. High-quality peaches are not sold at regular prices. Xiaoling told everyone in advance to avoid any awkwardness at checkout. The sports teacher, who often falls ill, asked, Boss, I look forward to your peaches. Can you tell me the price? This teacher is Guowei. He has interacted with Xiaoling quite a bit, from peach flower cakes to dried peach blossoms. The quality is surprisingly good. If the ripe peaches are also that good, it would be very promising. He wanted to find out the price first. My peaches in the orchard are sold by the piece, not by weight. The first batch will be available on June 1st. I can offer a discount, 10 yuan each. Xiaoling didn't check the market prices much. She thought that Sister Zhou's peach flower cakes, which only added fresh peach blossoms, sold for 10 yuan each. Since the peaches are watered with special water for a long time, they should be more expensive. She was only offering 10 yuan for the first batch to attract buyers. The price will definitely go up later. Someone who is good at arguing said, 10 yuan each? Boss, are these peaches some kind of fairy peaches? The kindergarten leader commented. Boss, your products are still as expensive as always. In rural areas with difficult transportation, interested people can sign up later on the app one will send out to gather information. Please fill in your preferred times and estimated number of visitors. Xiaoling didn't pay much attention to the messages in the group. Whether her peaches are good or worth the price will be clear once people try them. The 10 yuan price was a special discount from Xiaoling. It depends on whether everyone seizes the opportunity. She also posted on a well-known local public account. She didn't pay much attention to the doubts and questions below. She also asked Lu Jie to help promote. Because the peaches are expensive, she was worried about controversy, so she couldn't post about everything everywhere. Finally, Xiao Ling visited Xiaoyu. She knew what had happened after their last meeting. Xiao Ling's aunt is quite a remarkable person. When Xiaoyu divorced and returned home, she was not happy. But the Sun family wasn't very good either. Xiaoyu insisted on marrying Sun Yong, and her aunt had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. To her, Xiaoyu's divorce wasn't a big deal. With the way the Sun family behaved, she didn't want to deal with them anyway. Divorce was bound to happen sooner or later. When Xiaoyu divorced and returned home, she didn't ask many questions. She simply let Xiaoyu take the child out to live somewhere else, thinking that since Xiaoyu at least had a house, she wouldn't be left without a place to stay. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu quietly moved to the countryside. When Xiaoling's mother called her, she learned that the Sun family had taken over Xiaoyu's house. This made Xiaoling's aunt very angry. She thought, how could such a capable person have a daughter who is so soft and weak? Xiaoling's aunt immediately contacted people to investigate the Sun family. At first, she just wanted to check if the Sun family was involved in any illegal activities and to force them to return Xiaoyu's house and money. But she was shocked to find out that the Sun family had even taken in children from outside. This was unacceptable. Xiaoling's aunt quickly organized people from her husband's and her own family to confront the Sun family, causing a big commotion. Now, it wasn't just about reclaiming Xiaoyu's house. She also took Xiaoyu to court, accusing Sun Yong of being at fault. Sun Yong should compensate Xiaoyu and pay child support. Xiaoling's aunt made sure the Sun family was thoroughly upset. Right now, Xiaoling's aunt was handling the Sun family's issues. She also thought that since Xiaoyu was on the rise in her career, she would return to the village to help take care of the child and do some chores. Lingling, I want to thank you for what happened with the Sun family last time. If it weren't for you, Xiaoyu, that quiet girl, might have suffered even more. Xiaoling's aunt kept praising her when she saw her. Shyly, Xiaoling greeted her and asked, Auntie, I came to see my older sister. Is she live streaming now? No, she's outside in the backyard playing with Bebe. Bebe, come out and play with Grandma. Xiaoling's aunt called out to her granddaughter. Grandma, no need. I'll go find my sister. You go ahead, Xiaoling said, and went to the backyard to find Xiaoyu. Since she was young, Xiaoling had always been a bit afraid of her aunt. Because her grandfather favored her, her mother and aunt often argued, and she received many cold looks from her aunt. Looking at the Sun family now, Xiaoling thought her aunt might have been lenient with her family before, perhaps out of family ties. Xiaoyu felt jealous again. After Xiaoling returned to the village, she spent a lot of money on the back mountain area and bought many cars. It's estimated she spent at least 70,000 yuan. Xiaoyu didn't believe this wasn't secretly given by their grandfather. The old man is really too biased. But she also remembered how Xiaoling helped her fight last time, and she kept that in her heart. She suppressed her restless thoughts and spoke carefully. I can help promote you on my live stream, but I don't have many viewers and most of them aren't from our area. The number of people who can see it is limited. After agreeing, Xiaoyu hesitated a bit and said, the main problem is that the peaches you're selling are a bit expensive. They don't know about the quality, and if you mention the price during the live stream, you might get a lot of criticism. Then let's forget it. I won't trouble you anymore. If no one comes, I don't want to cause you trouble. Xiaoling decided not to ask Xiaoyu for help after hearing her words. She knew very well how the internet works now. Internet celebrities get famous quickly, but they can also fall from grace just as fast. Since her peaches prices are somewhat controversial, it's better not to involve Xiaoyu. Although she didn't ask Xiaoyu to advertise, Xiaoling still learned how to make videos from her. Since she wanted to run her mountain farm, she needed her own video account. Nowadays, everyone from 80-year-olds to 3-year-olds watches short videos. It's a great way to promote. So, Xiaoling continued watering the peaches with gourd water while busy attracting visitors. Soon, it was the last day of May. Based on feedback and data, she estimated how many people would come tomorrow. She expected about 150 visitors. Most of them, over 100, had come from the group that sold dried peach blossoms before. About 30 came from online public accounts and short videos, and more than 10 were local friends and classmates of Xiaoling's. Surprisingly, the remaining few were Lu Jie's family members. Xiaoling remembered once talking with Lu Jie that her family was in B City, which is quite far away. Xiaoling and Lu Jie agreed on the schedule for tomorrow's reception. She then said to Lu Jie, "You don't need to bring your family. It's too far. They're not just here to support. They plan to go on a trip and happen to stop by. They just changed their route this time. It's no big deal. Your dried peaches are so stunning. I believe the peaches you grow won't disappoint us either." Lu Jie is also very excited about the peaches on Xiaoling's back mountain. Recently, whenever she discusses things with Xiaoling in her reception room, she often smells the sweet scent of peaches, which makes her crave them even more. She is more eager than anyone for June 1st, because then she can finally taste the peaches she has been longing for over a month. Her family was not invited by her. They were won over by the dried peach blossoms she sent back earlier. Peach blossoms are of such good quality that the peaches are sure to be excellent too. They had planned to stay at Lu Jie's workplace, but when they heard that peaches would be harvested on June 1st, they changed their route and came to Yinshan village first. Since Lu Jie's family was coming to visit her, Xiaoling didn't say much and just continued to confirm the plans for tomorrow. There will be about 150 people, mostly locals from the city, with a few from other places. Not many will stay overnight. Maybe none at all. But she still needs to prepare in advance. If people come tomorrow and things get busy, last-minute arrangements will be chaotic and prone to mistakes. This is the first group of customers, so she can't afford to ruin her reputation. Xiaoling's back mountain has a few empty houses, but she doesn't plan to rent them out. She has already made most of her money from selling peaches, so she isn't interested in small profits from accommodations. Lu Jie arranged the lodging, which involves a few families at the foot of the mountain. They cleaned the houses beforehand, replaced bedding, and prepared cleaning tools. The small investment of about 200 yuan was enough to get ready for visitors. Lu Jie initially thought convincing villagers to spend money on supplies would be difficult, but when she talked to them, they not only agreed without much persuasion but also asked if they should clean the toilets and bathrooms. Lu Jie didn't even need to say much. She secretly thought that the villagers of Yinshan village were quite cooperative. Actually, Lu Jie was overthinking. The villagers weren't just cooperating. They trusted Xiaoling. Old Mr. Qiao had been good at making money since he was young. Even if he never left the mountain village, the dividends kept coming in. As the favorite granddaughter of Mr. Qiao, Xiaoling was definitely capable of earning money. A few months ago, when Zhou Chunhua sold peach blossom cakes, she earned in a month what her son and daughter-in-law wouldn't earn in a year. All of this was thanks to Xiaoling's advice. Xiaoling herself also earned easily, about 100,000 yuan in just 10 days from home. The villagers were so envious they almost turned green with jealousy. So this time, Lu Jie said it was Xiaoling's idea. The villagers needed her to do some work, and Balian couldn't refuse. In the future, as more people come, customers might see that their service is good and choose to go to them. That way, they can also earn a little extra money. The living arrangements are settled, and Lu Jie also arranged the food. There is a kind aunt in the village who cooks very well. They also invited a few quick-handed women to help out. The head chef earns 300 yuan a day, helpers earn 200 yuan a day, and the rest of the income will be used as a development fund for the village to improve local infrastructure. Food and accommodation are taken care of, and transportation needs to be arranged. Xiaoling paid for 3 buses to run between Yinshan village and Qingshi town tomorrow, making sure customers can travel easily. As for other matters, Lu Jie only briefly mentioned that villagers with stockpiles can sell mountain products they collected or small crafts they made, setting up small stalls to see if anyone buys. Tomorrow, there won't be many people, mostly locals, so there probably won't be many buyers. Lu Jie didn't say much about this, only asking villagers not to overcharge, to protect Yinshan village's reputation. Everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment. Master, wait a moment. There are 2 more people. Please open the back door. The front isn't convenient for entry. Just as the vehicle was about to start, a gentle-looking, thin, middle-aged woman hurriedly got into the car and spoke loudly to the driver. After saying this, she got out again and ran over to the two people pushing a wheelchair, helping them push the boy on the wheelchair. When they reached the back of the car, the middle-aged couple helped the boy get into the vehicle. After securing the wheelchair, the middle-aged woman shyly asked the driver to start the car and sincerely apologized to the passengers. "It's okay, no big deal." Guo Wei and his girlfriend, Chen Jiejun, sitting just in front of the boy and the woman, waved their hands casually. "Hey, are you also going to Inshan Village?" "If I had known, we could have gone together," a middle-aged man nearby, teasing his grandson, asked curiously as the others got into the car. This vehicle was arranged by Xiaoling for tourists traveling from the town to Inshan Village. "Yes, I heard from Brother Lu that the peaches in Inshan Village are good. We want to go see," said Renmin, the boy's mother, talking to Lu Gang. Renmin and her husband and son were out traveling. When they met Lu Gang, who was also out with his wife and grandson, they decided to travel together. Because Renmin's son had trouble sleeping at night, Lu Gang and his wife gave him a peach blossom sachet when they left, helping him sleep well that night. After seeing the effect of the peach blossom, Renmin wanted to buy more sachets to help her son sleep better. However, she heard that the peach blossom sachets were sold out. Since Lu's family had different travel plans, they parted ways. By chance, Renmin saw a promotional post about the peach orchard in Inshan Village on a local tourism app. She remembered hearing Lu's family mention that the sachets might be in Inshan Village. She decided to try her luck and signed up, unexpectedly meeting Lu's family there. That really is fate. "I must tell you, my daughter works in Inshan Village," I heard her say. Lu Gang is the father of Lu Jie's new village secretary, Lu Jie. He came to visit her workplace this time. Talking about his daughter's new job, Lu Gang and his wife also expressed some worries. Their young daughter insists on working as a poverty alleviation officer in a remote mountain village. As her family, they are worried about her safety. They also came to see her work environment and hope to persuade her to come back home. During the conversation, Lu's family learned about the reason for Renmin and her companion's trip. The boy in the wheelchair is named Deng Bin. He is 18 years old and should be taking the college entrance exams in a few days if he were attending school normally. Deng Bin stopped studying because of health issues. His family took him on this trip to change his mood. Seeing Deng Bin's pale face and exhausted look, Lu Gang and his wife wisely didn't ask more, understanding that his health might be quite serious. He looked like he might not have long to live. Just looking at him, one could feel he was nearing the end. As they talked, their vehicle entered Inshan Village and drove directly to the back mountain. Xiao Ling and Lu Jie, along with some helpers, greeted everyone at the gate. The back mountain was surrounded by a wall with only one entrance. A few days earlier, Xiao Ling had asked someone to set up a wooden fence around the peach orchard, so visitors could only pick peaches inside the orchard and not enter other areas. There were clear signs at the gate, reminding visitors to be careful, watch the prices, and follow safety rules. Lu Gang and his family didn't rush to chat with Lu Jie. They simply greeted her briefly and then, along with Guo Wei and others, went into the peach orchard to pick peaches. Along the way, they were excitedly encouraged by loyal fans like Guo Wei, who bought dried peach blossoms. Carrying small baskets and scissors, they hurried into the peach orchard, afraid of missing out on the best peaches. Lu Jie also returned to the village to drop off her family's luggage. "Would you like to pick peaches? Some areas are wheelchair accessible," Xiao Ling asked curiously, looking at the three people in wheelchairs. Although the young man was in a wheelchair, the smooth paths in the orchard made it easy to get around. "No, thank you." "Are you the owner of the orchard? I wanted to ask if you still have dried peach blossoms that help people sleep." Renmin declined Xiao Ling's offer and asked about the dried peach blossoms. "There are no more dried peach blossoms now. We'll have some next year. If you need them then, you can place an order with my online shop," Xiao Ling replied, pointing to her WeChat store nearby. Most visitors today asked about the dried peach blossoms. Xiao Ling was familiar with the process and told Renmin to follow her online shop for updates. "Are there really none left? Could you make an exception?" My child can't sleep well at night. We really need your dried peach blossoms to help him rest, Renmin pleaded, and the child's father also joined in asking to buy some. Next year? Who knows if their child will still be alive then? They just want their child to live without so much pain and to sleep a little more. Renmin and his wife had tried medicine to help their child sleep, but he had developed a tolerance after taking too much. Now, they only hoped that dried peach blossoms could help him sleep a little longer. Xiao Ling looked carefully at the boy sitting silently in the wheelchair. He was very thin, his face pale and yellow, lacking the energy a boy his age should have. Compared to Lekong, who was taking a break nearby, he looked completely different. I'm sorry, but we really have no more, Xiao Ling said sincerely. Although she felt sorry for the boy, there were no dried peach blossoms left. They had some stock before, but it was all used up by close friends and family. Now, she truly had none. Renmin and his wife looked disappointed. Could it be that their son wouldn't even get a peaceful sleep before he passed away? They weren't greedy or expecting their son, who was suffering from late-stage leukemia and hadn't found a matching marrow donor, to get better. They just wanted their son to live more comfortably. Couldn't heaven grant them this small wish? Thinking about her son enduring pain all night, Renmin's heart ached deeply. She wished she could take his suffering onto herself. Suddenly overwhelmed with sadness, tears involuntarily flowed down her face. When she noticed her tears, she quickly wiped them away with her hand, trying not to let her son see her upset. Mother Qiao had been watching nearby. Seeing Renmin wiping her tears while carrying her child, she remembered when she first learned her daughter had cancer. At that time, she also wiped many tears in secret. If her daughter's condition hadn't improved, Renmin's situation would be a true reflection of her own. She hurried over and said, "Try some of our peaches. I don't mean to boast, but once you taste them, you'll see they're really good. These peaches come from a dry peach blossom tree, so they won't be bad." After speaking, Mother Qiao cut a small piece of the peach and handed it to the young man in the wheelchair. "Thank you," said Deng Bin, the young man, stretching out his dry hand to take the peach and quietly expressing his gratitude. Xiao Ling saw the young man's claw-like hand holding the peach and softly encouraged him. "Yes, my mom is right. Try it, you'll like it." After saying that, Xiao Ling picked some peaches from a nearby basket and said, "Since you're here, try these peaches. The peach blossoms are gone now. There's a bench nearby for you to rest." Xiao Ling finished speaking and went back to her work. Today, more people came than expected. She had just started, and many things still needed her attention. Deng Bin looked at the white-pink peach in his hand, smelling its rich aroma. For the first time in a while, he felt a small appetite and tentatively took a bite. There was no feeling of nausea. Deng Bin began to enjoy the taste of the peach. The orchard owner was not exaggerating. These peaches were truly delicious. Juicy and sweet, with a crisp texture, each bite left a lasting aftertaste. Deng Bin finished the peach that Mother Qiao had given him in 2 bites, still feeling unsatisfied. He looked longingly at the basket of peaches. "Do you like it? Here, I'll give you another." Mother Qiao didn't leave with Xiao Ling. She kept watching the young man in the wheelchair. Seeing that he liked it, she handed him the remaining small piece of peach she had cut earlier. "Thank you," the young man said, his voice a little louder now. No problem, no problem. I'm glad you like it. Eat more. You look thin. Later, there will be lunch in the village. If you don't leave yet, you can go to the village to eat." Mother Qiao happily discussed the lunch arrangements with the 3 of them. "Thank you, sister. We will go eat later." Renmin thanked Aunt Qiao and excitedly asked her son, "Bin Bin, do you want to eat peaches? Would you like to try picking them yourself?" Renmin watched her son politely eating the peaches Aunt Qiao gave him, feeling very happy. In the past few months, Deng Bin's condition worsened. He couldn't eat much, and most of his nutrition was given through 4. This was the first time in months he actively wanted to eat something. Renmin thought that her son hadn't had much contact with the outside world over the years. This fruit-picking activity might be the last special day for their family. Even though Deng Bin can no longer walk properly to pick peaches, it's okay. His mother can be his arms, and his father can be his legs, helping him complete the activity. Deng Bin looked at his parents, full of hope, and nodded slowly. Maybe, before his life ends, he can leave his family with beautiful memories. Aunt Xiao watched with teary eyes as Deng Bin's parents carefully pushed him to pick peaches. Luckily, Xiaoling's condition improved, or today could have been Runmin's turn. The peach-picking activity was quite successful. There were some small problems, but since it was the first time doing this, everyone was inexperienced. As long as no big issues happened, it was considered a success. The quality of the peaches also won over the visitors. Although Xiaoling sold them at a higher price, many bought dozens at a time. Guo Wei was the most extravagant, buying 100 peaches himself, making Aunt Xiao very happy. The day's sales brought in nearly 100,000 yuan. Money was coming in so fast. Most people left after lunch, having finished picking peaches, leaving about 10 people to stay overnight. Among those staying were Deng Bin and his parents, some tourists from out of town, and surprisingly, Aunt Lu, known as the Big Aunt of Xiqing in Qingshu town, along with her husband and grandson. Hey, those people left too quickly. They didn't recognize a treasure when they saw it. How could they leave so hastily? The Big Aunt of Xiqing in Qingshu town isn't called that for nothing. Hidden Mountain Village is a wonderful place, Aunt Lu said proudly to everyone at dinner. Oh, Big Aunt, what do you mean? Lu Gang asked curiously about what the Big Aunt had discovered. Actually, my husband was the first to find the good things in Hidden Mountain Village, but he didn't have enough insight and missed out. I, being wise and brave, personally came to Hidden Mountain Village and discovered its goodness. Forget about the peach blossom cakes before. Everyone who has tasted them craves more. But the real treasure is the peach blossoms. Miss Xiaoling, the owner of the peach orchard, kindly gave me a fresh peach blossom. That was when I realized how wonderful Hidden Mountain Village truly is. Everyone knows dried peach blossoms can help with sleep, but you might not know that fresh peach blossoms can also treat children's sudden fright and night sweating. You see my little grandson next to me? He used to wake up scared in the middle of the night. His parents tried many doctors, but nothing worked. Guess what? I placed a fresh peach blossom by his bed, and after that, he never woke up scared again, sleeping peacefully until morning. However, after the peach blossoms withered, his problem returned. Dried peach blossoms help a little, but he still wakes up sometimes. Fresh ones work better. Aunt Lu took a sip of water and continued, when I found such a good thing, how could I not act? I had to understand where it came from. So I worked day and night, carefully investigating. The more I looked into it, the clearer the reason became. Someone in the crowd asked, what is the reason? Xiaoling was also curious to know what Aunt Lu had discovered. Aunt Lu said, this Hidden Mountain Village has a special connection to immortality. If we stay here longer, maybe we can also feel some of that divine energy. Someone burst out laughing. Come on, Aunt. You say the air quality is so good that it makes the plants grow well, and that's why everything is so great. Now you're talking about fairy luck. That's a bit much, Lu Gang said, thinking Aunt Lu was just superstitious. What nonsense.
Evet checked.
There are people in this village who practice cultivation. The peach orchard was left by those who seek immortality. If you don't believe me, ask the villagers, they all know, Aunt Lu said excitedly. How could anyone doubt her? Her reputation is well known. Are those cultivators still here?
Someone asked.
Aunt Lu didn't answer. Everyone understood, probably they're no longer alive. All right, everyone, please don't make things difficult for Aunt Lu. The peaches and peach blossoms produced in Taolin are of good quality because Yingshan Village is in a remote area with clean air. Plus, no fertilizers are used, so everything is natural and healthy. Another reason is the variety. My grandfather collected many peach blossom varieties before. The peach trees we have now are carefully chosen and maintained by him, so they are naturally different. Xiaoling stepped in to help Aunt Lu. How is that possible? There are many remote places, but why do the plants in Yingshan Village grow so well? Oh, wait, other people in Yingshan Village also plant things, and although their plants are better than those elsewhere, they are not as good as yours. I heard that the peach trees you have now are the ones your grandfather used to arrange with special techniques, and your peaches seem to have a special aura. Otherwise, how could they be so good? Aunt Lu was not convinced and continued to share her opinion. All right, Aunt Lu, you're right. It's getting late now. Why don't you go rest early? Xiao Ling decided not to argue further with Aunt Lu. In a way, she was right, it's not a special aura, but spiritual energy. However, clearly, most people didn't believe Aunt Lu's words. The elderly lady was proud and couldn't find the reason, so she attributed it to vague legends. This was normal, many old folks think that way. They understood, but lost interest in talking, and each went back to their accommodations to rest. Only after all the guests had gone to their rooms did the reception work finally end. Xiaoling took a nice hot shower and sank onto the bed, finally having time to review the day's events. Although things didn't go exactly as she expected, overall, it was close to her predictions. More people came than she had imagined, about 200 in total, 50 more than expected. The number of visitors was beyond her control since she didn't sell tickets. People just came as they wished. Many arrived after seeing the online news, without contacting Xiaoling beforehand, which is why the crowd was larger. The number of peaches sold also exceeded her expectations. Because Xiaoling didn't manage the peach orchard manually, the peaches tasted good but weren't very large, about 200 grams each. They weren't small, but compared to the peaches from Lingyuan, they were far inferior. Even so, Xiaoling nearly sold 10,000 peaches this time, at 10 yuan each. Just selling peaches for a whole day brought in about 100,000 yuan. The problem was that many children came this time. They kept running around and several times even went to her house. If she hadn't noticed in time, they might have gone into the spiritual garden. This made Xiaoling realize that blocking the area with a fence was not a good idea. The back mountain area either shouldn't be open to the public or she needs to find a better way to keep it separate. There was also a serious shortage of staff. Today, most of the money collection, hospitality, and guiding work was done by Xiaoling and her mother. After a whole day, Xiaoling didn't know how her mother felt. She felt like everyone was calling her, and she was almost having hallucinations. The whole day was very exhausting. Although today's sales were good, many problems also appeared. Running a fruit orchard is not as easy as Xiaoling thought. She believed she was well prepared, but she was still far from ready. There was a lot she still needed to learn. After this picking event, Xiaoling decided not to hold such activities for a while. She would wait to see how the peach sales go before deciding what to do with the remaining peaches. If no one buys them, she will need to find a way to sell the peaches in the orchard. Why did you buy so many peaches? How will you eat them all? Did you share some with Chenjia? Guowei's mother asked disapprovingly when she saw Guowei bringing back several bags of peaches in a row. Mom, you'll see when you try them. These peaches are really good. There's no way I can't finish them. Come, try one. Guowei put the bags of peaches down and handed her a washed one. Guowei's mother took the peach, took a small bite, and the unique aroma of the peach filled her mouth. She nodded in approval. Yes, these peaches taste good. They're worth 10 yuan each. But no matter what, you shouldn't buy so many. We can't eat 3 meals a day just from peaches. They'll go bad in a couple of days. Guowei's mother still wasn't happy about him buying so many peaches. Mom, aren't you going back to the city tomorrow for Aunt's birthday party? I thought you could take some to give to Grandpa and Grandma. These peaches are from the peach blossom that helped with sleep last time. The effect should be just as good. Guowei took another peach to eat. He had already eaten quite a few on the way back, but he still wanted more. All right, tomorrow I'll bring 2 bags. Your uncle and Aunt asked me if I have dried peach blossoms. You've taken care of so many business deals, but the boss really ran out of dried peach blossoms. When talking about dried peach blossoms, Guowei's mother became interested. Guowei's mother was not very happy because Guowei had spent a lot of money buying dried peach blossoms before. Although their family is well off, money shouldn't be wasted. Just a few dried peach blossoms cost 100 yuan, and her silly son bought several thousand yuan worth. If Guowei and Chenjia hadn't been so close recently, she might have thought Guowei was interested in the girls selling dried peach blossoms. It was only when her son brought her dried peach blossoms to brew tea and placed them by her bed that she learned about their benefits. Guowei's grandparents are old. As seniors, they sometimes have trouble sleeping. Guowei's mother naturally took some dried peach blossoms to her parents. Now it was getting out of control. Whether it was her aging parents, her sister-in-law, or her younger sister, everyone came to ask her for dried peach blossoms. But the dried peach blossoms sold out in just a few days. Guowei's mother couldn't buy any, and often her family asked if she had any. "Mom, you've already eaten peaches. How can there still be dried peach blossoms at Mr. Chiao's place? They're selling well, so there's none left. They're all sold out. Just bring peaches for your grandparents." I think they work just as well. Guowei knew his mother wanted to buy some dried peach blossoms for her grandparents, but there was none left at Mr. Chiao's. Didn't the boy with leukemia today also fail to buy any? Eating peaches is more practical. Then why don't you buy more? Tomorrow will be busy, and if everyone takes two, there won't be much left. Why not leave some for your grandparents? Guowei's mother was reminiscing about the peaches she just ate, feeling they might have similar effects as the dried peach blossoms. Suddenly, she looked at the few bags of peaches and felt they weren't enough. She was somewhat annoyed that Guowei bought too few. "Mom, can you be reasonable? When you say buy more, it's you. When you say buy less, it's also you. What do you really want?" Guowei was a bit speechless about his mother. After expressing sympathy, he glanced at his father, who was still reading the newspaper. With a wife who often had sudden ideas, his father's years hadn't been easy. "Little brat, you're asking for a beating," Guowei's mother said without concern. After scolding her son, she started preparing things for tomorrow's trip. The next morning, Guowei's mother woke up feeling refreshed and energetic after a good sleep, feeling very comfortable. Noticing that peaches seemed to have the same effect as dried peach blossoms, Guowei's mother immediately sent a message to her son, who was already at work, asking him to buy more peaches. She packed up and, with Guowei and Guodad, carried 2 big bags of peaches back to the city. This scene was common in many families who went to Xiaoling's peach orchard to pick peaches. Early in the morning, Xiaoling's messages were flooded. The sports teacher who loved to get sick. Boss, I want 200 more peaches." The peach enthusiast without pimples. "Boss, I also want 100 peaches." The kindergarten leader. I also want 100 peaches." The master of arguing who can't do anything else. "What's going on? Are the peaches really that good?" "Boss, give me 20. The pretty girl warrior. You're just a troublemaker. You bought only 20? Don't you remember the lesson from before? If you buy more. Good things disappear quickly." "Boss, I want 200. The master of arguing who can't do anything else. I haven't even tasted the peaches yet. I should buy some to try first. So, boss, give me 100. When will there be another event? I want to come to the scene." When Xiaoling woke up and saw the messages in the group, she realized everyone had noticed her peaches were ready and started replying. "Due to staffing issues, we won't organize picking events for now. If you want to buy peaches, you can come to the village or leave your desired quantity. I will deliver it to the town, and everyone can pick it up." People didn't mind whether the peaches were picked by themselves or not. Most of them were from near Qingshi town, and they weren't very interested in harvesting the peaches themselves. One by one, people in the group reported how many peaches they wanted. Xiaoling's initial estimate was that the total had already reached several thousand. At this moment, a netizen privately contacted Lin Lin. "Boss Xiao, if I buy peaches in large quantities, can I get a discount?" Xiaoling quickly replied, "The price is the same for any quantity." She doesn't think charging 10 yuan per peach is too expensive. Although the peaches from the orchard are not as good as those from Ling Garden, they are still better than ordinary fruits. In terms of taste and health benefits, 10 yuan per peach is quite affordable. Xiaoling hasn't raised the price because she hasn't found a good sales channel yet. Most of her customers are loyal buyers of her dried peach blossoms, so she hasn't increased the price. A netizen called Beautiful Girl Warrior wants to buy a large amount of peaches. It's probably not for personal use but for selling. Xiaoling knows her peaches are high quality, and not raising the price is already generous. She won't lower it further. In a fancy living room, a young, pretty girl pouted and said to someone nearby, "Dad, Boss Xiao won't lower the price. Are you still going to buy?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, of course. Tell the boss we want 10,000 peaches tomorrow. Have her prepare them." As Xiaoling expected, the netizen, beautiful girl warrior, isn't just buying peaches for herself. Her name is Luo Tingting, and her family runs several fresh food supermarkets in City C. Yesterday, Luo Tingting brought home many peaches picked from Yingshan village. This morning, her father, Luo Yuansheng, tasted the peaches and immediately contacted his college daughter. He rushed to Luo Tingting's school to have her contact Xiao Ling and buy a large amount of peaches. 10 yuan per peach is quite expensive in small towns, but in a big city like City C, being able to buy high-quality peaches from Yingshan village for 10 yuan is a real bargain. Luo Tingting's father plans to go for a premium approach. He will pack the peaches into baskets, 10 peaches per basket, and sell them for around 666 or 999 yuan. Some people will buy them. If he adds a health benefit angle, selling at a higher price might be possible. Luo Yuansheng learned from his daughter that the peach blossoms from Yingshan village can beautify the skin, help with sleep, and improve health. These peaches come from the same farm, so their effects are natural. Since this is the first time these peaches are on the market and they haven't gained fame yet, with good marketing, they could sell for a high price. But Luo Yuansheng's marketing plans are not something Xiao Ling needs to worry about right now. Her peaches have already been sold, and how much others can sell them for doesn't matter much to her. After all, earning a high price is someone else's skill. Xiao Ling just needs to focus on her own work. Uncle He, please help me tell everyone that I am hiring people to pick peaches, paying 300 yuan a day. Xiao Ling has already received orders for 30,000 peaches, so she definitely needs help. She decided to ask the village chief for assistance. Are they selling so well? Or just 10 yuan each? He-ming was a bit surprised. He just sold so many yesterday, and now she's hiring more people. Xiao Ling really is following in old Mr. Qiao's footsteps. Yes, everyone likes the taste of my peaches. I've received many orders, and I need help picking peaches tomorrow. Xiao Ling replied with a nod. All right, leave this to me. I'll bring people to the back mountain in an hour. Just make sure you have your tools ready. He-ming agreed quickly. Earning 300 yuan a day in the countryside is a pretty good job. It's not far from home, and no one in the village would mind doing it. Xiao Ling thanked the village chief, and then went to find Lu Jia. Secretary Lu, sorry, but I might not be able to carry out your previous suggestion. I don't have much management experience. Yesterday, things got a bit messy. For now, I'll just focus on selling peaches. The idea of a farm stay to attract visitors might not work for now, Xiao Ling said apologetically. They had agreed on it before, but now she was changing her mind. Xiao Ling felt a little embarrassed. Hey, no need to apologize. We learn as we go. My plan also had many flaws. We learn from experience and take it step by step. Right now, aren't there a few visitors from other places? They haven't left, which shows our idea is correct. Of course, there are still many things we need to improve. You can't eat a big meal all at once. As long as your peaches are good, they will attract people. Lu Jia was not disappointed with Xiao Ling's approach. She had also looked into other poverty alleviation policies. Getting out of poverty isn't easy. Now, Yingshan village is developing steadily, even beyond her expectations. She also believed in the quality of Xiao Ling's peaches. Good products naturally attract people. As long as Yingshan village gives it some time, it will definitely grow. Lu Jia was very optimistic about the village's future. After a brief discussion with Lu Jia about the development plans, Xiao Ling hurried back to the back mountain. Picking tens of thousands of peaches was not a small task. Back on the mountain, the workers arranged by the village chief were already there. Just imagine, earning 300 yuan right at the doorstep. Everyone was eager to join. If they arrived late and the spots were filled, what would happen? Even Zhou Chunhua, who had recently earned a lot, decided to join in. Chunhua, you made so much money recently, and now you're interested in this small amount. Xie Dazue was quickly picking peaches and asked Zhou Chunhua. Dazue, Chunhua didn't get carried away after earning money. You, on the other hand, are getting full of yourself. Do you call 300 yuan a small amount? Ma Zheng, who was efficiently picking peaches nearby, asked Xie Dazue. I'm not getting full of myself. I was just thinking about how Chunhua used to earn over 1,000 yuan a day. After working so hard, she deserves a break. But look at Chunhua. She's hosting guests, Picking peaches. She's working so hard, Ma Xie said with feeling. Before, Ma Xie was jealous of Zhou Chunhua selling peach cakes to make money. But Zhou Chunhua had to knead dough and sell cakes on the street. All these tasks were done by a 60-year-old woman alone. She earned quite a bit, but she also lost at least 10 pounds. Now, just 2 days of rest, she's busy again hosting guests and running around. She arranged her family's guests and still had to go up the mountain to pick peaches. She felt a bit sorry for her old sister, Zhou Chunhua. No choice but to work hard. Grandpa Lekong passed away early, leaving no savings for the kids. Lekong's dad still hasn't bought a house in the city. Lekong is so talented, but others send their kids to good schools with money. Lekong wants to get a scholarship to help the family pay for high school in town. How can I not work hard? Zhou Chunhua said with a bitter smile. Her words made the other women silent. Their families were in similar situations. Maybe their conditions were slightly better than old Zhou's, but not by much. Even if they bought a house in the city, the huge mortgage was overwhelming. The young people at home could only stay a few days before going out to work. They came to help Xiao Ling work, not just for fun, but to earn some money and ease the children's burden. Xiao Ling listened to what the women said and felt uneasy inside. People who come to work at her place generally come from families with modest conditions. Actually, most people who still stay in the village for a long time come from families with limited resources. Since returning to the village, Xiao Ling has felt the kindness and sincerity of the villagers. They may have their own little thoughts, but most are easy to get along with. Seeing everyone struggling makes Xiao Ling feel uncomfortable. Xiao Ling also wants to help her neighbors become wealthier, but at the moment, she doesn't have the ability. Plus, she still has her own cancer problem to deal with, so she feels powerless. To help her neighbors, she can only wait until she recovers from her illness and has the energy to help when she is able. Selling peaches has been very successful. Whether at the Beautiful Girl Warrior shop or from others who bought peaches from Xiao Ling, many more have bought peaches from her. In less than 5 days, all 50 acres of ripe peaches in the orchard were sold out. Xiao Ling didn't have to put much effort into it. Once people tasted her peaches, they naturally promoted her. Especially at Luo Yuanqing's place, he bought about 90% of the ripe peaches. Initially, Luo Yuanqing bought 10,000 peaches. After 2 days, customers loved the quality and flocked to his fresh food store to buy peaches. Not only did the peaches from Xiao Ling make Luo Yuanqing a good profit, but they also boosted his fresh food store's popularity. When he heard that Xiao Ling had no more peaches, Luo Yuanqing personally came to ask for more. Boss Xiao, how can there be no more peaches from the 50-acre orchard? Is the price not right? No problem, we can negotiate, Luo Yuanqing said politely when he saw Xiao Ling. Boss Luo, it's not about the price. I really have no more peaches. You just took a batch this morning, and all the ripe peaches are sold out, Xiao Ling explained helplessly. She knew the peaches in the orchard were good quality, but she didn't expect so many ripe peaches to sell out in just a few days. Since Children's Day, she organized the villagers to pick peaches for 5 days straight, and all the ripe peaches on the trees have been harvested. Yet, demand still exceeds supply. There are also many messages in her fan group asking to buy peaches. Luo Yuanqing is also among them. He called her and even personally came to Yinshan village. However, a resourceful person cannot cook without rice. All the available peaches have already been picked. Regarding Luo Yuanqing's request to buy peaches, Xiao Ling can only apologize. Really none left? Not even a little? Boss Xiao, I'll pay 20 yuan each. Please sell me some. Luo Yuanqing sincerely wants to buy more peaches to help his fresh food store regain market share. In recent years, Luo Yuanqing's fresh food store has lost a lot of customers to other malls and supermarkets. His profits have dropped significantly over the past year or two. The popularity of peaches from Yinshan village gave Luo Yuanqing a chance. As for how much money he can make from selling peaches, he no longer cares much. Now, he just wants his store to capture more market share. There are many opportunities to make money in the future. Luo Yuanqing is now trying to open the market with peaches from Yinshan village. Since he has just started to see some success, why are there no peaches left? Boss Luo, really none left. I only have 50 acres of peach orchards, and the first batch of ripe peaches is just this much. You can see for yourself how many you buy, Qiao Ling patiently explains. Seeing Qiao Ling's insistence, Luo Yuanqing guesses there are truly no more peaches in stock. He then makes a secondary request. Then, Boss Qiao, when the peaches ripen later, can you sell all of them to me? Don't worry, I will make sure the price makes you happy. Qiao Ling still hopes to attract more customers to Yingshan Village through peaches and has loyal fans supporting her products. How could she sell all the peaches to Luo Yuanqing alone? Boss Luo, I have many regular customers. It's impossible to sell everything to you. How about this? I'll keep half of the remaining peaches for you. Is that okay? Luo Yuanqing naturally prefers to buy as many as possible. He quickly agrees. Boss Qiao, it doesn't matter who I buy from. Those individual customers also need your help with delivery. If you sell everything to me, you won't have to worry about anything. I can even pay someone to pick the peaches. I'll pay 20 yuan each. Can you sell those individual customers at that price? It's too much trouble to explain the price increase to them. They're not as easy to talk to as I am. Just sell everything to me. Luo Yuanqing's words are not without reason. However, Qiao Ling would not sell everything to him just to make things easier. She has her own plans. Does Boss Qiao have any concerns? I heard from my daughter that you previously organized self-picking activities and are planning to develop agritourism in Yingshan Village. Are you worried that if you sell everything to me, it will be hard to attract visitors? It's okay. When selling, I can put your brand label on the peaches so that everyone who buys them knows they come from your farm. This will also attract more customers. I sell peaches in City C as a high-end product, targeting wealthier customers, which is more profitable than selling in small towns. It's not surprising that Luo Yuanqing has built such a big business. His daughter, Luo Tingting, was the first to buy peaches from us during a picking event. When she heard about the farm stay project in Yingshan Village and Qiao Boss's involvement, she guessed Qiao Ling's concerns and explained her own. Honestly, Luo Yuanqing's idea really pleased Qiao Ling. Qiao Ling hadn't thought about labeling peaches before, but doing so could greatly increase the farm's fame. Working with Luo Yuanqing makes things easier. However, even without much business experience, Qiao Ling knew she shouldn't put all her eggs in one basket. If she sold all her peaches to Luo Yuanqing and he used his sole sales channel to cause trouble, what would happen? When the peaches ripen and there are no buyers, would they just rot on the trees? Waiting until then to find buyers would be much harder. So, selling all the peaches to Luo Yuanqing was not an option. But Luo Yuanqing's idea also made sense. Qiao Ling thought for a moment and said, Boss Luo, I really can't sell you all of them. I'll sell you 3/5 first and keep the remaining 2/5 for myself for 5 days. If they're leftovers, I'll give them all to you. Luo Yuanqing looked disappointed. Boss Qiao, can you give me a little more? I've already made a big concession, Qiao Ling replied firmly. Seeing her resolve, Luo Yuanqing didn't argue further. At least 3/5 of the peaches would be sold later when they ripened. As for the peaches she kept for herself, her daughter Luo Tingting would buy some, so it wasn't a small amount. After they agreed, Luo Yuanqing paid a deposit and happily left Yingshan Village. The first batch of peaches had already gained a good reputation. The second batch would sell even better. He planned to take this chance to grow his family's business even more. After saying goodbye to Luo Yuanqing, Qiao Ling didn't worry much about selling peaches anymore. Selling peaches was just the beginning. There would be many more such opportunities in the future. Qiao Ling also realized her own shortcomings. She didn't plan to solve everything on her own and knew she needed to find professionals for help. Expertise is important, so she decided not to waste her energy on things she couldn't handle. After a few days of work, Qiao's parents were very tired. They finished dinner early and went home to rest. Qiao Ling felt pretty good. After practicing breathing exercises for a while, she couldn't sleep, so she wandered in the woods, thinking about the forest's layout. The land was 200 acres, 50 acres of peach orchard, and over 100 acres of various trees. Qiao Ling wanted to plant more useful plants that could produce food. She thought having just 2 ornamental plants was enough, There was no need to keep so many. Many trees were scattered and wasted land. Xiaoling wanted to organize the land better and grow some common vegetables. Having been seriously ill, she now understood how important health is. Until now, Xiaoling still didn't understand how she got lung cancer. In her mind, only old smokers got lung cancer. She didn't smoke or drink, and her daily routine was not perfect but similar to most people online. Was her body really that weak? Was she worse off than those online? The cause of her cancer might be unknown, but now that she had the chance, Xiaoling wanted to improve her quality of life. Her parents were getting older, and eating more plants irrigated with gourd water would surely be better for their health. At the same time, behind the wall at the back of the mountain, Xiaoling was there. Before the college entrance exam, I couldn't sleep, so I would come here for a while. It seemed to have some kind of magic. Spending time here helped me sleep better and made studying the next day easier. Lucong was pushing Deng Bin's wheelchair around the wall, talking to him. Earlier, after eating peaches from Xiaoling's orchard, Deng Bin's appetite improved, and he seemed to sleep more at night. Deng Bin's mother and father decided to stay in Yinshan village for a while, staying at Lucong's house. Lucong had just finished the college entrance exam and was feeling excited and nervous, unable to sleep. Late at night, he came out to see Deng Bin quietly sitting in the yard, pushing his wheelchair. The two boys, about the same age, didn't talk much because Deng Bin was sick, but they still found it easy to talk to each other. Lucong naturally knew that Deng Bin was sick and had trouble sleeping at night. He heard that the situation in their village had improved a bit, and Deng Bin could sleep for 2 or 3 hours at a time. Lucong had experienced occasional insomnia before, but he deeply understood how painful it was. Although he felt very tired, he just couldn't fall asleep. He kept turning over, unsure of what he was thinking about. Listening to the ticking of the clock on the wall, he felt so frustrated that he wanted to tear it down and smash it on the ground to vent his feelings of restlessness. He realized that falling asleep is also a skill. This was something Lucong only understood during his sleepless nights. He couldn't imagine that Deng Bin was suffering from insomnia almost every day. It wasn't some magical power from staying up late. It was actually draining his life. So, Lucong took Deng Bin to a secret place he had discovered. Here, the air quality is really good, Deng Bin said softly. After arriving at Hidden Mountain Village, Deng Bin found that the environment there was quite nice. In the past few days, he had eaten more than he had in the past month. Before, he couldn't eat much and often relied on nutritional liquids to keep his body going. But in Hidden Mountain Village, he could eat peaches and drink a little porridge, and he could even sleep for a few hours. That was something he never thought possible before. Deng Bin's illness was already in its late stage, and there was basically no cure. The doctor had clearly said that even with a matching bone marrow donor, the chances of success were very low. Deng Bin didn't have much time left, probably no more than 3 months. His family of 3 understood this well. This trip was actually Deng Bin's own idea. He didn't want to wait in despair at the hospital for death. Even if going out might mean he would die sooner, he wanted to spend some time outside with his family and leave them some memories. Traveling was already difficult for him, and Deng Bin even thought he might not have many days left to live. But unexpectedly, in Hidden Mountain Village, he could enjoy the fruits and rice he used to eat when he was healthy. So the family decided to stay in the village. Lucong saw that Deng Bin was silent and didn't disturb him. He quietly supported the wheelchair. After a long while, so long that Lucong's excitement from the college entrance exam had faded, and he was starting to feel sleepy, he heard a faint snore. It turned out that Deng Bin had fallen asleep. This is truly a rare moment. I heard that Deng Bin had already slept for a while earlier, and given his condition, he would find it hard to fall asleep tonight. I didn't expect him to fall asleep again after just a short time on the back hill. Lekin couldn't help but think of what Aunt Lu from Xiqing said a few days ago, that the back hill might really be different. Worried about waking Deng Bin, Lekin didn't push the wheelchair again. Instead, he simply sent a message to Deng Bin's mother, asking them to bring a blanket to the back hill. Bin. Rinmin looked at her son sleeping in the wheelchair, whispering his nickname in disbelief. Be quiet. Deng Dad gently pulled his wife and whispered a reminder.
Rain silently nodded.
She didn't want to disturb Binbin's rare sleep. They carefully covered Dengbin with a blanket to keep him warm, watching him sleep peacefully. The dark circles under Dengbin's eyes were very noticeable on his pale, bloodless face. Sitting lightly in the wheelchair, he looked as if a gust of wind cut him away, which made people feel very sad. After a while, Renmin asked her husband to watch the child, then signaled Lekin to step back. Lekin, thank you. Not only did Lekin talk with Binbin and keep him calm enough to sleep, but he also helped him rest peacefully. Renmin was very grateful. Because of his illness, Dengbin rarely interacted with peers. Renmin was very thankful that Lekin could be his friend before his life ended, allowing him to experience friendship. Although it was only for a short time, at least her Binbin had that brief happiness. Auntie, there's no need to be so polite, Lekin said shyly, scratching his head. He hadn't done much. Dengbin's mother was just too polite. Lekin, I want to ask you, why did Binbin suddenly fall asleep? Renmin asked her question, feeling curious. She wondered why Lekin brought Binbin to the back hill in the middle of the night. And why Binbin was able to fall asleep here. Well, Auntie, it's like this. Before the college entrance exam, I also had a period of insomnia. At night, I would walk around the village. I found that after staying nearby for a while, I could fall asleep quickly once I returned to my room. I thought Binbin wasn't resting well, so I brought him here to try. Surprisingly, it worked, Lekin explained simply. Oh, I see. Thank you, Lekin. It's late now. Binbin and I will watch over him. You should go home and rest. Eagerly, Renmin looked thoughtfully at the plants surrounded by the back mountain wall, nodded, and advised Lekong to go back. Okay, Auntie. It's cool at night, so take care. With his parents watching over him, Dengbin felt reassured and went home. At 4 in the morning, Xiaoling finished her night shift. Just as she was about to return to her room and rest, she heard a noise outside. Carefully, she stepped out of the main door. She saw 3 people huddled closely together in the corner of the wall. Surprised, Xiaoling didn't disturb them and quietly watched for a while. After a long time, the early morning dew wet her eyes. Xiaoling got up and went back to her room. She took 2 blankets and covered Dengbin's parents with them. Maybe it was because her tense nerves relaxed, or perhaps because caring for the patient was exhausting, she covered them with blankets.
They were still asleep.
Xiaoling didn't stay long. She looked at them deeply, then turned and went back to her room. Once inside, Xiaoling tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. Her mind kept flashing back to the pale, desperate look of the boy with leukemia. Sometimes she thought of Dengbin's mother secretly wiping tears away, and she also remembered the warm scene outside the wall earlier. Her heart was touched. Human life is so fragile. If she hadn't received the little gourd, she would soon face the same suffering. Although her lung cancer hadn't been completely cured yet and some residual tumors remained, Xiaoling believed that during her next checkup, her lung condition might be fully resolved. She wasn't sure if the spiritual energy she generated here could cure Dengbin's illness, but it was clear that it helped ease his condition. Just as Dengbin's mother hoped, at least he wouldn't suffer as much while he was alive. Xiaoling was worried that letting people approach the back mountain might reveal the little gourd's abnormality, but she couldn't just watch Dengbin suffer and die. Like when she sold dried peach blossoms and peaches, though their quality was surprisingly good, and some, like Aunt Lu from Xiqing, believed in the good feng shui of Hidden Mountain Village, no one suspected her involvement. Xiaoling operated openly. Even if later people noticed the spiritual energy on the back mountain was unusual, as long as they couldn't find the little gourd or link it to her, she could pretend everything was normal. This is something that benefits everyone. If people don't understand the reason behind it, they won't focus much on the source of the abnormality. Instead, they will put more energy into the spiritual energy itself and how it affects everyone. As long as Xiaoling keeps the small gourd that caused all this hidden, it doesn't matter how many guesses there are. It has nothing to do with her. She just acts as if she doesn't know anything. When she notices the unusual activity in the back mountain, she uses it to make money and help others, which is very normal. Once she understood this, Xiaoling felt at peace. The The sleep god finally found her, but she didn't think about anything else and went to chat with Zhou Gong. Lingling, get up quickly. Early in the morning, Qiao Ma's voice came from outside the door. Qiao Ling's eyelids felt glued shut, unable to open. She simply replied that she wanted to sleep more, then covered her head with the blanket and went back to sleep. Lingling is still sleeping lazily. You guys should sit for a while, Qiao Ma said shyly to Deng Bin's family. It's okay, we were too abrupt. We'll visit again this afternoon, and we can also wash the blanket and return it to Boss Qiao, Renmin said, holding the blanket Qiao Ling helped cover her with last night. There's no need to wash it. You're just renting a place here, so it's not convenient to do these things. Keep it here. It's easier for us to wash, Qiao Ma said casually, taking the blanket from Renmin. Then, thank you. After lunch, I'll bring the kids to visit, Renmin said, not insisting further. After thanking Qiao Ma again, she and Deng Bin's father pushed Deng Bin, who had slept well, and left. Didn't I hear that the local Taoist temple is quite famous? Deng Bin's father asked his wife with a puzzled look as he pushed Deng Bin. Because of their child's illness, the couple had prayed to gods and Buddha many times. This remote mountain village was far away, and they had never heard of any effective Taoist temples here. Are those a few houses in the peach orchard just a Taoist temple? Whether it's famous or not doesn't matter. As long as it helps Bin Bin's illness, that's enough, Renmin said casually to Deng Bin's father, then asked with concern about Deng Bin. Bin Bin, after lunch, shall we go see Miss Qiao and the medicine king they worship? Although Deng Bin didn't think his condition could be cured, last night in the back mountain was different from usual. At least he wasn't in as much pain as before, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, after we go back, I'll ask Aunt Zhou about Miss Qiao and the divine doctor. On that day, Renmin didn't pay much attention when Aunt Lu mentioned old Master Qiao's quest for immortality and the way to seek the Tao. But now, she wanted to believe it just once. It was like a last straw for someone drowning. She could only place her hope in these vague and distant things. While eating, Aunt Xiao looked at Xiao Ling, who kept yawning, and said, You know your own health well. Is this the time to be stubborn? Your condition has improved after all, yet you still don't take care of yourself. It's just like Deng Bin's child. When you cry, you really cry. Aunt Xiao had been unhappy with Xiao Ling's poor sleep habits for a long time. She stayed up late and got up late. Was she planning to turn herself into a lamp oil? She refused to learn from her grandmother's reckless ways. Was she really going to learn to cultivate like the old master? She would definitely break Xiao Ling's legs if she kept going. Mom, I understand. I feel much better now. After I sell the next batch of peaches, I'll go for a checkup. Don't worry, Xiao Ling said helplessly. Living with family in such a cramped place was really exhausting. She was tired of all the nagging. At this moment, Xiao Ling seemed to no longer care about having her own room at home. She just wanted to be left alone and enjoy her freedom. All right, Lingling, be sensible. Don't say more. Finish your meal and get ready. The Deng family will come later. Don't let them laugh at us, Dad Xiao said, trying to mediate. Be sensible. I don't even bother to argue with her. You know, if a garden is going to be named, just name it. What's with Ling Garden? Listen to that, what kind of name is that? She secretly came up with such a gloomy name, and then she wants a plaque made. Do you know how Zhao's brothers reacted when they heard Qiao Ling wanted to carve that name? They thought it was meant for a cemetery, asking if the characters were written wrong or if it was a double-encased tomb. Aunt Qiao said angrily. Can a normal person come up with a name like Ling Garden for their own garden? I was just using the Ling from my own name. The cemetery just sounds similar, Qiao Ling said, rubbing her forehead. She hadn't noticed when she named it before, but yesterday when she went to get a plaque, she realized it sounded like cemetery. No way you can use that plaque. Why make so many fancy names for just a garden? Just pick a name, Aunt Xiao ordered. She was already seriously ill and still kept pushing her luck. Does she think the king of hasn't noticed that this is a problem? Xiao Ling nodded perfunctorily. Whatever, if it's not hanging, then it's not hanging. After dinner, the Deng family of 3 brought incense, candles, and paper money to visit. Xiao Ling was confused. What kind of rumors were people spreading outside? This is a spiritual garden, not a cemetery. Why were they bringing incense, candles, and paper money here? Xiaomon looked at Xiao Ling with a frown. She had been busy talking about the spiritual garden and forgot to mention that the Deng family was coming to pay respects to the Medicine King. She quickly said, Lingling, they heard that your grandfather used to build a Taoist temple here and want to pay their respects. Xiao Ling was still a bit confused. Everyone in the village knew that her grandfather's Taoist temple was just like a regular house. There was no grand hall or anything. So, were they paying respects to? But I don't have a place to worship here, Xiao Ling said helplessly. It's okay. We also heard that old Master Qiao is straightforward and didn't build those grand halls. They just want to light some incense, Renmin said kindly, having checked earlier in the morning. Well, in that case, okay. My grandfather used to offer sacrifices to the Medicine King. There's an altar in the main hall. Come with me. Xiao Ling wasn't entirely wrong. When old Master Qiao was seeking immortality and enlightenment, he worshipped many gods and deities. The Medicine King cures all illnesses. Old Master Qiao definitely worshipped him. They even kept an image of the Medicine King in the storage room. Speaking of the Medicine King image, Xiao Ling asked her parents to take the Deng family to the next room while she went to the storage room to find the image. Just as she was about to leave the storage room, she saw the peach blossom wine she brewed earlier. She hesitated for a moment but decided to pour some into a small bottle, about 50 milliliters. She made the peach blossom wine from peaches dropped inside the spiritual garden and used spiritual spring water. The effect was definitely better than the dried peaches she used before. Here it is. The Medicine King image is ready. Hang it up and you can start your worship, Xiao Ling said after carefully pouring the wine into the bottle. She quickly ran to the next room. Her father helped her hang the Medicine King image. Although the process looked a bit funny, her mother saw the serious expressions on the Deng family and also carefully arranged the altar. Renmin sincerely lit the incense and placed it in the censer, then knelt with her husband and son, bowing 3 times. If there is truly a spirit, please, Lord Medicine King, remove the child's illness. If the child can get through this, I am willing to rebuild my golden body for you. Please help the child. Xiao Ling saw Renmin's head bowed on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. She stepped forward to help Renmin up. Older sister Ren, get up first. Yes, little Ren, get up now. Lord Medicine King has received your sincerity. Dengbin's illness will get better. Qiao's mother also tried to persuade her. Although she thought old Master Qiao's actions were unreliable, she now believed in these things because of Xiao Ling's example. The area behind the mountain that old Master Qiao was working on seems to really have some spiritual power. Deng's father had previously held Deng Bin, bowed his head, and then picked up the child. Seeing his wife kneeling on the ground, he also stepped forward to help her up. It's okay. I just want to kneel a bit more for Lord Medicine King. Renmin refused everyone's help and firmly knelt in front of the offering table. The ground is so hard, it must be very uncomfortable. Qiao's mother no longer insisted on helping Renmin up and said with some concern, Uncomfortable? If Bin Bin's condition improves, I would be willing to kneel here until I am crippled or die. As parents, they wish they could suffer all the pain for their child. Renmin persisted, and the 3 members of the Qiao family didn't argue further. It was her decision, and they didn't want to disturb her. They signaled Deng's father to wait outside with the child. Sorry, my child's mother has been a bit rude. Deng's father pushed Deng Bin and the Qiao family members outside to the yard, apologizing. It's okay. We understand. As parents, we are willing to do anything for our children. Qiao's mother truly understood. She almost became like that herself, so she felt great empathy for Renmin. We don't know how long little Ren will stay. Why don't you go to the front living room and wait? Or wait for her there? Qiao's mother invited Deng Bin and his father. Deng's father pushed the wheelchair with Deng Bin, following Qiao's father and mother to the front living room. Xiao Ling continued to wait outside the door for Renmin. About an hour later, Renmin hobbled out of the room. Xiao Ling hurried to support her. Older sister Ren, be careful. Here, let me help you. Renmin followed Xiao Ling's hand and sat down on a nearby chair. Miss Chiao, thank you. Xiao Ling still wanted to understand Deng Bin's actual condition. Yes, Bin suddenly started nosebleeds without reason. Later, when he went to the hospital, he was diagnosed with leukemia. We don't know why he suddenly developed this illness. Deng Bin's leukemia also came unexpectedly, and Renmin was confused as well. Miss Ren, you know that my family's peach blossoms have special effects. You previously wanted to buy dried peach blossoms.
I do not have any dried ones now.
But I brewed peach blossom wine with the best quality peach blossoms I had. I think this wine might have good effects. Would you like Deng Bin to try it? Xiao Ling asked cautiously. She knew the peach blossom wine was of good quality, but she wasn't sure if Renmin would buy it. Yes, I want it, Renmin quickly replied. Then she asked Xiao Ling, how much does it cost? I'll pay you. Although Deng Bin was seriously ill, the Deng family was quite well off. Just a few peach blossoms could help Deng Bin sleep better at night. The peach blossom wine was made from a lot of concentrated peach blossoms, so it should be even more effective. That's why Renmin seemed a bit eager.
Money?
Maybe you can try it first and then pay after you see the effects. Xiao Ling hadn't thought about the price yet. The previous dried peach blossoms cost 100 yuan. The peach blossom wine was made from Ling Yuan's peaches, with a large amount of peach blossoms used. If sold at the same price as the dried ones, it wouldn't be cheap. But since Deng Bin was a patient in need, selling it cheaply might mean she's losing out. Selling it too expensive might seem like taking advantage of someone in trouble. So, Xiao Ling decided to let Renmin try it first, and pay after seeing the results. Alright, Miss Chiao. Thank you. Renmin nodded in thanks, carefully taking the small bottle Xiao Ling handed her, as if it were a precious treasure, and gently placed it into her bag. After sending off the grateful Deng family, Xiao Ma asked with feeling, Lingling, should we reorganize the back mountains house and really build a Medicine King hall? Just using a portrait of the Medicine King to get by was too superficial. Seeing this, Xiao Ma was convinced that more people would come to worship the Medicine King in the future. The matter of building the Medicine King Hall was still just talk for now. As before, everything depended on Xiao Ling's recovery. This suggestion also stayed in Xiao Ling's mind, and it became a future direction for her development. At the Deng family's house, although they bought the peach blossom wine made by Xiao Ling, the family of three still went to the back mountain garden wall corner to stay for a while late at night. Sometimes they stayed for an hour or two, sometimes until dawn. Xiao Ling didn't ask about Renmin and Deng Bin's situation, but seeing how energetic Renmin looked walking every day, the effect seemed to be good. Indeed, the effect was impressive. About 10 days later, when Xiao Ling's last batch of peaches sold very well, Dad Deng made a trip back to the city. He brought some daily necessities and clean clothes, and even drove a camper. That night, he parked the camper under Xiao Ling's wall to rest, and left at dawn. The villagers watched the scene as if it were a Western movie, finding it very interesting. They thought Deng's parents were rushing to see a doctor in a panic. They believed that if someone was sick, they should go to the hospital for treatment. What's the use of just staying outside the Chiao family's gate? It would be useful if it were really effective. Old Master Chiao wouldn't have died years ago. The villagers didn't pay much attention, but Aunt Lu from Zikengliu, who often came to buy peaches from Inshan village, was very convinced. One day, when she came to buy peaches, she also brought her son and daughter-in-law, parked the car, and set up a folding bed outside the Chiao family yard for her grandson to sleep overnight. Mom, it really works. Xiao Xian didn't wake up all night and slept peacefully. Early the next morning, Aunt Lu's son, Lu Hongda, called his mother to report. At first, Aunt Lu was reluctant to let Lu Hongda and his son sleep outside someone else's door, and her daughter-in-law also complained a lot. They thought it was funny. Sleeping outside the wall to cure an illness sounded unreliable. But recently, with Aunt Lu taking Xiao Xian, the number of times he got sick had decreased compared to before. Lu Hongda couldn't argue with his mother, so he reluctantly brought his son to sleep for a night. When they met the Deng family, Lu Hongda just smiled awkwardly and didn't say much. He had decided to stay just one night and then leave, treating it like camping outside with his child. There was no way he would stay longer. But the surprise was quick. After Xiao Xian slept on the folding bed, he actually slept until late morning. And he didn't experience night sweats or panic attacks. You should know that before, when Lu Hongda and his wife took care of their child, they were constantly running to the hospital, but no cause was found. This made both of them almost fall into depression. Unexpectedly, last night was surprisingly easy. The couple curled up in the car and actually slept well. When they woke up, they felt very refreshed. Early in the morning, they called his mother to report how they were doing. That's good. When you have free time, take the child to Hidden Mountain Village. It will help improve your husband's sitting problem. Anyway, I've noticed something, so when you come back, bring some peaches with you, said Grandma Lu, then immediately hung up. Seeing her quick and energetic hang up, Lu Hongda thought about his mother's personality and shook his head helplessly. Then he and his wife started packing their things. Lu Hongda experienced the magic of Hidden Mountain Village firsthand and began talking with Deng's family, who were nearby. "Brother, want a cigarette?" The man greeted him with a cigarette. Lu Hongda offered a cigarette to Deng's father. Deng's father took the cigarette and started talking with Lu Hongda. After chatting for a while, Lu Hongda asked, "Brother, I hope it's okay to ask, has your child's condition improved?" Lu Hongda had heard from his mother about Deng's family and was naturally curious if the treatment for the child with leukemia was working. Well, it's not a fairy tale, and it's not like in stories with magical herbs or fairy fruits. But from how the child is doing now, it's definitely better than before. The treatment was effective. For example, his son, who was given only a few months to live by doctors, was now holding on. As the illness progressed, it would usually get worse, so keeping the child from deteriorating was already a big achievement. In Hidden Mountain Village, they managed to do that. After drinking the peach blossom wine provided by Boss Chow, the child could eat better and looked more energetic. That made them very happy. "That's good to hear. I hope a miracle happens for your child," Lu Hongda said, patting Deng's father on the shoulder to encourage him. While they were talking, cars started arriving at the back mountain. Luo Yuansheng, the owner of the fresh produce store, came with his daughter. "Brother Lu, if you want to buy peaches, go ahead." Luo boss plans to buy all the peaches himself. Boss Chow thought there would be many individual buyers, so he didn't agree. But now, there aren't many left, and it looks like Boss Chow will sell out in one go. Mr. Deng suggested to Lu Hongda. "Okay, brother. Let's talk again next time," Lu Hongda said. Then he quickly ran into the gate. His family often bought peaches like these. They were a bit expensive, but still affordable for them. He had heard about the fresh peaches from Luo's supermarket. A basket of 10 peaches cost 999 yuan and were in high demand. At Boss Chow's place, he could buy 100 peaches for the same price. Sure enough, when he entered the hall, he heard Luo Yuanqing talking to Boss Chow.
"Boss Chow, most of these peaches are ripe now.
Just sell the whole batch to me so you don't have to trouble yourself." "Boss Luo, I told you before I only sell here for 5 days. It's only the 3rd day. Many customers couldn't come the first 2 days, and will come during the weekend. Please be patient and wait 2 more days," said Xiaoling, clearly annoyed with Luo. She had been calling every day to remind him, and today she even came to urge him again. "Boss Chow, why do you bother selling to individual customers like this? You have so much money, and selling in small amounts wastes your effort. You could sell more to me and make more money," said Luo Yuanqing. Luo wanted to build a long-term business relationship with Chow. He thought he was offering a fair price and making things easy for Chow. He couldn't understand why Chow was still so busy selling to individual buyers. "Hey, Boss Luo, you can't say that. The price of a peach at your fresh market in City C is 10 times higher than here. If I followed your way, we wouldn't be able to buy peaches locally, let alone afford them," Lu Hongda quickly said. "Young man, I don't buy peaches from Chow for 10 yuan each. The prices go up when I buy. Since Chow's peaches are so good, I want to do long-term business." "I wouldn't let Chow lose out," Luo replied. Although Luo didn't know who had just come in, he was sure it was someone who regularly bought peaches from Chow. He wanted to be friendly with Chow and didn't mind others knowing they were getting a good deal. Luo's premium peaches weren't only popular in City C. They were also sold in Beijing and other international cities. A basket of 999 yuan was a relatively low price for him. In those big cities, the peaches sold for even higher prices. But Luo wasn't after profit. His goal was to open doors to those big cities. Taking advantage of Boss Chiao's high-quality peaches, Luo Yuansheng has already secured distribution channels in several big cities. Soon, he will be able to open stores there. Currently, Luo Yuansheng is buying peaches from Boss Chiao at a price that has risen from 10 yuan to 50 yuan each. Lu Hongda didn't expect Boss Chiao to be so generous, and he couldn't help but admire her. Thank you, Boss Chiao. My mother has contacted you before. This time, I want to buy 500 peaches. Although Lu Hongda praised Boss Chiao for her kindness, he also took the opportunity to buy more peaches while they were cheap. Peaches in City C are now selling for about 100 yuan each. Lu Hongda isn't buying all for himself. Most are for friends and family. You're probably Lu Grandma's son, right? Okay, there's a basket outside with 500 peaches. Where's your car? I can have someone help you carry them to the trunk. Xiaoling nodded and pointed to a basket at the door. Many regular customers know she hasn't raised her prices. They buy hundreds of peaches at a time. Xiaoling doesn't care whether they buy so many for themselves or to sell later. She can't change the agreed price now. This year, that's how it is. Next year, prices will definitely go up. For now, she's giving loyal customers a discount. Most of the profit still goes to Boss Luo. The peaches alone have earned nearly 5 million yuan. Having made so much money, she doesn't bother to argue about raising prices this year. Fortunately, her regular customers are reasonable. They know Xiaoling hasn't increased prices, so they come to buy peaches from Hidden Mountain Village without bothering her for delivery. They buy hundreds of peaches at a time, either to share with others or to sell at a profit immediately. Some families with less money buy peaches from Xiaoling to sell. Of course, their prices can't compare to Luo Yuansheng's, but they still make good money. Originally, Lekong planned to work summer jobs after college entrance exams to pay for university. But he only found cheap, high-volume jobs. High-paying summer jobs seemed suspicious, like scams. After searching around, Lekong couldn't find a suitable job. It was Deng Bin, a weak and sickly boy, who suggested that Lekong take advantage of Boss Chiao's peaches maturing to buy some and sell them in the city. Helped Lekong improve his plan. Although Deng Bin looked sickly, he spoke confidently about these matters because of his family background. Knowing that Lekong didn't have much money, Deng Bin also contributed some funds. Basically, Deng Bin paid, and Lekong did the work, bringing peaches to City C to sell. At first, on the first day, Lekong sold all the peaches only by evening, but the next day, things improved. As soon as the stall was set up, everything was sold out. Lekong sold the peaches at 20 yuan each. Although he made double the cost, compared to Luo Yuansheng's high-priced fresh market and the difficulty in buying, Lekong's peaches were very popular. Lekong sold peaches for 5 days, about 500 each day, earning 10 yuan per day. Over 5 days, he made more than 20,000 yuan. Although he had to give half of the money to Deng Bin, earning over 10,000 yuan in just a few days made Lekong very happy. Because Xiaoling could only buy up to 500 peaches a day, there wasn't much profit from middlemen, and it didn't affect Luo Yuansheng's business. Even Luo Yuansheng had his daughter and family buy separately to get a little more. Today was Lekong's last day selling peaches. He was so excited that he returned with empty baskets at 11 in the morning and brought small gifts for Deng Bin. Hey Deng Bin, are you free this afternoon? I bought 2 fishing rods. How about we go fishing later? After saying that, Lekong took out the fishing rods he bought. They were simple, ordinary rods. Lekong had wanted to go fishing for a long time, but due to academic pressure, he never found the time. Now that the college entrance exams were over and he had saved enough for his first year of university, Lekong remembered his chat with Deng Bin about his love for fishing. So he bought 2 rods. Fishing? I think the situation has been good these days. Mom, can I go fishing with Lekong this afternoon? Deng Bin asked eagerly, looking at his mother. Sure. Lekong, where do you want to fish? Do you need me to do anything? Deng Bin's mother, Ren Min, usually wouldn't refuse her son's requests. Recently, Deng Bin had been in good spirits, and she hoped he could enjoy life like a normal teenager. So she asked Lekong about the fishing spot. If there were any issues, she could handle them in advance. Annie, it's not far, just at the small creek at the entrance of our village. There's no need to prepare much. For places where a wheelchair is inconvenient, I can carry Dengbin there. Auntie, you and Uncle can rest today. Lukong and Huang Min said this. Although Dengbin's parents going along wouldn't disturb them, they still felt a bit uncomfortable having the parents together. Renmin looked at her son, who also looked at her with hope. She thought the child really needed some alone time. Since they were just in the village, Renmin nodded in agreement. Okay, just the two of you. But if anything happens along the way, please call for help quickly, alright? Dengbin answered louder. Yes, okay, Mom. I know my limits. Although Dengbin was a sensible boy, he had been sick for the past 2 years and always had his parents around. Now that he was feeling a bit better, he still wanted some private space. He was happy to go fishing alone with Lukong. Even though Renmin said she wouldn't go with the kids, she took the chance to go ahead and check out the fishing spot with Lukong and Dengbin. She wanted to see if there were any potential dangers. Renmin also borrowed from Aunt Jo to check the uneven parts of the path to the creek, making it easier for Dengbin's wheelchair to pass. Parents' love is truly selfless. For the children, Renmin worked hard and felt exhausted. Exhausted? Not at all. I'm happy to do these things for Binbin. I didn't have the chance before. I really want to make up for the years he lost due to illness, Renmin said happily when asked by Xiaoling. It will happen. It has to. Heaven wouldn't be so cruel. Binbin will get better. Xiaoling comforted her. Miss Xiao, do you still have the peach blossom wine? Binbin has been drinking a small sip every night these days, and he seems to be feeling much better, Renmin asked Xiaoling. Although she and her husband hadn't tasted the peach blossom wine, just smelling it made them feel energized. Her son's appetite had improved after drinking the wine, and he could eat soup and walk a few steps without the wheelchair. Renmin wanted to buy some more peach blossom wine for her child. All right, Sister Ren. I will bring you a bottle when I go back. But honestly, I don't really know what exactly the effects of this peach blossom wine are. The child's illness still needs to be checked at the hospital. After using the peach blossom wine twice, Renmin and her husband transferred the money to Xiaoling, 50 milliliters in a small bottle, and they gave Xiaoling 100,000 yuan. Even though Xiaoling had earned quite a bit recently, she was still shocked by the price. A small bottle of peach blossom wine sold for 100,000 yuan. There are several large jars of it in the storage room. If she sold all of them, wouldn't she become a millionaire? Becoming a millionaire is not the goal. The peach blossom wine works well, so she should keep it for herself. Deng's family can still provide a small amount, as Xiaoling also wants to see how effective her peach blossom wine really is. But she needs to test it at the hospital first. If it doesn't work, she doesn't want to delay the child's treatment. Yes, I will. To be honest, Miss Xiao, before we went on this trip, the doctor already told us that Binbin might only have 3 months left. Before coming to Yinshan village, we had already traveled for a month. According to the doctor, Binbin might not even live past 2 months. But now we've been here for almost a month. Binbin's condition hasn't worsened. It seems to be getting better. So, the peach blossom wine must be very effective. Also, Yinshan village is really different from other places. It seems to truly have some kind of fairy connection, just like Aunt Lu said. Otherwise, how could the peaches in your garden be so useful? Binbin can also get better care here. During this time, Renmin believed even more than Aunt Lu that Yinshan village was special. Xiaoling had helped them a lot, and Renmin also warned her, Miss Jiao, in the future, don't sell things from the back mountain casually. I don't understand why such high-quality items come from here, but Yinshan village is definitely different from other places. Yes, thank you, Sister Ren, for the reminder. I will be careful in the future. Xiaoling appreciated her kindness.
See?
As long as she hides her unusual traits, no one will associate these oddities with her. At most, they might think her grandfather had some special power to protect her descendants. The peach-selling business has come to an end. After dinner, Xiaoling's parents went back to rest. Xiaoling took little Gourd for a walk in the peach orchard. Although she no longer sells peaches this year, there are still a few peaches left in the orchard. Not many, probably fewer than 1,000, and they are still unripe. These peaches are for her own use or to give to relatives and friends. The earnings from selling peaches have been calculated, totaling nearly 6 million yuan. Before selling, Xiaoling never expected to make so much money. Even after deducting previous expenses, she still earned over 5 million yuan. Based on her previous salary, she doesn't know how long she would have to work to earn this much. She endured workplace struggles, so returning to the village was a wise choice. She has saved enough money to retire early. She doesn't want to work into old age with a cane and glasses. Just thinking about it makes her tired. Returning to the village was the right decision. In just a few months back, she has already earned so much money. Now that the peach business is finished, Xiaoling finally has some free time. Even lying down to make money is tiring. After resting for 2 days, early in the morning, Xiaoling, along with her parents, returned to Sea City. The three of them chose a different hospital for a CT scan, not returning to the previous one for a checkup. Everyone knows that if Xiaoling's health problem could be cured in just a few months, it would be incredible. To avoid complications, they chose a new hospital. The new hospital is one of the best in Sea City. Xiaoling went straight to a special outpatient service to save time. In less than 2 hours, the latest imaging report was in Xiaoling's hands. The words, "no abnormalities," appeared at the bottom of the final conclusion. Good, good. Old Xiao. Look, Lingling's report shows everything is normal, her mother said tearfully to her father. Even though they suspected that her lung issue might be resolved, they couldn't relax until they received a clear answer, as it concerned her life. Xiaoling's parents had been staying in the village for the past few months. Even though they had 2 grandchildren and a daughter-in-law to take care of, they prefer to spend money on a nanny to help with the children rather than return home, worried about Xiaoling. Now, Xiaoling's test results are out. The lung cancer has disappeared, and they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's good news. Why are you crying? You've become a beautiful girl with some wrinkles now, Xiao Dad joked when he saw his wife crying uncontrollably. Go away, you old troublemaker. Xiao Mom playfully hit Xiao Dad, then turned to Xiaoling. Now that the peaches are sold out, how about we go home for a while and have the whole family get together? Xiaoling looked at her parents' hopeful faces and nodded. Sounds good. I've been in the village for a while, and I was just thinking of meeting up with friends and classmates. Everyone has to learn to grow up. Let go of the past. Only by becoming stronger can she avoid being hurt by outsiders or even family. Lingling, go back to your room and rest for a bit. I'll call your brothers and ask them to come over for dinner tonight, Xiao Mom said. After returning to her home in City C and putting things away, she hurried out to buy ingredients. The house hasn't had many people living in it recently, so she needed to buy some supplies. Xiao Dad also went out. The old couple often stays away for several months, and there are many things to do when they return. Xiaoling didn't mind. After being under her parents' care in the village for a few months, she was finally free from their constant attention. In the evening, her older brother, sister-in-law, nephew, niece, and her sister-in-law's mother arrived, making the Qiao family lively. Lingling, how's your health now? Better. Sister-in-law Chenwei was feeding her little son peaches and asked Xiaoling Xiao Dad, and Mom didn't tell others about her lung cancer at first. It was because she had a disagreement with her family at that time, so they only said she was in poor health, not mentioning the cancer. Later, her condition mysteriously improved, and her parents didn't tell anyone else. Even when they consulted her cousin Wenda, they used an excuse that it was for helping others. Now, only Xiaoling and her parents know about her lung cancer and recovery. Almost there, Xiaoling replied a bit awkwardly. This was the first time she spoke since arguing with her sister-in-law Chenwei. Both thought they were right, and they didn't bring up the previous topic, understanding each other's feelings without words. That's good to hear. Nowadays, many young people are having health problems, some even worse than ours. Lingling, you must pay attention to your health and daily routines in the future, Chenwei's mother said kindly to Xiaoling. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Aunt Chen, for your concern. Xiaoling nodded and thanked her. By the way, I heard from Weiwei about what happened some time ago. Weiwei is straightforward and not very good at talking. I want to apologize on her behalf. Also, your sister-in-law was partly at fault last time. Please forgive her, Chen's mother said while apologizing for Wei Wei. Xiao Ling curled her lips. She didn't want to be a mean sister-in-law, but hearing Chen's mother, she felt uncomfortable. Partly at fault? The word also is used well here, implying she might have had some fault first. What did she do wrong? She was arguing with her mother about her room, and what did Chinwei have to do with that? She was just there throwing things and throwing a tantrum. She had already moved on from that incident now. Was Chen's mother bringing it up because she wanted to? Or was it Chinwei's idea? She didn't want to move past it, did she? This was my and my husband's fault. We didn't discuss it beforehand. It's okay. My husband and I bought a new house. Once it's renovated, we'll move there. The current place is a bit small. Qiao's mother quickly took responsibility before Qiao Ling could argue. She had just come back and she didn't want any more trouble. Another house? Where is it? When did you buy it? Chen's mother was interested in the new house and eagerly asked about it. While the two mothers-in-law talked about the new house and prepared dinner, Qiao Ling felt bored. Her sister-in-law was calmly feeding the younger child peaches, not showing any emotion. Her older brother was helping the older child with homework, not paying attention to her at all. Qiao Ling got up, poured a glass of water, and went back to her room to play on her phone. She didn't go to the living room again, because this wasn't really her home. Chen's mother noticed Qiao Ling had gone back to her room, and then lowered her head to speak to Qiao Mama. Lingling has become even shyer. She used to be very affectionate when I visited, but this time I didn't see her speak at all. Maybe she's tired from all this.
Don't worry about her.
Your sister-in-law has been through a lot recently. Thank you for your hard work. Qiao Mama changed the subject and thanked Chen's mother. It's not hard at all. Not hard at all. Mother Chen was modest and curious, asking, Dear, I heard that the very popular peaches sold in City C recently are from your family? Those peaches are so expensive. You must have made a lot of money. That's great, unlike our family, who only earn a fixed salary. It's not easy to change a house. Now that you've earned so much, could you? Mrs. Qiao sensed something was off in Mother Chen's tone and quickly interrupted. It's not our business. It's Lingling's. Mother Chen didn't mind and said, Oh, Lingling's business? Isn't that land from your family's hometown? Since ancient times, land has been inherited by sons. You're not giving the land to Qiao Lei now, but you can't just give it to Qiao Ling. Dear, that is indeed Lingling's land. It was left to her by her grandfather. We, as parents, can't just divide it. Mrs. Qiao saw through her clever mother-in-law's intentions and spoke seriously. Mother Chen, do you not know who owns the over 200 acres of land in Hidden Mountain Village? A few years ago, Chinwei had already complained about this. She even suggested that the Qiao family rent out the land to fund Xiao Ling's education. At that time, the Qiao family didn't agree. She thought it wasn't worth much, so she didn't pay much attention. But now, things are different. Recently, she paid close attention. The peaches have already sold for over 1 million yuan. That's a lot of money. She had to help Chinwei fight for her share. That's not right. Family assets shouldn't be given to sons and grandsons, but instead to daughters who are about to marry. You probably just said that to trick me about the income from Hidden Mountain Village. Getting involved with Qiao Lei means involving her daughter. That would make borrowing money easier for her later. Dear, this was written in the will. There's nothing to hide or not hide. The land behind Hidden Mountain Village belongs to Lingling. Don't even think about it, Father Qiao said in a deep voice. The house's soundproofing was poor, and Qiao Ling definitely heard it. She had just come home after a long time, only to encounter this situation. Father Qiao was very unhappy. He then said to Qiao Lei, who had been helping the children with their homework, Qiao Lei, you know the ownership of the land behind the family's back mountain. Talk to your wife and her mother. No one knew, so how could Qiao Lei not know? Did he forget the unpleasant events from a few years ago? Why has he been pretending to be indifferent all this time? Or is it that money really influences people and Qiao Lei has started to have his own ideas? Qiao Lei looked at everyone with a confused expression, took a long time to react, and then said to Chinwei and her daughter, Mom, Xiaowei, I already told you about the situation behind the hill. That is Lingling's place. Please don't get involved in this matter. It's unclear whether Xiaolei's reaction was genuine or just pretending. After speaking, he continued to help the children with their homework. In the room, Xiao Ling sneered dismissively. Whether her brother's behavior was real or fake didn't matter to her anymore. The last time Xiao Ling and her brother Xiao Lei had contact was when she found out she was ill and had a conflict with the family. Xiao Lei asked her to apologize to Qinwei. Even after she made an excuse that she was unwell and went back to the village, Xiao Lei didn't call or send any message to show concern. Xiao Ling was truly hurt by her brother. Despite their age difference, he didn't show even basic care or concern. Where was the brotherly love from Xiao Lei? Fortunately, Xiao Ling had become indifferent to these feelings. As long as it didn't affect her, she didn't bother to care. After what Qinwei's mother said, no matter how lavish the dinner was, everyone ate without much appetite. After eating and tidying up in silence, Xiao Ling hadn't gone back to her room when Qinwei's mother pulled Xiao Ma aside. "Dear, I didn't understand your family matters earlier." "Sorry about that," Qinwei's mother said apologetically. "It's okay. Just clarify things," Xiao Ma replied generously but didn't say anything more, to avoid giving her in-laws a chance to bring up borrowing money again. But things didn't go as Xiao Ma hoped. Qinwei's mother tightly held her hand. "Dear, I find it hard. Look at your 2 grandchildren. They are so adorable. My grandson still doesn't know where he is now." Xiao Ma comforted her helplessly. "Your son Xiao Fei graduated from university last year. He should be working hard. Maybe next year, you'll have a big, chubby grandson. That's right. Maybe we won't even have to wait until next year. By the end of this year, we might be holding a grandson. But you know how hard it is to find a wife now. Wei Wei's father passed away early, and our family is poor. No girl would want to marry into our family." Qinwei's mother complained about how difficult it was to find a wife. "Now you understand how hard it is to find a wife. Was it not difficult when Xiao Lei married Qinwei earlier?"
Xiao Ma sighed.
The bride price was 20,000 yuan. He also bought a car and jewelry for Qinwei. They paid for the house in full, and Qinwei's name was added to it. Every month, he sent a fixed amount of money to Qinwei's mother and also paid for Qinwei's brother's tuition, living expenses, and various tutoring classes. Even the usually patient mother Qiao was quite dissatisfied. But what could they do? Xiao Lei loved her. If she didn't agree, she would be desperate. So, they could only grit their teeth and accept it. As parents, they bought the house, the car, and paid the bride price. That was their way of fulfilling their duty. Xiao Lei wanted to help his wife support her family, using his own money. After all, they didn't interfere. Now, hearing Qinwei's mother, it seemed that the issue of Qin Fei marrying his bride would also be blamed on Xiao Lei. Mother Qiao was angry and refused to listen to Qinwei's mother, standing awkwardly without speaking. Mother Qiao felt embarrassed, but Qinwei's mother was not. "Dear in-laws, our family is having some difficulties now. Could you lend us 50,000 yuan? Xiao Fei has a girlfriend who is pregnant now. With money, I can finally hold my grandson at the end of this year. Please help us, okay? Dear in-laws, 50,000 yuan? My husband and I don't have that kind of money. We already spent so much on Xiao Lei's wedding. We really don't have any more." Mother Qiao refused. Even if they had 50,000 yuan, lending it out would be like throwing it into the sea, no return. "How can you not have it? Your father passed away and left a lot of money. Isn't it all used up?" The villa worth several million was bought easily. "If you don't have money, how will you decorate it?" "I only need 50,000 yuan. For your family, it's nothing. My daughter-in-law married into your family, gave birth to 2 big, healthy grandsons. Can't you show us some gratitude?" Hearing that they had no money to lend, Qinwei's mother became quite emotional in her rebuttal. Qinwei's mother knew exactly how much money the Qiao family had over the years. Even now, with Xiao Lei's parents having bought a villa, they still had money for renovations. Not to mention, a few months ago, Xiao Ling had earned a lot of money. Just a little of that would be enough for her son's wedding. "Dear in-laws, your words are unfair. Did we not spend enough on Xiao Wei marrying into your family? And haven't we covered the expenses for Xiao Lei over the years? Are you really just marrying off your daughter or selling her? Now you're even asking us to pay for your son's wedding. Mrs. Chiao was also very angry. Xiao Lei married Chen Wei, and their family spent so much money on her. Now, they say the Chiao family doesn't care about relatives. How else are they supposed to show respect for family ties? Do they want to move the entire Chiao family to the Chen family? Selling my daughter? My daughter Wei Wei has been married to your Chiao family for over 10 years. She may not have made great achievements, but she has worked hard. Now you say she's being sold? And I am still here, and you all treat my daughter so badly. What kind of life has she had when I wasn't around? And your Xiao Ling too, shouting at her sister-in-law at home. Is that how your family is raised? Chen's mother loudly questioned, as if raising her voice made her more right. Chen Wei also sobbed and agreed nearby. Mom, I've been married to Xiao Lei for 10 years. I never thought you'd think like this of me. Xiao Ling ignores me as her sister-in-law, and that's because of your attitude. What attitude? Do I have to burn incense for you every day and worship you? Tell me, besides today, when have I ever been rude to you? Mrs. Chiao retorted. Has she not done enough? She usually spends money and effort. Not long ago, she went back to the village and even paid for a nanny to take care of the children. Now they say her attitude is wrong. If she really changed her attitude, she would have long stopped dealing with all this. Enough, stop arguing. What's the point of fighting over such a small matter? Qiao's father spoke sharply to everyone in the living room, then turned to Chen's mother. Dear, we don't have much money. When my son gets married, I'll definitely give a big red envelope. If you're short of money for your daughter's wedding, you can't come here causing trouble. And if you cause trouble, there's no money to give. After saying this, he didn't give Chen Wei and her daughter a chance to speak. Then he looked at Xiao Lei like a statue. Xiao Lei, take your wife and children home. That's enough for today. Go back and rest. Xiao Lei hadn't moved yet when Chen Wei suddenly exploded. Is this about money? We won't leave until we get this clear today. After speaking, she went to Xiao Ling's room and opened her door. Xiao Ling, don't pretend nothing's wrong. Come out. You're involved in all this. Xiao Ling was furious. She had a different stance.
She didn't want to get involved.
Earlier, she had been trying to remind herself to be patient, to endure. But now, Chen Wei just barged into her room without knocking and started criticizing her. It was clear that today this mean little sister-in-law was set on causing trouble. Chen Wei watched Xiao Ling angrily come out and continued to criticize her. Everyone says you shouldn't marry into a family with a younger sister-in-law. If it weren't for your fuss over a room a while ago, would we be in this situation today? You're still complaining about me. Marrying a man who supports his younger brother is the worst luck my family has had in generations. What did I do to interfere? You expect me to give you money and then smear my name? What are you thinking? Xiao Ling retorted. As a person, everyone is new at some point. Why should I be so polite? It only makes Chen Wei and her daughter more arrogant. Supporting your brother? My mother raised us with difficulty. We've suffered a lot over the years. How is helping out with some money considered supporting your brother? Did I say anything bad about your family? Now that Xiao Lei has no money, you're eyeing my parents' money. If that's not supporting your family, what is? Xiao Ling spoke mercilessly. My mother just temporarily can't manage her finances, but she will pay it back. Chen Wei said loudly. Pay it back? Since you married Xiao Lei, I haven't seen her go out to work. How can she pay it back? Relying on your brother, who lost his bride price? Relying on your brother to sell his car to pay gambling debts. I will pay it back, I will. Chen Wei said angrily and humiliated. You're going to pay it back? What do you have to pay it back with? If you had money, your brother wouldn't cheat you out of it. Why are you borrowing from my parents? For the sake of your two little nephews, I didn't argue with you before, but today you keep provoking me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Ling said disdainfully. Enough, Xiao Ling. She is your sister-in-law, after all. Xiao Lei finally spoke. Sister-in-law? Xiao Lei, you finally dare to speak. Did I have to come out and say this? I've been holding back and not saying anything, letting you handle it yourselves. It was her forcefully pulling me out here. Now that I can't argue with you, you speak up. Why didn't you do this earlier? Zhou Ling is very disappointed with Zhou Lei. Also you insisting on marrying a dependent. Before marriage, what did you tell our parents? If you want to become a poverty alleviation officer, no one will stop you, but don't drag our family into it. You know your mother-in-law helps you take care of the kids and needs a nanny. Have you thought about how hard it is for your mother to take care of the children alone? Your mother-in-law hires a nanny with our money, and so do your parents. Think honestly, are you being fair to your parents? Zhou Ling paused and added, as an older brother, did you ask once when your sister was sick? When your mother-in-law tried to take my money, did you stop her? And have you considered your 2 children? You have a gambling-addicted uncle who has spent all your money. What will you give your children? Seeing Zhou Lei remain silent, Zhou Ling couldn't hide her disappointment. That's all I have to say. Whether you listen or not, it's late now. Pack up and go home. After speaking, Zhou Ling took her crying mother and her sad father back to their room. All right, don't be sad. Lingling already stood up for you just now. Her father comforted his wife, who was crying on the bed. Old Zhou, I'm really angry with Zhou Lei. I've worked so hard for him all these years, inside and out, even ignoring Lingling, and this is what I get. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have stopped him from marrying Qinwei from the start. Tonight, Zhou Lei didn't say much, but his silence clearly showed his attitude. He accepted Chen's family's actions. Zhou's mother didn't expect her son to be so love-struck. Chen's family not only schemed for his money, but also wanted to take theirs, and even her sister-in-law's. Zhou Lei remained silent. What kind of trouble had she brought into this world, giving birth to such a debt-collecting son? It's not too late now. When Chen Fei was studying, Zhou Lei's income was enough for his expenses. But now that Chen Fei is getting married and having children, Zhou Lei's fixed salary is clearly not enough. That's why he's turning to us. Zhou's father was also very unhappy with Zhou Lei's attitude. They had raised Zhou Lei until he was grown, and after so many years of work, his mind was entirely on the Chen family. Even when buying small gifts for the elderly couple, they never did. As for buying things for Xiaoling, their younger sister, they never did that either. It's more like raising a debtor than a son. They spent money on their wedding, and every expense for their 2 grandchildren was paid by them. When they go home for dinner on weekends, they always come empty-handed, just taking food and gifts back. Because of this, Chen Wei still couldn't accept Ling Ling, and he was unhappy with his wife. Now that Ling Ling is earning money, he's asking for loans without hesitation. Since Xiao Lei met Chen Wei, their family has already spent at least 1,000,000 yuan. Now that Chen Fei is married and has children, he also comes to ask for help from the Qiao family. Do they think their money grows on trees? How can we stop this? Qiao's mother couldn't think of a good way. Before, Xiao Lei was determined to marry Chen Wei and wouldn't listen to anything. Now, can they still stop him? Xiao Lei usually seems smart and normal, but whenever he's with Chen Wei, he acts like he doesn't know himself, as if under some spell. He is willing to give his heart and soul to Chen Wei, just to make him happy. He would even give up his own house if needed. Wait, his house? Old man, do you think Chen's family might try to buy the house that Xiao Lei's getting married in? Xiao's mother thought about the house they bought for Xiao Lei's wedding and had a bad feeling. Xiao's father didn't say anything, but his increasingly grim face suggested her guess might be right. What the heck? Xiao's father couldn't help but curse. The elderly couple sat in silence for a while. After a long pause, Xiao's father continued. If they really take the house for Chen's family, then we won't interfere anymore. Where will they live then? And what about the 2 grandchildren? Xiao's mother might not care about the 2 adults, but she was very worried about the children's situation. Let it go. Whatever happens, happens. We used to interfere too much, which put pressure on Xiao Lei. Now he has to support his family and his wife. I don't think he has much left to fill Chen Fei's hole. Xiao's father also liked the 2 cute, chubby grandchildren. If possible, he didn't want them to suffer. But Chen Fei, this bottomless pit, can't be filled forever. No matter how much money they give, it will never be enough. When Chen Wei and Xiao Lei got married, Chen Fei had just finished his college entrance exams and didn't get into university. He used Chen Wei's bride price money to attend a small, low-quality college. At that time, they had some worries, but they thought Chen Fei would find a good job after graduation and things would be easier. However, they didn't expect that Chen Fei would not study well. Over the years, he was involved in drinking, gambling, and other bad habits. The worst incident was when he lost 100,000 yuan in one night. If he didn't pay back the money, he threatened to cut off his hand. The elderly couple didn't know much at first. Later, they heard from a neighbor near Qiao Lei's wedding house that the casino people had come directly to their home. Chen Wei sold the car they bought for their wedding to settle the debts. After that, the casino people kept coming to Qiao Lei's place several times. Qiao Lei didn't tell them, but everyone could see that they were struggling financially. Only he didn't realize it himself and tried to hide it. The parents didn't want to interfere with their children, but they couldn't bear to see their grandchildren suffer. So, the old couple paid for everything for their two grandsons. In the past 2 years, Chen Fei graduated from college and started working, which made things a little calmer. Qiao Lei still didn't have much money, but life wasn't as tight as before. They thought the problems in the Chen family would end here, but unexpectedly, new issues started again. No wonder Chen Wei recently wanted to take over the house, planning to give Chen Fei a room. Now they have a house, and with some borrowed money, they plan to arrange Chen Fei's wedding. The Chen family won't spend a penny, but will marry off their daughter-in-law. Xiao Ma also realized the key point and was furious. Fine. Tomorrow we won't leave. We'll stay at home and see if they can do something so shameless. All night, Qiao Dad and Ma couldn't sleep well. They kept thinking. Early in the morning, Qiao Ling saw her parents' panda eyes and comforted them. Mom and Dad, don't think too much. Treat them like air. Don't let them ruin your mood. You're going to meet friends, right? Go ahead. You don't need to worry about the family matters. Don't interfere with your brother's issues. Since Qiao Ling was still unmarried, she didn't want to get involved in family affairs. Her mom asked her to leave. Qiao Ling pouted. Since her parents didn't want to part with their grandson, she nodded and agreed. After breakfast, she went out. Qiao Ling returned home and made plans to meet many people. Her resignation was sudden, and she stayed in the village for several months. She had been worried about her health due to lung cancer, and she had disappeared from social media for a few months. Now, she feels fully recovered. For several days, Qiao Ling left early and returned late, spending time with friends and classmates. She also learned from Peng Lili about her former boss, knowing that Zhou Ba Pai and Zhou Dan are now not doing well. This made her feel relieved. However, Peng Lili still plans to resign. Even though she has a new boss, she feels that capitalists are the same everywhere, always trying to squeeze workers. The new boss, called the Extinction Master, initially spoke kindly, saying she would reduce Peng Lili's workload. But once she gained control of the department, her attitude changed. Peng Lili's workload is now about the same as when Zhou Ba Pai was in charge. Plus, Peng Lili's mother-in-law fell and was hospitalized, and her children and elderly family members need care. Peng Lili plans to resign and stay at home to take care of her family. In recent years, the economy has been bad, and many of Qiao Ling's friends are struggling with their jobs. Seeing how hard everyone is working, Qiao Ling increasingly wants to return to the village to develop her life, feeling it's a good opportunity, like the little gourd she received. After staying in the city for 5 days, Qiao Ling told her parents she wanted to go back to the village. Dad, Mom, Secretary Lu from the village said, he has something for me. I'll go back this afternoon. Okay, you go ahead. Your dad and I have some things to do. We won't be going with you this time. Lingling, even though your health checks are fine now, you should still be careful. When you go back to the village, watch your schedule and don't stay up late. Xiao Ling nodded. Although she had been out most of the time these days, she still knew about her family's situation. Her kind-hearted older brother had indeed given up the house to prepare it as a wedding home for Chen Fei. She didn't know if the property deed had been changed to his name, but it probably would be soon. Her parents, even if they were mentally prepared, were very angry. When Xiao Lei brought his wife and son back to visit, they were immediately turned away and not allowed inside. The house locks were changed. They also fired the nanny who had been hired recently to take care of the children. Seeing her parents' attitude, it seemed they were ready for a big confrontation. Xiaoling didn't add fuel to the fire, which was already good enough, so she naturally didn't try to persuade her parents. However, seeing her parents look worried after a few days of their return, she said, "Mom, Dad, you shouldn't worry too much about Xiaolei. You're both retired now, so you can go traveling or take a break. I've earned some money these past few months, so I'll book a tour for you." Xiaoling was also worried that her parents might get upset because of Xiaolei's family. If she couldn't manage it, she chose to ignore it. Right now, Xiaolei's family had nowhere to stay, no savings, and 2 children to raise. If Xiaolei remained indifferent and let Chenwei control everything, there was really no hope. "That sounds okay. You can book a tour for us, and we can go for a longer time. Let's see what he does." Her father agreed after thinking for a while. Since they kept coming back to their house every few days, it wasn't good for their reputation with neighbors. So they decided to go away. But what if they can't take care of the 2 little kids? Her mother worried about her grandchildren. They have to take care of them, even if it's hard. Do you think being parents is easy? It's because of your attitude that they feel they can do whatever they want. They think we will always cover for them. Now, we're not going to interfere anymore. Let's see how they handle it. Her father made a firm decision. Xiaolei was already 30 and still so irresponsible. If they didn't take strict action now to deal with Chen Fei, their family wouldn't be peaceful in the future. Her father didn't mean to force Xiaolei and Chen Wei to divorce, just to make him stand up and face things. He was willing to help the Yu family, but there should be limits. How could they give up their own house to their brother-in-law? Whether Xiaolei had enough money to keep filling Chen family's debts or not, if this continued, Chen family would only ask for more and more. When Xiaolei ran out of benefits, their 2 grandchildren might even follow his old path.
Her father wouldn't let things develop that way.
Her mother thought for a moment and made up her mind about going out. To prevent Xiaolei from sneaking back while they were away, they also had to be prepared for him to hire someone to break in. They needed to secure important belongings, just in case. Dealing with Chen Fei, a gambler, they couldn't expect the Qin family to have any bottom line. Xiaolei was too soft-hearted. He might be influenced by Qin family to do something bad. If they weren't home, what if the family was emptied out? In the morning, Xiaoling was busy arranging a travel group for her parents. Her father and mother packed their things, and after lunch, the 3 of them left. Xiaoling signed her parents up for a 3-month senior travel tour. The destination was far from City C, definitely far from Xiaolei. After sending her parents off to the tour, Xiaoling went shopping at the mall and then drove back to the village. Earlier, Xiaoling told her parents that Lu Jia asking to see her was not just an excuse. Lu Jia really had something important to discuss with her. That's the situation. I've talked with the village chief over the past few days. We must seize this good opportunity for our village, Lu Jia explained simply. Lu Jia shared the recent developments. The story was like this. On the day Xiao Ling left the village, Renmin also took Dengbin back to the city for a checkup. The results showed that Dengbin's health was not only stable but actually improving. His condition was better than when he left the hospital. It's important to know that Dengbin's health was expected to worsen over time, and doctors had already said he wouldn't live more than 3 months. But now, almost 3 months later, Dengbin was still alive and his health indicators were better than before. This was truly surprising. Dengbin was a regular patient at the hospital, and Renmin was familiar with the staff nearby. Other patients and their families thought they wouldn't see Dengbin again, but in these 3 months, he had survived and even improved. Naturally, many people asked Renmin about his condition, and soon, many in the hospital knew about the miraculous recovery from Hidden Mountain Village. Not everyone believed that Dengbin's improvement was due to the village's influence, but several families chose to trust what Renmin said. Dengbin's recovery was like a lifeline for patients and their families. Some had already been told by the hospital that there was no hope, but seeing Dengbin alive and improving gave them a glimmer of hope, so they were willing to try. Now, several families from the village wanted to rent houses again. This made the villagers happy. Earning money while staying at home was something they had never even dreamed of before. However, only a few families came to rent, and in the competition for tenants, some villagers even fought each other. The village had finally started to improve, and Lu Jie and the village chief would not allow such chaos. They quickly stepped in to resolve the issue. Although the issue has been resolved, hidden dangers still remain. It is not about having too few, but about unfair distribution. Without establishing proper rules, the hard-won poverty alleviation opportunity in Yingshan village might be lost. Lu Jie discussed with the village chief for 2 days and decided to approach Xiaoling, the wealthiest person in the village. After Xiaoling sold peaches and peach blossoms, the villagers realized that the Qiao family might truly have a lucky spot, as their land seemed to have good feng shui. In this blessed land, the fruits Xiaoling produces are of high quality, and the nearby area seems to have a special energy that nourishes people. To develop the village, it's necessary to involve Xiaoling. After considering Lu Jie and the village chief's ideas, Xiaoling asked, "Do you have any ideas? If I can help my fellow villagers get richer, I will support it within my ability." Lu Jie took out her notebook and explained, "Myself and the village chief have a plan. We will take it step by step. First, gather the villagers and list all the empty rooms in their homes. Those willing to rent out their rooms should prepare them according to certain standards. After passing inspection, the rooms can be rented out. Of course, the order of renting and the rental prices will follow the village's arrangements. No chaos allowed, that's very important. Next, the village's basic facilities need to be improved: garbage bins, public toilets, streetlights. All will be handled by the village. But we also need to remind everyone that spitting, urinating in public, and other uncivil behaviors are not allowed. Respectful language and no fighting or quarrels are required. Everyone should help maintain the village's good image. There are other small matters, which we will list later. For now, let's draft a set of rules, hold a village meeting to discuss, and take advantage of this momentum to promote our village." Xiao Ling nodded. Lu Jie and the village chief truly care about the villagers. As grassroots officials, they're doing a good job. However, this doesn't involve her much. Why did they urgently call her back? "Village chief, secretary, what do you need me to do?" Lu Jie patted her head and said, "Oh, I almost forgot the main thing. Did you not ask Renmin's family to worship the Medicine King before? Recently, some guests renting houses in our village also want to pay respects to the Medicine King you worship. Xiaoling, would it be convenient for you to let everyone do that?" But since this difficult illness was controlled, it might be because they worshipped the Medicine King of the Qiao family. Renmin didn't know if Xiaoling had more peach blossom wine. Her son Deng Bin would definitely need some later, so she didn't want everyone to buy Xiaoling's peach blossom wine. That's why she didn't mention it. She didn't tell everyone about the peach blossom wine, but she could mention the Medicine King. So, people coming to Yin Mountain Village asked about worshipping the Medicine King. "My family didn't usually worship the Medicine King before. Last time, when Deng's family came, I thought they had a hard time, so I left a little comfort for them. I took out the image of the Medicine King from the storage room and hung it up. There was nothing special to worship." Xiaoling didn't mind sharing her family's image of the Medicine King. But last time, Deng's family's worship was very simple, just an altar and the image of the Medicine King, with no incense at all. Such a simple setup didn't seem right for others to worship. "It's okay. They asked for it to be simple. As long as they find some comfort, it doesn't have to be fancy," said village chief Himing casually. Most people now don't believe in worshipping immortals or deities. They only do it when they are sick and desperate. Since they trust Minrun and came here, they probably wouldn't care about small details. So, the village chief told Xiaoling not to worry about it. "Yes, Xiaoling, you don't need to worry. Your place isn't a public temple, just a private space. It's already good enough to let them worship the Medicine King. Don't worry about how simple it looks," Lu Jie said. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Actually, if conditions allow, you could build a public temple. Inside, you could worship the Medicine King, or gods like the landlord. Your backyard is a good feng shui spot. Many things are hard to explain, and maybe those mysterious factors make your backyard special. Building a temple might bring unexpected benefits." Before coming to Yin Mountain Village, Lu Jie was a firm atheist. But after visiting, her views changed. especially the mysterious power of Xiaoling's backyard. It's not something science can easily explain. Maybe if Xiaoling built a temple, she could please a celestial deity, and both she and Yin Mountain Village might receive more blessings. After hearing Lu Jie's words, Xiaoling had a sudden idea. Thinking about the notes from her ancestors that she had previously found, she wondered if she could really build a Taoist temple. She nodded immediately and said to Lu Jie and the village chief, "All right, village chief. I'll think about building the temple. As for the visitors, you can organize a time for them to come to my house." They agreed on the plan for tourists to worship the Medicine King. Lu Jie and the village chief went back to work on the tasks they had discussed earlier. They held a village meeting to talk about the family inn. As expected, the villagers were very enthusiastic, especially old Zhao, whose family had many sons and grandsons. They owned a large piece of land in the village. When they checked how many rooms the family inn could offer, old Zhao's family could provide more than 10 rooms. That wasn't all. The Zhao family also decided to build a small new house just for guests coming from outside to rest and recover. Since Zhao's family had many children and grandchildren, even if no one came to stay in the future, the house could still be used for their grandchildren's weddings. Other villagers might not have Zhao's big plans, but they still worked hard to prepare rooms for guests. The countryside didn't have many things, but the land was very spacious. If anyone was willing to pay to rent their houses, they could just make do with any place. So, many families in the village hurried to repair and prepare their houses. Even if no one rented their houses in the end, the houses were theirs, and fixing them up made them more comfortable to live in. While villagers were busy fixing their homes, Lu Jie and the village chief also kept busy. They arranged for public toilets, streetlights, trash bins, and road repairs. The tourists who had come to stay in Yin Mountain Village also finally gathered to visit the Medicine King at Xiaoling's place. "Miss Xiao, did Sister Ren and the others worship the Medicine King before?" A woman in her 30s, with a worried look on her face, asked Xiaoling while holding a little girl. Xiaoling looked at the girl in the woman's arms. She was about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a cute hat, but it was clear she was a little bald. The girl's face was similar to Deng Bin's, and she had been in the same ward as Deng Bin and the others. The girl was probably also a leukemia patient. Yes, Sister Ren and the others worshipped the Medicine King before. After Xiaoling finished speaking, she looked at the about 10 people in the living room with different expressions. Some people looked unconcerned, perhaps regretting coming to this remote mountain village. Others had blank faces, lost in their thoughts. There was also a woman like the one who asked earlier, kneeling sincerely on a mat that Xiaoling had specially placed, praying for the protection of the Medicine King. Since they had already come to Yinshan Village, even if most people didn't have much hope in the simple image of the Medicine King, they still paid their respects. After all, they had come. There were 10 people in total from 4 families. After paying respects to the Medicine King, the woman holding the little girl asked Xiaoling, "Miss Xiaoling, I heard that your garden is a good place to rest at night. Sorry to ask, but do you rent out your house?" The woman's name was Du, a single mother. Her daughter, Du Xiaoxi, had snow-white disease and was waiting for a suitable bone marrow match. Du Xiaoxi's condition was slightly better than Deng Bin's, but with such a serious illness like leukemia, even if her situation was a bit better, it was still not good, and her health was not optimistic. "Miss Du, sorry, I only have 1 bedroom here. Even my parents, when they came, stayed at the foot of the mountain. They're in the village, so it doesn't matter where they stay." Even though the little girl with leukemia was pitiful, Xiaoling didn't plan to let outsiders stay here. There were too many secrets, and it wasn't suitable for others to get close. After hearing Xiaoling's refusal, the other families didn't stay long. Since they couldn't rent the house, there was no point in staying. They thanked Xiaoling and gradually left. After everyone had left, Du was the last, holding her daughter. When they all exited Xiaoling's yard, Du used the excuse that her daughter's belongings were left in the yard and carried her back to Xiaoling. "Miss Xiaoling, I really can't do anything else. Cece was exposed to formaldehyde at kindergarten and got leukemia. Her daughter was only 3 when she fell ill. Her once chubby, rosy face had become thin and pale. Her cute curly hair had all fallen out. Du knew Kyoling had a way, so she begged for help. Among the 4 families, only Du's daughter's condition was the most serious. The other 3 families might be suffering from pain, but their lives were not in immediate danger. Only Du Xiaoxi, who is still young and has not found a matching bone marrow donor, is gradually worsening in health. If not treated, she might only have 6 months or a year to live. Although Du doesn't know what methods Qiaoling has, she knows that Xiaoxi and Deng Bin are in the same hospital room. When Renmin talked about Deng Bin's condition, she spoke quickly. Du faintly heard Renmin mention that Deng Bin had taken something. When she asked further, Renmin changed the subject and never mentioned what he had taken again. As a single mother, Du not only cares for her daughter but also manages her career well. She is observant and analytical. From what Renmin accidentally revealed, Du deduces that Deng Bin must have taken some special substance given by Miss Qiao, which is why his condition improved. At first, Du thought Deng Bin ate peaches sold by Qiaoling. She also tried the peaches sold by Mr. Qiao. They bought the peaches at a high price from scalpers. Xiaoxi really loves eating them. After eating, her appetite clearly improved and she seemed more energetic. But for Deng Bin to show such a noticeable improvement, he still has a long way to go. Du thinks that if Mr. Qiao can produce peaches with special effects, then better things might also exist. Renmin was unwilling to reveal the secret, but Du could roughly understand. Items with magical effects probably can't be mass-produced. Their quantities are limited. Although Deng Bin's health has improved, he has leukemia. No one knows when a suitable bone marrow match will be found. He will definitely need the special items from Miss Qiao. If more people know about them, it means more people could get help. If she were in his place, she would also choose to keep the secret. Just like Renmin, Du is already very grateful that Renmin shared the news about Hidden Mountain Village with her. So she doesn't press Renmin further. Anyway, she will go to Hidden Mountain Village herself eventually, so she will have a chance to learn more. Du quickly took Du Xiaoxi to Hidden Mountain Village. Although she hasn't found what Deng Bin took, she has learned about the village's mysterious nature. First, after arriving at Hidden Mountain Village, Du and several other families like Deng Bin's took their sick loved ones to rest outside Qiao's wall at night. Du doesn't know how others feel, but she clearly senses that something is different. Although Du had saved a lot of money, she was the one taking care of her sick child. Honestly, she was very tired, not just physically but also mentally. She was always worried and couldn't sleep well. Even if she used a lot of makeup during the day, she couldn't hide her exhaustion. But after arriving at Yinshan Village and resting on the fold-out bed outside the Qiao family's wall for a few nights, her spirits improved a lot. Also, regarding Cici, although her condition wasn't as serious as Deng Bin's, how healthy can a leukemia patient really be? Sometimes, Cici couldn't sleep all night, ate poorly, and had dark circles under her eyes. She was so weak that she often needed 4 fluids to keep her nourished. However, her condition was improving in Yinshan Village. At night, sleeping outside the Qiao family's wall, she might wake up a few times, but she could still get several hours of sleep. Her appetite increased and she no longer needed for nutrition every few days. All signs showed that resting in Yinshan Village was helpful. Renmin hadn't lied to them. But that wasn't enough. Every time Du held her daughter's fragile body, she would regret sending her to kindergarten because of her busy work schedule. Cici was still so young, with weaker resistance than other children. If she had waited a year or 2 longer before going to kindergarten, would she still have to suffer from illness? So, whenever there was a glimmer of hope, Du wanted to hold on to it and find a way to cure her daughter's illness. Mom, Cici won't hurt anymore. Du held her daughter, Cici, who looked at her mother's tearful face and comforted her softly with a childish voice, wiping her mother's tears with her small, pale hands. Yes, Cici, Mom won't hurt anymore, Du said, her tears increasing as she responded to her daughter. Sister Qiao, you're really overestimating me. The hospital couldn't do anything. I don't have any solutions. Qiaoling explained her stance, but seeing the sickly but adorable little girl in Du's arms, She softened her heart and said, "Earlier, Sister Ren bought me some peach blossom wine. I don't know if it will help you." Although Xiao Ling wanted to keep the peach blossom wine for herself, she had previously brewed 3 jars, each holding 10 jin of wine. She had given a few jin to her parents, tasted some herself, and shared small amounts with Renmin a few times. Now, there are still 2 jars, nearly 20 jin, which she definitely cannot finish in a month. Xiao Ling doesn't really like drinking alcohol, but since someone came looking for it, she didn't mind selling some. The only problem is, Xiao Ling doesn't have the license to sell alcohol, and she doesn't plan to sell large quantities of peach blossom wine openly. Now that someone has come, she naturally has fewer worries. "Miss Xiao, thank you. The things you sold to Sister Ren before are fine. Whether they're useful for Shishi or not, I want to try." "Thank you. Thank you." Diu kept thanking her. Good things are better in small amounts, and Xiao Ling was willing to sell her some, so Diu was very grateful. Diu is not short of money. When she learned that a small bottle of Xiao Ling's peach blossom wine cost 100,000 yuan, she waved her hand and bought 1,000,000 yuan worth of it. Diu has plenty of money. She has been so focused on making money that she already regrets her actions regarding her daughter. Now, if she could buy back Du Xiaoxi's health with money, even if it meant going bankrupt, she would do it. Du left with Du Xiaoxi, full of thanks and gratitude. Things finally quieted down at Xiaoling's place, and she finally had time to organize her thoughts. Today, Lu Jie suggested that Xiaoling build a Taoist temple, and the idea moved her. Xiaoling remembered finding a method for offering incense in an ancestral booklet from the Qiao family. Usually, burning incense produces a lot of smoke and ash, which pollutes the environment. However, according to the ancestral method, the offering incense made this way wouldn't have those problems. It would produce only a thin smoke, but this smoke has the same effect as spiritual energy. The more incense burned, the more thin smoke it produces, and since the smoke has the same power as spiritual energy, more is better. Somehow, this offering incense was kept hidden by the Qiao ancestors. It's a good thing, and Xiaoling can easily gather the materials needed. The first essential material is gourd water, which is one of the few uses of gourd water besides watering plants. There is also another type of material, which is plants that contain a certain amount of spiritual energy. Of course, with the gourd water, the requirements for these spiritual plants are less strict. Naturally, better is preferred, but if not available, it's still okay. Using plants with spiritual energy as raw materials will definitely produce better results. Plants with spiritual energy have been watered with gourd water on the back mountain for several months now. The plants in the spiritual garden are definitely infused with spiritual energy, and even the other plants on the 200 acres of the back mountain have some spiritual energy, more or less. There are so many plants in the spiritual garden. It's fine to pick some branches or leaves to make offerings or incense. Other raw materials for making incense, like bamboo for the incense sticks, can be ordinary bamboo. There's no need for bamboo with spiritual energy. Other ingredients for making offerings are very common items, easily bought anywhere. In short, the biggest investment in making offerings is the gourd water. The small gourds have been absorbing spiritual energy for several months now, and they are very different from before. Although the effect of the gourd water produced hasn't increased much, the amount produced each day has gone up a lot. Now, they can produce 5 liters of gourd water daily. According to the ancestors' records in the Qiao family's notebook, the amount of gourd water needed to make 10,000 incense sticks isn't large. Less than 100 milliliters of gourd water are needed for that. The gourd water produced by the small gourds now fully meets Xiaoling's needs. Another point is that as the reputation of Hidden Mountain Village grows, more people will come in the future. Xiaoling doesn't want everyone to come to her living room every time someone visits Hidden Mountain Village to worship the Medicine King. Why not build a small Taoist temple where people can directly worship the Medicine King? This way, she can keep more private space for herself. Xiaoling isn't so great that she would build a temple for free worship. She can charge admission, but the incense used for offerings must be bought from her. To ensure environmental safety, the temple she builds can only use the offerings she sells. The incense made with gourd water and spiritual plants won't be cheap. Instead of painstakingly growing and selling fruits, It's better to have people come to the temple to absorb the spiritual energy from the offerings, saving her a lot of trouble. Although selling dried peach blossoms and peaches brought good income in the past, Xiaoling realized she's not cut out for running a business. She didn't inherit her grandfather's talent for business. The reason she can sell her products is mainly because they are of good quality. Managing a small Taoist temple should be simple, maybe easier, perhaps, or so Xiaoling thought uncertainly. Anyway, she had nothing urgent to do now, so she decided to start. She took out her computer and began researching how to build a Taoist temple. After 2 days of research, combining her own situation, Xiaoling finally decided on the size of the temple and the deities to be worshipped. First, the size of the temple. Xiaoling didn't have enough money to build a large temple. She had earned quite a bit recently, but if she wanted a big temple, her savings wouldn't be enough. So, she planned for a small temple, about 10 acres. She would build 4 main halls: the Medicine King Hall, the Wealth God Hall, the Wenchang Hall, and the 3 Pure Ones Hall. The rest would be an open square and some greenery. She didn't plan to hire many people to manage the temple, so she wanted it simple. During the day, visitors could come to burn incense, and at night, it would close. There was no need to provide food or accommodation, just a few helpers for cleaning and maintaining order. Xiaoling decided not to change the location. She would build a side entrance in her backyard garden, creating a 10-acre area. She also took this chance to separate her living space, the temple, and the remaining forest. She could open a few small gates for easy travel, but the areas must be kept separate. Otherwise, like when children ran around while picking peaches before, it would be problematic. These areas needed to be well separated and secured. As the village of Hidden Mountain developed, it would become busier and more crowded, making disorder easy. Since Xiaoling planned to build a temple, she wanted everything done properly at once to avoid future trouble. Regarding the interior layout of the temple, besides the main halls she already planned, she didn't want to build other structures. 10 acres wasn't large, and with the halls and activity areas, there wasn't much space left. She would keep the existing vegetation in the remaining areas, maybe add a few pavilions for resting, but nothing fancy or decorative. She had a rough plan, and the detailed design was something for professionals to handle. Xiaoling decided to ask Uncle Zhao from the village for help. She didn't know anyone else in construction, and hiring a professional designer was out of the question for her. However, the Zhao family definitely has contacts in this area. Last time, Xiaoling interacted with people from the Zhao family, and the impression was good. So, she asked the Zhao family to help find suitable people. Even though the Zhao family is busy building their small family inn, they still made time to help Xiaoling find the right candidates. The Zhao family's enthusiasm is not only because Xiaoling offers generous brokerage fees, but also because building a Taoist temple has great significance for the entire Hidden Mountain village. The villagers now seem to have blind trust in Xiaoling, believing that even building a temple in the mountain valley can attract many visitors. The current tenants living with the Zhao family are proof of this. Of the 4 families who moved in, only 1 is left, while the other 3 plan to stay long-term. These tenants have already paid rent for the next half-month, so they are very supportive of Xiaoling's plan to build a temple to attract visitors. Led by Zhao Xing, the Zhao family carefully helped Xiaoling select a construction team. They finally chose a team known for good reputation, quick work, and reliable quality. After negotiations, the construction began swiftly. The designer from a construction team, introduced by Uncle Zhao Xing, explained her requirements and budget. Xiaoling didn't interfere much after that. She hired Uncle Zhao Xing to oversee the construction process, while she focused on her own tasks. Although the quarantine wall isn't finished yet, the construction team has used partitions to block the area, which doesn't affect Xiaoling's travel. While the team was working, Xiaoling also used a tree excavator to tidy up the back mountain. The 50-acre peach orchard remains untouched, as do the living area, spiritual garden, and the reserved 10-acre temple site, along with the over 100-acre forest. Besides some fruit trees, many other miscellaneous trees have been planted. Xiaoling used the excavator to clear some land, preparing to plant vegetables and a small amount of grains for personal use. Currently, The village is busy preparing for family accommodations. Xiaoling didn't ask others for help. With various machines available, operating them was quite convenient. In 10 days, Xiaoling managed to plant seasonal vegetables and grains on the cleared land. While she was busy planting on the back mountain, the village and the temple also underwent dramatic changes. Thanks to Lu Jie and the village chief's planning and efforts, the village is gradually developing into a new rural style. Although most of the houses in Hidden Mountain Village are quite old, they have all been painted with white walls, and every corner has been cleaned thoroughly. The roads are still narrow, but with the efforts of Lu Jie and the village chief, some funds from the town were used to make simple repairs to the roads. While the infrastructure still lags behind many rural areas, it is gradually improving. As more visitors come to Hidden Mountain Village in the future, the village will become better and better. Xiaoling's temple is also nearing completion. With a large construction team, a sufficient budget from Xiaoling, and timely delivery of materials, the temple is now in the final stages of finishing. As the temple approaches completion, Xiaoling has asked Aunt Zhou to recommend a few people to help with chores, such as cleaning and maintaining order for visitors. Since there are currently few visitors, Xiaoling only needs one person for cleaning and one for maintaining order. If more visitors come later, she can hire more staff. Lingle, how about I help with cleaning? Zhou Chunhua offered herself in front of Xiaoling. Aunt Zhou, aren't you selling peach blossom cakes anymore? Xiaoling was surprised. Selling peach blossom cakes brought in much more money than cleaning. She thought Aunt Zhou wouldn't be interested in cleaning work. Selling peach blossom cakes is only for a month. It's not a long-term job. Helping you with cleaning is better because it provides a steady income every month. Your temple isn't big, cleaning isn't tiring, and it's right at the door of my house. The pay you offer is good, so this job is perfect. Zhou Chunhua explained her thoughts. While selling peach blossom cakes can make money, it's uncertain and not stable. Zhou Chunhua prefers stable work. Earning 3,000 yuan a month for cleaning at her doorstep makes her happy. All right, Aunt Zhou, I'll leave the cleaning work to you. If more people come later and the workload increases, I'll raise your pay or hire more people. Of course, don't forget about selling peach blossom cakes. It's only for a month. You can also ask others to help with cleaning the temple for that month, and selling peach blossom cakes for a month is fine too. Since Aunt Zhou was willing to do the cleaning, Xiaoling didn't look for anyone else. Aunt Zhou works quickly and knows the area well, so Xiaoling felt comfortable trusting her with the cleaning. The person responsible for cleaning was taken care of. Xiaoling then asked about the person maintaining order. That's the security guard's job, she said. It's hard to find young people in the village, but there are quite a few older men. Our neighbor, Uncle Zheng, is over 60, but still quite healthy. He can help watch during the day and also guard the temple at night. Zhou Chunhua finished her own work and enthusiastically recommended her old friend's family. How could good things not be shared with those around her? Yes, about the night watch. Uncle Zheng can do it, but there are no other replacements. So, Uncle Zheng counts as one, and we need one more person. Zhou Shen's words reminded Xiaoling. Initially, she only planned to hire one security guard, but the night shift needed careful planning. Although the temple doesn't have many valuables, she still had to prevent others from sneaking in at night. Now, several people were resting outside her wall, and it was uncertain whether others might enter the temple later. So, she needed another night guard. However, Zhou Shen's suggestion to rely solely on Uncle Zheng was unnecessary. Even though the rumor was that people could retire at 65, honestly, besides security or cleaning jobs, most companies wouldn't hire someone at that age. Xiaoling's temple also hired a security guard because there were no suitable young people in the village. She had to settle for a strong, middle-aged man from the village. Sometimes, Xiaoling couldn't understand why policies allowed retirement at such a late age. At 65, most people's health declines. Eyesight worsens, hearing diminishes, and walking becomes less steady. How could they still be expected to work? Isn't that unfair? Not wanting to worry about these problems, Xiaoling finally hired 2 security guards. Along with Zhou Shen, who was doing cleaning, these 3 were her current team. For now, she was handling the collection of fees herself. She didn't know how many people would come to the temple, and it was not easy to find outsiders for this job. She would do it herself for now and consider hiring someone once the temple's visitors increased. Over the past 2 weeks, although the number of people renting houses in Hidden Mountain Village hadn't grown, the 3 existing families had become loyal customers. Besides hospital visits, they brought lots of supplies and planned to stay in the village permanently. Especially, single mother Du directly went to the village committee to ask about buying a house in Inshan Village. Du gave Du Xiaoxi peach blossom wine, which worked better than Deng Bin's, because Du Xiaoxi's illness was milder. Now, Deng Bin has luckily received a matching bone marrow transplant. Du Xiaoxi just needs to rest and recover, and she will also receive good news like Deng Bin. So, Du went to the village chief and Lu Jia, wanting to buy a house in the village to live in long term. Of course, even if Du had money, she couldn't buy a house in the village without a household registration. But this shows that Inshan Village is attractive to people. Once people feel the magic of Inshan Village, there's no need for advertising. More and more tourists will come naturally. The temple is about to be finished, and helpers have been found. One important offering incense has not yet been made. Xiaoling is busy in the storage room, making the offering incense herself. Because making offering incense involves gourd water and spiritual plants with spiritual energy, although the process is similar to making regular incense, Xiaoling doesn't plan to let others help. She will do it all herself, which also takes up a lot of her time. Fortunately, modern technology makes many things easier, and machines can do much of the work. First, the incense base is made. Xiaoling has a small bamboo forest behind the mountain, about an acre in size, enough to make the incense bases. She ordered many machines online. The process of making the offering incense is quite detailed. Xiaoling cut dozens of large bamboo stalks with a chainsaw, then dragged them into the yard. She used a small cutting machine to cut the bamboo into equal lengths, then a bamboo splitting machine to divide the bamboo into strips. Next, a machine layered and pulled the strips into thin threads, then polished and cut them. The incense bases are now ready. The process is complex, but mostly mechanical, so Xiaoling didn't find it very tiring, just spent some time learning how to operate the machines. Of course, the storage room is almost full of various machines. After making the incense bases, Xiaoling dyed them red with petals from the spiritual garden and dried them in the yard. Next, she will make the incense spices. Xiaoling previously cut down many trees while tidying up the back mountain. These trees were watered with gourd water, which, although not meeting the standards of spiritual plants, were still better than ordinary plants. They are suitable for making incense. Xiaoling also trimmed many branches from the spiritual garden and collected fallen petals and leaves, grinding them into powder with a crusher. Next, she added various ingredients, mixing them with gourd water and clean water, stirring everything evenly. Finally, she placed the mixture into a hopper, set the incense bones, and turned on the machine. The incense was automatically pressed into shape. The machines Xiaoling bought were small, and with all ingredients prepared, she could make about 100 incense sticks in 1 minute. To avoid frequent operation, Xiaoling prepared many ingredients. The first run lasted 5 hours, producing 30,000 incense sticks. She packed them neatly with a packing machine and stored them in the storage room. The storage room was now quite full, leaving little space for movement. While the construction team was still there, Xiaoling ordered the building of a large storage and workshop on the back mountain for easier future work. Finally, during the hottest weather, the construction of her Taoist temple and related buildings was completed. Guowei, a teacher, helped her get the necessary permits. His family works in official positions, so handling these matters was easy. All staff and supplies were ready, and the temple could open at any time. Since it was an opening, she needed to promote it. Xiaoling didn't ask Xiaoyu, who had returned to her hometown after resolving property disputes, to help attract visitors. Instead, she posted a message in her previous shopping WeChat group. Many people had added her WeChat when she sold peach blossoms and peaches. She posted a moment inviting everyone to burn incense and finally announced the opening on the temple's official website. She didn't do much other promotion. Good incense is not afraid of being unknown. Xiaoling was confident her temple would succeed. With plants watered by gourd water nearby and incense with spiritual power, it was impossible for no one to come. In the future, if more people discover how good it is, she might even limit the number of visitors. Xiaoling scheduled the temple opening for July 20th. It was only early July, so she still had plenty of time. She usually used gourd water to water the plants inside the temple or focused on follow-up efforts related to Qiaoyu's property disputes. Xiaoling didn't see others gossip, but others saw her family's gossip instead. Xiaoling, come out, open the door. Xiaoling, come out. Early in the morning, Xiaoling was still in bed playing with Zhou Gong when she heard loud shouting outside the front door from Chen Wei and her daughter. Xiaoling frowned. The Chen family really is persistent, even coming to the village. Earlier, at her parents' house, Xiaoling had held back a lot of words. Her parents had been patient for the sake of their son and grandson. Xiaoling didn't want her family to be troubled, so she endured it. Now, the Chen family really thinks she is a patient saint. They even came to the village. If she doesn't give them a good lesson this time, she won't be surnamed Qiao. Why are you filming? Can't your Chen family pay off your gambling debts again? Xiaoling opened the door expressionlessly and asked the Chen mother and daughter knocking on the door. She looked around. Xiao Lei wasn't there. Only Chen Wei and her mother were present. She wasn't sure if Xiao Lei still felt ashamed or embarrassed to come to the village with Chen Wei and her mother. What gambling debt? That's not true. I want to ask you, Xiaoling, where did your parents go? Chen's mother avoided the main issue and asked about her parents' whereabouts. This time, it wasn't about gambling debts, but it was true that the Qiao family needed to pay. Otherwise, Chen Fei's girlfriend would have to abort her pregnancy and accuse Chen Fei of. The wedding house they had agreed on was the one for Xiao Lei and Chen Wei to get married. They had originally planned well, letting Chen Fei live in the wedding house of Xiao Lei and Chen Wei. Anyway, Xiao Lei's parents' old house was big enough, and they had bought a new house, so there was no shortage of places to live. But unexpectedly, this time, Qiao's parents were determined not to support Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei and Chen Wei, with their children, went back to the old house and were directly kicked out. When they returned, they couldn't even enter their home. The hired nanny was dismissed and not paid, which caught Chen's mother off guard. Xiao Lei and Chen Wei both have jobs and need to go to work every day. Their 2 children need to be taken care of by Chen's mother, and they also have to discuss Chen Fei's marriage. It was exhausting for Chen's mother. They say like attracts like, and people tend to gather with similar people. Chen Fei's girlfriend, Xiang Wan, was also not a good person. Xiang Wan originally looked at Chen Fei as handsome and generous with money, thinking that Chen's family must have some wealth. Xiang Wan also visited Chen Fei's wedding house. Although it was small, Chen Fei said he bought it outright with his own money. It was close to the school in a good location and worth a lot of money. She planned to settle down with Chen Fei, get married, and have children. However, she was surprised to learn that the wedding house actually belonged to Chen Fei's sister and brother-in-law after she became pregnant. Chen Fei's work was inconsistent, with him working 3 days and resting 2. Most of the expenses were covered by his sister and brother-in-law. This made Xiang Wan very angry. She never expected that the person who was always chasing after opportunities would be caught off guard. She, who had some experience in society, felt deceived by Chen Fei, a young man with little ability. She immediately refused to marry him unless Chen Fei paid a large bride price first, as she wanted some material security after marriage. Although Chen Fei said he could find a way to make the wedding house truly theirs in the future, Xiang Min was still worried. She demanded Chen Fei pay a large bride price, or she would go to the police and accuse him of. Chen Fei knew that Xiang Wan had connections in the community. If she really went to the police, he might face legal trouble. So, Chen Fei asked his beloved mother and sister to help gather the bride price money. That's not gambling debt. Is your family in need of money? Your good son-in-law Xiao Lei has been working hard for your family, and now you want to involve my parents too? Marrying into the Chen family and taking on responsibility. Are you trying to keep filling your bottomless pit? Xiaoling didn't expect Chen Wei's mother and daughter to have good intentions. She loudly questioned Chen's mother. TSK, the Qiao family is cursed for 8 generations. Qiao Lei married Chen Wei, a supporting brother who always relies on others. Exactly. I heard that Qiao Lei has been working all these years and hasn't spent a single cent on Qiao Xiangrong and his wife. He's been supporting his in-laws instead. That's nothing. Qiao Xiangrong not only received no filial respect, but also spent a lot of money on the house, bride price, and grandson's expenses, all covered by Qiao Xiangrong and his wife. Poor parenting. If Qiao Lei had a bit of responsibility, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Fortunately, Qiao Xiangrong still has his daughter Qiaoling. Otherwise, what would happen to them when they grow old? Why worry about Qiao Xiangrong and his wife? Even if Qiao Lei doesn't take care of his parents, their combined retirement pension is over 10,000 yuan a month. They can live well. Qiao Lei has been married to Chen Wei for over 10 years. Although Qiao Xiangrong and his wife have never complained openly, the villagers have heard whispers of trouble. A few years ago, there was a disagreement over the inheritance left by old Master Qiao, which caused a lot of fuss among Qiao Xiangrong's brothers. Especially Auntie Qiaoling, who loved to mock Qiao dad and mom, seized every chance to spread rumors. As a result, everyone in the village now knows that Qiao Lei married a supportive sister-in-law who helps her brothers. Now, Chen Wei and her daughter are approaching Qiaoling, and the villagers start gossiping again, watching from nearby. Chen Wei, overhearing the gossip, becomes angry and says, "Stop talking nonsense and damaging my family's reputation. You're just spreading false stories. I want to know where your parents are. All your talk is pointless. If it weren't for you, my sister-in-law, meddling in everything, things wouldn't have turned out like this." Hearing Chen Wei blame her again, Qiaoling transforms into a spiteful sister-in-law and asks, "Your family's reputation? What reputation does your family have? I haven't said anything before, but that doesn't mean I don't know. What good reputation does your family have? Wasn't your family known for sneaky tricks before you married my brother? Or for being like a vampire after marriage, the life out of everyone? Or for Chen Fei's reputation for eating, drinking, gambling, and drug use? Blaming everything on me, your little sister-in-law? Is it my fault that Chen Fei drinks, gambles, and cheats? Is it my fault that your family is poor and struggling? And are you saying I ordered Chen Fei to get someone pregnant and then accused him of?" Previously, Qiao Lei had helped Chen Fei once to settle a false accusation of. That incident drained all the money Qiao Lei and Chen Wei had saved, and only then was the matter resolved. Qiaoling doesn't know if the same problem has come up again, but she just vents her frustration by telling everything she knows. You're talking nonsense. I won't argue with you, little girl. Where are your parents? Where have they gone? I'm the one who married off my daughter, not the one who married into your family. Both grandsons are being raised by me, your grandmother. They carry the Qiao surname, not Chen. If your family doesn't take care of these 2 children, I'll take them to the police station and change their last names. Chen Wei's mother speaks arrogantly, glaring at Qiaoling's proud and imposing look, her face twisting with jealousy. Her family is willing to spend hundreds of thousands, but her in-laws refuse. Qiaoling, with her abundant money, is eager to burn it all at the Taoist temple. Why can't they give her family a few tens of thousands? They're all relatives, yet their lives are so different. You should change your attitude. Since you want to marry a son-in-law who comes to live with us, my family doesn't want your bride price or house. Just return the bride price and house we gave before. We won't care about the money spent on the 2 children, Qiaoling retorted. Is my family really marrying a daughter-in-law? Qiao Lei is more like a son-in-law who comes to live with them. If the Chen family really has the ability, they can change the children's surnames. My Qiao family has no throne to inherit. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Let's go, Chen Wei, she said. Chen's mother couldn't argue with Qiaoling and gave Chen Wei a look, trying to force her way into Qiaoling's house. Qiaoling would never let Chen Wei and her mother enter her home. Her body, transformed by spiritual energy, is far stronger than theirs. She reached out to block them. When Chen Wei and her mother pushed toward her, she forcefully pushed Chen's mother to the ground. Others who were watching also stepped in to help Qiaoling. Since Chun Wei and her mother are outsiders, they wouldn't let outsiders bully their home. Xiao Yu and her mother also arrived. When Chun Wei and her mother tried to break in, they also prepared to help but found their efforts useless. Seeing Chen's mother lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Qiao Ling's aunt suddenly saw an opportunity. Oh, trying to force your way into someone's home and now lying on the ground pretending to be hurt? The corrupting influence from the top down, no wonder you raised a son with so many bad habits. Mom, are you okay? Xiao Ling, if anything happens to my mom, I won't let you go, Chen Wei said fiercely, throwing herself at her mother. You won't let me go? You think I will let you go? Xiao Ling scoffed. Some elders these days, they're great at shopping discounts, grabbing seats on buses, and dancing in the square. But the moment something happens, they're as fragile as paper. Now, they're trying to blackmail me. Don't you know what Annie Xiao Ling, hate the most? Hey, 110? I want to report a break-in at a private residence. Please send someone to handle it.
Thank you, she said.
Xiao Ling, tired of arguing with Chen Wei and her mother, called the police and then dialed 120 to send a hospital ambulance. If someone is injured, do they think hospitals are so easy to stay in? Chen Wei saw Xiao Ling call the police without hesitation and became panicked. Her brother often went to the police station, so Chen Wei naturally feared the police. Family? Who is your family? Look carefully, this is my Xiao Ling's home. It's not your Chen family's house, nor Xiao Lei's, and not my parents either. The surveillance cameras are watching. Do you think my home is open for anyone to come in? A family? It was only because the Chen family neglected their ancestors' graves that they ended up marrying into the Qiao family. If they don't teach the Chen family a lesson this time, they will keep bothering them in the future. This time, they need to make the Chen family pay. Yes, your Chen family just let Xiao Lei, that fool, work like a beast, and now you want to target Xiao Ling and Xiao Lei's parents?
Dream on.
Do you really think this is your Chen family's territory? Want to come in or go out whenever you like. When the police arrive, you'll be the ones going to jail. Xiao Ling's aunt also spoke up for her. Although the two families had been fighting over inheritance, honestly, the value of the back mountain was not much compared to what old Master Qiao had divided. The fuss was mainly because old Master Qiao was biased. Out of so many grandchildren, only Qiao Ling received anything. The back mountain was publicly allocated, but secretly, it probably provided additional benefits. But since old Master Qiao had been gone for years, it was pointless to keep dwelling on those old issues. Previously, Qiao Ling had helped Xiao Yu, so her aunt finally let go of her grudges and helped her push back against the Qin family. When Chen Wei heard the police were coming, she became nervous. Although Chen Wei easily controlled Xiao Lei, that was because Xiao Lei was a love-struck fool. If she were truly clever, she wouldn't have let Chen Fei grow up like that. Chen Wei, who is 7 or 8 years older than Chen Fei, was already mature when Chen Fei's personality fully developed. She could have taken strict control if she wanted. Moreover, after marriage, Chen Wei unconditionally became a supporter of her younger brother. What about her and Xiao Lei's family? Had she ever thought about that? She was also quite naive. Now, frightened by Aunt Xiao's warning, Chen Wei panicked. She was afraid of being taken to the police station. She grabbed onto her mother's sleeve on the ground, refusing to let go. Chen mother, pretending to be dead, slowly regained consciousness. I've never heard of anyone being beaten and then taken to the police station. Xiaoling, don't think that just because you have money and connections, you can bully ordinary people like us. You're just an ordinary person? If anyone has connections, it's your Chen family. After all, Chen Fei from her family is as familiar with the police station as if it were his own home. Maybe you are more used to the police station than others. Zhou Ling and Chen Wei's mother argued for a few words, watching more and more people gather around, feeling annoyed. Although the villagers around were helping her, Zhou Ling didn't like being made a joke of. She impatiently said to Chen Wei and her mother, before, it was Chen Fei who went into the police station. Maybe you two are a bit unfamiliar with it. I'll help you out. When the police arrive later, I'll also report an old case. 2 years ago, I lost a gold necklace at home. It was a 10-year gift from my grandfather. He bought it for 66,000 yuan. One day, I suddenly noticed it was gone. I remember you two came into my room on the day it disappeared. Zhou Ling knew that Chen's mother took her necklace, and she also had surveillance footage. At that time, Zhou Ling was studying. Things at home kept going missing every few days. They weren't very expensive, but losing things made Zhou Ling very upset. She also suspected who took the items, but had no proof. So, she installed a camera in her room, which recorded Chen's mother taking her necklace worth thousands. Zhou Ling had told her parents about this before, but they worried about her brother Qiao Lei and her nephew, so they asked Zhou Ling not to say anything. The old couple privately told Qiao Lei about it, and finally, Zhou Ling's parents bought her a necklace to keep her quiet about the matter. Now, Chen Wei and her mother are provoking Zhou Ling again. Naturally, Zhou Ling decided to bring up this matter, hoping to give Chen's mother a stable future. Her little sister-in-law is quite considerate, relieving her mother-in-law's worries, ensuring a secure life, and avoiding being burdened by Qin Fei, who is unfilial in her later years. This way, not only is her mother's retirement assured, but it also prevents trouble from Qin Wei. If Chen Wei stopped listening to her mother's instigation, things would be even better. Zhou Ling was happy to do such a thing.
Don't talk nonsense.
What you say about events from years ago is just that, nonsense. It's unreasonable. Your parents are not in the countryside anymore. Chen Wei, let's go. We're going back. Chen's mother's face changed drastically after hearing Zhou Ling's words. The necklace from 2 years ago was indeed taken by her to pay off Qin Fei's gambling debts. She thought that as long as the Zhou family didn't cause trouble, everything would be fine. But she didn't expect Zhou Ling, this unkind girl, to bring up old issues. Feeling guilty, she shouted at Chen Wei and tried to leave. Chen Wei quickly helped her mother up and they left. Stop right there. Do you really think this is a market where you can just wander around? The police will be here soon. You can't leave. Qiao Ling stopped the two people trying to slip away. Yes, you can't leave. There are such things happening, stealing from the family home. It's really eye-opening. We must let the police handle this. Qiao Ling's aunt, as usual, stepped in strongly, blocking Qin Wei and her daughter's way. Aunt Zhou, Aunt Zheng, Aunt Xie, and others also gathered around, not allowing Qin Wei and her daughter to leave. Soon, villagers came to watch, crowding the street and blocking the way completely. No matter what Qin Wei and her daughter said, Qiao Ling was determined to wait for the police. Maybe this was a good chance to deal with the troublemaker in the Qin family. She didn't want her parents to be troubled when they returned, so she decided to resolve the problem while they were away. The police arrived quickly, within 10 minutes. Qiao Ling copied the surveillance footage from the back mountain entrance and also retrieved the footage from her home in City C, proving that Qin Wei had stolen her necklace. With these two pieces of evidence, Chen Wei had no way to escape punishment. As for Chen Wei herself, Qiao Ling frowned. She knew Qiao Lei probably didn't want a divorce, especially with 2 children involved. She couldn't think of a way to solve this problem right now, so she decided to focus on sending Qin Wei to the police station first. Chen Wei's case was straightforward. First, the 2 sets of footage clearly showed what happened. The first footage was from the back mountain entrance, where Qin Wei forcibly tried to break into Qiao Ling's house with Qin Wei, then fell to the ground and pretended to be hurt. This wasn't too serious, maybe a warning or a few days of detention. But the second footage was different. The second footage clearly showed Chen Wei stealing Qiao Ling's gold necklace. The value of the stolen items was several thousand yuan, enough to send Chen Wei to prison. On the day Chen Wei was detained at the police station, Qin Fei came looking for Qiao Ling, threatening her. If she didn't let the police release his mother, he would make her pay. In the past, Qiao Ling might have been afraid to deal with someone like Qin Fei. But after these months, she had changed a lot, mentally and physically. She immediately pushed Qin Fei away. If you come looking for me again, I swear I'll have someone deal with you. Anyone could threaten. Qin Fei's bravado was thanks to Qiao Lei's support before. Now, Qiao Lei wants to raise children but doesn't have enough money to support Qin Fei. Plus, since Qiao Ling has started earning money, she no longer believes she is inferior to a small-time Chun Fei swore and left angrily, while Xiao Ling was not idle. Someone like Chun Fei, full of bad habits, can only truly settle down by working for the state. Money is meant to be used. After establishing her temple, Xiao Ling still had a lot of money left. She immediately hired a private detective to gather evidence of Chun Fei's crimes and paid the victims to report him. Money can make things happen. In less than 5 days, Chun Fei and his mother successfully reunited. Haha, I am really a good person, doing everything I can to bring you mother and son together, Xiao Ling proudly said when she heard Chun Fei was in custody. With Chun Fei and his mother gone, she thought Chun Wei could finally have some peace. But it turned out she was wrong. The day after Chun Fei was taken in, early in the morning, the gate at the back of Xiao Ling's mountain was knocked loudly. Furious, she was about to open the door when she shouted, "Enough is enough. I've already shown mercy to you. Do you only stop when your family is all together?" Xiao Ling thought Chun Wei was causing trouble again. She truly believed that she, Xiao Ling, wouldn't do anything to her, especially in front of Xiao Lei and her 2 nephews. "Xiao Ling, look at this. What are they doing?" "They really went this far," said Aunt Zhou. Unexpectedly, it was Aunt Zhou speaking. Before Xiao Ling could apologize, she saw the 2 children beside Aunt Zhou and suddenly realized the situation. Seeing what was outside the door, Xiao Ling was truly impressed with Xiao Lei. He had brought the 2 children to the village. "Aunt Zhou, did you see Xiao Lei and Chun Wei?" Xiao Ling asked, holding the little one. "I didn't see anyone. I was just passing by and saw a child crying by the roadside. It looked like your big treasure, so I brought him over," replied Aunt Zhou. Zhou Chunhua was also puzzled. How could such irresponsible parents leave their children here? The older child was about 7 or 8 years old, and the younger was less than a year old. How could Xiao Lei and his wife abandon their children here? Xiao Ling took the little one from Aunt Zhou, who was tired from crying and had fallen asleep. She then used one hand to hold the stubborn older child, smiled weakly, thanked Aunt Zhou, and led the older child back home. Xiao Ling placed Little Treasure on the bed and took Big Treasure out of the bedroom. "Big Treasure, you." Before she could finish asking, Big Treasure's tears fell quickly. It's okay, don't cry." Xiao Ling hurriedly wiped Big Treasure's tears. The more she wiped, the more tears came. She felt sad and held Big Treasure in her arms, patting his back silently to comfort him. Seeing Big Treasure and Little Treasure, Xiao Ling felt a bit regretful. Regret that she only decided to discipline the Qin family mother and son now. If she had punished them earlier, when Big Treasure was still young, he might not be so sad now. Most of the time, the 2 children were taken care of by Xiao Ling's parents. Chun Wei had to work and help deal with Chun Fei's mess, so she couldn't pay much attention to her 2 sons. This woman was the kind who only cared about giving birth, not raising children. She always pushed everything onto her parents. If Big Treasure was crying because he missed his grandma and uncle, that wouldn't make sense. Big Treasure was 7 years old. At that age, children already understood many things. He heard his mother and grandma say that his aunt's family was causing trouble, but they didn't know that Big Treasure was often mocked by other kids in the neighborhood. They teased him for having a mother who only cared about her own interests, a weak father, an uncle who was caught by the police for doing bad things, and a grandma who often threw tantrums. All of this left a shadow in Big Treasure's mind. At this moment, Xiao Lei and Chun Wei threw the children by the roadside in Yinshan village, which caused Big Treasure even more pain. As expected, the other kids in the neighborhood were right. They said he and his brother were abandoned by their parents. Xiao Ling looked at Big Treasure, who was stubborn and unwilling to speak, and had no choice but to call her parents, who were traveling abroad, for help.
"What?
You left the 2 kids there?" Her mother's voice came from the phone, full of disbelief. "What happened to the children? Is this something a parent should do?" "It's terrible, really terrible." Hearing Xiao Ling's words, her father also couldn't stay calm. He quickly confirmed the situation of his 2 grandsons. "The kids are fine. Little Treasure is sleeping and Big Treasure is crying," Xiao Ling said, then asked Big Treasure, "Big Treasure, do you want to talk to Grandpa and Grandma?" Dabao took the phone.
"Grandpa, Grandma,
I miss you so much. Dad and Mom don't want me and my little brother anymore. Please come back. Be good, Dabao. Don't cry. Grandpa and Grandma will be back soon. Listen to Annie and stay with your brother at Annie's house for a little while. We will come back very soon. Dabao cried so hard that Jo Mom's heart almost broke. She gently comforted her grandson. Maybe after talking to his closest grandparents on the phone, Dabao vented his feelings. He ate the breakfast prepared by Xiao Ling and then fell into a dazed sleep. Xiao Ling looked at the dark circles under Dabao's eyes. She didn't know what the little boy had been through these past few days. His dark circles were showing. She clenched her teeth silently and, after quietly leaving the room, called Xiao Lei and Chen Wei. Of course, the calls didn't go through. All contact methods had been tried, but Xiao Ling couldn't reach Xiao Lei. While packing the kids' luggage, she found a note. Mom, Dad, Xiao Ling, Wei Wei can't take the of her mother and brother being in prison anymore. She doesn't want to stay here. I took her outside to explore. Please take care of the kids. Xiao Lei, stay. Xiao Ling was so angry she almost exploded. She didn't say anything about Chen Wei. What kind of spell had Xiao Lei been under? Why was he so bewitched by Chen Wei? Their parents didn't care, and the children were left unattended. Was there any sense of responsibility as a son or father? The two little kids were still on the roadside. What if something went wrong on the way? With their poor character, they wanted to go out and explore. They had no money and wouldn't earn any. They might get into trouble and be taken advantage of. Xiao Dad and Xiao Mom returned very quickly. That very night, they appeared on the back mountain of Xiaoling. The elderly couple held back their anger towards Xiao Lei and his wife in front of the children. Only after the kids fell asleep did they have time to ask about the situation. When they learned that Xiao Ling had sent Chen's mother and son to prison, they were stunned. Both of them are in there? Xiao Mom stammered. When did Xiao Ling become so fierce?
Yes.
You should also think about what kind of person Chen Fei is. Such a toxic person. It's not hard to find trouble with him. Don't underestimate him. And Chen Fei's mother also had no steady income. To support such a son, could she keep her hands clean? Chen Wei was the same, but she was the mother of Dabao and Xiaobao. Xiao Ling didn't bother her. As long as Chen's mother and son were in prison, Chen Wei wouldn't cause any trouble. I didn't expect her and Xiao Lei to leave just like that. Xiao Ling was feeling proud when talking about the Chen family, but when mentioning Chen Wei, her interest waned. She didn't expect things to develop this way. It's our fault as parents. We should have handled this ourselves. Making you a young girl deal with it was unfair. Xiao Dad sensed Xiao Ling's apology in her words and felt guilty. Yes, Ling did well. If we had known this would work, we would have done it earlier. Look at the trouble now. Dabao and Xiaobao are so pitiful. Xiao Mom agreed. If we had resolved Chen Fei, the troublemaker, earlier, our family wouldn't be in such chaos. Even though Chen Wei still couldn't accept it and wanted to leave, the children are young, and the hurt isn't as deep. Now look at this mess. Dabao cried himself to sleep tonight. It pains Xiao Mom to see that. Xiao Dad and Mom found out what really happened, and the next day took their two grandchildren back to the city. Xiao Mom really wished she could catch Xiao Lei and Chen Wei and give them a good scolding. Is this what people do? Dabao is still in school, about to take exams, and was just suddenly sent back to the village without a word, without informing the teachers. When Xiao Mom took Dabao to school in the morning, the teacher told her they had called Chen Wei and Xiao Lei many times but couldn't reach them. The teacher was about to call the police. Fortunately, Xiao Ling saw the children. She found the school's contact info online and asked Dabao's homeroom teacher for a leave. Only then did the teacher feel reassured. Xiao Mom repeatedly apologized to Dabao's teacher, changed Dabao's emergency contact, and even brought peaches from Xiaoling to give to the teacher, asking her to pay extra attention to the children these days. Then she reluctantly left to deal with the mess left by Xiao Lei and Chen Wei. Time quickly passed to July 20th. Early in the morning, Xiaoling set off firecrackers at the entrance of the temple to celebrate its opening. There was no need for a fancy ribbon-cutting ceremony. It's just a small temple, so it didn't have to be so formal. Xiaoling kept it simple, but everyone in the village, young and old, came to support her whenever they had free time. On the first day of the opening, Xiaoling generously offered free incense to all the villagers who came to celebrate. The village currently has about 150 residents. Each person lights one stick of incense, which doesn't cost much.
People can visit whichever temple they like.
Besides villagers, many of Xiaoling's regular customers also come to visit. Guo Laoshi, who often gets sick, brought Qinjiao along. Not only that, Guo Wei also brought his retired parents, and his mother brought his grandparents, uncles, aunts, and little relatives. It was a big crowd. Boss Qiao, does this temple charge an entrance fee? Guo Wei asked, familiar with Xiaoling. No entrance fee, but you need to buy incense to enter, Xiaoling said happily, looking at Guo Wei, her big customer. Okay, Boss Qiao. There are about 10 of us. Can you give us a group discount? Guo Wei asked. No group discount, but incense is sold by vending machines. 3 sticks make 1 incense stick, and it costs 100 yuan per stick. Xiaoling pointed to the vending machines at the temple entrance. Your temple is quite modern. Guo Wei's and also bought some peaches from Guo Wei and knew Xiaoling. She was curious about the vending machines used for incense, which seemed a bit unusual for a traditional temple. It's not strange to see vending machines nowadays, but this temple is very traditional, and using such modern machines feels a bit surprising. Vending machines make management easier and require less staff, Xiaoling explained. Can we go in without buying incense? Or buy incense but not offer it? Or take the incense away? Guo Wei's aunt asked curiously. Xiaoling was a bit surprised. She usually doesn't sell fruit, but now she runs a temple. She wondered what purpose the temple served. Guo Wei's aunt wasn't trying to find loopholes. She just wanted to be friendly with Xiaoling and buy more peaches and flowers in the future. She was just curious about the rules. You need to buy incense to enter. You can buy incense but not offer it, and you can't take incense out. There are cameras and scanners at the entrance and exit. You must have incense to enter, but you can't take it out, Xiaoling answered seriously. She then pointed to a notice nearby. There are some rules on the side. Everyone can read them first. If someone can't accept these rules, they don't have to enter the temple. Xiaoling was a bit proud. She believed her temple didn't lack visitors. Okay, Boss Qiao, I understand. We'll ask around and go by it now. Guo Wei glanced at the poster nearby, which listed some precautions similar to those at other temples, with a few additional points mentioned by Boss Qiao earlier. Although Guo Wei didn't understand the purpose behind Xiaoling's actions, Boss Qiao had never let them suffer before, so he didn't ask questions. He simply went to buy incense. Guo Wei took his girlfriend and a large group of relatives into the temple, walking and commenting along the way. This temple isn't very big. There's a bigger temple. Why don't you go there? What's the use of this one? Yes, Inshan village is different. This temple must be special. Is it enough to buy only 1 stick of incense?
I see there are several main halls on the map.
How can 1 stick be enough for worship? Guo Wei, you, and Jia go to the love and marriage hall. His relatives chattered and then suggested Guo Wei and Chen Jia go to the love and marriage hall. Chen Jia came to Inshan village with Guo Wei's family. Their relationship was now clear to both families. Although they just recently became a couple, their relationship was stable. Their parents had seen each other and were considering marriage. Guo Wei took Chen Jia to the love and marriage hall. Compared to outside, there were very few people here. Is this the famous God of Wealth hall, where people kneel and can't get up, and the love and marriage hall is indifferent? Guo Wei joked. Most of the visitors now are villagers. Not many are here to pray for love. Most are here to pray for wealth, Chen Jia said with a playful scold. Come on, let's light the incense first. Guo Wei noticed no one had lit incense in the love and marriage hall yet. If they did, they'd be the first. What a good sign. He liked Chen Jia very much and hoped they could stay together forever. They lit the incense, knelt on the mat, and bowed sincerely, wishing for mutual support and a long-lasting relationship. Hey, Sister Ren, Brother Deng, and Deng Bin, you're back. Congratulations. Guo Wei cheerfully led Chen Jia out of the love and marriage hall, seeing Ren Min and her husband pushing Deng Bin, and quickly greeted them. Guowei had previously traveled with Renmin and her husband to Inshan village. He vaguely knew about Deng Bin's condition and heard that Deng Bin's health was improving. The last time he visited, he learned that Deng Bin had matched with a suitable bone marrow donor. Seeing the relaxed smiles on Renmin and her husband's faces, as well as Deng Bin's cheerful expression, Guowei and Xinjia congratulated the family. Thank you, thank you. I hope we can soon share your wedding candies, Guowei said happily. Renmin also joked happily with Guowei and Xinjia. It's almost time. We've set the date and we'll send you the invitation, Guowei said with a big smile, holding Xinjia's hand. He had just successfully proposed to Xinjia when no one was around in the marriage hall, and their wedding date was coming soon. Oh, really? That's wonderful. Congratulations. We're also returning to Inshan village soon and look forward to celebrating your wedding. Renmin didn't expect them to act so quickly and also congratulated them happily. Yes, I need to hurry. If too much time passes and Deng Bin's health fully recovers, what if he goes back to school? Guowei pretended to be worried. You too need to hurry. Bin wants to prepare for next year's college entrance exam. He's the same age as Lekong, so he can't fall behind, Renmin said happily. She never thought her Bin would be able to return to school and take the exam. She was grateful to the person who donated the bone marrow and also grateful that Inshan village had helped Bin hold on until the marrow arrived. After Deng Bin's bone marrow transplant was successful, Renmin ignored the doctor's objections and took Bin, who was still adjusting, back to Inshan village. She hoped the village's magic could help Deng Bin completely get rid of his illness. Deng Bin sat in a wheelchair, silent, but his spirit and energy were completely different from before. Now, he was full of hope and longing for life, with bright eyes. Hey, don't take my spot. Do you understand first come, first served? This is my spot. I just took something earlier. What do you mean your spot? You left, so this is mine now. Go away. Guowei, Xinjia, and Renmin's family had not yet entered the Medicine King Hall when they heard noisy sounds from inside from afar. Guowei recognized one of the voices as possibly being his aunt and quickly went inside. All right, Siedazue, guests are welcome.
Just step back a little.
There are so many cushions behind. You can worship there, said the security guard Lao Zheng, trying to persuade them. All right, this time I'll give Lingling some face, Although Brother Xie was clearly reluctant, he still moved aside to let the front row seats. As old Manjing said, since she was an outsider, she should show some respect to Lingling. Also, considering the image of Inshan village, if the village chief and secretary found out she argued with a tourist, it might affect her family's guest house. Guowei's aunt didn't care why the outspoken older woman was backing down. As long as she could pray to the Medicine King in the front row, she was happy. Guowei's aunt wasn't really problematic, just going through menopause and often feeling irritable, always looking for trouble. She knew her mood was off lately, so when Guowei told her about coming to Inshan village to pray to the Medicine King, she gathered her whole family to come along. Surprisingly, when she saw the smoky, misty temple, her old sore throat started acting up again. Before, every time she smelled the smoke, she would cough badly. But here, her sore throat didn't bother her, and she felt much calmer and more comfortable. This made Guowei's aunt believe in the healing power of the Medicine King in Inshan village. When she bowed to pray, she made sure to do so sincerely, hoping the Medicine King would see her devotion. The temple of the Medicine King isn't very big, so there's no problem seeing the entire area from the back rows. The space is small, with a main altar dedicated to the Medicine King and offering tables. The rest is open with mats for sitting. There are about 100 mats, enough for 100 people comfortably. If crowded, it could hold around 300 to 400 people, but Zhou Ling didn't plan to make it that crowded. If more people come later, she would limit the number. Guowei didn't have incense to burn, but he still followed behind to pray. Right now, the Medicine King Hall is the busiest place, with not only villagers from Inshan village, but also many visitors coming to pray. Du Yu and her daughter have been living here. When the temple opened, they headed straight to the Medicine King Hall. Now they are sitting in the front middle seats. Aunt Lu from Xiqing and her son also came early, hoping the Medicine King would bless their family with good health. Lu Jie's parents, the beautiful warrior Luo Tingting, and her parents also arrived. Now, besides villagers, there are about 50 or so visitors in the Medicine King Hall. Everyone has lit incense, and the hall is filled with smoke. It feels like being in a fairyland, and everyone is enjoying this peaceful moment. Well, Xiao Lu, old he, your village's temple looks really good, said a middle-aged man approvingly. Section Chief Su, this temple was built by our village boss, Qiao. He's quite capable. Recently, his peach orchard sold very well, so there was no need to build a temple. But he wanted to attract visitors and help the village grow. Lu Jia explained about Xiaoling. Then she added, Section Chief Su, look at how many people came just now when the temple opened. The number will definitely increase later. Our hidden mountain village is about to take off, but there's a problem. Traffic is difficult. As you saw earlier, the road in is only wide enough for one car. That causes a lot of delays. Do you think you could allocate some funds to fix our road? Lu Jia expressed her goal clearly. To get rich, first fix the road. It's not just talk. If the road isn't good, others will think twice before coming, she said. Exactly. Section Chief Su, the road into our hidden mountain village has always been a big problem. When fewer people came, it was okay. But now, with so many vehicles, we must improve the road. Village head, he agreed. Section Chief Su waved his hand and said, Why are you two so eager to bring me here to burn incense today? Is there something urgent? The town's funds are tight, and every village is asking for help. If your village needs a road, what about the neighboring villages? There are many villages under Qingshi town that also need roads. Where will we get so much money? Xiaoling had been listening nearby, and now spoke up. Section Chief Su, you've seen the potential of our hidden mountain village. We can start by allocating funds to develop it. When the village prospers, it will benefit the town too. After estimating their current savings, Xiaoling continued, Section Chief Su, please help us fight for this. If the town approves the road repair for Hidden Mountain Village, I can donate 500,000 yuan specifically for the road. Section Chief Su looked surprised. 50,000 yuan is a lot in rural areas. Xiaoling had only been back in the village for half a year, earning several million yuan and spending millions on the temple. Now she was offering 500,000 yuan, quite a generous gesture. He considered the possibility of expanding the road from the town to Hidden Mountain Village. The rural road being repaired is currently 3.5 meters wide. Since it needs to be expanded, it should be at least doubled in size to allow 2 cars to pass at the same time. The distance from Yinshan village to the town is 7 kilometers. Based on the minimum standard, expanding 1 kilometer costs about 300,000 yuan. 7 kilometers would cost over 2 million yuan. Xiaoling can contribute 500,000 yuan, and there's over 1 million more needed. If the town government covers the rest, it might be difficult. I will ask higher authorities later, but it's probably hard. There really isn't that much government funding, said Director Su. He promised to inquire, but also warned everyone not to get their hopes up. The 3 people around Director Su looked disappointed. If the village roads can't be expanded, the number of visitors here will always be limited. Are we going to build the road? If so, I can donate 500,000 yuan in my child's name, Renmin said. Yes, we can donate 500,000 yuan, agreed Deng Bin's father. For his family, 500,000 yuan isn't much. Deng Bin will still live in Yinshan village for a while, so donating some money to build good relations with the villagers is fine. Moreover, they will often come here in the future. A wider road would save a lot of time. Also, Deng Bin's recovery is thanks to Yinshan village's good location. Renmin and her husband feel like they're doing a good deed by donating. My family can also donate 500,000 yuan, said Luo Yuansheng, who was sitting in the front row. His family recently made a lot of money from peaches with Xiaoling's help and expanded their contacts in a nearby city. Their business is growing steadily. For him, 500,000 yuan is easy to manage. Once the road is built, it will be easier for him to get supplies. My family doesn't have much money, but we can donate 10,000 yuan, said Granny Lu from West City, who never falls behind. I can also donate 5,000 yuan, said another person. My family can give 20,000 yuan, said someone else. Suddenly, many people started donating money. Thank you all for your support. Xiao Lu, please count the exact amounts. I will report to the town mayor later, said Director Su. He didn't expect that just a few tourists could raise so much money. He was so happy he asked Lu Jie to do the counting. If the town can help expand the village road without spending money, it would be a great achievement for them. Yes, later Secretary Lu will finish counting, and we will make a copy to place in front of the Medicine King. As the owner of the temple, Qiao Ling agreed. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "It's not necessary for everyone to donate money. If you want to donate, you can. There's no need to force it. This time, it's just because I happen to be talking with the leaders about expanding the road. In the future, there won't be any requests for donations or contributions at the temple." Qiao Ling didn't want her temple to turn into a place where people constantly had to donate money or merits. That wouldn't be good. Sure enough, after Qiao Ling finished speaking, some people's faces in the hall looked better. They could afford to donate 100 yuan for incense. If they had to donate money or merits all the time, it would be better not to come to the temple often. Luckily, Boss Qiao isn't someone driven by profit. Another group of people, hearing that this was the only time the list would be presented to the Medicine King, doubled the amount they planned to donate. The main representatives were Aunt Lu from West City and Aunt Guowei. They saw this as a rare opportunity and wanted to show their sincerity to the Medicine King. Apart from the unexpected event of donating money for the road expansion, nothing else happened on the day the temple opened. There were some minor troubles, but overall they were manageable. For example, visitors losing things inside the temple, which was easy to resolve because there were surveillance cameras everywhere. After noon, most people left the temple. Although the misty atmosphere inside was very pleasant, the temple was not very big. After lighting incense and praying, there wasn't much else to see. By noon, most people went out to eat. Then, Qiao Ling was approached again by Ren Min and Diu. "Senior Sister Ren, Senior Sister Du, I've already sold so much peach blossom wine to you both. I really don't have much left now. And after using it for so long, the effects are definitely not as good as before. You should be able to feel that too, right?" Qiao Ling refused their request to buy more. Ren Min and Du, both regular customers, each bought 2 jin of peach blossom wine. Qiao Ling wanted to make money, but she didn't want to take advantage of her customers. Peach blossom wine isn't an immortal elixir, it has some benefits for health. But after using so much, the effects would naturally diminish. There was no real need to keep buying it. As long as it works, even if it's not as good as before, it still helps. Bin Bin just finished surgery and is in a critical period. Drinking peach blossom wine is better than taking medicine. Runmin still wanted to buy some to keep. "My little Creek hasn't had surgery yet and needs to rest. The peach blossom wine is very effective now, Miss Qiao. Could you sell us a little more?" Du also seems eager to buy more peach blossom wine. Good things should be used sparingly, but look, Qiao Ling is no longer willing to sell much. The supply is getting smaller, especially now that fewer people are aware of the wine's benefits. It's even more important to prepare some for the children. Qiao Ling is truly impressed with these 2 sisters. Are all business people this difficult? Luo Yuansheng, who once ran a fresh food store, was just as stubborn, insisting on buying more peaches. "2 sisters, you are my regular customers. I will sell you the peach blossom wine one last time. After that, there won't be any more. You don't need to ask me again because there won't be any," Qiao Ling said helplessly, then sincerely offered her advice. "If you really want to do what's best for the children, let them stay longer in the Medicine King Palace. Leave only after 6 p.m. Run Min, and do you listen carefully to what Qiao Ling said? Especially Run Min, who has known Qiao Ling for some time. She knows Qiao Ling isn't the type to speak without reason. Earlier, she only suggested that Deng Bin might benefit from drinking the peach blossom wine. Now, clearly saying that staying longer in the Medicine King Palace is good for the children. Does that mean the effects there are better than those of the wine? Ren Min and Du exchanged a glance, suppressing their guesses. She made it so clear, if they didn't understand, it would be a waste at their age. Both sincerely thanked Xiaoling and then took the children back to the Medicine King Palace. After Xiaoling walked away, Du quietly asked Renmin, older sister Ren, what do you think about the Medicine King Palace? Is there really a Medicine King? Du admired the Medicine King, but deep down, she wasn't entirely convinced that such a divine figure truly existed. Now, hearing Xiaoling's words, it seems the palace might be more mysterious than she thought. It's hard to say, but it's obvious that Hidden Mountain Village is different from other places. Since Miss Chiao said to stay longer in the palace, then we should stay. Renmin didn't know the full reason, but she thought, what does it matter? As long as it helps her son's recovery, staying in the palace is fine. It's better than being in the hospital all day hooked up to various machines and medicines. Du nodded in agreement. Why worry about so much? There are so many unsolved mysteries in the world, but they can't all be explored. As long as they treat their children well, that's enough. Du and Renmin are familiar with each other. Both of their children have the same illness. Now, it's inconvenient for one person to take care of the children in the temple. The two families stay together to look after each other. Once they leave the temple, they can't come back. If they want to stay longer, they have to eat lunch inside the temple. Xiaoling doesn't provide food service, so they have to trouble Dengbin's father to go out and buy some food and bring it to the door. Then they can carry it to the pavilion to eat. Smart people are not only Renmin and Du. The wise Aunt Lu from Xiqing, who is experienced, doesn't need Xiaoling to remind her. She stays with her grandson in the corner of the Medicine King Hall, instructing her son and daughter-in-law, since you know you won't stay long, bring lunch to the temple gate at noon and give it to your dad. Also, take the kids' homework and a small table. I'll stay here with him to do homework. When Lu Hongda heard about the lunch delivery, he nodded. From his mother's words, it seemed she also wanted the children to do homework here, so he spoke up. Mom, with such a short time, there's no need to bring the homework, right? If the kids can stay, they stay. If they can't, you all can come out. There's really no need for this. Why not? Are you so dense or so slow that you can't see the obvious difference? The kids are young now, just building a good foundation. It's more important to keep them healthy than anything else. Aunt Lu looked at the two children with leukemia in the distance and whispered, look at those two poor children. They've suffered so much, and they can't even move properly, yet they still stay here. If I can lay a good foundation for the children now, they won't get such strange illnesses in the future. Next door is Wenchang Hall. If they take good care of their health, maybe their studies will improve. Don't overthink it. Just do your work quickly and don't doubt my wise decision. She waved her hand dismissively, like swatting flies, and told her silent son and daughter-in-law, your son is just like you, blind to good things right in front of him. Can't see the precious things, even when they're right before his eyes. Luckily, Aunt Lu from Xiqing, have such sharp eyes. It's not only the temple bustling with activity, Hidden Mountain Village is lively today. Earlier, when Xiaoling picked peaches, Lu Jie reminded the villagers to bring out wild goods or farm produce from the mountains to sell. At that time, everyone was cautious, wanting to see how things would go. There were actually some people interested in buying things that day, but the villagers of Yinshan Village weren't prepared, so no sales happened. The villagers planned to sell their items during the next harvest festival organized by Xiaoling, but since she didn't hold the event, they had to sadly put away their prepared goods. This time, when Xiaoling's Taoist temple opened, the villagers had done their homework and prepared well. Some with cooking talent made cold cakes and cold noodles to sell, and surprisingly many customers came. Since the weather was hot, and they had been inside the temple for a long time, having something cool to eat was very comfortable. Some with skills in bamboo craft made small items, which everyone found interesting. Even those without special skills, just picking fresh vegetables from their own gardens, were very popular. As Lu Jie and the village chief hoped, the whole Yinshan village came alive. Young people are still too few. If a few more creative young folks come, opening a couple of places to eat, stay, and play would be even better, said Su Kazhang, walking around the village and talking to Lu Jie and He Ming. Yes, but the leaders can't do much. The village was so poor before and young people had no future staying here. Maybe by the end of this year, When the young people working outside come home and see the situation, some might decide to stay. He Ming understood the current problem. Bringing young people back now isn't realistic. Xiaoling's temple has just been built, and it's uncertain if it will develop further. The elders at home wouldn't easily let the young people return. If they come back and can't earn money, how will they pay the house and car loans and other expenses? So, the current population in the village is still mostly elderly, just like when Xiaoling returned. The few young people are working in nearby towns, making it easy to commute. Most of the young people are from Grandpa Zhao's family. His 9 grandchildren work together, so both his children and grandchildren are in the village. Recently, the Zhao family worked hard to finish building a small family inn, which has now come in handy. Lu Jie and the village chief had planned to assign rooms for accommodation uniformly, but later they thought it might not be the best idea. They added a new rule: take photos of the rooms and environment, and let tourists choose themselves. Zhao's small inn quickly stood out. About 10 rooms were rented out already. Although they are short-term rentals, this makes Zhao's family very happy. They plan to wait and see how things go. If the business stays good, Zhao's family might build a second or even a third small inn. Boss, your wife is a good cook. Ask her to buy some chicken, duck, fish, and meat from the town. If guests have special requests, she can prepare them. Zhao Xing, the real head of the family, instructed his eldest son. After giving this order, he also told his second and third sons, second and third brothers, call your wives back. They are young and quick. They can help with cooking, cleaning, or selling some vegetables from the countryside. The children of Zhao's family are close in age. Because Zhao Xing is clever and fair, everyone trusts his judgment. Okay, Dad. I'll call her back right now. Zhao Xinli, the eldest son, replied excitedly. Today, the inn's income is expected to reach 2,000 yuan. If the development in Yinshan village continues steadily, Zhao's family might be able to escape poverty thanks to the small inn. Good, uncle, and okay, uncle, responded the second and third brothers happily when called. Uncle, is there anything we can do? Yes, uncle, what about us? The remaining young men in Zhao's family are also excited. If they do well, they might even earn enough to find wives. You all decide for yourselves. The small inn at home has your mother and a few brothers-in-law. You don't need to worry about it for now. You're grown-ups, so handle things as you see fit, Zhao Xing said, not interfering too much. His children are many, and although they haven't had much schooling, some are quite clever. In the past, he, as the head of the family, led everything. But this time, after what happened with Xiaoling, Zhao Xing realized how important it is for young people to be independent. Sometimes letting go a little can bring unexpected results. 9, you're clever and sneaky all day long. Do you have any ideas? Tell your brothers, Zhao Xing asked his youngest son outside the house. Despite his young age, Zhao Jiu is the smartest among his brothers. When he was in school, he scored the highest. Well, he didn't do very well overall, but there is a big difference between scoring 60 and failing completely. Plus, Zhao Jiu is quick-witted. It was his idea to build the small inn in the first place. Currently, the head of the Zhao family has asked several brothers to come up with ideas on their own. They all seek advice from Zhao Jiu. Well, I do have some ideas, but putting them into practice is a bit difficult. I'm still thinking about it, Zhao Jiu says with some worry. What ideas? Tell us. 3 heads are better than 1. With so many of us, we'll surely find a way. Others encourage. Yes, let's hear your thoughts first. We can worry about how hard it is later, they add. Zhao Jiu actually wants to open a small supermarket in Hidden Mountain Village. Right now, there's only a small shop at the village entrance near the Mahjong Hall, but it sells very few things. Zhao Jiu also went to Qiaoling's Wealth God Temple and heard many people talking about buying water, paper, and other supplies. They also complained that the shop's goods looked very old and almost expired, so no one dared to buy from there. This gave Zhao Jiu the idea to open a small supermarket. As Qiaoling's temple becomes more popular, more visitors will come. Buying things in the village will become a normal and frequent activity. If he opens a small supermarket first, takes the lead, and manages a good reputation, it will definitely make money. Zhao Jiu shared this idea with his brothers. After hearing his analysis, They all thought opening a supermarket was a good plan. But there are problems. None of them have experience working in a supermarket. They've never worked in one before, so jumping into a new industry makes them worried. There's also the issue of money. Opening a supermarket requires a lot of funds, including buying stock. Recently, Zhao's family has been renovating their old house and fixing a small inn. Saving enough money to open a supermarket is quite stressful. Maybe we should wait a bit. If the inn's income improves, then we can think about opening a supermarket. For now, let's grow some vegetables to sell, Zhao Ju suggests. He knows money is a big problem. They can learn how to run a supermarket. They didn't know how to do carpentry, masonry, or electrical work at first either. They learned step by step. As long as they're willing to learn, one of the brothers will figure it out. The main difficulty now is the lack of funds. Zhao Si looks at the very different hidden mountain village today. His small inn is bustling with people. He clenches his teeth and says, "No, we should open the supermarket now." Why do so many people choose our Zhao family's inn? Because we are the first relatively proper inn in the village. As long as we don't have big problems, even if others build inns later, they won't surpass ours. If we had opened the supermarket a bit later and let others take the lead, we would only be picking up the leftovers. I am really tired of living in poverty. If I am going to do something, I want to do it big. I won't buy a house in town for now. I will use the money I saved for the down payment to open a supermarket. Old Zhao is also not young anymore. Over the years, he has saved some money. He was planning to buy a house for his wedding, but after hearing Zhao Zhu's idea, he decided to be brave and use his savings to open a supermarket. Working for others is not as good as being your own boss. Me too, I won't buy a house for now. Houses in small towns are so expensive. After paying the down payment, I still have to pay a mortgage. Every month, most of my money goes to the bank. Working for others makes it hard to save for old age and support my family. All right, let's do something big. After making money, we can buy a villa. The Zhao brothers were discussing eagerly, and Xiaoling was also busy. Lingling, I brought some dishes and soup I made. Try them. Aunt Tian Xiaolan brought out a thermal box with 3 dishes and a soup, placing it on the table for Xiaoling to taste her cooking. Aunt Tian, I've already eaten. You don't need to bring it out. Xiaoling quickly refused. Aunt Tian was so enthusiastic, bringing her homemade dishes here. Xiaoling's lively tea house caught Tian Xiaolan's business eye. This morning, Tian Xiaolan also went to the temple to burn incense. Near noon, she noticed many people hadn't left the temple. There was no food sold inside the temple, which made it very inconvenient for those who wanted to stay longer and eat lunch. Tian Xiaolan is good at cooking and often helps out with meals at local celebrations. Seeing how lively the temple was, she thought about selling lunch boxes there. Tian Xiaolan is quick and efficient. After having the idea of selling lunch boxes, she observed the temple for a while. Today, besides the villagers from Yinshan village, about 150 outsiders were there. Of these, around 50 left by car at noon, and nearly 100 stayed in the village. Among the 100 or so remaining, 20 or 30 brought their own bread and snacks. About 40 people ate at the small inn in the village, and around 30 people stayed inside the temple without leaving, asking others to buy food or snacks for lunch. This discovery made Tian Xiaolan very excited. She believes her cooking skills are the best in Yinshan village. If she opened a restaurant, she could definitely earn a lot of money from so many customers. However, opening a small restaurant in the village would still require a lot of investment. Currently, only Tian Xiaolan and her husband live in the village. Her son, after graduating from college, works outside, gets married, and has children and rarely returns home. Usually, Tian Xiaolan and her husband go to the city to visit their grandson or stay there for a while. Since her son has no plans to return to the village, the house there has not been rebuilt and is still the old house from 20 years ago. It has only 4 rooms and looks a bit worn out, so it's not suitable for a small restaurant. Uncertain whether the flow of visitors at Xiaoling Taoist Temple can support a restaurant, Tian Xiaolan is not planning to spend more money. But she doesn't want to let such a good opportunity slip away. So, as a backup plan, she considers selling box lunches. If she can attract people staying at the temple during lunchtime, she could make good money. So, Tian Xiaolan hurried home, prepared a few dishes, and brought the village chief to find Xiaoling, hoping Xiaoling would agree to let her sell box lunches at the temple. Xiaoling, why don't you try Aunt Tian's cooking? You set a rule that no one can go in or out of the temple within a day. I see many people stay from morning until afternoon, and they have no convenient place to eat. As the owner of the temple, you should think of a way to solve this problem, He Ming said, helping Tian Xiaolan. Yes, Lingling, you should try my cooking first. If you're satisfied, we can talk more about selling box lunches, Tian Xiaolan said, handing Xiaoling a pair of chopsticks. Since it had come to this, Xiaoling nodded and took the chopsticks to taste. As the village chief said, she needed to consider the lunch arrangements for the people at the temple. Xiaoling didn't have much energy to ask someone to cook for her, but if Aunt Tian's cooking was really good, she could consider it. First, Xiaoling tried a vegetarian dish, stir-fried lotus root cubes. It was fresh, crispy, and tender, paired with carrots, green peppers, and shiitake mushrooms. The colorful presentation and rich flavors made it a very good vegetarian dish. She also tried sweet and sour pork and a delicious, well-seasoned twice-cooked pork. The tender chicken soup with some pickled vegetables made her even want to eat another meal, even after dinner. Aunt Tian's cooking skills were definitely good. After drinking the soup and eating the vegetables, Xiaoling put down her chopsticks and thought for a moment before saying, Uncle Tian, if you want to sell box lunches at the temple, I have a few requests. Tian Xiaolan and the village chief nodded. It's normal to have requirements when selling food on my property. First, I will definitely need to charge for selling box lunches. Of course, just like selling vegetables at the market, there should be a stall fee. Tian Xiaolan agreed with a nod. Right now, the temple doesn't have many visitors. I can offer you two options. First, a fixed fee. Every month, you pay a set amount regardless of how much you sell. Second, you can pay a percentage based on your daily earnings. More sales, more pay. Fewer sales, less pay. After discussing the prices, Xiaoling continued, another important point is that the food must be clean, hygienic, and safe. That's the most basic requirement. Uncle Tian, if you really want to do this, you also need to get a health certificate. Since you're selling on my land, I have to be responsible for the visitors. Regarding the selling prices, I understand your desire to make money. Without profit, no one would work hard doing this. But there's one thing, no overcharging customers. If your reputation gets damaged, who will come here in the future? If you want to make money, it should be a steady, sustainable effort, not a one-time deal. For now, that's all Xiaoling could think of. After sharing these requirements, she told Uncle Tian to go think about it. If he really wanted to do it, he could come back and find her. Finally, no one was around. Xiaoling relaxed and took out her phone to count today's earnings. Besides giving each villager a stick of incense to warm up the place, she sold nearly 200 sticks of incense. Each stick costs 100 yuan, so she made 20,000 yuan from selling incense. This income couldn't compare to the profits from selling peaches or dried peach blossoms. She still needed time to recover the costs of repairing the temple. But Xiaoling wasn't discouraged. The temple had just opened, and her reputation hadn't spread yet. With more time, more visitors would come. Her temple wasn't very big, so it couldn't hold many people. But it wouldn't be fair to have visitors come just to burn a stick of incense and leave quickly. In the future, as more people come and stay longer, the temple's income might not be very high. But at this stage, Xiaoling wasn't focused on making a lot of money from the temple. Her main goal was to restore the little gourd. According to the notes of the Qiao ancestors, small gourds mainly rely on spiritual energy from the air to recover. However, the spiritual energy produced by plants irrigated only by the small gourds is too thin. Offering incense is different. It is burned inside the main hall. Inside the building, the spiritual energy generated is less likely to disperse easily. Also, when everyone gathers in one place to burn incense, the concentration of spiritual energy naturally becomes higher. The small gourds absorb more spiritual energy, which helps them recover faster. Another reason is that this place also provides a space for people with health issues to rest and recover. Xiaoling once had cancer. Although she didn't suffer much pain, She was very anxious and upset when she first learned about her illness, especially before she found the small gourd. She read many frightening stories online about cancer treatments, survival times, and the risk of recurrence. During that time, she couldn't sleep well, constantly worrying about her health and treatment options. Only she truly understands that kind of anxiety and sadness. Now, she has the ability to help ease the pain of patients. Within her means, she is generous and willing to help where she can, helping the small gourd recover, earning some money, and assisting those suffering from illness, while also helping the village prosper. She sees it as a good thing to do. The next morning, Lu Jia and the village chief came again to discuss the road expansion project with Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling didn't pay much attention to this. She had already donated about 2 million yuan over the past day. If the government contributed a bit more, the road from Yinshan village to Qingshi town would be much easier to travel. Her donation of 50,000 yuan wasn't because she had extra money to spend, but because she truly believed the road needed to be expanded. On rural roads, when there are many cars, people have to take detours for a long way. Any small accident can cause traffic jams, greatly reducing visitors' experience in Yinshan village. Many people had complained about the poor road conditions. Lu Jia was applying to the government for road expansion, and Xiaoling naturally helped push the process forward. Waiting for government funding could take a very long time. She donated money because she hoped that once the road was improved, her temple would attract more visitors. In the following days, the temple remained very busy, just like on its opening day. Most visitors came through recommendations from friends and family. Many people keep going to the temple to burn incense. Deng Bin's family never misses a day. They come every day, without fail. Du also visits daily, bringing Du Xiaoxi to burn incense at the Medicine King Hall. Other relatives, like Aunt Lu from the West City and Uncle Guowei and his sister, also come to Hidden Mountain Village to burn incense every few days. According to Aunt Guowei and her sister, visiting once feels more effective than a spa session. Not only do they look better, but their health also improves. At their age, they believe it's important to take good care of their health and enjoy their retirement. Spending a little money to visit Hidden Mountain Village for incense is a good choice. It's not just these older customers. Now, during the summer break, a trend of burning incense and praying has started among young people. Many young people go to the Taoist temple run by Xiaoling to pray for wealth. Some even jokingly burn their ID cards and addresses to the gods, worried they might be mistaken for someone else. In less than 10 days since the temple opened, Xiaoling has been welcoming about 500 visitors each day. A small temple that can host 500 visitors daily seems unbelievable to many. But Xiaoling's temple has achieved this, and more people keep coming, which excites Tian Xilan, who sells box meals. Earlier, Xiaoling asked Tian Xilan to choose how to pay for the space, either a fixed fee or a percentage of her meal sales. Tian Xilan, being cautious, preferred the fixed fee. She worried that if she couldn't sell enough meals and still had to pay the fee, her efforts would be wasted. So, she consulted her son, who works out of town. After careful thought, she decided to pay a fixed monthly fee. Xiaoling didn't expect to make much money from the space fee. It was mainly for the convenience of visitors eating at the temple. Initially, she charged 3,000 yuan a month, with plans to adjust based on visitor numbers later. To Tian Xilan, 3,000 yuan seemed a bit expensive, but her son advised her to think positively. If the temple's business is good, she could earn a lot more. Taking a chance with 3,000 yuan is worth it, so she chose the fixed fee. Ma'am Tian quickly completed the necessary procedures. On the third day after the opening of the Taoist temple, Jiaoling started selling boxed meals inside the temple. Each box contains 2 types of meat and 1 vegetable, along with homemade pickles and unlimited chicken soup. Although she added a whole chicken and a bucket of water, making the broth clear and pure, Ma'am Tian also added wild mushrooms she picked herself, which made the flavor quite tasty. Everyone liked drinking it. The boxed meals were affordable, costing 25 yuan each. On the first day, Ma'am Tian prepared 50 meals, but they sold out quickly. Customers like Deng Bin's family and Du's daughter even reserved meals for the next day. Because the food was good and the price reasonable, not only people inside the temple ordered meals, but also visitors wandering around Hidden Mountain Village outside the temple came to buy from Mam Tian. The next day, she sold 100 meals, making Mam Tian very happy. Recently, not only Mam Tian was earning money, but also Zhao's family, who ran a small guest house, Aunt Xia selling her own free-range chickens, and the family selling homemade cured pork. Everyone was making some profit. This made Lu Jie, a poverty alleviation officer, and He Ming, who cared deeply for the village, very happy. But while they were excited, they also had concerns. It seemed that Jiaoling's temple was stable, but apart from her temple, Hidden Mountain Village didn't have many other attractions. They worried that tourists might lose interest in local farm products, which could cause the village to revert to its old state. The village needed to develop more attractive projects to draw visitors. While Lu Jie and He Ming brainstormed ideas to attract tourists, Jiaoling drove away from the village. The incense offerings were sold by vending machines, and Jiaoling had prepared many backups before leaving, so she didn't have to worry. Security was well managed by Uncle Zheng. Cleaning was taken care of by Aunt Zhou with great care. Tourists enthusiastically burned incense, and even little gourd hid in the Medicine King Hall to absorb spiritual energy. Jiaoling could leave the village with peace of mind. This time, Jiaoling didn't go back to her parents' place. Although her relationship with them had improved recently, due to past events, some deep-rooted beliefs remained unchanged. She didn't want to bother with those issues and just focused on being a good daughter. She didn't want to waste energy on unnecessary worries. Jiaoling was leaving the village to attend her college roommate Yang Xinran's wedding in Beijing. Yang Xinran was the first in her dorm to get married. Back in college, everyone in the dorm agreed that whoever got married first would have the others be their bridesmaids. This was the first time after graduation that the whole dorm gathered together. Xiaoling missed her college friends very much, so she left a few days early to visit her alma mater. Xiaoling's four-person dorm was very friendly. There were no crazy or strange roommates, as some stories say. There were no power struggles or rivalries like in a drama. The four roommates were also good friends. Her silly roommates brought lots of joy. During the 4 years of college, their dorm was full of laughter and happiness. But after graduation, everyone went their own way, some working, some studying for exams. Coming together again was hard because they came from different places. This time, when Yang Xinran got married, everyone managed to gather. But in the future, when everyone gets married and has children, it will be even harder to meet up. Xiaoling really valued this chance to see her friends. Boss Qiao, I want a gift. Boss Qiao, you can't get past without 10 or 8 peach blossom sachets. As soon as Xiaoling got off the high-speed train, Yang Xinran and Huang Shasha surrounded her, joking and asking for gifts. It had been almost 2 years since they parted ways in college. Yang Xinran and Huang Shasha still often met in City A. But Xiaoling and another roommate, Ding Shilan, hadn't seen each other in 2 years. You really hurt my feelings. After so long, the first thing you ask is for a gift, Xiaoling said, pretending to be sad. Do you still have a heart? These past few months, you've been like a missing person, no contact, no participation in the group chat. What happened all those months? Yang Xinran complained. Their dorm group chat was always active. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they shared updates every few days. But Xiaoling had been silent for over a month. Her friends were worried about her. Fortunately, she reappeared in the group chat, active again. They learned that Xiaoling had resigned from her job and started a business back home. The once delicate young lady surprisingly returned to the village and handled things confidently. Especially the peach blossom sachet that Xiaoling sent her earlier, which they treasured very much. When Xiaoling arrived, she didn't hesitate to ask for a gift. I was wrong, and I made you worry. I have the gifts, so please forgive me for my mistake. Xiaoling apologized sincerely to Yang Xinran and Huang Shasha. When Xiaoling was sick before, she didn't feel like contacting others and stayed quiet for a while. This made her roommates worried about her. While talking, Yang Xinran and Huang Shasha took Xiaoling out of the high-speed train station and checked into a hotel near Yang Xinran's home. After lunch, Qiao Ling and Huang Shasha went back to their old school for a walk. Although only 2 years had passed since graduation, Qiao Ling felt like a long time had gone by. They were in their prime, full of youthful energy, but their exciting college life was now behind them. Walking on a familiar path, Huang Shasha spoke with envy about young Xinran's marriage. I never thought Xinran, who always acted like a tomboy in our dorm, would be the first to get married. Qiao Ling also remembered how young Xinran behaved in college and nodded. Yes, netizens summarized it well. In the same dorm, the most innocent one, who blushes at dirty jokes, gets married first. The dorm's big talkers, the hotshot drivers, tend to stay single for a long time, like myself, Qiao Ling added. After saying this, Qiao Ling asked Huang Shasha,
What about you?
when are you and Song Xinji getting married? Huang Shasha and Song Xinji had been together since high school. They went to the same university and stayed in Beijing after graduation. Qiao Ling heard that Song Xinji had already proposed to Huang Shasha, and they were just waiting for stable jobs to marry. But she wondered when their wedding date would be. Huang Shasha shook her head with a sad smile. I might not marry Xinji anymore.
Why? Did he cheat?
Qiao Ling was confused. Song Xinji didn't seem like a flirt, and Huang Shasha and Song Xinji had been together for nearly 7 years, and they got along like one person. Why wouldn't they get married? No, he didn't cheat. He just found someone better, Huang Shasha said with a bitter tone. Their long relationship couldn't compete with reality. Someone better? Did he climb higher? Qiao Ling raised an eyebrow. Currently, he has not yet succeeded. He managed to get a stable government job, and his family wants him to find a wife who also works in the same system. He listened to his family and went on a blind date with a girl from the same background. Huang Shasha was telling Qiao Ling about her and Song Xinji's story. After graduating, Song Xinji worked at a company, but his job was neither good nor bad. After a year, he resigned to prepare for exams, and after another year, he finally succeeded in securing a government position. Huang Shasha thought that once Song Xinji got the job, they would get married. But instead, they ended up breaking up. His first step after getting the job was to win over the person he liked, Qiao Ling said with a sigh. It seemed like an unbreakable curse. How about you? What do you think? Should I go help you give him a piece of my mind? Qiao Ling asked Huang Shasha. Forget it. At least I had some good times with him. If we break up, we break up. I'm not desperate to marry. Without him, maybe I'll find someone better, Huang Shasha said calmly. 7 years without getting married made it harder for them to be together. Huang Shasha realized this when Song Xinji was preparing for his civil service exam. She used to think they were different, but now she saw that nothing had changed. 7 years of love couldn't beat reality. Yes, without him, Song Xinji, Shasha, you can find a good man. Just say goodbye and move on. The next one will be better. Huang Shasha was talented, young, and beautiful. It was easy for her to find a better man than Song Xinji. Song Xinji only got a government job and looked down on Huang Shasha. People like him wouldn't have a good life if they married into her family. The next day, Ding Shirlan, who was returning to her hometown, also arrived. Qiao Ling's dormitory friends finally gathered together. Everyone happily organized a bachelor party for Yang Xinran. From then on, Yang Xinran was officially a married woman. Her family was well off, and her husband was from a good family. The wedding was grand. Besides giving money as a gift, each person in the dorm also gave Yang Xinran a wedding present. Qiao Ling gave her homemade peach blossom wine. A fine bottle of wine made the gift look very elegant. Yang Xinran happily hid the peach blossom wine Qiao Ling gave her. Earlier, Qiao Ling also sent each of the 3 dorm friends a small bottle of the same wine. Its smooth taste was unforgettable. Peach blossom wine has effects similar to fairy wine. It can strengthen the body and improve health. Yang Xinran doesn't know how Qiao Ling got such good wine, but she appreciates Qiao Ling's kindness. The next morning, right after her wedding, Yang Xinran specially helped Qiao Ling connect with people and expand her social network. Wu Jia, this is Qiao Ling. She was my best friend in college. If you get the chance, please take good care of her. Yang Xinran introduced Xiaoling to a middle-aged woman. All right, I understand she's your good friend, Wu Jie said with a smile, teasing Yang Xinran. On your wedding day, instead of being with your husband, you're helping her make connections. Isn't that what good friends do? Or maybe best friends? Xiaoling greeted Yang Xinran politely. Although she didn't understand why Xinran introduced her to Wu Jie, she knew Xinran had a reason. Lingling, don't judge Wu Jie by her youth. She's the deputy director of tourism in City C. You're starting a rural tourism business back home, right? Wu Jie is in charge of that, Yang Xinran explained about Wu Jie. Deputy Director of Culture and Tourism in City C. Xiaoling thought about the recent short videos showing the fierce competition among tourism directors. She wondered if Wu Jie might be caught up in it. But, thinking about City C's tourism situation, she realized there wasn't much to see or do. City C's economy was doing well, but its cultural tourism was lagging. There were no famous scenic spots. The local amusement parks and wetlands were mainly for leisure. Seeing City C's current tourism situation, Xiaoling felt a bit sorry for Wu Jie. In the past, everyone was just relaxing, but now there are so many competitive officials. Wu Jie's days probably aren't easy lately. Wunan's days have indeed been tough. Their province is a major tourist destination, with neighboring cities that have unique cultural and scenic attractions. Recently, these nearby cities promoted themselves heavily on short videos, boosting their local economies. But City C has neither stunning natural scenery nor unique intangible cultural heritage. They can't find a distinctive tourist spot to promote. At provincial tourism meetings, City C always keeps quiet and doesn't speak up. Unlike the nearby director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, who is almost looking up to the sky and not worried about straining his neck. A few days ago, City C was officially designated, and Wunan was feeling down. Coincidentally, her neighbor's younger sister was getting married, so she decided to go to Beijing to change her mood. Hearing Yang Xinran say she wanted to introduce her to someone in the tourism industry in City C, Wunan, desperate for help, decided to meet the classmate Yang mentioned. There's a 200-acre forest, a 50-acre peach orchard, and a 10-acre temple. The daily visitor flow is between 500 and 1,000 people. It's a bit small in scale, Wunan explained, knowing about Xiaoling's situation, feeling a little disappointed. So what if it's small? Lingling hasn't promoted it much yet. With some government support, it could develop quickly, Yang Xinran said in defense of Xiaoling's sister Wu. Does the government have any policies for situations like mine? Could it be developed as a government-supported project? If there's backing from the government, the increasingly vibrant hidden mountain village could also deter some greedy eyes. That's a bit difficult. Although tourism in City C isn't doing well, there are quite a few places with better conditions and larger scales. Wunan hesitated for a moment and then asked again. Is your environment particularly good? Or is the geology special? Why do the peaches you grow have such high quality? Why do lab tests show they contain rich elements that can supplement a lot of nutrients and trace minerals? Wunan had also tasted Xiaoling's peaches, bought from Luo Yuanqing's fresh supermarket. They tasted great and seemed to be beneficial to health. It's hard to believe no one has tested the peaches scientifically. Perhaps advanced technology and skill are involved. The lab results naturally confirmed there was no problem and even showed that eating the peaches was good for health, providing energy and nutrients. Wu Nan was a loyal customer of Xiaoling's peaches. Hidden Mountain Village is remote, backed by big mountains, and the environment is naturally good. As for whether the geology is special or for other reasons, we haven't looked into it deeply. As long as it's safe, that's enough. We use these advantages to attract tourists, so it's not really misleading, Xiaoling explained with her prepared words. That's fine, but if we knew the reason, maybe we could start from that. Still, it's hard to say. Tourism nowadays isn't like before. Some short videos suddenly go viral and boost local tourism. There's a bit of a mystical element to it, Wu Nan said with a sigh. Metaphysics is great. Xiaoling's temple is very effective. Whether it's praying for health, success in studies, wealth, love, or having children, it can help. Yang Xinran sincerely introduced Xiaoling. My temple is not just about that. The Medicine King Hall has very strong incense offerings. Xiao Ling said, not as skilled as Yang Xinran in talking, but she believed the Medicine King Hall was genuine. The Medicine King Hall is effective, but it's small and can't boost the local economy much. To get government support, it needs to help the surrounding area, Sister Wu explained. There's the surrounding economy. My peach orchard and temple attract visitors, which also helps local villagers earn money. They provide food, accommodation, and sell vegetables and mountain products. My orchard and temple use local people, so I think it helps the economy, Xiao Ling continued to argue. Yes. Sister Wu, Lingling has helped the economy. And right now, there aren't many good tourism projects. Since Lingling's place can grow high-quality fruit and is good for people, why not develop a tourism project there? Although Yang Xinran secretly hoped Wu Nan would help promote Xiaoling and help her earn more money, she also honestly shared her thoughts. Instead of choosing a not-so-great project, supporting Xiaoling might be better because her place is truly different from ordinary locations. It's not that simple. Supporting a project without clear advantages might backfire. Wu Nan shook her head and said to Xiaoling, if you really want to succeed in tourism, you should visit well-known tourist spots in the country to learn more. Then, based on your situation, decide on the development direction and scale. I know you and Xinran just graduated 2 years ago and aren't from tourism-related majors, but you can learn. If you develop well, maybe you won't even need to come to us. Instead, we might actively support your project. Wu Nan clearly wouldn't make an exception for someone she just met. Many decisions aren't made by her alone, so she declined Yang Xinran's request. But she also gave honest advice. Whether Xiao Ling listens or can succeed is not something Wu Nan can control. Lingling, why not expand your scale? Sister Wu Nan's point isn't without reason. Are you short of money? How about I lend you some money? After seeing Wu Nan off, Yang Xinran was advising Xiao Ling. You don't need the money right now. I'll think carefully about Wu Nan's advice when I get back. Xinran, thank you so much for helping out on your wedding day, even though you have your own busy life. You should focus on your own things. I'll go back and think it over. If I need money, I'll definitely ask you. Friends who are willing to lend money are very rare, especially since Yang Xinran just got married and has many things to do. Xiao Ling didn't want Xinran to run around too much. Okay, Lingling. I really have a lot on my plate lately, so I won't stay any longer. Yang Xinran nodded and gently placed her hands on Xiao Ling's shoulders, speaking seriously. But Lingling, in the future, don't keep things to yourself. I don't know what happened to you a few months ago, but please don't be like that again. Even if we can't help much, we can still give you advice and cheer you on. I was really worried about you back then. Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Having a true friend in life is enough. In this world, we should treat each other with kindness. Travel? Huang Shasha looked at Xiaoling in surprise. Yes, the two of us are going. Xinran can't go because she's newly married, and Sherlan can't take such a long leave. You're free from work, so you should have some time, right? Xiao Ling invited Huang Shasha. Although Wu Nan's plan didn't work out, Xiao Ling still listened to her advice. Whether it was managing the peach orchard or opening a temple, Xiao Ling had been haphazard, not making proper plans. Xiao Ling had visited many scenic spots before, but at that time, she was just enjoying the sights or complaining about the attractions, not paying attention to how well those popular places operated. Now that Xiao Ling had time and money, she could visit some well-established scenic spots. But traveling alone seemed boring. Since Huang Shasha's work was flexible and her boyfriend had recently broken up, she thought this was a good chance to go out and relax. The two quickly agreed and started their journey. They didn't consider going abroad. Although they had the time and money, international travel wasn't so easy to arrange on a whim. So, Xiao Ling contacted a travel agency to plan visits to several major scenic spots within the country. Their main goal was to learn about different tourist attractions, so they asked the guide to arrange a relaxed schedule, allowing them to observe and understand how these popular spots operate from various angles. Starting from the location, cultural sites, historical background, ethnic features, and economic development, among other aspects. In less than a month, Xiao Ling and Huang Shasha could no longer keep going. Lingling traveling is even more tiring than working. I'm taking 2 days off and going back to work. You can keep exploring if you want, but I can't afford to keep going, Huang Shasha said as she sat on the hotel bed, waving her hand. I'm not going anymore. After this month, I've realized something. Traveling is just moving from a place you're tired of to another place you're tired of. Spending your money to make others richer. Then, exhausted, we go back to the places we're tired of. It's really a tiring job and I don't want to keep doing it, Xiaoling said weakly. Even if Xiaoling had enough money and could plan comfortably, nearly a month of travel was still very exhausting. Her legs were almost worn out from walking. Especially in the past 2 days, when they went to the mountain hot springs, it was really regretful. Why did they think climbing mountains and soaking in hot springs was a good idea? Climbing the mountain was hard enough, but when they reached the top, there were so many people. It was like dumplings being dropped into the pool, jumping in one after another. Many people were scrubbing themselves in the pools, and some pools even had murky floating debris, making the experience unpleasant. The food around the scenic area was also ridiculously expensive and didn't taste good. This completely killed Xiaoling and Huang Shasha's interest in traveling. Lingling, you should create a good tourist spot back home. We can do it well. Manage the prices properly. I understand that high prices are okay, but there should be a limit. Do you remember what we ate yesterday? It was just plain broth and it cost 1,200. They could have just taken it, but they pretended it was something fancy. Also, about the travel experience, don't make so many winding mountain roads. Wouldn't it be better if visitors could enjoy a comfortable experience? Climbing so many mountains is exhausting for some people. If you're a mountain climbing enthusiast, that's different, but most tourists don't like climbing. After climbing, their legs shake the next day. This isn't a trip, it's paying to suffer, Huang Shasha said partly as a complaint and partly as advice to Xiaoling. I wish I could, but I feel powerless. Next time you can come visit my mountain. It's small in size and right now I've made it messy. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, said Xiaoling, feeling a bit frustrated. People can be so frustrating. If you compare goods, you might as well throw some away. Their last 2 days of travel were very bad, but before that, they visited several nice tourist spots. There were religious temples where people pray, exotic mountain forests, and beaches full of fruit. Many of these places are quite successful. Xiaoling has 200 acres of land in the back mountain area, but reaching that level is very difficult. You can't become a big success overnight. Take it slow. You have some advantages that other places don't. Being able to improve people's health. What does that really mean? Nowadays, most people have poor health, with many strange problems. Even if your infrastructure isn't perfect, many visitors will still come. The only thing is, I don't know how big your special area is. If you have several thousand or even 10,000 acres, developing it could surpass those tourist spots, Huang Shasha analyzed for Xiaoling. How big is the area? Xiaoling thought to herself. If the gourd recovers quickly enough and the water supply is steady, it wouldn't take long to develop thousands of acres. I'm not sure exactly how big the area is, but it's probably not small. How about I take on a larger piece of land? Xiaoling was a bit interested and tentatively asked Huang Shasha. If you really want to develop in this way, and the place is as amazing as you say, then it's better to lease a bigger area. Of course, if the money is available, leasing more land for a longer time would be better. Otherwise, if more people discover how special that place is, it'll be hard to expand later, Huang Shasha said, feeling excited too. Maybe I should rent a piece of land from you to retire on? Build a small house, grow some vegetables and fruits when I retire. Wouldn't that be nice? Sure. Come over, and we can keep each other company, said Xiaoling eagerly, hoping Huang Shasha would join her.
Why don't you help me?
I'm worried I have no one to assist. You're capable, so let's create a tourist and wellness retreat together. The more she talked, the more excited Xiaoling became. Most of the helpers in the village are older women and men who do security, cleaning, and food preparation. But managing the place is another story. For a long time, Xiaoling has been managing this area herself, and now she is feeling overwhelmed. Since she left a month ago, she has received several calls each day. The issues are minor, small daily problems, but they can't make decisions on their own. They need Xiaoling to decide. Without capable managers to help, She really can't handle everything alone. Xiaoling also plans to build a large tourist attraction, which will require more talented people. Huang Sasa is quite capable. It would be great if she could come and help. Huang Sasa shook her head. I'm doing well at my current job and have no plans to change jobs. I will be able to settle down and buy a house in a year, so I won't be leaving. Sea City is a small third-tier city and can't compare to a big, international city like Beijing. Huang Sasa is a goal-oriented person who plans to succeed in her career. After she retires, she might find a nice place to live peacefully, but not now. Many of Xiaoling's plans are still just ideas in her mind. She only has a 200-acre mountain forest, which clearly doesn't match Huang Sasa's future expectations. Xiaoling didn't press her further. Many of her plans haven't been put into action yet. It's normal that Huang Sasa isn't here. Friendship is friendship and career is career. She can't mix the two. Both of them decided not to continue traveling and simply said goodbye, each heading back on their own. Lingling, you're finally back. As soon as Xiaoling returned, Zhou Shun and others came to see her. Zhou Shun, Uncle Zheng, Uncle Wei, thank you for your hard work recently. Is everything okay at the temple? Xiaoling asked the staff at the temple briefly. Nothing serious. Just the incense offerings ran out, and some visitors were unhappy. Zhou Chunhua, who was familiar with Xiaoling, briefly explained how things had been over the past month. The number of visitors to the temple has been increasing daily. The incense offerings Xiaoling prepared sold out a few days ago, but visitors kept coming steadily. This made many visitors feel disappointed. Zhou Shun and the staff couldn't think of a good solution. They contacted Xiaoling while watching wave after wave of disappointed visitors leave. In the past 2 days, the temple has had no income, and business in the village has also declined sharply. Okay, I understand. You all go back first. I'll handle these matters, said Xiaoling. Xiaoling nodded and told Aunt Zhou and the others to return to their posts. She went to the storage room to take out the remaining offering incense and placed it into the vending machine. There wasn't much offering incense left in the storage room. Previously, Xiaoling had put nearly 100,000 sticks of offering incense into the vending machine. This was after estimating that nearly half the people would buy it. She didn't expect it to sell out in just half a month. That means about 2,000 people bought incense each day. The number increased so quickly. Her temple isn't very big. If 2,000 people come in a day, what would the crowd be like? Xiaoling had just returned from traveling and was complaining to Huang Shasha about other scenic spots only caring about making money, even at the expense of visitors' safety. She didn't expect her own place to be the same. It seems that expanding the scale is inevitable. Expanding isn't a simple matter that can be solved with just a few words. Xiaoling wasn't in a hurry now. She decided to go to the Medicine King Hall to find Little Gourd. Since there was no offering incense, there were no visitors in the temple. The 3 staff members were busy with their own tasks. Suddenly, Little Gourd flew from the top of the Medicine King's head into Xiaoling's arms, rubbing affectionately against her. You little rascal, I wanted to take you out for a walk, but you refused. Now you're acting cute? Xiaoling gently picked up Little Gourd and examined it carefully. Little Gourd had been with Xiaoling for over 20 years. At first, she didn't know much about it and just thought it was a simple pendant. A few months ago, after discovering its special nature, Xiaoling started talking to it from time to time. Although Little Gourd couldn't reply, it responded in its own lively way, bouncing up and down to show its feelings. Seeing how clear and bright Little Gourd had become, Xiaoling could tell it had grown a lot in the past month. Since so much offering incense had been sold, Little Gourd must have absorbed a lot. It had been nearly a month since she last drained the water from the gourd. Curious about how much water it had accumulated, Xiaoling went to the backyard house and took out a large bucket to collect the water. Clearly, one large bucket wasn't enough to hold all the water inside Little Gourd. Xiaoling went to the pond on the back mountain and aimed the small gourd to pour water into another bucket. She poured one bucket, then another, and continued until 3 buckets of water from the gourd had been transferred into the pond. The water inside the gourd was not yet finished. Xiaoling didn't dare to pour too much, because the water in the pond would be used to irrigate the remaining 100 or so trees on the back mountain through drip irrigation. The magic of this place was already enough to amaze everyone, so she didn't want to cause any bigger disturbance. She placed the small gourd in the spiritual garden, then drove her car to cut bamboo and branches to make offerings of incense. In less than a month, the small gourd absorbed the spiritual energy from the offerings and grew much faster than before in the spiritual garden. Restoring the small gourd mainly depended on the incense. Half a month's worth of offerings, totaling 100,000 sticks, was sold out. Xiao Ling didn't want to spend just a few days making more incense, since most of it was made mechanically. She made a large batch at once. Because there wasn't enough bamboo, she bought some from the village. In 3 days, Xiao Ling made about 1 million incense sticks, and the spices were already mixed. Now, she was just waiting for the machines to slowly produce more. With the offerings in place, the temple became lively again. Even without Xiao Ling's notice, a large crowd arrived early in the morning, skillfully buying incense from the vending machines and then burning it in the temple. Most people still went to the Medicine King Hall to burn incense. The small gourd also jumped to the top of the Medicine King's head early in the morning, absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the incense. Boss Qiao, next time you go out, you should prepare enough offerings of incense. A few days ago, my little Xie didn't come to the temple, and her appetite wasn't as good as before, said Diu, who had replaced Renmin as the most enthusiastic visitor to the hidden mountain village temple. Yes, Boss Qiao, in these half a month, quite a few visitors have left. My Binning's recovery isn't as fast as it was in the first half month. I was thinking of taking him home during the National Day holiday to visit relatives, but I don't know if it's still possible now, said Renmin, who arrived a little later but quickly followed Diu into the temple. The two mothers skillfully made their children sit on the mat, then went to stand beside Xiao Ling and continued, Boss Qiao, can't the offerings of incense be taken outside? You see, my Binning has fallen behind on his homework. Lekong is now in college, and he can only watch Lekong start his colorful college life. Binning always has to leave Hidden Mountain Village, but he's just recovered from such a serious illness. Leaving like this makes me a bit worried. The peach blossom wine is gone here, Boss Qiao, and we have no way to get more. However, I see that offering incense can be mass-produced. If the offering incense could be taken outside, children could burn a stick every day, which would make us feel more at ease. Renmin frowned as she expressed her worries to Xiaoling. After Deng Bin received a bone marrow transplant, he did not experience any rejection reactions. The longer Deng Bin stayed in Yin Mountain Village, the better his recovery. Now, after more than a month of rest in the village, he was doing well. During the day, Deng Bin stayed in the Medicine King Hall, and at night, he drank peach blossom wine. Although he was still weak, his health had greatly improved. He no longer needed a wheelchair and could walk on his own. Even strangers who didn't know Deng Bin before couldn't tell he had suffered from such a serious illness. With more time to recover, he looked almost like an ordinary child. Seeing the child's condition improve, it was time to focus on studying and learning. But Renmin still felt uneasy. Since she couldn't get the peach blossom wine, she wanted to give the child more protection, so she thought about offering incense. It was fine to take the offering incense outside, but Xiaoling's purpose in making the incense was for the little gourd to absorb spiritual energy. If visitors took it away, what would the little gourd absorb? So, even though Renmin was a regular customer of Xiaoling, she could only apologize and say, Miss Ren, the offering incense cannot be taken outside. If you're really worried, Deng Bin can stay in the village for a while longer. Renmin was disappointed but didn't press further to avoid offending her. Okay, Boss Qiao, I understand. Renmin didn't ask more, but Diu was different. Her daughter hadn't yet received a matching bone marrow and didn't know when that would happen. Xiaoling had already clearly said she didn't have peach blossom wine. Her little Xia needed to rest and wait for a match, so she could only think about offering incense. Then Diu asked, Boss Qiao, can you tell me why the offering incense can't be taken away? Will it lose its effectiveness if it leaves this place? Xiaoling was displeased. She had already made it clear she wouldn't let the offering incense be taken outside, but Diu kept pressing. Sister Diu, These questions involve business secrets and are not suitable to tell you. People are never satisfied. Once one request is fulfilled, more will follow. Xiaoling was not going to indulge Du's habits. This kind of question was very sensitive. As a successful businesswoman, Du shouldn't be asking such things. I'm sorry, Boss Qiao. I didn't mean to pry into your business secrets. It's just that my little Xia. Xiaoling interrupted Du. All right, Sister Du. I just returned from a month away and have many things to handle. I don't want to talk much now. Goodbye. Xiaoling was tired of listening to Duyu's explanations, which mostly involved her child's issues. Honestly, she wanted to help her child recover, but also wanted to leave the temple. Such good things rarely happen together. After nodding and greeting Renmin, Xiaoling left through the back door of the temple to go home. Xiaoling's blunt attitude made Du feel a bit embarrassed. Sister Ren, I didn't mean anything bad. I just want to ask, does Boss Qiao really need to act so cold? She can be so capricious. And about before, if she wants to go out and have fun, she can. But she should at least arrange the temple's affairs first. She just leaves for a month, and the temple loses its spirit. She closes it on a whim, leaving so much money unused. How can she run her business like this? Renmin quietly advised Du. Alright, little Du, Boss Qiao is still young. She only resigned and returned to her hometown to start her business earlier this year. She's still figuring things out. But this temple is her own business. She should know how to manage it. You're asking for her help now, so don't be upset. Du wasn't very patient, and with Xiaoling gone, she felt freer to speak her mind. What do you mean she should know? Look at her. Does she seem like someone with a plan? She's just relying on the convenience of Yinshan village. If it weren't for the magical place here, and if no one else competed with her, she'd be finished already. As Du spoke, a quick thought flashed through her mind. Sister Ren, what if I rented a place next to Xiaoling? She didn't say more, but from her tone, Renmin understood her plan. Hearing Du's words, Renmin instinctively looked around. There were many visitors, but no staff from Boss Qiao. Renmin didn't want to get involved in this. Seeing Du lost in thought, Renmin knew she was serious about her idea. She used the excuse that Dengbin's father needed her and left. Du should stay away from her in the future, Dengbin's father said with a frown after hearing his wife. Yes, I knew, but I didn't expect that the first person to step forward would be Du. I originally thought Luo Yuansheng would be the one to come forward, Renmin said with some emotion. Many people have noticed the magic of the back mountain of Qiaoling. Some want to make money from it. Du is not the first, and certainly not the last. But after so long, no one has competed with Qiaoling. Does that mean they really don't want to compete with her? A few months ago, Qiaoling started selling dried peach blossoms. A couple of months ago, she sold peaches. Now she has opened a temple to sell incense. Many visitors come and go, and many people have noticed that the hidden mountain village is different. But why does no one try to compete with Qiaoling? Don't they want to use this chance to make money? Only Renmin and his wife, after seeing the magic of the hidden mountain village, also had some ideas. Earlier, Renmin's husband went back and traveled in a camper for a few days, secretly checking out the village. He marked the crops grown by the villagers and had them tested. The plants in the village are a bit better than elsewhere, but since their country is large and rich, many places can grow such high-quality plants. The land on the back mountain of Qiaoling is especially good. The peach trees seem to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, producing beautiful blossoms and even better peaches. If they want to interfere, they must take over Qiaoling's 200 acres of land and achieve their goals. But whether they have the ability to take that land or not, even if they do, who can guarantee that the land will produce the same kind of magical plants as in Qiaoling's hands? Moreover, Qiaoling has built a temple, and the incense she offers also has amazing effects. This makes people wonder if she has some special inheritance or secret. Could it be that old Master Qiao was a successful cultivator? Is he still alive? Is the uniqueness of the hidden mountain village related to Qiaoling? Does she have other hidden skills that haven't been revealed? All these questions make Renmin and his wife hesitant to test Qiaoling without knowing her background. Qiaoling's back mountain can indeed make money, but Renmin and his wife are not short of money. Their interest in the mountain is also to better help Deng Bin recover. Now, Deng Bin's health is improving day by day, so there's no need to keep focusing on Xiaoling's land. At worst, they let Deng Bin stay longer in Yinshan village, hoping he could escape his doomed fate. Ren Min and her husband were already satisfied with this outcome. But now, Du doesn't think the same way. Maybe it's because Xiaoling's attitude today annoyed her, or perhaps she's jealous of the profits Xiaoling makes from the back mountain. No matter what Du is thinking now, Ren Min and her husband don't want to get involved with her anymore, to avoid offending Xiaoling. Although we also gave money, it's clear that Boss Qiao still took care of us. I think she might not be very experienced in business. Do you think we should remind her so she doesn't get taken advantage of by Du? Business is like a battlefield. Xiaoling might have backup plans, but one mistake could lead to losses. Runmin is considering whether to warn Xiaoling. If you want to go, then go. But you just said Du mentioned there were other visitors in the temple when she was talking. Maybe they already told Boss Qiao. Although Deng Dad isn't very talkative, he sees things clearly. Du thinks that avoiding Boss Qiao and her staff will make everything fine. But things don't always go as she wishes. Those visitors might be more alert than Xiaoling's staff. Some visitors did tell Xiaoling about Du. Boss Qiao, you should be careful of Du. She just said in the Medicine King Hall that she wants to rent land next to you, to compete with your business, even challenge you. The speaker is none other than Aunt Lu, known for knowing everything. Thank you for the warning, Aunt Lu. Xiaoling nods and thanks her. No need to thank me. Your things, though a bit expensive compared to others, have never cheated us. The peaches and apricots you sell are still at the same price, even though they're so good. We also know the prices you sell the peaches for outside. You're taking care of us loyal customers. And this temple too. It's a legacy left by old Master Qiao. We're already generous to come here to burn incense. Du isn't satisfied and even wants to cause trouble. I have to watch out for her, don't I? Aunt Lu speaks sincerely to Xiaoling. Does Du really think everyone is as lucky as the Qiao family? Why are the peaches grown here in Yinshan village so special? Why do the incense sold here have such remarkable effects? Why is Boss Qiao's temple so busy with visitors? But you shouldn't forget that the special reason for the popularity of Yinshan village is because of Boss Qiao, not the village itself. If Du accidentally drives Boss Qiao away, she could find another place to develop her business. But what about the people here? When she realized Du's intentions, Aunt Lu immediately started reporting to Xiaoling. After thanking Aunt Lu sincerely, more visitors came one after another, all talking about Du. Xiaoling carefully thanked each of them. Knowing that someone wanted to compete with her, Xiaoling wouldn't just wait passively. Business competition is normal, but everything in Yinshan village has changed because of her. If Du tries to compete by borrowing her influence, Xiaoling would be disgusted. While Xiaoling was thinking about how to respond, Renmin arrived. Boss Qiao, Du. Xiaoling interrupted her. I know.
Someone just told me.
It's about Du trying to take my business, right? Thank you for warning me, Sister Ren. Honestly, I feel a bit guilty. I introduced Du to Yinshan village. I didn't expect her to have such thoughts. I'm really sorry. Renmin wasn't surprised that Xiaoling knew about Du. Her husband had already discussed it with her, and she also heard Aunt Lu and others talking about it when she entered. Her purpose was to apologize to Xiaoling because she introduced Du. Sister Ren, this has nothing to do with you. You meant well when you introduced her. It's normal to have competitors in business. You shouldn't blame yourself. Xiaoling spoke generously. People can be tricky. Even close friends and family might secretly betray her. Renmin was kind to introduce her, and she wasn't petty. Right now, Xiaoling was worried about how to handle this situation. She wasn't really concerned that Du would affect her business. Her spiritual energy only covered about 200 acres behind her mountain. Although Yinshan village still had some spiritual residue, it wasn't much. If Du really wanted to lease land and compete, she could just control her use of the gourd water. But doing so would only make things more complicated. This matter with Du is her first challenge after returning to her hometown to start her business. If she doesn't take strong actions now, future competitors won't take her seriously. Therefore, Xiaoling must show her attitude and use effective methods. Otherwise, how can she establish herself in the future? Renmin noticed Xiaoling's frustration and tentatively asked, Boss Xiao, may I ask, are you thinking of expanding your business? Many people see that you probably won't succeed. But if Xiaoling keeps her current size, she might not be able to handle many visitors. If someone else tries to compete with her, they could take advantage. Yes, I am thinking of expanding. Do you have any good suggestions, Sister In? Xiaoling thought about how successful Renmin and her husband's business were, and it wouldn't hurt to listen to her advice. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about you. Business is like a battlefield. When people see you making money, they might want to join in. Such things happen often, and they will happen more in the future. In real society, only when you are strong will others fear you. Only when you are powerful can you have a say in society. Boss Xiao, you have a good foundation. If you want to grow bigger and stronger, why not develop the land behind the mountain? If you take over those lands and expand, you can accommodate more visitors. Then you won't matter anymore because your products have special effects. Renmin analyzed to Xiaoling that even without Diu, she should continue to expand her business. 50 acres of peach orchard and 10 acres of temple are still too small. Xiaoling nodded. The scale is small, and even supplying 10 acres of temple with incense ingredients is barely enough. Currently, she buys raw materials from other villagers. In the future, as more visitors come to the temple, she can't just shut down if she can't supply incense. Expanding is necessary. Expanding sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. Xiaoling earned a lot in the past 6 months, but how could she afford to lease large amounts of land? Seeing Xiaoling frown and think, Renmin said, Boss Xiao, since you want to expand but haven't taken action yet, is it because of funding issues? Elder sister Ren, you know our family isn't very wealthy. We've only been back to the village for half a year to start a business. We have some money, but not much. To lease a large amount of mountain forest land, my savings wouldn't be enough. Renmin has quite a bit of money. If Xiaoling is willing, Renmin could invest. But based on her understanding of Xiaoling, Renmin thinks Xiaoling wouldn't accept her investment because she would lose control of the project. With Diu involved earlier, Renmin has no intention of getting involved now. She can earn money anywhere, so there's no need to offend Xiaoling. So, she thought of a compromise. I wonder if Boss Xiao has anything beneficial for health? If Boss Xiao is willing, I can help connect buyers and sellers for you, which might ease your financial pressure. Although Xiaoling said she doesn't have peach blossom wine, Renmin believes she has other similar items. After all, Xiaoling's backyard has 200 acres of land. The products sold are only from 50 acres of peach orchards. With so much land, there must be other good things. Moreover, Renmin overheard Zhao's brothers, who run a guest house in the village, joking that the name of Xiaoling's spiritual garden sounds similar to a cemetery, and the sign she paid for probably hasn't been hung up yet. It sounds unlucky. But Renmin doesn't think it's unlucky. The spirit in the spiritual garden refers to Xiaoling's spirit, but also to spiritual energy. Xiaoling has fenced off her spiritual garden, so no one can enter. Could that mean there are better things inside? Xiaoling doesn't necessarily need to use all the good stuff. If she can sell some, her money problems would be solved easily. Even if she sells, the amount is small and she won't make much money. If Xiaoling really wants to lease a large piece of land, she would need a lot of money. As Renmin thought, Xiaoling does not plan to accept outside investment or joint ventures. She is not trained in management, and if she partners with investors, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, Xiaoling plans to develop a big place on the land for health retreats, leisure, and entertainment, mainly focusing on wellness using gourd water. If others get involved, it would become complicated. So, she doesn't want outside investment. She prefers to work alone, which requires even more money. Fortunately, Xiaoling doesn't plan to do everything at once. She will start by leasing the land and then develop it step by step. The main challenge now is raising the money for the lease. Her current income from her temple is about 100,000 yuan a day, which seems enough. Given some time, she can gather the money needed. But time is short. With Diu around, there might be other unexpected problems. Xiaoling wants to lease the land as soon as possible. In the past 2 days, she has done a lot of research. She knew that Inshan village had few people, but she didn't realize there were more forests and mountains. Her small backyard mountain is just a beginning. Behind it, there are nearly 5,000 acres of forest land, which she plans to lease. The lease term she chooses will be the maximum of 70 years. Since Inshan village is not very developed, land prices are relatively low. She checked, and the lease cost per acre is between 100 and 300 yuan. Using the highest price of 300 yuan per acre, 5,000 acres would cost about 1.5 million yuan per year. Over 70 years, the total would be around 100 million yuan. Of course, she doesn't have to pay all at once. The payment method can be discussed later. There are also other miscellaneous costs, so she needs to prepare extra money. Right now, Xiaoling has nearly 5 million yuan in funds. That could cover a year or two of lease payments, but for unexpected issues and future development, 5 million isn't enough. Selling fruits from the back mountain for a short time cannot solve Xiaoling's financial gap, but she has more options besides selling mountain produce. Xiaoling asked Renmin, older sister Ren, "Do your good products include weight loss items?" Renmin nodded with some interest, "Of course, including weight loss products." "What? Does Boss Xiao have a secret weight loss method?" Renmin and her husband recently opened several weight loss and body shaping centers in Beijing, and they have many contacts. If Xiaoling could provide more health and wellness products, they could help connect her with potential partners. But if it's about weight loss, they need to discuss it carefully. Xiaoling saw Renmin's excitement and, not fully understanding, nodded and said, "Yes, you know my grandfather used to seek spiritual ways and collected many good things. There's a pill that's very effective for weight loss." Interested, Sister Rin? Xiaoling didn't bother making excuses. She just blamed her grandfather for everything. Renmin eagerly nodded. "Honestly, Boss Xiao, my family runs a few weight loss centers. If there's a good weight loss formula, maybe we can work together." Now that Dengbin's health is improving, Renmin is more focused on her business. Since Xiaoling has good products, she wants to seize this opportunity. Any product from Boss Xiao wouldn't be ordinary. Just look at Luo Yuan, the fresh food boss, whose business has nearly doubled. He expanded into several big cities, thanks partly to Luo Yuan's business sense, but also because of the help from Boss Xiao's peach products. Now, with such an opportunity in front of her, how could Renmin not be excited? Xiaoling didn't expect such a coincidence. She told Renmin to wait a moment, then went to her room and took out a small porcelain bottle containing 5 tiny black pills. "Older sister Ren, these are pills I made based on my grandfather's collected formulas. Want to try and see the effect? If you're interested, we can discuss further." The pills Xiaoling showed were ones she made out of boredom, based on ancient recipes passed down in her family. These weight loss pills, called beauty pills, are not just for losing weight. They can help shape the body to the best proportions and keep the skin youthful and tender. However, this was only possible because all the materials were available. According to the recipe, many of the ingredients, like Xiaoling, had never heard of, and they mainly required various spiritual plants and fairy herbs. Xiaoling couldn't gather all of them. She simply transplanted the ingredients she could find to the back mountain, watered them with gourd water, which carried some spiritual energy. But she couldn't gather all the necessary materials, so the medicinal effects were naturally reduced. It was impossible to perfectly adjust her body to ideal proportions, but she could reduce excess fat and flesh. Maintaining a forever young and delicate body was impossible, but she could improve her skin and body condition for a while. Xiaoling was worried her beauty pill might turn into a harmful one, so she bought a few plump rabbits for experiments. The rabbits didn't die. After some time, they lost weight and their thick fat disappeared. They looked like normal rabbits, or rather, their fur became softer and smoother. Afterward, Xiaoling experimented on various small animals without any problems. She also tried one herself. Although she hadn't tested it on humans, she wasn't afraid. The plant ingredients in the basic beauty pill were common and not highly toxic. Since many animals had taken it without issues, she was confident. The results were good. Xiao Ling wasn't overweight to begin with, but women are never fully satisfied with their figure. She disliked the slight bulge on her stomach, her thighs looked a bit thick, and her face seemed a little chubby, with less bright skin. After taking the beauty pill for a while, her weight did decrease a bit. She also felt more youthful and beautiful, and no adverse effects appeared. So, the basic version of the beauty pill was successfully made. Originally, Xiao Ling didn't want to share it. She preferred to stay beautiful on her own. But now, because she needed money, she had to bring out the beauty pill. "Hubby, I need to go back to Jing City. Please take good care of Binbin here." Renmin happily returned to her rented room with a small porcelain bottle given by Xiao Ling and discussed with Deng Bin's father. "What's going on? You're suddenly going back? Is there something at home?" Dad Deng's face changed as he spoke. The couple and their child had been outside every day, and they couldn't take care of the 4 elders at home. Could something be wrong at home? "It's not at home. It's about business matters." Renmin interrupted Dad Deng's wandering thoughts and talked to him about weight loss pills. "Boss Chow has really good products." Deng Bin listened to his parents' words and couldn't help but admire. Deng Bin is now recovering well. Every day, besides burning incense at the temple on time, he is also studying to make up for lessons. Lekong has gone back to school. Although many people come and go in the village, Deng Bin doesn't know them well. He also wants to return to normal life, go back to school, and spend his free time studying high school textbooks. Dad Deng and Run Min nodded. "Isn't that right?" They originally thought they could buy some good things from the spiritual garden, but unexpectedly, Boss Chow brought out weight loss pills. While the weight loss pills are good, deep down they still want to buy more good things to secure their family. But now the weight loss pills are fine, especially since they are closely related to their business. Earning a bit more money is the same. Maybe someday, Boss Chow will kindly sell good products. 5 pills, 1 must be tested, only 4 left. "No, I have to go back." Dad Deng looked at the small porcelain bottle of pills and thought for a moment before speaking. The Deng family business is managed by both husband and wife, with different roles. Renmin mainly handles customer relations, while Dad Deng is responsible for operations. If the weight loss pills really work as Boss Chow said, their weight loss and body-shaping clinic could reach a higher level. Renmin and her husband looked at Deng Bin with some difficulty. It would be better if they all returned to Beijing, but Deng Bin had just escaped death from the Grim Reaper. How could they be sure to leave him here? "Mom and Dad, you should go back."
Don't worry about me.
"I'm almost fine now. If you're worried, you can bring Grandpa and Grandma here to help take care of their health." Deng Bin saw his parents' concerns and took the initiative to ease their worries. He had been sick for so long. His parents put aside their business to accompany him to see doctors everywhere. The family's business had fallen behind quite a bit. Now that he was feeling better, they shouldn't miss this good opportunity just because of him. Deng Bin believed that his health was fine and knew his body well. He was confident that soon he could be as healthy as normal people. Of course, he understood his parents' worries and suggested bringing the elders to the family's spiritual site for health. He was now fully able to take care of himself, so having the elders come along would also ease his parents' minds. Moreover, Boss Chow's temple was truly special, and it would be good for the elders to come and rest there. "Yes, yes, let the elders come here to pray and improve their health," said Renmin, thinking about the elderly at home, nodding repeatedly. A few years ago, the elders worried a lot about Binbin's illness. Now that Binbin was better, it was time for the elders to take good care of their health too. They quickly made arrangements. The next day, after all 4 elders arrived, they immediately took the weight loss pills back to Beijing. "Boss, you're here. The people you asked to find have already arrived and are waiting in the reception room," said the staff. As soon as Run Min and his wife returned to Beijing, they started preparing the experimental pills. Deng's father took a pill directly to a trusted testing lab for analysis. They hadn't received the results yet, but once they confirmed it was safe, they would start the first test. Although Boss Chiao said she had already tried the pills herself without problems, Renmin and his wife still wanted to wait for the test results before proceeding. Many weight loss centers now used pills that cause diarrhea to help people lose weight, but the weight loss and body-shaping club run by Renmin and his wife was not like those in scrupulous businesses. Safety was their top priority. Renmin went to the reception room and saw a customer trying the experimental weight loss pill. It was a very overweight girl, weighing 280 jin, about 140 kilograms, less than 1.6 meters tall. Layers of fat piled up on her body, making her look bulky and hiding her features. Her face was covered with fat, so her features were barely visible. This girl was familiar to Renmin Galminmin. A few years ago, she had surgery and took hormone medications. Less than a year after the surgery, her weight had increased from a few dozen jin to 300 jin, about 150 kilograms. Even now, her weight was over 200 jin, about 100 kilograms, which was after she had lost some weight. She had been even heavier before. Because of her obesity, Galminmin was often teased by classmates at school. Rumor had it she had tried to commit suicide before. If her family hadn't kept a close watch on her, she might have succeeded in jumping from a building. When Renmin asked the managers of several stores to choose suitable trial candidates, she selected Galminmin. Galminmin cooperated well and was not afraid of side effects. If she couldn't lose the excess fat on her body, she felt it wouldn't matter even if she died. Minmin, why don't we wait a bit longer? Let's see what happens when others try the experiment first. We won't save that much money, Gao's mother advised anxiously. Yes, Minmin, let's wait. If Boss Ren's medicine is really good and the trial goes well, we'll start taking it immediately, Gao's father also urged worriedly. No, Mom, Dad, I don't want to wait anymore. All my classmates at school call me a fat pig. I can't stand it anymore. I hate how I look. Others look at me with disgust. Even you, Mom and Dad, when you go out, you get laughed at. I don't want to be like this anymore. Before the surgery, I was popular, but now, I don't want to be like this anymore, Galminmin said, breaking down in tears. If she had known the surgery would turn out like this, she would rather die than go through it. Now, she felt she might as well be dead. Renmin looked at the three members of the Gao family crying and hugging each other helplessly. She sighed. Obesity not only affects health physically but also brings social ridicule and discrimination, causing both physical and mental suffering. Renmin waited for a long time until Dad Deng hurriedly got the test results for the weight loss pills. Only then did the Gao family calm down. Renmin knocked on the open door and entered, asking, "Are you ready? The medicine has been brought back. Can we start now?" After speaking, she pulled up the monitoring results sent by Dad Deng for Gao's parents to see. "Yes, we are ready. Boss Rin, please give me the medicine. Will it work immediately after taking it? Are there any other precautions?" While Gao's parents looked at the test results, Minmin eagerly asked Renmin. Not to mention how Renmin and her husband marketed their product, Xiaoling was also busy in the village. First, regarding the operation of the temple, after returning, Xiaoling replenished a batch of offering incense. However, based on daily consumption, the incense she made could hardly last a few days. So, since returning, Xiaoling had been busy making offering incense. Although most of it was produced by machines, there were still some parts that required manual intervention. Fortunately, after practicing breathing exercises, Xiaoling's physical strength improved a lot. She no longer found it hard to intervene with machines or move things. However, doing these tasks is a bit complicated. It would be great if there were fully automatic machines that required no human intervention at all. That way, she wouldn't have to work so hard. She could just let the machines run smoothly, and the offerings would be neatly prepared. Maybe such machines are available on the market, but Xiaoling never thought that her small 10-acre Taoist temple would need so many offerings each day. The more offerings burned, the faster the small gourd recovers. But the temple is only so big, and with thousands of visitors each day, the experience isn't very good. It's easy to see that in such a small place, with so many people coming and going every day, it's impossible to have a good experience. Although Xiaoling is happy about the small gourd's quick recovery and the income it brings, she doesn't want to overexploit resources, as that would damage her reputation. Before expanding the temple, she needs to control the number of visitors. Getting more visitors might be difficult, but managing the flow of people coming and going is easier. Xiaoling bought a ticketing app to sell tickets online, setting a daily limit to control the number of visitors. She isn't greedy. She estimates that selling about 1,000 tickets a day is enough. But since she needs money and wants the small gourd to recover faster, she sells 1,500 tickets daily. She also plans to introduce a membership system. Regular visitors like Dengbin, Aunt Lu, and Guowei, who often help her, will have membership tickets. Members can buy 2 tickets per day. The temple's entry is based on offerings, with 1 ticket equal to 2 sticks of incense. Membership only grants the right to buy tickets. The price for offerings remains the same as online, but members skip the online ticket rush. In the future, Xiaoling will decide who gets membership based on their spending and other factors. For now, she grants memberships based on her mood. Of course, Du does not have a membership. Boss Qiao, why do I have to buy tickets online? Why do others have memberships? On the first day of implementing online sales, Du held Du Xiaoxi in front of many people and asked Xiaoling. Because Xiaoling suddenly started online sales. Even though she announced it on the official website, many people didn't notice and still came in person. Fortunately, it was still early and not many tickets had been bought online. Most people who came to the scene managed to buy tickets, but soon all 1,500 tickets Xiaoling released were sold out. Do you? Busy with plans to develop the mountainous area of Yinshan village, was only brought to the temple around 10 a.m. with Du Xiaoxi. She was surprised to find that tickets couldn't be bought on-site and that online tickets had already sold out. Although Du was upset, she didn't blame others for not buying tickets herself. She held Du Xiaoxi and prepared to leave and find a solution. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Deng Bin bringing his grandparents and great-grandparents to burn incense. She thought Deng Bin and his family wouldn't get any tickets either, but unexpectedly, Deng Bin used his phone to scan near the vending machine and surprisingly obtained incense offerings. Soon after, 2 other people who came from the hospital to Yinshan village with her also managed to get incense offerings by operating the machine. This angered Du. After learning more, she found that most people who regularly offered incense to the Medicine King were members, but Du was not. So, when Xiaoling came out, Du angrily looked for her. Do you even know why you don't have a membership? She asked directly, without pretending to be polite. Although competition in business is common, Xiaoling believed she hadn't wronged Du. Du wanted to take her business because Xiaoling refused her request to bring incense offerings. Xiaoling was not a saint. She wouldn't smile and welcome when others bullied her. Boss Qiao, how can you do this? Running a business, how can you refuse customers over a small personal conflict? Du said. She didn't expect so many visitors at the temple, and the words she said secretly reached Xiaoling's ears. Although Du was worried, she thought Xiaoling was a young woman who had just graduated from college and probably wouldn't stoop to her level. But she was wrong. Xiaoling's revenge came so quickly. I do business however I want, and I don't need your permission. If you have opinions, you don't have to come, said Xiaoling confidently. Normally, she would treat regular visitors kindly. However, Du was jealous of her temple's success and didn't look pleased. She was caught off guard by Xiaoling's sharp words. If Du were a seasoned businesswoman, she would know to be polite and friendly. But she was young, inexperienced, proud, and had recently earned some money, which made her overly confident. There was no point in arguing, as Du was an experienced person who had worked hard for many years. She changed her approach and said to Xiaoling, Boss Qiao, maybe we have some personal issues, but please consider Xiaoxi. She's still so young and sick. Can't you just be a little understanding and let her be? Isn't it you, as her mother, who started all this? If you hadn't meddled, none of this would have happened. You're not thinking about your daughter's feelings, so why should I, as an outsider, pity her? Replied Xiaoling firmly. Xiaoling didn't tolerate Du's attempts to manipulate her. When Du tried to compete with her, she ignored her daughter's well-being. Did she expect her to sympathize with her? Miss Qiao, I was wrong about everything. The child is innocent. Du began to apologize. But Xiaoling cut her off. I don't have morals to be used as a tool. Don't try to manipulate me with guilt. Xiaoling believed that kind people set their own moral standards, while selfish people used morals to control others. She stood firm, thinking, who could manipulate someone without morals? Seeing more and more people gathering outside, Xiaoling lost interest in being the subject of gossip. She snorted and left. Lingling, come look. Here's a map. Tell uncle which spot you like, and I'll help you handle the paperwork, said village chief Himing, showing her the unused land in Yingshan village. Xiaoling's expansion was inevitable. The peach blossoms and peaches were selling so well, and the temple attracted many visitors. To grow further, she needed to lease more forest land. Himing secretly looked at several plots of land for her, including a large area behind her mountain. However, the trees there were tangled and hard to manage. A little farther from Xiaoling's back mountain, the land is flat, but the area is small. If Xiaoling's business develops well later, renting more land might be a bit troublesome. At the edge of Hidden Mountain Village, there is a place with mountains, streams, and flat land. Overall, it is quite suitable, but it is a bit far from Xiaoling's back mountain. There are several other scattered plots of land, but they are not as suitable for Xiaoling as the first few. The village chief just mentioned casually, if you don't want these plots, let others rent the land. Himing also knew Du's plans. In the village, there are no long-lasting secrets. Don't forget, this is the countryside. Many older women stay at home, and the Rural Intelligence Network is not just talk. Village chief, what if I rent all these lands? Xiaoling asked. All of them, Himing confirmed. Although Xiaoling's business is doing very well, Hidden Mountain Village is remote. Besides the villagers' land, there are many vacant lands and forests. Does she want to rent all of them? Yes, village chief. Can I rent all of them? Can you help me with the procedures? Xiaoling still trusts the village chief's character. No, I also want to rent. Du's voice arrived before she even entered the village committee. Xiaoling looked sourly at Du walking in, frowning. How bold you are. If you say no, then no. Do you understand first come, first served? When she discussed with the village chief earlier, she heard the village chief say that although some people inquired about land leasing, no one actually approached the village committee. Now Du suddenly appears, which seems unreasonable. Do you think this is a cue for a COVID test, where first come, first served? Secretary Liu, tell me, Hidden Mountain Village is so remote, and it's rare for someone to want to invest money here. Why are you turning away investors? Xiaoling has only been running her business for a few days. How much money can she have? How much impact can she really make on Hidden Mountain Village? I am different. I have been in business for 10 years, from nothing to today. My workability and social connections are far beyond what Xiaoling can compare to. To develop Hidden Mountain Village, it must be someone experienced like me. Since she has already torn apart her relationship with Xiaoling, Du can only go all the way. If Xiaoling doesn't let her into the Taoist temple, she will build her own next to Xiaoling's. It probably won't make much difference. Her own Taoist temple, Little Creek, can stay as long as she wants. Little by little, she can accumulate and eventually restore her health. She not only wants to build a Taoist temple but also plans to lease all the land surrounding Xiaoling's back mountain. Since Xiaoling is occupying a lucky and favorable place, Du is not much different. Some people bark like crazy dogs, always thinking they're so great. In fact, they're worse than dogs, looking down on others. You've been in business for 10 years, so what? Even donkeys have pulled the same cart all their lives. Has it gone far? No, it's just going in circles. When it comes to arguing, Xiaoling has never been at a disadvantage. I'm too lazy to argue with you, little girl, Du said, unable to win against Xiaoling, then continued asking Lu Jie and Himing. Two of you, can't you just watch Xiaoling drive away the investors? Especially Secretary Liu, you're here to help Yingshan Village escape poverty. Now there's such a good opportunity in front of you. You must seize it. Boss Du, please stay calm. It's not that we won't help you. Regarding collective land contracting, I need to tell you in advance that members of this group have priority over non-members. Xiaoling's household registration is still in Yingshan Village. If she wants to lease land there, she will have priority over you. Lu Jie explained the relevant rules. Honestly, although Du claimed she had more experience and more funds, Lu Jie wasn't very optimistic about her. First, Du might have more money. She runs a sizable company herself. But didn't her previous company stop operating? All the money in her company could be invested in Inshan village. What was she thinking? The current company's cash flow, with no debts, is already good. Second, Lu Jie didn't know much about Diyu, but she knew that Diyu, who came to Inshan village to rest with her child, had offended Xiaoling. Her actions seemed somewhat careless. She wasn't sure how her company had succeeded, and she doubted Diyu's ability. Third, and most importantly, if Diyu leased the land in Inshan village, it would likely affect Xiaoling's plans for development. Inshan village's current direction is closely linked to Xiaoling. If she offends her, there's no guarantee the village won't revert to its old state. This could make future development even more difficult. Therefore, Lu Jie didn't want you to lease the land in Inshan village. Now that Xiaoling is planning to lease a large amount of forest land in Inshan village, Lu Jie naturally prefers Xiaoling. Diyu didn't bother to ask much about when the Feng Shui treasure land on Xiaoling's back mountain appeared. It appeared neither too early nor too late, only after Xiaoling returned to the village. This must be related to her. Although it might not be directly caused by Xiaoling herself, there is definitely a hidden connection. Diyu thought that by taking over the land on Xiaoling's back mountain, she could imitate her management style. This was a foolish dream. The owner of the fresh food supermarket, Luo Yuansheng, and the couple who run the fitness center, Renmin and her husband, as well as the local sports teacher Guo Wei and his family, everyone was secretly thinking about the hidden mountain village. They didn't step forward to cause trouble because they were stopped by the special qualities of Xiaoling's back mountain. After careful thought, working with Xiaoling could also help them get what they wanted. Luo Yuansheng's supermarket has now expanded into a big city. Renmin and her husband's son is getting better, and soon he will be able to go back to school like other children. Even their business is now planning to cooperate with Xiaoling Guo Wei, though just an ordinary sports teacher, works within the system, and because of his friendship with Xiaoling, he has expanded his connections. It's easy for him to take a step further. As for Diyu, her daughter's illness isn't even solved yet, and she's already thinking about other things. She can't tell what's important and what's not. She's not the right person to develop the hidden mountain village. Rules are dead. People are alive. Now is not the time to think about who gets the land first. I believe as long as the village develops, working with me can benefit everyone. We don't need to stick to formalities. Diyu had never dealt with this kind of thing before and didn't know about priority contracting. But to her, it was easy to solve. There are so many people in the village, she can just use someone else's name. You think too much. Are you the sun or the moon? The whole world revolves around you? I have the priority. I've already taken the land, and I won't leave any water or food for you. Xiaoling was proud. She thought there would be a fierce competition with Diyu, but it was resolved so easily. Rural household registration really has its advantages. Seeing He Ming and Lu Jie quietly helping Xiaoling without saying anything, Diyu snorted coldly. I won't give up just like that, she said fiercely, and left the village committee. Are you really going to take everything? Mountain Village doesn't have much unused land, but there are plenty of forests behind it. Can you develop them? He Ming asked Xiaoling worriedly. Lu Jie looked at Xiaoling nervously. With such a large amount of land to contract, a lot of money is needed, plus funds for future development. Does Xiaoling have that much money? Xiaoling felt a bit embarrassed. She had just made a tough statement to Diyu. She has the money, but she's not sure if it's enough. Can you help ask Uncle He and Secretary Lu how big the forest land behind Mountain Village is? What's the price per acre? Sure, I'll ask first. But, Xiaoling, Uncle He wants to remind you that once you contract the land, you must not mess around. If you develop it, do it properly. Don't damage the environment or delay compensation to villagers. Our village is already poor enough. We can't afford more trouble. The village chief, He Ming, said seriously. Uncle He, as a member of Mountain Village, I also want the village to develop well. There are thousands of acres of land and forests everywhere. We could even develop a small island. I chose Mountain Village because I want to grow together with the villagers. Once my resort is built, the nearby village will also benefit. Xiaoling paused and continued. As for delaying compensation payments, don't worry, village chief. My Taoist temple is earning daily, and with my cooperation with Sister Ren and others, there will be good income. You don't need to worry. Sister Ren and her husband had gone back a few days ago. The effects of the weight loss pills were becoming visible. Xiaoling just needed to wait patiently. Soon, her financial problems would be solved. Since money was no longer an issue, village chief He Ming and Lu Jia happily helped Xiaoling handle the paperwork. Yin Mountain Village was already poor enough. It couldn't get any worse. Although Xiaoling was young, she was more reliable than Diyu. After leaving the village committee, Xiaoling called Sister Ren. Sister Ren, how is the first person taking the weight loss pills? Is everything okay? No problem, Boss Qiao. Tomorrow, we'll come back to discuss the cooperation. Sister Ren excitedly told Xiaoling. All right, Sister Ren. I'll wait for you in the village. Xiaoling replied. It seemed Sister Ren and her husband were very satisfied. Indeed, Sister Ren and her husband were very happy. Looking at the girl who had transformed so much, they couldn't believe she was the same girl who looked bloated just a few days ago. Especially Sister Ren, who had been busy with her business these past few days. Although Gao Minmin and her family live at the club, they don't have time to check on her condition. They just have the manager keep good records. Renmin believes that even if Xiaoling's weight loss pills are of good quality, it still takes some time to see results, at least a month. It was only when the manager told her that Gao Minmin had already lost 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, that Renmin realized how much she had changed. Seeing Gao Minmin, even though she was mentally prepared, still shocked her. Miss Gao, are you feeling okay? No other health issues. Even liposuction doesn't recover this quickly. Suddenly losing so much weight made Renmin worried about her health. I'm fine, Sister Ren. I've never felt better, Gao Minmin answered loudly, excitedly looking in the mirror, turning around several times, then facing Renmin. Sister Ren, should I keep taking the medicine? Can I buy the rest from you? Gao Minmin really wants to lose weight. She doesn't know how long the medicine's effects last, so she decided to buy 2 more just in case. Yes, Boss Ren. How much do you sell the medicine for? We'll buy 2 more, Gao's mother asked. Gao's mother watched her daughter take the weight loss pills every day, worried they might be unsafe. After the first day of taking the pills, the change wasn't obvious. But on the second day, the difference was clear. Instead of feeling happy, Gao's mother was worried. What kind of medicine was this? She lost so much weight in just 2 days? She didn't believe the nutritionists and medical staff sent by the club. They took her daughter to the hospital for tests. The results showed that, apart from some indicators being off due to obesity, everything else was normal. So they returned to the club. But her daughter was losing weight too fast every day. She didn't seem to be having frequent diarrhea or bathroom visits, just a shiny face every day, looking a bit messy. Gao Minmin took several showers each day. After each wash, she looked a bit fairer and slimmer. Gao's mother was worried, so she took her daughter to the hospital for 4 days of tests. No other health problems were found, and she even looked better than before. Only then did Gao's mother feel relieved and asked Renmin to buy more. Miss Gao, there's no need to buy more. The maker of the pills said the effects last for a month. Miss Gao has already lost so much weight in less than 10 days. At this rate, she will definitely reach your weight loss goal in a month. Renmin was happy too. The results were so good and didn't harm her health. Their couple had found the secret to making money. Will the effect be worse than before? Mr. Ren, how much do you sell these pills for? I want to buy one as a backup. Mother Gao continued to ask about purchasing. Many weight loss pills show clear results at first, but later the effects fade and become less effective. Mother Gao hopes her daughter can return to her previous look, so she wants to buy one more as insurance. Mother Gao was really upset by her daughter's suicide attempt. Harsh words can hurt deeply. Society is very unkind to overweight people. Her daughter is now a teenager, and her thoughts are naturally a bit extreme. If she has a chance to lose weight, she wants to seize it. Renmin understands Mother Gao's worries. Miss Gao, there's really no need. I only have 3 pills left now. You know this is our new medicine and we need to see how it works on different people. When Mother Gao heard there were only 3 pills left, she and Gao Minmin became more anxious. Mother Gao kept asking to buy more. Mr. Ren, if we want to lose weight, we should do it all at once. Since you're doing business, you need a successful example. Losing weight halfway won't be convincing. There are still pills available. I told the pharmaceutical team that the second batch will arrive soon. How about this? I can use Miss Gao as a promotional case. If she agrees, I can make a before and after comparison or have the staff at the club see her progress. In exchange, I can reserve one pill for Miss Gao. If she doesn't reach her goal in a month, I will sell you another pill. Mother Gao was hesitant about being used as a promotional example. But Gao Minmin didn't care about that now. As long as she could lose weight, being used as a poster was fine. She just wanted to succeed. Ren Min and his wife's promotion was very effective. They didn't even need to find new people. Several wealthy women who had been watching Gao Minmin's progress had already heard the news. When Ren Min looked for customers, they came forward on their own. Xiaoren, what do you think of my sister? Yes, Xiaoren, and me too. I've taken care of your business for so long, I shouldn't miss out on good opportunities. Xiaoren, I've been good to you. I've brought many friends here. Every time I buy a membership, I go to the front. Please leave me one weight loss pill. The three women argued loudly, like a flock of ducks. With so many plump, wealthy women chattering, the house almost shook. Everyone was paying close attention to Gao Minmin's situation. The fat on her body was shrinking rapidly. They reviewed the inspection reports over several days. Since the reports showed no harm to the body, it was surprising that these wealthy women weren't interested. The club run by Ren Min and her husband is a high-end establishment, mainly attracting women, wealthy second-generation heirs, socialites, and professional women. Money is not a problem for them. They just lack opportunities to become slimmer and more beautiful. Young wealthy women hope to lose weight and become the center of attention, with pretty clothes and dresses waiting in the display windows for them to conquer. Married wealthy women want to slim down to win their husbands' hearts. Older wealthy women also pursue beauty and weight loss at every stage of life. Since everyone trusts me so much, first come, first served. The first few sisters to sign up can start taking the weight loss pills, said Ren Min. These were loyal customers she had worked hard to earn, so she wouldn't offend them easily. She arranged them in order of registration. Don't worry, it will take at most 3 days. After that, I will bring a new batch of weight loss pills. I am working with others, so I don't know exactly how much I can get. You can register first, and those who register first will get the pills when they arrive. 3 days? That's okay. Please register me, said a woman. Are you not sure how much you'll get? Xiaoren, don't play hunger marketing tricks. We sisters are here to lose weight. If you have the medicine, just give it to us. Tell us how many members you need. We're not short of money. Yes, the more, the better. Ren was delighted inside but kept a faint smile as she said, Sister, I swear I wouldn't hold back good things. Everyone has seen the effects of these pills. They're not like ordinary weight loss medicines. I'm working with others to bring more back for everyone, not only for customers but also among her friends and family. Many people are overweight. Recently, some have come to ask about the pills. It seems she needs to have a good talk with Boss Qiao about cooperation. The next morning, Ren Min and her husband returned to Hidden Mountain Village. After checking on the children and seeing the 4 elders adjusting well, they hurried to find Xiaoling. Boss Qiao, can these weight loss pills be mass-produced? Ren Min asked directly upon seeing Xiaoling. Mass production? You've seen how effective these pills are. It's impossible to mass-produce them, Xiaoling replied honestly. The ingredients used in the pills are common, but they mainly require materials with spiritual energy. Without that, how could they be so effective? Recently, Xiaoling transplanted many medicinal plants to the empty hillside, but she couldn't handle the constant fuss. How many weight loss pills can Boss Qiao supply each month? Since mass production isn't possible, Ren Min was mentally prepared. She mainly wanted to know how much Xiaoling could actually provide. If the supply is large, there are ways to handle it. If the supply is small, there are also options, which will influence their future plans. How much are you willing to pay for the weight loss pills? Xiaoling didn't give a direct answer, but asked about the price of the pills. Previously, she gave Ren Min and her husband 5 pills. One was a free sample, and they haven't paid for the remaining 4 yet. If she can't sell them at a good price, Xiaoling can prepare other plans.
Een min slekt her forward.
Look at how we're doing things. We're so focused on the production of the weight loss pills that we forgot to discuss this important matter. Boss Chow, I'll be honest with you. Out of the 5 pills, 1 was used for safety testing, another for trial, and only 3 were actually sold. Each pill is priced at 500,000 yuan. Binning and I have thought of 2 ways to cooperate: profit sharing and outright sale.
Een min spoke straightforwardly.
Their high-end fitness and slimming club mainly attracts wealthy clients. To them, 500,000 yuan is just like buying a handbag or jewelry. Their pricing isn't considered high. In fact, among wealthy women, it's quite affordable. Only VVVIP clients can buy it. To become a VVVP, they need to spend at least 5 million yuan at their club. The weight loss pills are a tool to attract these top-tier customers. Profit sharing? Outright sale? What are the specific ratios and prices? At 500,000 yuan per pill, wealthy people are truly abundant. Xiaoling secretly sighed and asked for the details on profit sharing and sale prices. Profit sharing is 50-50. Boss Qiao supplies the pills and we handle the sales. The profits are split equally. Since this involves the operation of the club, we might need you to arrange staff at the club. The requirements for the pills are very high. Sharing the benefits means more effort and investment from you. Renmin explained the results of her and her husband's discussion from the previous day. The reason for the high profit-sharing ratio is that Renmin and her husband hoped Xiao Ling will choose this cooperation. This way, she can get more pills and their operational and profit margins will be larger. Okay, continue. Tell me about the outright sale. Xiao Ling nodded, signaling Renmin to go on. Is this the unfair profit-sharing plan? Renmin felt a bit disappointed and continued speaking. Buyout. The price should be lower.
15,000 per pill.
Boss Chow will provide at least 30 weight loss pills each month. The rest is not our concern. Payment first, delivery second. Although Renmin and her husband sell each pill for 50,000, they still spend a lot on operations and connections. Moreover, these high-end clients are maintained by Renmin and her husband. Selling each pill for 15,000 is already quite a lot. Yes, it is. Xiaoling originally expected to sell each pill for 10,000. Now, each one is twice as expensive, and Xiaoling is very happy. She doesn't care about the small details. As for profit sharing, Xiaoling didn't even think about it. Although it sounds like a 50-50 split, with each weight loss pill earning at least 200,000, it would take a lot of effort. Xiaoling would have to take over large mountain lands, which she doesn't have the energy for, so she doesn't want to share profits with Renmin and her husband. Okay, Sister Ren, I choose the buyout method. 30 pills per month is fine. Although Renmin felt a little disappointed, she couldn't hide her disappointment when she heard Xiaoling choose the buyout. Boss Qiao, why not think again? Sharing profits could earn more money. That's it, Sister Ren. I don't want to think about it anymore. I plan to take over large mountain lands. I really don't have time for other things. After speaking, Xiaoling went back to her room and took out the weight loss pills she prepared a few days ago. Sister Ren, I have 50 pills now. Do you want all of them? Or just 30? I want all of them. Boss Qiao, whatever you have, I want. You're short on money for land, right? Whatever you produce, I can buy. Many customers are waiting. After saying this, Renmin immediately asked Xiaoling for the company account details and transferred the money for the 4 pills they bought earlier and the 50 pills now. Xiaoling received 8.1 million yuan in one go. Plus the recent income from the temple, she suddenly became a millionaire. Renmin and her husband happily returned to their rented place with the weight loss pills. Although things didn't develop as they hoped, it was still good. Xiaoling needs money, and the pills she can supply each month exceed their expectations. Renmin and her husband are targeting high-end clients. With 30 or 50 pills as a base, they can attract many wealthy women. Their club will develop even better. Xiaomin, are these weight loss pills really so magical? Ningmin's mother is in her 70s and quite well-fed. She is very curious about weight loss pills. Mom, you've been in Hidden Mountain Village for a few days now, and you've also visited Boss Qiao's temple. Isn't it amazing? These weight loss pills are also made by Boss Qiao. How could they not be amazing? Ningmin replied. Then, what if I take one weight loss pill? Because of her grandson's recovery and her own recent experience, Ningmin's mother strongly trusts products made by Xiaoling. What are you talking about? You're already old. Why try to lose weight? Let the kids keep the business, Ningmin's father interrupted before she could speak. I'm already old. Xiaomin's friends, most people in their 60s or 70s, are trying to lose weight. Why can't I? Xiao Chong, tell me, do you dislike me? Are you looking for a young, pretty woman to have children with? You don't even look good yourself. I don't dislike you, but you seem to dislike me. Ningmin's mother got upset and started criticizing Ningmin's father. This has been going on for so many years, and you still hold on to it. Now that Xiaobin is grown up, why are you still bringing this up? Ningmin's father felt helpless. In their time, having only one daughter meant people would gossip. Once, he mentioned wanting to have another son, and his wife wouldn't let it go. Every argument was about this. Why do you say I won't let it go? You. Ningmin interrupted her mother. All right, Dad, I know you're worried about the medicine. Don't worry, we've tested it. Others have taken it first, and there's no problem. Mom, if you want to lose weight, go ahead. Business is important, but family is more important. If my mom wants to try, she can. We don't need more than 1 or 2 pills. Ningmin's grandmother also decided to try losing weight. As she got older and ate well, her metabolism slowed down, and gaining some fat was normal. If she wanted to, she could try. Even Ningmin herself secretly took the pills after getting them. As I said, no woman is ever fully satisfied with her body. Even though Ningmin was quite slim, she still felt her belly had some extra fat. Out of 50 pills, her family used 3. In Hidden Mountain Village, Deng Bin's health steadily improved. The 4 elders, after coming to the village, felt more energetic and argued more vigorously. Ningmin and her husband felt reassured and returned to Beijing to focus on their business. Xiao Ling received the money and felt more confident about contracting the mountain forest. She consulted the village chief and Lu Jia about the contracting process. With the money in place, it's not a big problem. But Du Yu, who tried to contract in the name of the villagers, might cause some trouble, He Ming said with a frown. Originally, they thought Du would give up when faced with difficulties. Unexpectedly, he pushed ahead, not only finding people in the village but also spending money to build connections with the government, trying to secure the land contract first. It was Guo Wei's aunt, Zhang Na, who noticed something was wrong and stepped in, preventing Du from succeeding. Otherwise, there could have been more complications. Isn't it supposed to be decided by a village vote? Why? Xiaoling didn't finish her sentence. Why did Du almost succeed? Xiaoling was confused. She had recently studied the rules about contracting collective mountain land. Even if other villagers had tried before her, the process should have involved a village vote. The village chief sighed. What else could it be? Money can make things happen. The village chief didn't want to say much to Xiaoling. He just said, fortunately we found out now. We need to finish the proper procedures quickly. The land isn't very expensive. Mountain forest land costs 210 yuan per acre per year. Flat land costs 300 yuan per acre per year. The contract is for 70 years, with an initial 5-year payment. Okay, that works. For 5 years, about 6 million yuan for 5,000 acres, mostly mountain forest land. No problem. To avoid further trouble, Xiaoling asked the village chief and Lu Jia to help finalize the paperwork as soon as possible. No problem. I'll handle it in the next couple of days. Over the past few months, you've helped the villagers earn so much money. Now it's their turn to contribute. The village chief nodded. Xiaoling planned to return before Qingming Festival. Now it's September, almost October, and she had helped the villagers a lot. Old Zhao's family run-in and small shop are doing very well. With the popularity of Xiaoling's temple, their business is booming and earning the most. Other villagers are doing well too. When Xiaoling sold peaches, she paid many workers high wages. In 10 days, each earned about 3,000 yuan. Zhou Chunhua's situation is even better. She used to sell peach blossom cakes and now cleans at the temple, earning more than her son and daughter-in-law who work outside. Next door to Xiaoling, Old Zheng's family and Xie family still have people living in their homes. Tian Xiulan, who sells boxed meals, is also earning a lot. Even though other villagers earn less, by selling vegetables from their fields and dried goods from the mountains, their lives are clearly improving. Now, Xiaoling plans to lease a large amount of land in the village, and the villagers are all happy about it. Even many who work outside and can't return, or neighbors and relatives who have given permission, agree with the decision. Currently, not only is Xiaoling anxious, but the villagers are also worried. If the land in the village is leased out, the villagers will earn money every year. Plus, as Xiaoling develops Hidden Mountain Village, the villagers will benefit from the growth. However, villagers who are persuaded by Du to lease land in their own names are being heavily criticized by others. Old Zhang, are you trying to cut off everyone's income? If Du takes over the land in Hidden Mountain Village, do you think our village can develop? At the villagers' voting meeting, Old Zhao scolded Zhang Chuanjia. Zhang Chuanjia is the person Du asked to lease the land from the government. Zhang Chuanjia and Old Zhao are of the same generation. Before, Du rented a house where he stayed in Zhang's family. Yes, Zhang Chuanjia, you can't just think about making money for yourself. You're blocking our way to get rich. My house just finished being built, and it's not even dry yet. If you succeed in this, how much will I lose? Shai Dazue, who is quick with words, also directed his anger at Zhang's family. Other villagers also discussed loudly. Zhang's family doesn't do honest work. Don't go out alone or I'll catch you in a sack. Who knows how much do you pay Zhang's family? Zhang Chuanjia felt frustrated. He had already said this matter shouldn't be done. But his son insisted on going ahead. Since Du paid quite a lot, what could he do? With the money from Du, his family could make a down payment on a house in the city, and his children could go to school there in the future. All right, everyone stop talking. Luckily, the land is still ours. Let this be a warning. Collective land belongs to everyone, and we can't do anything that harms the collective interests, the village chief, He Ming, said earnestly. Now that Xiaoling has leased so much land, more people will come to Hidden Mountain Village in the future. The roads are being expanded, and the village is about to take off. Everyone should seize this opportunity to buy a house, a car, get married, or have children and good jobs. Cherish this rare chance. Developing Inshan Village is not just a matter for one family. Everyone should have a sense of ownership. Your actions represent Inshan Village. Many tourist spots now are like a journey to the west, full of troubles and pitfalls. We want to turn this place into a large tourism and relaxation resort. No more bad behavior, cheating, or scams. All such tricks must stop. Don't do quick, one-time deals. Making money should be steady and long-lasting. If you cheat everyone, who will come here? How can Inshan Village grow? Village chief, I just want to cheat a little, but I won't really hurt anyone. Someone in the crowd spoke up and others nodded in agreement. They do want to cheat, but not with serious tricks. No, Li Si, you say you won't? Last time, a tourist came to me, wanting to buy your local eggs. Turns out, you sold them imported eggs wholesale.
I talked to you about this.
Have you forgotten? Village chief, He Ming looked angry as he continued. People from the city come here to buy authentic local eggs. But you sell them imported eggs, which damages our village's reputation. In the future, tourists who buy vegetables and local products might think everything here is fake and stop buying. That harms everyone's interests. So the reason my vegetables aren't selling well lately is because of Li Si? Li Si, you owe me money. Heir, who grows many vegetables in the village, pointed angrily at Li Si. Recently, other villagers with small inns, food stalls, and small shops have been doing well and earning money. Heir doesn't have much capital or skills. He only has land. He often sees tourists buying vegetables to take home, so he planted a lot of vegetables. Vegetables grow quickly, and his family has made money selling them. But recently, business has been worse. He thought tourists weren't interested in farm vegetables anymore, but it turns out Li Si's bad actions spoiled everything. Li Si, are you asking for trouble? My family's free-range chickens and ducks have some visitors doubting whether they are truly farm-raised, saying they don't look as good as before. Li Si's actions have made visitors suspicious about the quality of the products they buy, which has greatly reduced their enthusiasm for purchasing. The village chief stopped the villagers from criticizing Li Si and continued to speak. So, everyone should think long-term when doing things. Even if you don't care about others, if you only focus on making quick money, can you sell your products later? We can't keep killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. After speaking, the village chief asked Lu Jie to say a few words. I won't say much more. The village chief has already said a lot. In the future, our village aims to become a large tourism and wellness resort. Many things need your attention. Later, the village committee will print a small booklet. Please read it carefully and follow the instructions. If we work together, our hidden mountain village will become better. Talking more isn't as good as helping everyone understand deeply. Most villagers here have low education levels. Lu Jie plans to collect guides on common mistakes made at other tourist spots, including failure stories, to help everyone learn. There are many attractions outside now, and many initially popular spots have fallen into decline. A big reason is the rise in prices, arbitrary charges, and exploitation of tourists at these places. When attractions decline, can the villagers who depend on them still have good days? This booklet will help Hidden Mountain Village develop more sustainably. Lu Jie's parents visited the village last time and haven't left since. They have been wandering nearby, understanding Lu Jie's plans, and they support her approach. Not sure, but having some rules is better than none, Lu's mother said. Let's leave it at that for now. There are so many tourist spots everywhere, and the management still hasn't found a good way. We can only strengthen management and gradually set standards. Lu's father doesn't pay much attention to the villagers' affairs. Now that the village is steadily developing, he doesn't want his daughter to leave. He has his own ideas too. Xiao Jie, Boss Qiao, is building a resort. Are the shops inside available for rent?
Probably, Dad.
Do you want to rent one? Lu Jie asked, surprised. We want to open a breakfast shop. Dad, Lu used to be a chef. In recent years, after handing over the family restaurant to his son, he's been traveling around. Seeing the lively scene in Hidden Mountain Village, he wants to return to his old job. Dad, isn't it better for you to relax and take care of your grandson? Why work so hard? Lu Jie is a bit worried. Her parents are not young anymore, and now they are opening a shop. She worries they might not be able to handle it. Why work so hard? Our bodies are still strong. We often go to Boss Qiao's temple. Maybe we're healthier than your brother, that big guy. We're just selling breakfast in the morning. It's not too tiring. You're already grown up. We want to save some dowry for you. Who needs you to save dowry? I can earn my own money, Lu Jie muttered, but she didn't oppose her parents' idea to open a shop. Her parents have been cooks for decades and are quite skilled. Opening a breakfast shop suits them. Lu Jie took some time to ask Xiaoling about renting a shop. Sure, uncle and auntie are capable. Opening a shop is no problem, Xiaoling replied. Thanks a lot. Once it's fixed up, we can discuss the details. The contract should be ready in a couple of days. You can prepare other things. Lu Jie and Xiaoling discussed serious matters.
So fast?
Xiaoling was surprised. Usually, she thought it would take at least 10 days or half a month. Yes, after the Dew incident, the higher-ups want to finish this quickly. The villagers also helped out and we signed everything in a day. The last incident with Dew had a bad impact. If it dragged on, the leaders would be worried about appearances, so the process was very fast. Thanks a lot to you and village chief. Without your help, I don't know how long it would have taken, Xiaoling sincerely thanked. Don't mention it. Our goal is the same, to develop Hidden Mountain Village. If you want to thank someone, thank Director Zhang Na. Thanks to her efforts with the Dew incident and your land contract.
Zhang Na is Guo Wei's end.
Without her, Xiaoling's land contract wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Director Zhang, thank you for your help earlier. Xiaoling asked Teacher Guowei to be the middleman and visited Zhang Na. No need to thank me. I was just doing my duty. It's rare for Qingshi town to develop its tourism industry. As the tourism director, how could I let anyone cause trouble? Zhang Na enthusiastically led Xiao Ling into the study.
Come, tell me about it.
The land has been leased. So, what are your plans for the next steps? Next steps? Xiaoling was a bit confused. She just wanted to thank everyone in the evening, and now she has to discuss plans? Are all the cultural and tourism bureau chiefs across the country this competitive? Director Zhang, here's my plan. I've leased all the land, and I intend to develop it completely within 5 years. Zhang Na nodded, signaling Xiaoling to continue. That's good. Develop according to your situation. The best path is the one that suits you. After all, only Xiaoling invested in Hidden Mountain Village. No one else helped. Steady progress is the most important. First year, I plan to develop the 1,000 acres behind my house. I will build a large Taoist temple on 200 acres and plant peach trees on the remaining 800 acres. The sale of peaches and peach blossoms has already been established. Xiaoling isn't bothered with planting other crops, just peaches. Are these the same peach varieties you sold before? Could you choose varieties with longer blooming periods or introduce special types that bloom twice a year and bear fruit twice? Our town's location is special. Mountains block the cold air, so the temperature is suitable. Zhang Na wasn't surprised that Xiaoling still planted peaches. When peach trees bloom and bear fruit over many months, large-scale peach blossoms can attract many visitors. Plus, the plants Xiaoling grows are special, longer flowering periods and high-quality fruit varieties. With a reliable Taoist temple, attracting visitors for over half a year isn't a problem. But if they could have peach trees that bloom twice a year, that would be even better. It would eliminate the concept of off-peak and peak seasons. In Qingshi town, the temperature is suitable. If managed well, they could have 2 peach blossom seasons. 2 blossom seasons? Let me think. I plan to finish planting the 800 acres of peach trees in these 2 months, along with a temple. Currently, selling tickets online at over 1,000 a day isn't enough. Many netizens say they can't get tickets, and there are scalpers reselling them at higher prices. If we expand the temple sooner, these problems won't happen. Xiaoling is quite anxious now. She didn't expect her temple's online ticket sales to be affected by scalpers, with dedicated people snatching tickets and reselling at higher prices. She's angry, but doesn't see a good solution. Scalpers are hard to control even in hospitals that treat serious illnesses. How can she stop them here? Zhang Na avoided the topic of scalpers. She couldn't control that either. Yes, that's fine. As long as you understand, our city's cultural and tourism director also gave me a heads up. If you need any help, just tell me. Zhang Na was involved not just because she knew Xiaoling well. Last time she returned to the city for a meeting, Director Wu Nan personally asked her to keep an eye on the development of Yinshan Village. If Xiaoling plans to expand, she should watch out and prevent any obstacles. If Yinshan Village develops well, it could become a key tourist spot for their city, so they wouldn't always fall behind. Right now, she really needed your help. About expanding the road in Yinshan Village, could you speed up the construction? The funds are already available, but the progress is slow. The road expansion in Yinshan Village is happening, but Xiaoling isn't impressed with the speed. If there's trouble, she should talk to the leaders. That's not under my control. I can ask around for you. Anything else? Although Zhang Na doesn't handle road construction, many of her family work in government offices, so she can ask someone. One more thing. I plan to transplant mature peach trees and graft new ones. Could you help me find a place that sells lots of peach trees? Xiaoling doesn't want to wait for the trees to grow. She wants to plant them this year, so they can bloom and fruit next year. With the gourd water, survival isn't a problem. She looked around but couldn't find a good seller. Can't you ask the tourism bureau for this? I can't help with that, but someone else can. Zhang Na smiled wryly. She's just a town tourism director and doesn't have that much power. She's also dealing with road speed-ups and agricultural matters. Xiaoling scratched her head awkwardly and smiled. Sorry to trouble you, Director Zhang. Who should I ask to buy the peach trees? If possible, she doesn't want to bother others. Isn't she lacking connections? Ask Guowei. His hometown is in the neighboring town, where there are several large fruit wholesale markets. His family has some too. Just ask him. Teacher Guo? That's tricky, Xiaoling thought. She didn't expect Teacher Guo, who often fell ill at school, to be quite lively outside. It was getting late. Xiaoling put down the gifts she brought and left with Teacher Guo to discuss buying peach trees. Xiao boss, what did you bring? As soon as Xiao Ling left, Zhang Na's mother-in-law looked curiously at the bag Xiao Ling had left behind. Mom, these are the fruits grown by Boss Xiao himself. Wash them and give them to the family. Zhang Na is a government worker, so how could Xiao Ling possibly make a mistake by giving valuable things? Boss Xiao's own? That's great. Make sure to save some for Xinxin. She's busy studying and needs to eat well. Zhang Na's mother-in-law is also a big fan of Xiao Ling. Now that the peaches are sold out, she hasn't had any of Boss Xiao's fruits for a long time. Everyone can share some. Just save 1 or 2 for her. You and Dad take care of the family. It's hard work. If you like, eat more. Xinxin is Zhang Na's only daughter, now in her first year of high school. What's hard about it? No problem. By the way, Boss Xiao plans to expand the peach orchard. Will the new peaches be as good as before? The old lady asked curiously. If Boss Xiao makes that choice, she must have her reasons. Even if the new 800 acres of peach trees don't have the same quality, such a large orchard will be a beautiful sight. It can attract many visitors. If the peaches are as good as before, maybe our Qingshi town will have a famous tourist spot. Zhang Na spoke with hope. 800 acres of young peach trees? Maybe my family doesn't have that much. We can find another family to help out. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, Guo Wei estimated the data and responded. As long as we can gather enough, that's fine. No need to bother 2 people. Teacher Guo, I'll trouble you with this. Xiao Ling asked Guo Wei to help with the fruit tree arrangements. No problem. But Boss Xiao, your peach varieties are so good now. You could use your own varieties to grow seedlings. It takes a bit longer, but the quality is the most important, Guo Wei suggested. I don't have that much time. After buying the peach trees, I'll try grafting. That should work. Developing 5,000 acres in 5 years means planting peach trees for 2 or 3 years if she does it herself. 1,000 acres would take 2 or 3 years, and the rest would have to wait forever. Xiao Ling wasn't willing to wait. All right. Okay. I'll contact you tomorrow. Boss Xiao, get ready. In at most half a month, I can deliver the trees to you. Guo Wei thought about Xiao Ling's amazing abilities and didn't ask more. Maybe she really has the power to turn decay into magic. Although there is a new Taoist temple and peach orchard being developed, Xiao Ling does not plan to give up the existing orchard and temple. The current 10-acre Taoist temple is not fully open to the public. Over time, the spiritual energy in the 200-acre forest on the back mountain will be much richer than in the new area. This place can be reserved for VIP members. Due's actions really disgust Xiao Ling. After Due failed to take over the land in Yinshan village, she still stayed there. She couldn't buy tickets online, but scalpers' tickets made it easy for her to enter, so she kept going to the temple as usual. It made Xiao Ling sick to her stomach. She really wanted to close the temple to keep her out. Once the new temple is built, only members or VIPs will be allowed to enter the back mountain area to prevent troublemakers like Due. As for the new temple and orchard, they are still new and just starting to operate. The spiritual energy there won't be as strong as in the back mountain for a while, so Xiao Ling doesn't worry about it. Xiao Ling also took over 5,000 acres of land in Yinshan village, which caused a big stir in her family. Her Aunt Xiao has been helping take care of her cousin in the village, so she knows about Xiao Ling's situation. Although she feels upset, there's a written will in place, so she can't do anything. However, Xiao Ling's aunt's family and her third uncle are very confused. Didn't Xiao Ling used to work for others? How did she suddenly acquire so much land? Does she have that much money? Even if her father, Qiao Xiangrong, used all the inheritance left by the grandfather, it wouldn't be enough. Her third uncle is much younger than her father and still works in another province. He only comes back during the new year and doesn't ask many questions. Her great-uncle's family and third uncle might be upset about Xiao Ling inheriting part of the estate, but her aunt wouldn't be. Her aunt lives in a nearby city. After hearing about Xiao Ling's actions, she was quite interested and asked a few questions. The more she asked, the more questions she had. She planned to visit and see for herself on the weekend. Xiao Ling's parents weren't surprised about her taking over so much land.
They have watched her grow step by step.
They don't oppose her expanding, but they are worried she might not be able to handle everything. They are old and have 2 children to take care of, so they simply don't have the time. You want to build a health resort, or maybe let brother Wendy help you. If it's just for relaxation, it might be better to have a professional nearby, suggested Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao is one of the few people who doesn't criticize Xiaoling for her father's favoritism. Wendy is also a doctor, so he can help with Xiaoling's matters. Wait a few days, and I'll ask Aunt. Mom, don't worry. If it doesn't work out, we can slow down the pace. Just relax, Xiaoling said. This is a big project, and Xiaoling feels a bit overwhelmed. If cousin Wendy is willing to take over the health resort part, that would be even better. But she knows she has to wait a few days to discuss everything face to face. Xiaoling also asked her mom about the irresponsible Xiaolei. The 2 kids can't just be left to the elders to take care of. At least, they should sell or rent out Xiaolei's wedding house to cover their living expenses. Otherwise, when Chun Fei and his mother come out of prison, they might ruin everything. But that house is under Xiaolei and Chenwei's names, so they need to contact them to handle it. Mom, have Xiaolei and Chenwei been in touch? When Xiaoling asked, her mother couldn't hide her anger. Just pretend they died outside. Xiaolei, that fool, actually sold the house and used the money to support Chen Fei's girlfriend and her child. I can't believe he would do such a thing. Neither your dad nor I are that foolish. Xiaoling was also surprised. She thought sending Chen Fei and his mother to prison would make things calmer, but it seems she was too naive. Forget it, Mom.
Don't worry about them.
Just ignore these 2. With Xiaolei and Chenwei's bad behavior, once they leave home, they probably can't even earn enough to support themselves. No money, no way to cause trouble. After hanging up with her mom, Xiaoling didn't pay much attention to it. Although Xiaolei is irresponsible, her parents' bad habits are what made him that way. In the past, Xiaoling might have tried to help or find a solution. But now, she won't get involved. One wrong move, and she would be caught in the middle. She just needs to do her duty as a daughter and stay out of other people's affairs. Xiaoling wandered around the back mountain. With the little gourd's recovery, the spiritual energy here has increased, not to mention the spiritual garden. Sometimes, when looking at the unique appearance of Lingyuan compared to other plants, Xiaoling feels a bit conflicted. The ability of the small gourd hasn't been fully developed yet. If the government got involved, perhaps the small gourd's potential could be better utilized.
But these are just thoughts for now.
Xiaoling is still too weak enough to be bullied by a village official. She must become stronger so that when outsiders notice Yinshan village, she can protect herself and keep the small gourd safe. A few days later, Aunt Xiaoling and her son Wendy came to Yinshan village. Standing at the temple gate, Aunt Xiaoling sighed. Such a crowd. Lingling is so capable, the old man has some insight. With so many grandchildren, it's understandable that he favors Xiaoling. Otherwise, how could Xiaoling have built such a big career? Come on, Auntie. I'll take you to the Medicine King Hall to burn incense. There are more people there. Xiaoling took 3 sticks of incense and led them to the Medicine King Hall. Out of all the halls, only the Medicine King Hall really serves a purpose. The others are more for comfort, no need to visit them. TSK, there are even more people inside. Some are sitting at tables reading, others are lying down sleeping. Aunt Xiaoling exclaimed like she was looking into a mirror. Other temples and monasteries are also busy, but it's rare to see people reading or doing homework inside, let alone lying on the grass sleeping. When Xiaoling entered her temple, she saw several children with textbooks doing homework and some high school students reciting. On the grass beside the temple, many people were resting on blankets. How unusual is that? Aunt Xiaoling pointed at the sleeping people, seeming to have some thoughts, then hurried over. Sorry, this is my first time here. I mean no harm. Aunt Xiaoling quickly apologized. She thought the strong old lady was here to cause trouble. It was her fault for pointing and judging others. Boss Qiao, have you taken over the land in Yinshan village? The visitor was Granny Lu from Xiqing, who didn't pay much attention to Aunt Xiaoling and directly asked about the news. Yes, I've taken over everything. I have to thank you for the information. You made it so smooth. Although Granny Lu liked to ask about news, she was quite tactful. Xiao Ling preferred dealing with such a kind old lady. Will you build a commercial street in the future? Is it okay not to rent it out to outsiders? It's not that Aunt Lu wants to open a shop, but she is helping her son and daughter-in-law ask about it. Such a good place like Hidden Mountain Village is sure to do well in business. Her son and daughter-in-law have good jobs, but being employees is not as comfortable as being the boss. They also have to retire late, and in the future, no one will take care of their grandchildren. It's better to find a way out early. Hidden Mountain Village is a good place. Staying here is good for health, and can also make money. Grandma Lu is very optimistic about its development, so she asked Xiaoling for more details.